The moment they fought, the monarchs all lost at one go and even received injuries of varying degrees. No, perhaps before they had even fought, they had already been defeated. Such an unimaginable and outrageous matter immediately caused much suspicion. But when rumors spread but nobody going against the rumors, the central continent descended into a deathly silence. The only change was that even in private discussions, those magi did not dare even mention Leylin's name and instead replaced it with the bloodline monarch. Leylin's fame thus spread at a startling speed, and the bloodline Warlock union took advantage of this, thus developing largely. Of course, that is what happened in the future. For Leylin, the ceremony was extremely boring. The precious gifts the organizations offered to him to show their goodwill were nothing to him. For the battle against the monarchs, he had merely emitted less than 1% of the aura of his main body, but these monarchs could not even withstand it. All of this caused Leylin's interest to wane. After the hasty ending, he surprisingly got enough time to do as he pleased. Within the extravagant palace, Leylin was now making some coffee. Whether it was the grinding of the coffee beans or the later procedures, everything happened smoothly and there was a certain beauty to his actions. There was even a unique charm and order to everything that lingered in one's memories. Hee, Weyers seems to be rather shocked. Melinda was clad in a fox-skin coat, a fox-tail around her neck, while she sized Leylin up and down with interest. That little guy? Leylin chuckled and then shook his head. Now, any talents or the like were nothing to him. Melinda sipped at the coffee and then put the cup down, looking serious. Though she had already overestimated Leylin, the terrifying strength he exhibited still exceeded her expectations. Even what he had shown could very well be the tip of the iceberg. Melinda straightened her back slightly, looking glum. Lord Leylin, you already touched upon the realm of laws? Yes, Leylin nodded, hearing Melinda's sharp intake shortly after. As an old freak that had lived for a long time, Melinda was definitely aware of the terror of laws. Leylin was definitely not one of those who liked to brag, yet were inexperienced and narrow-minded. Instead, he had probably entered a deeper realm, which had resulted in such a terrifying change. No wonder, Melinda forced out a laugh, no wonder it was effortless for you to deal with us. Leylin glanced at her. In his opinion, Melinda was also a crafty person with origins even more mysterious than the other monarchs, and seemed to know many ancient secrets. She had not expended much effort this time either, and even any backlashes or injuries might be all for show. Well then, what are your future plans? Are you going to unify the central continent? She asked nervously. She had already made her mind up anyway. If Leylin had a wish, she would be the first to show her sincerity. The terror that were the existences of laws were impossible to be stopped by a rank 6 Magus like her, who had only made slight progress on the flame law. With his will, the whole central continent could only tremble in fear and obey. Melinda was sure of that. No, I've never considered that. Leylin first stared at Melinda, and only when she began to squirm in unease that he chuckled in answer. I've no interest in the central continent. Just as you've seen, the Ouroboros clan is now moving to the south coast. Only one branch of the clan will be left as a link to the central continent. After hearing Leylin's guarantee, Melinda heaved a sigh of relief inside. She knew that there was no need for him to fool her. Then, I'll thank you on behalf of the Magi of the central continent. Thank you for exempting them from the fate of a bloodbath. Melinda spoke and bowed to Leylin solemnly, and Leylin accepted this all apathetically. Oh, I've also prepared a small present for you. I hope you like it. Belinda smirked like a little fox and clapped her hands. Lord Leylin? A female magus dressed in black walked out from the corner, kneeling to the ground. It's Tanasha, Leylin nodded. He no longer paid any mind to a rank 3 like her. After she had accepted his present, she had walked the path of revenge. This girl relied on the power you gifted her and had already gotten her revenge against Harper. Somehow, she managed to mysteriously offend a few organizations and became stranded in my territory. Melinda giggled. Of course, I've already helped to take care of those tiny issues. Leylin answered. Tanasha, you're right in time. We're planning to move. Look for Mistress Freya. She'll settle you in. Surprisingly, Leylin felt nothing as he watched Tanasha leave deferentially. With just a thought, there were large numbers of rank 4, 5, or even 6 who would hastily come over to run errands for him. This rank 3 subordinate was now hardly enough. Of course, she was one of his people, and he would naturally give her a way out. Thank you for the matter with Tanasha. I'm rather interested in the soul-splitting technique you mentioned before, and I've had some other thoughts regarding it. I hope to discuss it with you. After chatting for a while longer, Leylin shifted the conversation to more proper matters. This was the real reason he was meeting Melinda. Methods to split the soul into two. If my lord is interested in such a dangerous technique, I will naturally present everything I know. While Melinda was astonished, she still agreed easily. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 772, Soul-Splitting Experiment Beep. Database on soul-splitting methods completed. Renamed as Trussel Splitting Technique. Watching Melinda leave after giving him what he'd wanted, Leylin heard the AI chip's response and touched his chin. He had taken advantage of Melinda and obtained her soul-splitting techniques. This time, with an in-depth discussion to fill up the gaps, he had made much progress. This technique was extremely important for Leylin, to the point that it would affect with how he would grow in the future. Having taken care of the issue of the technique, Leylin was in a great mood and took care of the hidden damage to Melinda's soul, much to her gratitude. The procedures to splitting the Trussel have been completely deduced. It has a very high success rate, so next is how to control the other half of the Trussel. Leylin touched his chin, sinking into deep thought. While the soul-splitting technique that Melinda had provided was very feasible, there was also a huge issue, the inability to control the clone's Trussel. Even the blazing flame monarch herself had ruined herself with this, and was later destroyed by Melinda, who was later formed and took over by force. Leylin had no wish to be met with a situation like a soul betraying him, and hence had to nip this issue in the bud. At this moment, Gilbert and the rest had walked in, accompanied by Offa and others who had complicated expressions on their faces. Your Majesty, the preparations for the tidying up and moving of the Ouroboros clan are complete. While Leylin had shown immense strength and supported them, the fact that they would leave the central continent and develop in the south coast was something they were uncomfortable with. However, Leylin's fame was more than enough for the Warlock Union to take care of itself. Hence, it couldn't be helped that they had complicated feelings regarding this. All right then, let's move as soon as we can. Leylin was very calm, and he even seemed rather relieved. The reason he had taken the time to do something so senseless was because of the favors and debts he owed. Once everything was done, he would be able to focus entirely on the search for eternity. Soon enough, another bomb was dropped on the central continent. The most powerful monarch, the monarch of blood who had suppressed many other monarchs single-handedly, had moved the Ouroboros clan far away from the central continent to a desolate place lacking in Magi. Leylin Farlier had moved to the south coast. While the Warlock Union had done all it could to conceal this fact at the beginning, in this situation where the entire organization was moving, it could not really be hidden. The bloodline warlocks who were only just making themselves known could only howl in grief and temporarily reign in their arrogance. Meanwhile, with the development of the Warlock Union, the safety of the many bloodline warlocks was not an issue. They even expanded their reach in the central continent. In the end, it would develop into the largest organization in the central continent, one that would continue for a long time. Of course, this had nothing to do with Leylin. Even if he found out about it, he would think nothing of it. After settling the Ouroboros clan in the south coast and hosting an underground trade, Leylin completely released his hold over everything. Other than accompanying Freya and tending to Sire, most of his time was spent in the laboratories. The Ouroboros clan's strength was more than enough to suppress the south coast. With the added development of the underground trade, they got back on track and expanded their power quickly. After going through with all this, Leylin could finally be at ease. He turned his attention back to his interests, deep underground, in a laboratory with an unknown location. Begin test number 2419, Leylin's voice sounded, and the AI chip's robotic prompt showed. Beep, beginning experiment, recording data. From behind a huge glass wall, Leylin was now watching the two bodies he had nurtured. Both had the unique characteristics of the subterranean race, and what was more shocking was their illusory faces, which made them look like they were wearing translucent masks. Electric current constantly surged through them under Leylin's orders, and on the back of the guinea pigs were numerous transparent tubes that wiggled about, pouring a myriad of unknown fluids in different colors into them. Keek! The two experimental bodies both displayed different behavior. Their flesh was twitching as if tiny rats were burrowing under their skin, and meaty tumors kept rolling and turning on their bodies. They looked disgusting and terrifying. What attracted the most attention was their faces, where that layer of an illusory soul mask had become even more dazzling, and their expressions grew even more complex. Targets are operating well. No signs of rejection. The AI chip loyally intoned, initiating attempt to remotely control targets. Strands of translucent threads drooped down, attached to the phantom figure of a six-legged golden spider at the very end. The translucent threads first spread over the face of an experimental body, the many legs probing its face and causing it to writhe in intense pain before it moved on to the next. Gulu, Gulu! After the translucent threads connected with the other experimental body, its body suddenly began to twitch vigorously. Beginning soul resonance. Experimental body number 2 is convulsing. Soul waves are fluctuating violently. Continue. Adjust the ratio of the second potion mixture and the third life-strengthening essence such that they're 5 units fewer than before. Leylin looked grave, initiating adjustment. Target's waves are now trending toward stability. Have I succeeded? Watching the interior of the lab that had become quiet, a look of anticipation appeared in his eyes. However, his expression soon changed. Along with yells and an intense explosion, the two experimental bodies self-detonated, sending blood and filth spraying onto the glass walls. Targets have died. Souls have been extinguished. Experiment failed. The cold voice caused Leylin to sigh. I failed again. Is it an issue with the Vitri spider? Perhaps I should use a better adhesive next time. After his experiment failed, Leylin readjusted his mood and began to record the results of his experiments. Immediately after, with the raise of his eyebrow, he put down the pen in his hands. It's been 10 years, he muttered to himself, suddenly disappearing from a laboratory and arriving at another space. Lord Ignox, long time no see, has the agreement been prepared? Leylin smiled as he greeted the Magus in front of him, a being of laws. Ignox smiled and nodded. Yes, Lord Leylin. As well, a lot of our comrades are extremely excited after learning about your existence. They couldn't suppress their desire to meet you. Then let's go. I only hold deep admiration for those ancient and powerful beings. A hint of intelligence shone in Leylin's eyes, and the two of them turned into light and vanished. While on the way, Leylin transmitted a message, also Lord Ignox, about the trade with the underground world. After all, he had to let the protector of the first few levels of the subterranean world know about it. It's not an issue. If you like, I can even gift you the first level. Surprisingly, Ignox did not seem to mind. For existences of laws like them, the benefits of trade that only affected the first level were pointless, and such a thing would not offend them at all. Then I'm relieved. Also, making use of this opportunity, Leylin began to chat again. After all, since Ignox was his senior, he possessed a lot of knowledge that Leylin currently needed. The discussion went delightfully on the way. Ignox was rather amazed at how multi-talented and erudite he was. After all, as an existence of laws who had recently advanced, Leylin's expansive and profound knowledge far surpassed his peers. As they conversed, they kept going deeper and deeper into the subterranean world. They ended up breaking through the 7th level and entered a dark and unknown space. Based on what I know from my previous world, we should already have reached the core. Leylin sized up his surroundings. The void and darkness were like the unknown layers within the universe, holding the mysterious world will within them. The closer he got, the more Leylin could sense the existence of the world will. While it was weak and slumbering, just the natural power it emitted startled him. Welcome to the deepest region of the underground, as well as where the higher-ups of the Magus World reside. Ignox had completely lost his human form and transformed into an unknown existence. Laws, Leylin shut his eyes. Here, he could clearly sense the existence of a multitude of laws, and some were even explicitly conspicuous. The environment here was much better than the surface of the Magus World. Beep. Traces of destroyed spacetime pathways discovered. world origin force is being dispersed. The AI chip prompted at this moment. Is this shattered world core left behind from the ancient final war? Leylin now knew why all the rank 8 existences stayed here. With laws being exposed and the origin power of the world emanating from it, the attraction it held for all these existences was incomparable to anything else. If it were him, he would definitely stay here all the time as well. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 773, Path, Welcome, Newly Advanced Comrade. A streak of boiling hot light suddenly rose from the darkness, and Leylin seemed to see flames from the core of the earth. This is the mother core, the strongest amongst us, Ignox introduced at the side. A few other powerful conscients descended as his voice sounded. This is the Death Sovereign King. This is the Abyss Master. Many rank 8s, some who were said to only exist in ancient legends or myths, and some Leylin had yet to even hear of began to show themselves. Hello, everyone, Leylin greeted them. A huge phantom Targaryen appeared from behind him, and the power of devouring twined around it. What an interesting fellow. He actually grasps the power of devouring. This path is very difficult. Do you still remember that bubbly teapot 320,000 years ago? He seemed to have walked the same path then. You're a descendant of the Snake Dowager, yet broke through your shackles. Congratulations! The many existences began to discuss amongst themselves or express their goodwill. Just the transmissions from their minds was enough for those breaking dawns from before to explode and die. Silence! With the voice of the Mother Core, the many conscients quietened down. First, let us welcome Leylin Farlier, our newest comrade. It was evident that the Mother Core was the most powerful here, and many existences of law let her take the lead. The agreement has been prepared. You can take a look. An ordinary board of soil flew out from the core and landed in front of Leylin, an agreement written out using the words of laws. Leylin took a look. The conditions were broad, stating that as a member of the Magus World, he had to take initiative to safeguard the Magus World and prevent foreigners from invading. In return, he would be able to comprehend a few years' worth of the power of laws here every century, and even have the chance to absorb some of the world origin force. There's a limit to the world's origin force. Even existences of laws can't absorb it from the world without any limits, or else everything would be ruined. Even if it's us, we can't draw the power of the world without reservations. There has to be a limit. The Mother Core explained to Leylin. It's fine by me. Leylin naturally knew the reasoning behind this. He nodded, and a black Targaryen seal appeared at the end of the soil board. The soil board crumbled in an instant, and seemed to draw the attention of the world will, sending threads of mysterious force pouring in. With the great Magus World will as a witness, I hereby announce the signing of the contract. The Mother Core's voice was grim, and the rest of the other existences roared and yelled. Welcome, kid. Ever since the ancient battle, we haven't had new blood in a long time. It was obvious that after signing the agreement, these guys now truly treated him as one of their own. After conversing with them, Leylin first comprehended some of the world laws that the Mother Core had exhibited, and also absorbed a portion of the origin force before leaving the area guided by Ignox. Please rest assured, my friend. Right as they were leaving, Ignox seemed friendly and gentle. I'll find a way for you to solve the issue of controlling a split trucial. Thanks a ton, I'll leave it to you. Leylin nodded gratefully. This sort of high-ranked soul technique would require a lot of time, even with research and help from the AI chip. His only other choice was to employ the help of other existences of laws. Actually, regular clones should already be enough for us. Why are you trying to do something as dangerous as split your trucial? Ignox bit his lip and began to advise him. I know, clones are very useful, but the connection with the host body cannot be broken off. There's also a huge issue, Leylin answered. Leylin could naturally make clones like that of the Trial's Eye or the nefarious Filthbird right now. Perhaps those could not even be called clones, just a projection of his strength. And as an existence of laws, Leylin knew very clearly the weakness of such projections. Once the connection is broken, the projection is useless and can't be controlled again. All right, I'll take care of this. With the wisdom library passed down in the family through generations, I believe I should get a result in the next 3 centuries. Ignox stared at Leylin meaningfully, his astute gaze almost piercing through Leylin's mind and seeing through his plans. "Well then, I'll be off, my lord." Leylin bowed slightly, turning into a streak of black light and disappearing. He left Ignox standing in place, looking deep in thought. Trussell splitting. Perhaps even the Mother Core would not dare attempt something like this. Interesting, Ignox mumbled to himself, a mysterious smile quirking about his lips. He turned into a bundle of mist and, as if he had merged with the world, completely disappeared. The speed of an existence of laws was unimaginable. With just a bit of time, Leylin was back in his laboratory. Half reclining on his sofa, he halted his research, instead rubbing his temples. AI. Chip, show me my current stats. Leylin Farlier, rank 6 Warlock. Bloodline, Targaryen, rank 6. Strength, 173.21, Agility, 126.07, Vitality, 255.37, Spiritual Force, 450.12. State of Soul, Peak Breaking Dawn. Comprehension of Laws, Devouring, 99%. The AI chip loyally intoned. It resulted in a look of satisfaction in Leylin's eyes. Just taking in a bit of the world origin force allowed my vitality to grow so much. Advancing a full unit was extremely troublesome at the level of an existence of laws. All the energy Leylin had devoured from his massacres couldn't raise his vitality by such a degree, but all his stats had now grown. World origin force is truly the best supplement for existences of laws. Leylin stroked his chin. He thought back to the Magus World before the ancient war. Numerous higher-ups of the Magus World were enthusiastic about invading other worlds and seizing their world origins. This fact probably had something to do with those actions. It's a pity, for the me as I am now, regular world origin force has little effect for me. Only enormous worlds like the Purgatory World or those of higher ranks would be useful for me. Leylin's eyes were glazed over. He knew a few powerful worlds like Purgatory, the most powerful Magus World, the World of Gods, Dreamscape, the Icy World, the Shadow World, and a few others. It's no wonder that those ancient Magi didn't giving up on invading the world of gods, and that resulted in a tragedy. With the only origin force comparable to the Magus World for existences of laws, this is a deadly poison. Having signed the agreement, he was now one of them. They might not have told him everything, but they still imparted a lot of general knowledge to Leylin. Amongst this was the realm after rank 7 and paths to power. With his comprehension of laws and the simulations and analysis of the AI chip, Leylin could confirm the truth of this information. Rank 6 to rank 7 is the refining of laws and the beginning of a qualitative change, as well as an evolution. Leylin thought back to the information he had obtained. Rank 6 Magi have solidified souls and have already reached the limits of their paths, the peak. The only thing they can break through in is laws. After completely grasping the power of laws, a Magus will enter the realm of rank 7, and there will be a qualitative change in all aspects. In primordial times, these existences are worshipped like gods or totems. The path of rank 7 is completely grasping a certain law. Rank 8 involves grasping multiple laws and finding one's own path, using a medium to smelt all of them together into one's own. Leylin immediately thought of the Snake Dowager. The Snake Dowager, for instance, definitely grasps more than one law, and the medium she used to smelt them should be the power of shadows, which is the origin of the shadow world. With Shadeforce as the carrier, completely smelting the power of laws would probably allow the Snake Dowager to rise to peak rank 8 and even begin to look into the realm of rank 9. Hence, she had a huge desire to completely control the shadow world and did not even mind causing a war to seize it. That was understandable. Of course, to Leylin's knowledge, her efforts had come to naught in disgrace, and had even forced her to run with her tail between her legs, bringing her whole community and hiding in the Purgatory World. In the ancient Magus World, there were many who had smelted numerous laws and found their own paths. Leylin was even beginning to think that the Mother Core had been one of those existences, and they could sense that the way to break through to rank 9 lay in the world of gods. Based on the thoughts of these existences, seizing the gods' laws and origin force of their world, as well as the origin force of the Magus World, and fusing the two powers would be enough for them to break through the threshold into rank 9, reaching eternity. Leylin's eyes showed his admiration and fear. What crazy logic. This, lunatics were not scary, but powerful lunatics were enough to destroy the world. Whatever happened next turned into the ancient final war. Neither the Magus World nor the world of gods received benefits, and both suffered devastating defeats. Many existences of laws died, resulting in the fall of both sides, only able to struggle on at death's door now. In order to seize a world's origin force, it's necessary to eliminate the other side's existences of laws, which refers to the gods, and then destroy the world will? Just the thought of it gave him chills. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 774, Secrets of the Gods, Lunatics. They're all lunatics. Leylin was fearful. Such insane methods definitely resulted in a frantic counterattack from the entire world of gods, which finally developed into a hatred between the two that could not be resolved. Perhaps even the world will of the Magus World would not agree to this. Those crazed rank 8s must have fought to their limits and fallen in the ancient final war. Of course, there was a possibility of them surviving, hiding in the darkness, and silently licking their wounds, perhaps even waiting for the next opportunity to fight again. After all, once one reached rank 7, their life force and adaptability would be boosted to an incredible degree. Things like creating tens of thousands of clones, rebirth using a droplet of blood, was no issue for these beings who had reached the limits of power. Perhaps, out of all the existences I've seen, there might be some people who are still ambitious and wish to invade it. Leylin stroked his chin, his lips quirking in a smile, but I like it. The advancement after reaching rank 7 is much too slow. It can't be compared to the speed of plundering to achieve more power. The Mother Core had even told Leylin an important piece of information that had to do with the gods of the world of gods. Though they were also rank 7 magi who had comprehended rules, their paths differed from magi like these, with theirs being called the Path of Faith. By gathering the emotions and even dissipated soul force from intellectual life forms, they would then be fused with their own laws and then burn with divine flames, thus beginning to tread down the path of a god. As each world was different, their strength systems differed. Some worlds did not even have this. This was something that Leylin had a deep understanding of already. Though the Path of Faith was similar to the Path of Offerings, it was essentially different. Of course, Leylin didn't focus on this, but on another piece of important information that Mother Core had divulged. The power of laws that the gods possessed were easily seized by magi. During the ancient war, many magi had killed gods and seized the power of laws, thus advancing quickly. On top of that, there were rumors that the gods could do the same, but had to pay a huge price. Power to seize laws? Leylin chuckled. He'd known this long ago and even put this into practice. Yes, the sovereign king of gluttony, Beelzebub, was a god from the world of gods. Of course, it was more suitable to call him a demon. Anyway, there seemed to be camps split up into good and evil, and the beings that maintained order were called gods, while the opposite were called demons, devils, or the like. No matter how the names changed, it was undeniable that they possessed immense strength that other intellectual life forms could only worship them in fear. As existences who have both grasped laws, it's impossible for me to seize Ignox's laws. Perhaps I'd gain that ability once I reach rank 8, but I'd have to pay a huge price and put in much effort, and that's even after I completely grasp the law of Devour. But Beelzebub's different. In my previous advancement, the process seemed much too easy even with the aid of the Purgatory World will and my previous plans. He came from the world of gods, and the fact that his power of laws was so easily seized was one of the reasons why Leylin had targeted him. If not, Leylin could focus on just the Snake Dowager, but striping her of her laws would be an impossible task. It would undoubtedly have given rise to enormous variables that could have affected his previous advancement. Based on what Mother Core said, the existences of laws in the world of gods have a certain characteristic. Their strength comes from the combination of a theocracy, divine fire, and the power of faith. If a correct method is found, it's much easier to seize the power of laws from them as compared to other worlds. This is the reason why many magi of the ancient Magus World agreed to declare war on them. Powerful beings could then seize the world of God's origin source, while the other existences of laws would hunt down gods and obtain all sorts of laws, thus advancing quickly. Of course, there were other variables. Leylin pondered over this. If things were just that simple, the world of gods would have been destroyed long ago. These gods might typically be weaker when battling outside the crystal walls, but if they fought on the land of the world of gods, they would gain huge boosts and even surpass the strength of similarly ranked magi. Perhaps, from the demiplane domains that they create, these boosts might reach an unimaginable realm that would allow them to fight those above their rank. The allied forces of the Magus World were not just limited to the Magus World. It was an era where the ancient magi were at their most brilliant and splendid. From the worlds they had conquered, a surge of powerful magi arrived and joined the war. The final results, however, was that the world of gods had been able to resist against the many powerful worlds. The fight had ended with both sides defeated and grievously wounded. Such a terrifying result caused many magi to turn pale after hearing about the gods. It is the strength system of the most powerful world after all. The path of faith definitely has its merits. Leylin's eyes glinted. The more powerful a god was, the more terrifying the path of faith was, which only served to increase his curiosity. Perhaps the ancient existences did not get it wrong. Only by fusing gods and magi can one achieve strength that surpasses eternity. Leylin's eyes burned with fervor within. Ancient existences, I shall take over your unfinished work. In order to transcend the material world and achieve eternity, Leylin did not mind conquering the world of gods. All obstacles that were in his way would be crushed without hesitation. Also, when it comes to conquering the world of gods, I have an incomparable advantage. Leylin's mouth quirked in a smile, rays that were like the stars flickering into existence in his hands. This was the coordinates of a world, giving off a unique aura and held within the feeling of a great history. The coordinates of the world of gods exists in Beelzebub's memories. That saves me the effort of exchanging for it from other existences of laws. Leylin preferred hiding his motives. While those who had participated in the ancient final war definitely knew the location of the world of gods, Leylin did not wish to trade for it from them. Announcing his plans to the public was not a wise choice. Furthermore, from the failure of the Magus World the last time, it was evident that breaking in forcefully would not work. A more covert method must be used instead. The coordinates is merely the entrance. There's still a huge issue to truly enter the world of gods. Leylin couldn't help but recall the introduction to the world of gods. Compared to other large worlds, the structure of the world of gods was extremely unique. On the material dimension, there were many other dimensions that were as packed as a beehive. Outside the many dimensions was a crystal wall layer that was so sturdy that it was terrifying. Leylin was used to calling it the barrier of the world. This crystal wall had once prevented existences of other worlds from peeping in. After the ancient war, the world of gods had even consciously reinforced the crystal wall, the resulting isolating power making it such that even if the ancient magi were to reappear, they would still be unable to penetrate it. Of course, once the crystal wall was attacked, there would be a backlash and hostility from the world of gods. Leylin did not think that it would be difficult for those remaining or newly advanced gods to take care of him. No matter how powerful he might be, he was still incomparable to those gods who had survived the ancient war. Of course, this referred to his current situation. Things might change in the future. In short, the coordinates of the world of gods is not an issue. The problem is how to break through the defensive crystal wall, and when it comes to this, I have a great teacher. Leylin chuckled. A way to cleverly break through the crystal wall must be something the other existences of laws were working on fervently. However, until now, nothing had borne fruit, or else the ancient war would have erupted once again. The crystal wall was like a city under siege. People might want to enter from the outside, while the people within wanted to leave. Evidently, the sovereign king of gluttony, Mr. Beelzebub, had succeeded. He had obviously grasped the loopholes of the crystal wall and bypassed the power of isolation, arriving outside. He'd gone through a series of activities, including some investments and disseminating faith. He had been in hiding, and while he had been extinguished a few times while entering other worlds, no magi had realized his true identity and only took him for an existence from another world. However, no matter how carefully Beelzebub had hidden his identity, Leylin had him on the palm of his hand and turned his plans into a tragedy. Not only did he turn into a stepping stone for Leylin to advance, most of the power of his laws had been seized, causing his main body to be either grievously wounded or in a deep sleep. Even the way in and out of the world of gods was now known by Leylin, becoming an accomplice to his own fall. Evidently, if Leylin could successfully enter the world of gods, the first thing he would do was kill Beelzebub and seize all his strength, allowing himself to completely enter the realm of rank 7. Next up is to perform many astral experiments. While solidifying my strength, I'll find ways to get behind the crystal wall. Leylin had clear plans on what he wanted to do in the future. What Beelzebub possessed was the way out from inside, and because he was a native of the world of gods, it was easier for him than it would be for Leylin. What Leylin needed to do now was to do more in-depth research on the path Beelzebub had used, until he was able to completely assume a false identity and enter that world. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 775 Year 0 time passed in the blink of an eye. The world continued to turn and change. For someone like Leylin, he often would not feel the passing of time once he wholeheartedly devoted his heart and soul to something. While he was at work, hundreds of years could slip by stealthily. Of course, to beings of laws who had lifespans that were easily 10,000s of years long, such a tiny amount of time was perhaps considered just a nap. But to average humans, this meant more than 10 generations of cycles of life and death. This was a relatively long period of time, even for Magi. A few low-ranking Magi perhaps didn't even possess such a long life expectancy. Only the almighty high-ranking beings would pay no attention to the passing of time like that. For the average Magus in the South Coast, or even the subterranean world, the news of the outside world that left the deepest impression on them in this long period of time was probably the sudden rise of the Ouroboros clan to power. The present-day Ouroboros clan had long broken away from the embarrassing phase of having only 2 or 3 small fry. Instead, it had grown to become an influential power that spanned across the entire Magus world. Its formidable influence even extended to the subterranean world. The Farlier family that led the Ouroboros clan was even acclaimed as the first bloodline family. The powerful bloodline that had been passed down generations overshadowed every other Warlock family in the central continent. Their extraordinary military capabilities were quickly revealed. Among Leylin's direct descendants, this sort of prowess was made even more obvious. Even the bloodline energy of collateral relatives with many generations between them was enough to make other Chem-In families benefit greatly. Freya's and Maggie's families were evidently the ones receiving such benefits. They followed the Farlier family closely, taking up the role of their subordinates. They had also greatly purified their own bloodlines through marriages and other methods, increasing their proportion of high-ranking warlocks higher and higher until they seemed to emerge like an endless stream. This new generation of warlocks possessed extraordinary bloodline energy and zealously believed in Leylin as their bloodline originator. They became the foundation of the Ouroboros clan's rule. Leylin, who was gradually seen as a divine being, had already become a part of the legends. He did not appear in public for decades at a time and was surrounded by an air of mystery. Sire and the other warlocks, the sons of his second generation, slowly took control over the authority in the Ouroboros clan. A team of warlocks clothed with garments with the Ouroboros motif was traveling through the subterranean world unhurriedly. Behind them were many captives and supplies that had obviously been plundered. Chief Luca, the head count has been checked. Nothing has been left behind. I can confirm that their clan has been completely destroyed. An average-looking blonde warlock reported with a worshipful look in his eyes. Very well, imprison them in chains. Prepare to sell them as highly ranked slaves. Luca said without the slightest hint of hesitation. The warlocks under him received his order as per normal and carried everything out methodically, as though they were already very accustomed to all this. The subterranean world. Such a gloomy sky is rather hard to get used to indeed. Perhaps after this mission has been accomplished, I should apply to rest on the surface for some time. Luca gazed at the dark, rocky sky and couldn't help but to sigh to himself. As an elder of the Ouroboros clan, he was already more than 500 years old and had experienced all the major events from the initial attack to the glory that followed. His youthful appearance was already unable to conceal the continuous exhaustion of his body. Indeed, recalling all of this, it truly seems as though I am in a dream. Luca couldn't help but murmur as he glanced at the numerous captives and the troop that was moving forth once again. Everything all began from when the Lord had entered the Ouroboros clan. It was as though he was born to be a strong contender. The speed at which he was promoted was so fast that it practically exceeded the limits of Luca's imagination. These damn lowly beings, how dare they disobey the Ouroboros clan's orders? They are simply digging their own grave. Of course, it's only with Chief Luca that we could have easily destroyed them. The blonde team member came to his side and said, trying to curry favor with him. Me, haha, in the past, perhaps I was still worth noticing with the strength of a rank 3 warlock, but now, don't make fun of your Uncle Luca. Luca gazed at this warlock as a doting look flashed across his eyes. In comparison to the true bloodline nobilities, the Blood Serpent clans, and the Mage family, my tiny achievements don't count for anything, much less when compared to the Farlier family. After all, they directly inherited the Lord's bloodline. Luca's voice became extremely respectful. A look of admiration also spread across the young warlock's face. A rank 6 bloodline. He didn't even need to work especially hard to enter the realm of Morning Star and even Radiant Moon. The young man's face was full of envy and self-disappointment. If only I could also. Lucard. Stop those unrealistic fantasies of yours. Lord Leylin didn't have an outstanding bloodline in his early days, yet he made it to his current level all the same. Luca's tone turned rather stern. Now, what you need to do is to look after the order. Yes, Chief. Seeing how Luca spoke so harshly and with a serious expression, the young warlock immediately saluted him and ran to the back of the troop. This chap is really. Luca shook his head, with a helpless expression in his eyes. The rise of the Farlier family and the families of their subordinates was definitely a huge blow to the original bloodline nobilities. Of course, under the crushing suppression of absolute strength, these bloodline nobilities didn't even dare to let out a fart. They accepted the Farliers' family unconditional authority with complete sincerity. Something else that had risen into popularity at the same time was the abnormal worshipping of the Emperor bloodline. Of course, having such a mentality was perfectly normal to warlocks. It was a pity that the Farlier family's control over their bloodlines had always been very strict. There were few cases of the bloodline outflowing to other families. To date, only a scarce number of the original bloodline nobilities managed to obtain that special privilege. A great many of the older nobilities had already predicted that the rising emperor bloodline would shuffle the cards on the table. They were willing to pay any price in order to obtain the new and powerful bloodline. Of course, they didn't entirely dare to actually plot to seize the bloodline. Currying favor with the Farlier family and even the other subordinate families at all costs was their fundamental policy. At the same time, anyone who tried to illegally covet for the Farlier family's bloodline was bound to face a bloody death in their hands. Although Lucard's bloodline is considered rich, it's nothing compared to the Emperor bloodline. Besides, with our family's status, having the bloodline spread to us would only happen far away in the indefinite future. The slight thought of those noble descendants, who followed like flies behind the ladies of the Farlier family, all day long made Luca's scalp prickle with pins and needles. He hadn't had the heart to tell his junior this cruel reality, afraid that he would become discouraged. Hopefully Lady Luck will smile upon that silly boy and let him be favored by one of the young ladies of the Farlier family. Even if he's marrying into her family, it's still acceptable. Luca couldn't help but begin to let his imagination run wild. He then laughed involuntarily. Forget it. I think it would be more realistic to think about my earnings that the captures this round will bring me. Those in power in the Farlier family certainly were informed about this contradictory situation. However, the proliferation of a bloodline was originally a highly serious matter, and it would take time. Thus, the only thing they could do now was to constantly develop new ways to gain benefits and challenge that contradiction. Although deep in his heart, Luca was not satisfied with his family not obtaining the new bloodline. He was clearly attracted to the profits he was about to gain. Once it was confirmed that his profits from this round was enough for him to accumulate a certain value of contribution points, he would be able to even exchange them for precious materials for his dash towards the crystal phase. Luca's face was wreathed in smiles. This is the advantage of having control over the transaction channel. Who would have thought that I, Luca, would actually have the opportunity to advance to rank 3 crystal phase? The profits that the Ouroboros clan gained from the bilateral trade were considerably high. The result of this was the plentiful resources for training and cultivation. This alleviated the contradiction to a certain extent. Take note, we're about to reach the city of Alabaster. Luca's voice made the entire troop turn restless. Even he himself couldn't help but look forward to it. The channel of the city of Alabaster was of great importance and was practically the lifeline of the entire trade industry. Thus, the level of security was at its highest, and it was also the most bustling part of the city. Although the exchanges between the subterranean world and at the surface had penetrated their society, both parties have never found a channel more convenient and faster than this one. Therefore, it further highlighted the importance of the location of the city of Alabaster. While the Astral Gate could resolve the problem of only being able to transport important supplies and people within a smaller distance range, it would definitely suffer losses if huge amounts of trading content was involved. Until now, the entire subterranean world had already came to a common understanding. Whoever seized control of the city of Alabaster would reap enormous profits. Under the temptation of such great benefits, perhaps the other underground powers who originally conducted the trading processes and were infringed on had never given up on lusting after the city of Alabaster. Although they absolutely did not dare to launch a direct attack, they carried out many other little tricks. The city of Alabaster loathed such powers who were like rats in the dark gutters. The moment they were discovered, they were sentenced to the firmest form of repression and annihilation. But as long as the Ouroboros clan continued to exploit the subterranean world, one would imagine that such resistance would not be lacking. This time, Luca was precisely acting under orders to eliminate one of the smaller powers by force. Those superior overlords and the profiteers were not in the least bit afraid of these insignificant little pests. Their stance was unusually unanimous, which was a resolute decision to destroy them. In the face of such overwhelming strength, no matter how determined and solemn the defending party was, their final outcome was death. Luca glanced at the line of captives behind him, the corners of his mouth twisting into a look of utter disdain. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 776, Ouroboros, the fight for profits, and the crushing repression that came with it was bloody and merciless. Luca didn't seem to sympathize with these captives even in the slightest bit. Perhaps those warlocks of the new generation would have their doubts. However, having experienced the turmoil in the central continent, the hostility of the Magus World and the glory afterwards, Luca definitely wouldn't entertain such a mentality. When we've arrived at the city of Alabaster and delivered our task, everyone can have a good rest. Luca yelled loudly, leading to his men joyously echoing his words. It was interjected by cries of fear from the captives. This scene was rather amusing. Also, everyone knows the rules, right? You don't need me to say anything. Luca then shot a fierce look across the people behind him. There was an exceptionally distinct hint of warning in his eyes. The other warlocks instantly turned sluggish. Lucard, on the other hand, forced a smile. Please rest assured, everyone absolutely will not show disrespect to the 3 madams of the city of Alabaster. Very well. Luca was clear of the situation at hand. Although he knew that many of the warlocks were reluctant to comply, his facial expression turned gentle. While the city of Alabaster was under the control of Lord Leylin's subordinates, it was obvious that freedom was maintained to a certain extent. Not only was there no mutual interference between the Ouroboros clan and the city of Alabaster, Lord Leylin also had his own staff that only took orders from the Lord himself. They had a firm control over the other end of the bilateral trade. If not for the newly formed organization, which didn't have much manpower, Luca and the rest wouldn't be doing such missions like exterminating people. Even so, before entering the subterranean world, these warlocks had been ordered repeatedly that it was necessary for them to comply to the commands from the city of Alabaster. They were not allowed to violate them. As for the fellows who daringly attempted to go against these instructions, their bones had already been turned to ashes. Only their soul was left behind in the endless prison in the city of Alabaster. Full of remorse, of course, there seemed to be some secret rumor going around that this situation had in some unclear connection to Lord Leylin and those three madams. Although he was already quite convinced of it deep in his heart, it was evident that Luca would not publicly announce it even till his death. The vast cityscape of the city of Alabaster gradually started to appear ahead of the troop. The everlasting radiance at the top of the structures was exceptionally gorgeous and dazzling, and had an extremely special feel to it. Rumor has it that the city of Alabaster was established in an instant when the Lord fully put his powerful Magus abilities to use. It received blessings from the Lord himself, and now has an everlasting quality. As he watched streams of people enter, as well as the envious and stunned expression on the face of the young lads in the troop, Luca felt a sense of pride that couldn't be put into words. No matter how many times I've seen it, it's really so hard to believe. Lucard came to Luca's side, his eyes filled with admiration. The ability to move mountains and suppress the seas was something that he could only look up to. Just touching the boundary of that sort of strength in his remaining years was hardly even possible. The city of underground commerce, Alabaster. Luca's voice had a rare hint of agitation in it. When we've delivered our task, we'll be able to go home. Go home, go home, the many youngsters cheered together. Bah! At this moment, the sound of a frivolous spit could be heard amongst the cheers and was exceptionally ear-piercing. Luca glanced over to see where the sound came from. It was from a young magus with a distinct aura of someone highborn. Only noble magi or had such a special feel to them. I remember you. You're the first wife's son of the family we destroyed this time. You're rumored to possess a noble bloodline, and you're the most highly ranked slave here. You bunch of damned invaders. The mighty underground Magus Alliance will not let you off. Although there were wounds on the young Magus' face, and his body was bound by forbidden magic chains, he still raised his head stubbornly. The underground Magus Alliance, that disordered resistance organization. Luca felt like laughing. I'm sorry, your wishes won't come true. Everything is witnessed by the Almighty Mother of the Abyss. The youngster was evidently very resolute. The look on his face made Luca furrow his brows. This sort of firm resolution was not because he was rooted to his beliefs, but stemmed from a confidence in some kind of trump card. Then, can you tell me what makes you so confident in that? Luca asked inquisitively. In such a circumstance, he was simply unable to see any possibility in the tables turning. This fellow was about to sold as a slave, and would just be adopted as a boy toy at best by some highly ranked magus who took a fancy to his appearance and bloodline. However, Luca didn't mind chatting with him for a while more. You'll see, the young man shot a fierce look at Luca before looking away. You damned swine, who do you think you are now? What position are you in to actually try to rebel against the reign of the Ouroboros clan? Lucard shouted harshly, itching to lash him with the whip in his hand. Forget it, Lucard. Luca grabbed Lucard's hand, and his voice turned gentle, which was a rare sight. He felt that he was still capable of showing mercy and compassion when dealing with this loser. HMPH. When we arrive at the slave market, I'll be sure to take good care of you. You can spend the rest of your life rolling around in mud and becoming a lowly experimental subject and filthy animal. Lucard gave the slave a menacing scare, making his face turn rather pale. His fist was clenched so tightly that his finger joints had turned white, yet he did not lower his head and continued to hold it high. This is the capital of commerce, the city of Alabaster. Remember to show your identification credentials and observe order, or you'll meet with expulsion or even be arrested. A few of the magi from the city of Alabaster were on patrol around the city gate. They shouted this with the help of sound amplification spells, allowing their voices to travel far. The many merchants and magi roaming about seemed to be very familiar with this. They lined themselves up in a composed manner, and everything appeared neat and orderly. Ahem, I have some contribution points from exterminating the enemy powers, as well as these highly ranked slaves. How much are these worth altogether? At this point, even the other warlocks in the team couldn't help but beam with joy after calculating their profits. However, strange distortions suddenly appeared in the sky in the distance. An enormous black storm cloud suddenly moved quickly across, and it had many strange skeleton runes at its center. Let go of Vic. The angry bellow of an aged person could be clearly heard from the dark clouds, causing the area around the city gate to become chaotic. Luca's legs also started to turn wobbly, even though his strength was at rank 3. This feeling, rank 5? No, a being that's rank 6 or above. Wasn't he just from a small family? Why would they be involved with this power? At this moment, the young slave had gotten a pleasant surprise and was full of smiles. Lord of the subsidiary clan, I'm here. A crimson radiance emerged from the young man's body, which was evidently some sort of indication of his location. A subsidiary clan? Is this a conspiracy or a coincidence? Luca's thoughts were a mess. King Arthur certainly wasn't the only Breaking Dawn contender in the first layer of the subterranean world. However, the majority of the other monsters lived in seclusion and spent their days cooped up in their laboratories. The city of Alabaster obviously wouldn't offend them just for such insignificant benefits. Thus, both sides appeared to show restraint. But now, a monster was clearly being dragged into the situation. How daring of you! You actually had the nerve to attack my affiliated clan. Anger could clearly be felt radiating from within the black cloud. The overbearing pressure of a solidified trucial made all the Magi and Warlocks crouch on the ground. Only the slaves were left standing, their faces glowing with happiness. Ha ha, you lowly bloodline bastards. How dare you offend the noble young master, Vic? I will execute every single one of you. No, before execution, I'll let you enjoy all the torturous punishments the subterranean world has to offer. The young man laughed maniacally. We're done for, unless Lord Leylin or King Arthur happens to be here. Even the chief of the Lyas family cannot match up to a rank 6 being. Luca's pupils shone with desperation as he watched the white arm bone reach out from the dark cloud. We cannot tolerate anyone violating the interests of our bloodline warlocks. At this very moment, a booming voice suddenly sounded from within the city of Alabaster. The voice was accompanied by a wave of terrifying bloodline strength. A scarlet radiance washed across the entire sky, as though it was inexhaustible and everlasting, pushing the dark cloud to a side. What bloodline is this? It definitely isn't the giant Chem-In serpent. A furious voice boomed from within the cloud, and there was even a hint of fear in it. It is I, Ouroboros, the limitless and everlasting snake. Ouroboros? Luca then saw the frighteningly enormous phantom of a giant snake burst out from the heart of the city of Alabaster, with a body that seemed to extend across the entire horizon. Whether it was the gigantic body of the snake or the bizarre scales on it, it had a completely different appearance from a giant Chem-In serpent. Yet, it made Luca feel like bowing in worship. Is this the legendary Emperor bloodline? Even as a veteran warlock of the Ouroboros clan, it was his first time witnessing the Emperor bloodline explode firsthand. But the familiar feeling from the bloodline and the orders originating from within his genes made Luca bow down right away, his eyes involuntarily brimming with tears. Having inherited Leylin's bloodline directly, the Emperor bloodline was also conferred the ability to grant these Chem-In descendants life or death. It was only now, after coming face to face with the might of the Emperor bloodline, did Luca thoroughly understand the actions of the other bloodline clans. Such an astounding bloodline was indeed worth sacrificing everything for. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 777, Manderhawk Plate, how is that possible? How could the city of Alabaster have a rank 6 Magus? A voice of denial sounded from within the dark crowd. The owner of the voice clearly did not expect this, as he thought he had already performed a detailed background check on the city of Alabaster before he dramatically knocked down their door. However, reality slapped him in the face. Nothing is impossible. Watch out, you old bastard. The one and only consequence for those who offend the interests of the bloodline warlocks is death. The monstrous, Ouroboros roared with an outburst of terrifying energy. It seemed still as eternity, yet was filled with infinite kinetic energy. Rumble, the Earth's crust shook violently, roaring. Even space itself was warped and the elements were pushed away. The only thing that came out unscathed was the city of Alabaster, which was under the protection of the Ouroboros. PSS. The dark clouds split open, exposing an elderly man in black robes. Impossible. How could a rank 6 acquire this power? The elderly's heart was full of regret. If he was given another chance, he would never choose to be Ouroboros clan's enemy. Sadly, he would not have the chance to do so. Go and repent in the astral plane? The monstrous serpent swallowed the elder mercilessly, and a terrifying quake shot out. It took over 10 minutes for the earth to settle completely. The phantom of a mountainous, infinite serpent shrank, and with a flash of light, merged into the body of a teenager with black hair and eyes. These features were proof that he was a pureblood of the Ouroboros clan. Master, Luca and Lucard greeted him respectively. He nodded and disappeared into the air. Captain, could that be? Lucard asked Luca with disbelief. If I'm not wrong, that master should be the son of the Monarch of Blood's first wife, Master Sire. He's actually achieved rank 6 at a few hundred years of age. The bloodline of the master, Sai. Luca looked at Lucard worriedly, and he could see a tinge of loneliness from Lucard's eyes. Legend says the pure bloodline of Master Leylin comes with 2 forms. The first is infinity, and the second is the world. So, that master had inherited the bloodline power of infinity. Lucard felt a sense of desolation. Both he and Sire were about the same age, but Leylin's son's achievements seemed out of his league. Luca had no choice but to shout for his attention. Let's stop thinking about that. Hurry up and escort all the captives in. No worries, Cap. No matter what bloodline they've inherited, it's good for the clan. Lucard bowed to him with full respect and soon started to manage the crowd. Many of the captives were chased inside, while the arrogant teenage captive was totally dumbfounded, stuck in place. Needless to say, the fight caused a sensation. However, Sire just flew straight back into the heart of the city. Aunt Ignis, a noblewoman with elegant hair, stood in the living room, the perfect image of a nobility. Congratulations, little Sire. Ignis' eyes were full of surprise as she exclaimed, You even entered the realm of Breaking Dawn directly. Leylin's bloodline really is extraordinary. This is nothing to be proud of. After all, my brothers and sisters are just as powerful. Sire smiled humbly. Yes, your siblings. Ignis had a benevolent smile on her face. I've still got lots of things to work on. Daniel advanced far before I did. His path is already fixed. All he needs to do is to stick with the path and keep on upgrading himself. If I were to compare, your effort definitely deserves much more appreciation. Ignis knew very well the differences between Leylin's 2 bloodlines, but either once was terrifying beyond her imagination. Anyway, Belinda and Sophia are rather caught up in something. Would you like to see them? Sire rejected her suggestion. No need. Nobody will dare to take any action for at least some time now that Magus plot is ruined. I want to return to the surface and visit Father. It's being a long time since I last met that fellow. Ignis sounded dissatisfied as she talked about Leylin, and Sire could only smile wryly in response to the past affairs between his elders. Within a laboratory in some unknown dimensional void, Leylin opened his eyes. They seemed to flash with black lightning. Buzz, buzz, Leylin's body shook, and a layer of stone came loose and fell from the surface of his clothes. Beep. The analysis of the world of God's apparatus has been completed. Time spent, 67 years and 13 months. The AI chip's voice faithfully reminded him. It's been over 60 years, together with removing memories and the preparations for the experiments, nearly 300 years have passed. Leylin's handsome face remained just the same as before, as though the power of time was completely lost on his body. However, the wait was extremely worthwhile. I managed to gather the required data. Leylin was deep in thought. When he swallowed Beelzebub, the power of laws he'd gained had caused great agitation and chaos to his own memories. This was especially true because Beelzebub was an old freak who'd lived for an unknown length of time. His memories contained all sorts of information, including many secrets about gods. Leylin did not want to put it to waste, hence he'd had the AI chip record every single thing. It was why it took so long for him to wake up. However, all my efforts were worth it. I can finally start something practical. Leylin came to an astral gate with an excited expression on his face. This specific astral gate was incomparably enormous. On top of that, there were many strange runes on it that included Leylin's personal comprehensions of the power of laws. Gods, an ancient yet dazzling light shot from Leylin's hand, merging into the huge stone gate. Buzz, buzz, the entire gate shook violently, and there were even some strange energy undulations in the laboratory. With his powerful soul force, Leylin connected to the entire astral plane in a moment. The vast sea of stars, which were as old as history, washed over Leylin's own soul force. This feeling was rather different than his previous experiences. If not for his near-rank 7 soul force, the destructive power of the astral plane would have completely erased him. The splendid nebulae seemed to ebb and flow continuously, distorting numerous rings of stars. It was like Leylin's body was a huge black hole, engulfing everything around him. This kind of extreme long-distance projection serves to be a great challenge for the soul force of a Magus. Leylin remained calm, his soul force seemingly indestructible. He sat and watched the galaxies flow away before him. Finally, after what felt like a century, his expression changed as he almost saw the end of the astral river. Such a special feeling. A simple premonition had Leylin sighing with exclamation. The Magus World and World of Gods are like oceans at opposite ends of a galaxy. No wonder those ancient Magi were still attached to this universe. In spite of his vast database, Leylin was still awed by the marvelous scenery in front of him after the indescribable sensation faded. There was a dense crystalline wall in front of him, shimmering like a well-constructed beehive. In the astral river, it looked magnificent and infinite. Within the crystal wall was a radiant light, the light of the gods. Leylin's body trembled, and a phantom Targaryen appeared immediately, its slit eyes filled with desire and familiarity. The world of gods, the world origin force of such a powerful foreign world would be so great, not to mention the law of devouring originates from here. Leylin appeared to be rather calm despite every single cell in his body longing for it. Deep in his heart, he maintained his cold determination. This crystal wall system, Leylin's soul force encircled around the huge crystal wall, feeling the immeasurable depths of its power. The culmination of the world's origin force, and there's also the conscience of gods there. Leylin's expression turned more solemn the more he sensed. It stubbornly rejects everything from outside and has blocked all connections from the outside world. It's as solid as steel and just as unyielding. With a simple probe, Leylin understood clearly that even the creator of this system couldn't destroy it. Of that he was pretty sure. It's impossible to break through such a system. The only way is to use Beelzebub's method to smuggle myself in. Beelzebub only needed to leave the world of gods, and he was a native himself. It'll be much more difficult for me. It's only expected that I had to spend 300 years of simulation to find a safe method of passing through. Manderhawk plate. Layers of virtual light gathered in Leylin's palm, forming a circular disc. On the disc were peculiar patterns, especially the huge chipped edge, and it looked like it was bitten off by some unknown creature. In the memories of Beelzebub, this was the key to secretly pass through the crystal wall system. The main material plane in the world of gods also had strong isolating power. It's hard even for the gods to transfer their powers. It was the same for Beelzebub, who was located at the ninth of hell. Leylin recalled this bit of information that the AI chip had organized. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 778, Exploring the World of Gods. Exploring the World of Gods, the Path of the Gods, known as the Path of Faith, was the foundation of the laws of the world of gods. Whether it was gods, demons, or even devils, their desire for believers and souls was frightening. The competition on the main material plane had been fierce from the very beginning. Compared to the gods who had resources and money to spare, a devil like Beelzebub was already on the losing end and had no choice but to rack his brain for ideas. His reputation in the main world was awful as a result. However, this all changed one day. Beelzebub obtained a fantastic divine device, the Manderhawk plate. He had named it himself, since he had never seen any description of this device in history, although its effects were extremely powerful. This Manderhawk plate had the miraculous effect of reducing the suppressive effects of a world boundary. In other words, if Beelzebub wanted to transmit his godly power to the main material plane and would normally be taxed 90% of his power, the Manderhawk plate would reduce the amount he needed to pay to 10% or even fewer. This consumption was much cheaper and convenient for him as compared to the gods of that realm. Because of this advantage, Beelzebub had been able to develop and flourish in the main world, gathering large amounts of the power of faith and souls, establishing his status in hell in one fell swoop. Of course, the gods were no fools. After a period of investigation, they had banded together and complete purged of the organization that worshipped him. Evidently, Beelzebub, who resisted the many gods alone, had no choice but to get lost. Not only did all the resources he had amassed in the main material plane disappear, with only a few followers slipping past the net and on their last legs, he wasn't doing well in hell either, where he was suppressed by the other hell sovereign kings. Thankfully, the secret of the Manderhawk plate had not been leaked, or else there was no way he could settle this matter so easily. Even after all this, Beelzebub was already paranoid and did not dare take any more action in the main material plane. He, who had the Manderhawk plate, set his sights on areas outside the world of gods. In the limitless astral plane, there were many intellectual beings. The power of faith they could generate was a huge temptation for him, and it was even better because no gods or other enemies could notice this. After a period of experiments, Beelzebub succeeded. Of course, after that, he had been unlucky enough to meet Leylin. His main body was probably grievously injured and now in a deep sleep, and he could even die if he was unlucky. After all, hell was not a peaceful place. The power to extinguish the barriers between worlds, the glowing disk arrived at the periphery of the crystal wall where numerous runes were flickering. It seemed to attract some existence within the wall, which made the area surrounding the wall soften. This made Leylin wonder if this situation would spread to the rest of the wall. No, this isn't from a flaw in the laws. This was a way out left behind from the very beginning, set up during the design process. With Leylin's foresight, he immediately saw how extraordinary the Manderhawk plate was. Based on Beelzebub's thoughts, the Manderhawk plate could very well be an imitation of the most powerful deity device in the world of gods, the clay plate of destiny. This is very possible. Perhaps this plate might even be a part of the clay plate of destiny. Leylin's eyes burned with fervor. What he had in his hands was obviously not the real Manderhawk plate, or else he would long have been able to enter the world of gods. Why would he have needed to go through all this trouble? The shining plate in Leylin's hands was merely a specific device made by the AI chip from Beelzebub's memories, as well as the precise calculations down with knowledge on the equipment of the world of gods. With data from experiments on the real thing, as well as long periods of observing and doing research to imitate it, Leylin had great confidence in this imitation. Things were as expected. Under the rays of the fake Manderhawk plate, the region of the crystal wall here was already beginning to melt, revealing a large passageway. It was this easy. Leylin furrowed his brows, but still separated a thread of a soul seed, which disappeared into the pathway. Get lost. The moment the soul seed touched the crystal wall, a terrifying voice sounded, bringing with it a powerful isolating conscient. Pooh! The seed was immediately annihilated, and even the Manderhawk plate was floating unsteadily. Has the will of the world of gods awoken? No, this is just its subconscious mind. This extent is just. Instantly, Leylin knew what had happened. This was an instinctive reaction of the crystal wall, which repelled souls like Leylin who tried to enter. His different type of soul force was immediately discovered, without leaving any room for doubt. You're the one who should scram. You're just a sleeping subconscious will. Scram. 2 streaks of black lightning shot out from Leylin's eyes, his black hair flying while he looked to have turned into an ancient demon. HSS, the tremendous body of a Targaryen emerged behind Leylin, its energy undulations and rank 7 while resisting the crystal wall. Buzz buzz. At this moment, the Manderhawk plate in Leylin's hands flashed and completely enveloped the entire area, not allowing any information to be transmitted. Near rank 7 power was something that even the wills of small worlds could only somewhat resist. While the world of gods was incomparably powerful, it was still slumbering, and there was only a small region resisting. It had not activated its full force, and the Manderhawk plate had even removed a portion of its sensing abilities, so therefore it was at its weakest. Pack. In that moment, a surge of powerful emotions disappeared, revealing a small space. Now's the time, Leylin's eyes flashed, and numerous soul seeds separated and disappeared into the crystal wall. Boom! Practically the very moment the soul seeds disappeared into the pathway, the entire Manderhawk plate crumbled into powder. Leylin was sent flying backwards, numerous terrifying wounds already appearing on his body as he turned pale. Fresh blood spurted everywhere, but it returned to Leylin's body at an even faster rate, as if his body had become a huge magnet. The terrifying injuries disappeared in an instant, though Leylin's face was still obviously pale. Just the backlash from a small portion of the crystal wall reduced me to this state, despite the protection of the Manderhawk plate. Leylin's eyes were filled with admiration. He had not attacked the wall forcefully before, or else he would have met the counterattack of the crystal wall and fury of the gods, which would have turned him into ashes in an instant. This sort of powerful ability not only failed to make Leylin afraid, but it left him longing to best it. However, Leylin's sighs of admiration disappeared in an instant. He was now putting effort into maintaining the connection with his soul, and the terrifying consumption continued. Unlike separated true souls, one couldn't sever the support to a soul seed if they wished to maintain it. Even for an existence like Leylin, the consumption from behind the barrier in the world of gods was astonishing, even though things had happened only for a short moment. The AI chip was now quickly recording. The process of traversing through the crystal wall was not smooth, and soon information on the soul seeds being annihilated was transmitted. Soul seed number 1 extinguished. Soul seed number 2 extinguished. Estimated time that host can maintain support 31H 24 min 12s. However, this lessened the consumption on his end, allowing Leylin to go on for longer. Swish! An orange meteor streaked through the night skies, descending in a dark forest. This is the world of gods. Leylin's soul seed scanned the surroundings. It was a dark forest, and his blaming flames had already caused the area around him to be charred, creating an empty area there. An enormous malicious intent, as well as these laws. Leylin's soul seed did all it could to gather data. The terrifying will of the world of gods might only be suppressing me unconsciously, but that's enough to suppress the range of the soul forces scanning to within 10 meters. On top of that, these limitations on otherworldly power. Leylin could clearly sense that this was an exceptionally strict world, with extremely powerful limitations on otherworldly strength. Even if Morning Star Magi came here, they would not possess powerful strength, and it was impossible for them to do what they could in the Magus World. The energy particles are very stable here and easy to manipulate. The exemplaries of this world must find it hard to break through individually. The norm should be to work in groups. 10 adventurers in a group would be a good arrangement. Even if my main body comes, I'd probably be suppressed by 1 to 2 ranks and only be able to exhibit strength of Morning Star or Radiant Moon under such stringent conditions. How terrifying would the gods who have been able to break through be? At this point, Leylin suddenly found that he had underestimated the gods. Their strength far exceeded his expectations, especially since he was being suppressed by such a large degree. "Oh, Vanna, look, is that a meteor? It landed in the forest." In a little village by the forest, a little boy with some freckles on his nose glanced at the sky, suddenly speaking to the pigtailed girl beside him. "I've made a decision. I'm going to look for it." "Tiff, have you gone mad? The priest has already said that a meteor is a bad omen." Ovanna glanced her friend in worry. "Priest?" Ovanna's eyes showed her fear. "That's true. Then I'm not going." The meteor from before had evidently brought a large change to the village. Many adults gathered, looking worried, and all began to pray nearby a little altar in the village. Ovanna and Tiff quickly separated, but what the young girl did not notice was that after parting ways, Tiff ran outside the village, an excited look in his eyes. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 779, Tiff Tiff, a meteor shower signifies the fall of a powerful being? Tiff's eyes glinted. Though it represents something ominous, I don't really care. Such a great opportunity is hard to come by. In no time at all, this area will be crowded with adventurers. I have to be the first to get the good stuff. Who knows, I might walk the path of an adventurer and become a respected noble. From the perspective of a young child, those adventurers who passed by the village once in a while wearing their armor were amazing and powerful. The knights nearby were even more of a big deal. If there's another legendary item, Tiff's eyes were shining, and some saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. Don't those wandering bards always talk about these in their stories? While the heroes are young, they'll pick up some deity device by chance and thus walk the path of destiny. That's so cool. With his reverence towards heroes, Tiff gathered his courage and entered the dense forest. At this moment, Leylin's soul seed was in huge trouble. Damn it! With this rate of consumption as well as the restrictions on otherworldly power, Leylin found himself completely immobile, and his remaining soul force was quickly being depleted by the pressure from the enormous pressure of the world. No, a naked soul seed completely bared is just too weak. I need to find a body to rest on. Leylin's soul force was constantly being depleted, and all the items within 10 meters entered his sight, but were all denied. No living beings. These plants won't work because they're too weak. The rocks are all right, but if I can't find a substitute item. Near the end, Leylin's soul seed finally found an item that he was somewhat satisfied with. This was a rusty and mottled broken sword that had been buried here for years. It was concealed by the rotten soil, and Leylin's appearance would allow it to see the light of day once more. Soul attachment? A thread of dark red luster flashed on the blade of the sword, and Leylin's soul seed disappeared. After entering the broken sword, Leylin was delighted to find that the consumption on his end had lessened, though it was still terrifying. Meanwhile, a feeling of weakness was transmitted from within Leylin's soul seed. Just the movement of my soul used up most of my reserves. At this rate, even with support from my main body, I won't last even a few days. I need to find a way to replenish it or gather some data. With the world of God's powerful wall as an obstruction, the support from Leylin's body would have to go through the barrier, which meant the consumption was tremendous. Even Leylin's main body could not last so long. Once the main body recalled the energy he was providing, the soul seed would automatically be destroyed. Beep! Gathering data on air and elemental particles, attempting to analyze world law, recalculating physical constants. At this moment, the AI chip was constantly scanning the surroundings, sending over the most precious first-hand information back. Even the rules are different. With the malicious intent and suppression from worlds like these, I'd be unable to display too exceptional strength even if my main body were to go over. All spell models must be modified. Leylin looked solemn. Immediately after, external soul strength immediately sensed the approach of another life form. In the senses of his soul force, the area around him in the forest was rustling, following which a boy with a head of fiery red hair made his way in from the grass. He wore linen clothing that looked tattered and had traces of being mended, showing that his family situation was not very good. In his eyes, Leylin saw fear and anticipation. Is this an intellectual life form of this world? It's the same as in Beelzebub's memories and no different from ordinary humans. With Beelzebub's memory database, Leylin was not completely clueless about the world of gods. From his appearance, he should be a child from a village nearby, or I could make use of him. It's not bad to gather intel on the lowest level of the social hierarchy and the format of their organizations. At this thought, Leylin immediately decided his actions. This should be where the meteor landed. Hick! It was already night. The cool moonlight fell through the treetops, and the dark forest was whistling with cold winds. The temperature had evidently fallen quite a bit, and Tiff could not help but wrap his arms around himself. The fear of the future as well as the dark surroundings in the forest left him fearful. Boogoo, boogoo, 2 bird calls were heard from the treetops, immediately causing Tiff to jump like a cat that had its tail stepped on. Who is it? Who's there? The youngster's sharp voice pierced through the skies, alarming a few black birds. The sound of flapping wings was heard, followed by dark figures that disappeared into the skies. Tiff found that his heart was beating as hard as it ever could, to the point that it might even jump out from his throat. Mighty goddess of the spring waters, please bless me. Let me complete this expedition and find those hidden treasures. Tiff swears that he will go to your church and make contributions later. Tiff's hands were now clasped together as he prayed. He believed in the goddess of the spring waters, which was the main religion of the village. Though she was a new god and lacked much strength, it was for this reason that she was very generous to her followers, and therefore the prime selection for the peasants in poverty-stricken areas. After praying, nothing happened, but Tiff was now more courageous. His hands were shaking slightly as he pushed the grass aside, but his footsteps were firm as he headed to the empty land. There's nothing at all other than a huge charred pit. After noticing this, Tiff obviously looked disappointed. Unwilling to admit failure, he rummaged through the area, still mumbling, "How can there be nothing? Where's the legendary weapon? Magic item? Oh gods, even a few golds are enough. Yet another fool ruled by greed?" Leylin's soul seed watched on and judged disdainfully. "But I can make use of that." With this thought, threads of light shone from the sides of the broken sword, exceptionally obvious in the pitch-black night. Damn it! The amount of energy here is enough to use a morning star spell in the Magus World, yet it only produces dim rays of light here. As he compared the rules of the two worlds, as well as the consumption from using spells, Leylin's heart sunk. With this consumption, the soul seed would not be able to cause any fatal damage to this lifeform, even with Leylin's main body supporting energy. With the reserves of my soul force, I can't even use the most fundamental intellectual lifeform bewitchment. However, metallic items are still quite valuable here. Especially for a boy full of fantasies, a broken blade can still attract his attention, Leylin judged. As expected, after noticing the light, Tiff's eyes brightened as he arrived before the broken blade from before. He expended much effort, pushing aside the soil and rocks, and used his filthy hands to run his hands over the blade, allowing it to see the light of day again. The rays seemed to have been produced from this sword. Tiff was rather confident of this, but as he observed the rusted sword as well as the signs of corrosion on the hilt, he was less sure now. However, even if this broken sword wasn't any magic artifact, it was still very attractive to Tiff. After all, boys had a passion for weapons from the depths of their heart, especially for boys like Tiff who had many fantasies. Blacksmith Uncle Glan could buy it. This is worth at least 3 coppers. No, 5. Tiff held this broken sword in satisfaction, the heaviness making him feel extremely pleased. The sword, with only half its original length, was much lighter, but Tiff's attempts at a few moves still failed. I've made my decision. Even if Uncle Glan gives me 5 coppers, I won't sell this." Tiff nodded surely and kept his spoils well, humming nursery rhymes as he returned near the village. Of course, the price of exploring on his own was being taught a lesson by his father, and he was also given a stern warning not to enter the forest again. Tiff did not care about this at all. While his ass was smarting with pain, he cleverly kept the spoils from his adventure amongst some firewood. If not, he knew very well that his father would definitely sell off this sword and turn it into a few cups of cheap rum mixed with water, pouring into his stomach and completely disappearing. This was the key to Tiff's life as an adventurer. How could it be squandered away so easily? This couldn't be allowed, even if it was for his father's sake. The boy made his decision. With this thought in mind, the boy contentedly entered dreamland while daydreaming about being an adventurer and hero, while the surging darkness in the outside world never once stopped. With orders by the mighty oracle, purge this place of heresy. At some point, a group of knights had already encircled the village. Their metallic armor, as well as the runes unique to a church, was intimidating. This was the church of a god, and was also the army of the church. It represented a god's will and was not to be disobeyed. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 780, Encirclement and Repentance. Encirclement and Repentance. The oracle said this place has been polluted by a foreign force. A purge is necessary. At the middle of the group of knights was an old man wearing the attire of a bishop, looking devout and pious. He seemed extremely stern. "Lord Bishop, we have completely surrounded the area." A knight reported respectfully after urging his horse over. He was chiseled, his features as sharp as a knife. "Good. Divine Core, be prepared to coordinate with each other. Don't let even a single heretic escape." the bishop waved his hand. Numerous youthful and resolute priests, dressed in white ceremonial clothing, followed behind him, followed by the groups of knights in an orderly manner. A serious crisis immediately enveloped the little town, but the residents did not notice at all. An exemplary polluted by the power of other laws. Though his detection abilities were largely limited, Leylin still sensed the people surrounding the village. It was a pity that there was nothing he could do. In his current state, he needed Tiff's help just to get out of the forest. There was no way to break through this besiegement. The surveillance by the gods is extremely strict, Leylin exclaimed in admiration. He'd noticed the altar when he'd first entered the village, as well as the laws it emitted. Of course, there were some differences between the laws here and those of beings from other worlds. Perhaps a more appropriate name for it would be divine force. With the protection of divine force, the whole village was akin to a domain. Though the effects were extremely weak compared to a real domain, they had similar characteristics. A foreign being like me would be discovered the moment I enter the domain. Leylin sighed. Unless I find an area where the truly faithless gather or evade places with altars or shrines, there's nowhere for me to hide when I'm in this form. It's a pity that it's impossible. In Beelzebub's memories, practically all intellectual beings of the world of gods had faith in various gods. Here, being faithless was very frightening. Even those followers of another religion or those who had faith in the devils were treated better than the faithless. It was rumored that after death, the souls of the faithless were not accepted by any gods and could only howl and wail as they were crucified while alive. Faith in the gods spreads like numerous nodes throughout the world of gods. Each follower's soul will be branded by the gods. Here, massacres were obviously not forbidden. However, all research done on souls were seen as a blasphemy to the gods, and those discovered doing so would be burnt at the stake. It was fine to kill the followers of the gods, but if he tried to influence their souls in the slightest degree, the gods would notice in an instant. The fury of having one's child touched by someone else was definitely enough to induce fury from the gods. The souls of priests, deity officials, devout followers, and sacred warriors must definitely not be touched, or else their god will be provoked and surely won't take this lying down. This was the most important lesson Leylin had learnt from Beelzebub's memories. In other words, in the world of gods, it's impossible to massacre and devour souls in order to quickly regain strength. If I do that, there'd be something like a tracker on me, and I'd be discovered by the gods no matter where I go. Of course, in a foreign world, my soul strength isn't much. I won't be able to escape. After determining the situation, Leylin strangely felt relaxed. He was only a soul seed at this point, and it being exterminated would not really affect the main body much. He could make use of this opportunity to gather more data. Come at me, sacrificers to the gods. A streak of dark red flashed from the broken sword with a bloodthirsty radiance. The sounds of the neighing of horses, high-pitched roars, the blood-curdling screams, and profound pleas for help. Tiff used the back of his hand, which was cleaner, and rubbed his eyes, and then yawned. He, who had been awakened by the sounds, saw the fire outside his window. The trotting of horses, the slamming of doors, and shouts lingered by his ear like the mumbles of a devil. What's going on? Is this a nightmare? Tiff's mind was in a state of confusion, unable to react to what was going on. What did you come out for? Get back in there. After Tiff left the room, he was immediately pushed roughly back in. On his father's face was a grimness and solemnness that Tiff had never witnessed before. But before he could obediently return to his room, a tall, handsome steed rammed into his garden. Mounting the horse was a knight wearing steel armor. The luxurious armor, made out of steel, rendered Tiff speechless, for this usually belonged to lords who were knights or some family heirloom belonging to nobility, such as barons. Even the baron who was closest to this area might not have goods of such quality. Tiff's eyes were full of fear and envy. Meanwhile, he also noticed a crest on the armor. This was the crest of the spring water goddess. It's the holy knights of the spring water goddess. What are they doing here? It had to be said that these holy knights used to be Tiff's idols, but what they were doing now was just destroying his dreams. Esteemed lord, may I know? Tiff's father gathered his courage and approached the knight. Before he could finish his sentence, however, he was ruthlessly sent flying and crashed to the ground. I'm only saying this once. All residents are to gather at the altar. Everyone, the knight burst through Tiff's front door, and what followed was the sound of trunks and boxes being rummaged through. Tiff's mother, brothers and sisters were chased out. Following his father and the rest of his family, Tiff left through the front door and headed to the heart of the village to gather. It was only at this point that Tiff noticed, stunned, that the other villagers had been expelled from their homes and flowed like a stream to converge at the center of the village. What's going on? Tiff still had no idea of what exactly was happening. All he knew was that his mother had a tight hold on his hand, to the point that it was painful. In front of him was his father, whose expression was dark and full of uneasiness. Even when the famine had happened for the past few years, and when the tax officers had come to the village, Tiff had not seen such an expression on his father's face before. The many villagers gathered like herded sheep. The knights raised their torches and surrounded them, shining brightly in the night sky. Around the knights were also many priests. Their clothes were even more extravagant than the priest he had seen previously in the village. To make it simple, all of them must be amazing people. Cough, 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 cough. The solemn atmosphere, as well as the arrival of the deity officials and knights, caused Tiff to begin to feel fear, though he had no reason why. Lord Bishop, all the villagers have gathered. This is the village chief. A knight with golden patterns on his armor tossed an old man who was trembling hard before the bishop. Lord Bishop, our Khan village has always been piously worshipping the spring water goddess and never dared go against her. From Tiff's perspective, this village chief, who was usually very capable, was like a baby here, weeping and sniffing in front of the old bishop. The god has taught us to treat every follower with love. The old bishop kindly helped the village chief up and even bent to his knees to help brush off the soil, immediately giving rise to feelings of gratitude from the chief. The reason I'm here is because I was instructed by the god to purge this area of foreign forces. After the chief calmed down, the bishop expressed his purpose in coming here. For some reason, Tiff saw his father's body swaying and almost crumpling to the ground. Even his mother was beginning to sob quietly, and the surrounding villagers looked as if the world was ending. It was only a long time later that Tiff knew that the gods were very brutal when it came to dealing with foreign forces. Even the commoners in the area that were affected had terrible, miserable conclusions to their lives. Of course, he was a mere child now. All he knew was that after the bishop, who seemed very influential, spoke, the many villagers, including the chief himself, went limp and fell to the ground, unable to even plead. "O mighty spring water goddess, your humble servants piously offer sacrifices to you. Please open your godly eyes and differentiate the foreign force here." In front of the altar in the little village, the bishop devoutly prayed. Immediately after, milky white rays of light surged from the altar, bringing with it a holy, clean luster. "Come here one by one so we can separate you. The god will not misidentify anyone," the old bishop announced. Immediately after, those knights began to grab hold of the villages, pressing them down under the altar and forcing them to kneel and repent. The villagers were forced to go through with this ceremony under the altar one after another, and the rays of light on the altar stayed white. Next, the old bishop looked ruthless, as if nothing in the world was worth him frowning or hesitating over. The holy knights were like demons, only knowing to complete their tasks robotically. Finally, it was Tiff's family's turn. First was his father and sister, and then Tiff. Tiff knelt on the cool ground, feeling very uncomfortable. "Quick, repent!" A tremendous force could be felt on his back, and he had no choice but to bend down. "Mighty spring water goddess, Banks, you are the god of all spring waters, and also the stars in the sky, the one who loves us like a mother. I confess to you, if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 781, Eruption. Tiff was muddle-headed as he prayed, but he'd already performed this ceremony of repentance in the past. Even if he stammered over his words, there were generally no mistakes. "It can't be. We've found it." However, Tiff found that the aura in his surroundings had changed afterwards. The gazes gathered on him were like those of wolves, causing every hair on his body to stand on end in his nervousness. "What's going on?" Tiff raised his head, stunned. He immediately saw that the milky white lights from the altar had turned a demonic dark red. "Foreign force?" Tiff felt his neck being grasped, and his entire body was yanked into the air. The old bishop in front of him now looked incomparably sinister. He could faintly see his father wailing before he was struck to the ground. Now even the villagers isolated his family members, keeping away from them like they had the plague. "No, once more, please try it once more. My Tiff definitely would not blaspheme against the goddess." The cries lingered in Tiff's ears, but the grasp on his neck was becoming increasingly tight, to the point that he was feeling suffocated. At this moment, the palm released its hold on him, and long-awaited fresh air poured into his windpipe. Tears and mucus flowed out of him. "Say it, heretic, how did you go against the teachings of the goddess?" The bishop's brows furrowed slightly at the sight of this heretic. This heretic's strength was much too weak, and was incomparable to the powerful blasphemers from before. Such a small threat would not have warranted the goddess descending and commanding them to act. Truth spell? A dot of golden light flew from the bishop's hands, disappearing into Tiff's forehead. Following which, Tiff found his mouth beginning to move involuntarily, answering all of the bishop's questions. Tiff's life had been very normal to the point that it was boring. When he was asked about the exploration earlier in the day, the bishop's breathing evidently became rougher. "Quick, surround the kitchen at the back of this home." A tremendous force flew out, and Tiff felt like his body was floating high up in the clouds before falling into a gigantic iron hoop, making his whole body ache everywhere. With the escort of many soldiers, Tiff and his family members arrived in front of their house. Immediately after, waves of knights rushed forward as if meeting with some great enemy, finding a mottled iron sword. "Lord Bishop," the leading knight respectfully offered up the sword with both hands. The powerful, sinister strength from the iron sword caused the bishop to frown, a demonic item or a temptation from the devils. Even appraisal techniques are useless on it. Though he had no idea what the characteristics of this item was, the bishop had already decided what would be his current target. "If I purify this item, the favor and care I get from the goddess should be able to raise my ranking as a priest by a whole grade, right?" The bishop's eyes showed how bewitched he was by this notion before he repented piously. "O mighty spring water goddess, please forgive your servant for his greed." For some reason, there were no strange changes to the iron sword that Leylin's soul seed was residing in. It docilely allowed the bishop to add all sorts of seals to it, and with numerous knights escorting it, they arrived at the altar in the village. This child's soul has already been polluted by the power of the foreign force. The bishop stood before the altar, stating his final judgment on Tiff. "Burn him to death, burn him to death, burn him to death." Before Tiff could react, the many villagers began to howl maliciously. Such a zealous atmosphere and the large difference from what Tiff was used to seeing caused him to break out in tears. Even his family were bound by the infuriated villagers on wooden crosses that had been made on the spot. Tiff had a very bad feeling of what was going to happen. "No, please forgive them. I did nothing. I only brought an iron sword back. I'm willing to repent for that." Tiff wailed and pleaded for the last time. "For the goddess' sake, you can punish me, but please let my family off. The family of the heretic must also be purified." What answered him was the bishop's grave expression. Immediately after, amidst large amounts of flames and the cries of children, Tiff fainted in his fear. "Mighty goddess, your servant piously invites you to descend." After burning Tiff's family at the stake, the bishop began to pray in front of the altar devoutly with his other sacrifices. As the chief offender, Tiff and that iron sword contaminated by evil needed to be personally dealt with by the goddess herself. Is this the path of faith? The soul seed in the iron sword was watching all that the bishop was doing, using religious ceremonies to spread fanatic behavior, while gathering the extreme emotions and soul force emanated from the followers. Leylin calmly analyzed. In his current state, he basically could not resist at all. Hence, he placed all his effort on gathering intel. Through this period of observation, the details on the surface of the world of gods were shown in front of him, clearer than Beelzebub's memories. First is the surroundings. Otherworldly power is limited to a very harsh degree. The regular beings here, with even the most common peasant, has a body that surpasses that of regular people in the Magus World by a huge degree, and even by several times. And then, we have the priests and knights here. Leylin could clearly sense the strength of another existence's laws from the priests. Though this path was very similar to Purgatory World's Path of Offerings, there were still differences. The chief difference was that the usage of the power of faith was very wide-ranging. Just the slight disturbance he had caused had allowed Leylin to see so many of these so-called priests. The number of people here were obviously gathered only from the surrounding regions. If power was to be poured into all of the priests there were, the many dignitaries of Purgatory World would go bankrupt, and yet it was a simple matter for the gods here. Furthermore, there were differences when compared with the trade of equivalent exchange of the Path of Offerings. The sacrificers here all thought themselves to be the servants of the gods and believed they had very low statuses. This situation aroused Leylin's interest, urging him to find out more. Furthermore, as there are too many, the gods can't focus on every single one of their followers unless they are invited to do so or if there are blasphemous souls. Leylin watched the bishop that began to pray, the feeling of an existence of laws descending beginning to tingle in the area. I need to do something. He made his decision and then placed his focus on Tiff. Leylin, whose body was now but a broken sword, had no way to resist. He needed some sort of medium. Come to think of it, this guy was rather suitable. Blood and fire. And then there were the malicious smiles from the villagers, knights, and priest. This was what Tiff saw in his dreams. The heavy feeling of being suppressed was like a huge mountain, destroying this child's soul. In this situation, manipulating Tiff was just too easy for Leylin. Hey kid, do you want to take revenge? Many flames shot out all of a sudden, converging into a huge face that stared at Tiff. Of course, no matter what you are, whether a demon or devil, it's fine even if you want my soul. Please give me the strength to take revenge. Tiff began to weep in his dreams as he knelt. How astute. I like it. The flaming human face smiled evilly, turning into a gigantic blazing winged serpent that disappeared into Tiff's body. Remember, my godly name is Cuculcan, the feathered serpent Cuculcan. Your soul, flesh, and everything shall, from here on, belong to me. A voice sounded in Tiff's mind, and immediately after, he felt as if his body was lit with flames and felt like it was burning. What's going on? This kid's body is burning. The clamor around him caused Tiff to open his eyes once more, but the charred crosses not too far away only resulted in tears of disappointment. The boiling hot feeling did not dissipate as Tiff stared at his palm. This was no longer like a human. Strangely enough, there were scales with flames around, looking like a palm of vengeance that had come straight from hell. So, it wasn't a dream? Tiff mumbled. At this moment, the bishop and knights were startled by Tiff's appearance. From their point of view, he had suddenly been enveloped by a layer of fire, turning into some demonic thing that had come from hell. Kill him! Holy radiance flickered from the bodies of a few knights as they brandished their large swords and charged towards him. Ah! Tiff yelled, and the seals on the broken sword that Leylin had attached himself to crumbled and then fell into his hands. Die! The broken sword slashed and created a few mysterious red streaks. Immediately after, the knights' bodies fissured, with blood and innards flying everywhere alongside the horrified cries of the villagers. As if there was a limitless amount of strength being poured into from the hilt of the broken sword, Tiff was like a death god as he reaped the lives of the surrounding knights. His life rays have gotten more powerful. He's at least comparable to a level 15 officer. Goddess Banks, how is this possible? Goddess, please bless us. The many knights and deity officials yelled in fury. However, Tiff cared nothing at all for things like this. His mind had already been filled with the thirst for revenge. One after another, the enemies were destroyed under his bloody red field of vision, which then focused on the bishop. Let's end this with a final experiment. Innate ability. Devour. With Leylin's will, Tiff's arm grabbed onto the bishop's shoulders, following which his flesh began to melt at a visible rate. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 782, A Call from Dreamscape. A call from Dreamscape, the goddess, will not let you off, the bishop said as he put up his final struggle. His face was filled with the fanatic expression of someone who had died for a good cause. Leylin simply did not give a hoot about all of this. Well, the transformation efficiency of his flesh is not bad. His divine force is also rather decent. Next up, the soul, the most important part. However, when the broken sword came into contact with the bishop's soul, the situation changed drastically. You actually have the cheek to profane my soul?" The excruciating pain from somewhere deep within his soul made the bishop come to his senses. A mix of despair and resolution surfaced on his face. "Almighty goddess, your devotee sincerely offers his own life and longs for your arrival. Divine art, deity's descent." The powerful counterattack made Tiff take many steps back in succession. The summoning ceremony that had been interrupted resumed, now moving very quickly. After all, the bishop had been working himself before, but now the goddess only needed to take the initiative to descend. Indeed, the soul of a devotee is a forbidden zone. Leylin gave a forced laugh and immediately sent a command to Tiff's brain, telling him to go far away and leave the iron sword with the soul seed behind. "My power has almost been used up. Leaving now is useless, so I might as well contribute whatever strength I have left." The broken sword suddenly turned scarlet. Molten iron started to dissolve and finally formed the outline of a humongous devil. The badly damaged demonic wings, gigantic compound eyes, the devilish hand which had 6 fingers on it, and even the law of gluttony it grasped was all identical to the sovereign king of gluttony. After all, I also control Beelzebub's power of gluttony. Passing off as him will be far too easy. Leylin took control over the body of Devil and looked over at the bishop in front of him, just that he was now lifeless. Yet his body floated eerily in midair. A powerful conscient was being implanted in the bishop's body, filling him with some sort of divine sensation. Soon after, Leylin saw a pair of golden pupils. Now, Leylin did not dare to actually meet the other party face to face, or his flaws would definitely be seen. At the very moment when the spring water goddess descended, he suddenly manipulated the body of the devil to explode spontaneously. Boom, boom, the scorching flames, along with the power of laws, completely wiped this tiny village from existence. Even the residents in the neighboring towns could see the orange sky in the distance. In the entire Khan village, not a single soul survived except for Tiff. This incident was determined to be caused by the invasion of a devil. Through facilitation by the Spring Water Goddess Church, a new round of exercises took place across the entire central continent to root out heresies. Of course, all of this didn't have any relation to Leylin. Crash! The huge door of the astral gate disintegrated inch by inch. Leylin sat on the ground, his face as white as a sheet. Weakness spread across every part of his body. Ever since he had transformed into a Law's being, such a feeling was already very rare. The world of gods is indeed incomparably powerful. A mere force that wouldn't even be able to support the soul for a day almost led to excessive depletion and endangered my origin. Leylin smiled bitterly. Moreover, this experiment has proven that any other force is extremely conspicuous in the world of gods. It simply cannot be concealed, and the consumption is way too high, which is disproportionate to the benefits. There was a profound look in Leylin's eyes. The suppression and hostility in the world of gods is something that even I am incapable of resisting against in my current state. In that case, it seems that the best method at present would be to walk the old path. After this experiment, Leylin had already made up his mind. In the world of gods, it was necessary to adopt a brand new format, which would be different from his former expeditions in the other worlds. I'll make my moves through an independently acting body, and he cannot receive any kind of power from the host body. Also, it's necessary for him to grow entirely based on the laws of the world of gods. Leylin stroked his chin. When he matures to a certain level, at least rank 7, then we can coordinate and work together to break through the crystal wall shackles. If we're going to do this, the trucial splitting technique that Melinda provided previously still needs to be improved on. Additionally, the method to maintain control over the body must be experimented as soon as possible. A multitude of ideas emerged from Leylin's mind and was arranged according to the level of importance. Only when all of this was complete and the experimental data fully recorded did Leylin then step into the outside world. Yes! Leylin shut his eyes and immediately knew of Sire's breakthrough using the sensing abilities of his bloodline origin. He's already advanced to rank 6. The limitless and everlasting power of Ouroboros seems to be highly compatible with Sire. Although his pace was slower than the eldest son Daniel, Leylin was extremely satisfied. both of his children that branched out from his bloodline had grown healthily, and even had a strong grip on the other Warlock families in the Magus World. It was a pity that such lightning-speed advancements were only possible before these two bloodlines reached rank 6. When they attained the comprehension of laws, they would definitely meet with a bottleneck of greater difficulty. Leylin knew this as clear as day. However, Daniel and Sire haven't made any achievements in the comprehension of laws, and are currently only equivalent to newly promoted rank 6 Magi. But with the additive effect of the bloodlines, their true combat abilities shouldn't be inferior to Magi like the Flame Monarch. I'll be able to execute my plan with ease. Under the protection of the two rank 6 Warlocks Daniel and Sire, the Ouroboros clan no longer feared clashing against others in most ordinary situations. The remaining beings of laws naturally wouldn't provoke them as well, out of respect for Leylin. After all, even the current Ouroboros clan was just like a child's plaything in their eyes. With such assurances, Leylin could finally let go of the Ouroboros clan completely and concentrate on his own matters. AI chip, show my current statistics. Leylin commanded. Leylin Farlier, rank 6 Bloodline Warlock. Targaryen, rank 6. Strength, 185.64. Agility, 133.21. Vitality, 263.11. Spirit, 469.77. State of Soul, Peak of Breaking Dawn. Comprehension of Laws, 99% engulfed. Host body has already been saturated with the original power of the Magus World and is unable to be raised further. The AI chip gathered and displayed Leylin's latest data. Indeed, the original power of the Magus World is now ineffective to me, unless I advance once more. Leylin's gaze seemed to shine brightly. Within the past 300 years or so, he had 3 opportunities to enter the underground world to absorb the original power of the world and the comprehension of laws. It was a pity that no matter how astonishing his combat abilities were, which were even level to average law beings, he had no way of changing the fact that he was still at rank 6. In comparison to the real laws beings, his current capacity was like a small cup, which had already been filled to the brim with the original power of the world. If he wanted to continue absorbing the original power of the world, the only path he could take would be to advance to rank 7. In fact, the rank 7 realm has already been completely laid out in front of me. I just need to get rid of Beelzebub and wrest control of the last bit of his power of laws. Leylin's eyes seemed to be ablaze with excitement. The repeated absorptions of origin power and comprehension of laws made him gain a greater understanding of the Magus path. It even allowed him to plan which direction to take in the future to a certain extent. All of this had to be realized in the world of the gods. Sire is requesting to communicate with me. Is it about the secret snake den? Forget it. I'll let him take full responsibility for it. He doesn't have to report to me. Leylin then spent the next few moments casually dealing with the work that he had accumulated. The secret snake den was in actual fact a pocket dimension that Leylin had constructed himself. It mimicked the same method that the snake dowager had used for the Serpentes Plains, and many different highly skilled snake species were bred there. Among them, it was only natural that the Chem'in serpent descendants were the most common. The bloodlines of the alabaster devil snake and the three-headed python, as well as a small amount of the Targaryen bloodlines, also circulated among the snakes. Through gradually reproducing over a long period of time, the secret snake den had turned into a paradise for highly skilled snake species. A few variations had also appeared in some specimens. Of course, this was still a far cry from the standard that Leylin expected. However, that didn't matter. With his current life expectancy, he absolutely had the patience to continue waiting. Although the probability of success of such experiments in variation is almost insignificant, it's still a glimmer of hope. My financial ability and physical resources are also sufficient for this experiment to carry on without taking the cost of production into account. Leylin supported his chin with his left hand and suddenly lifted his eyebrows. Is this feeling a calling from the dreamscape? The familiar sense of a bloodline caused a strange smile to creep onto the corners of Leylin's lips. After receiving the bloodline of the alabaster devil snake, his understanding of dreamscape was already so deep that he had even obtained the ability to travel there directly. His advancement to the halfway point of rank, 7, as well as his comprehension of laws, strengthened this ability significantly. It could be said that the current dreamscape was no longer some kind of backyard garden to Leylin, but a home ground that he was extremely familiar with. Just moments ago, Leylin had sensed a call from Dreamscape, and the source was actually the Snake Dowager. Ever since suffering a major loss at Leylin's hands when he had been promoted, the Snake Dowager hadn't appeared, making Leylin feel rather regretful. He had looked forward to fighting her in the Magus World. Judging by the powerful and oppressing strength there, the Snake Dowager definitely wouldn't be able to return home. Evidently, she wasn't a fool and didn't let Leylin fulfill his wish. Leylin had also been tactful enough to hole himself up inside the Magus World and didn't give any purgatory exemplaries a chance, thus they could only fume with rage between gritted teeth. The Dreamscape. How interesting. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 783 Negotiation in the Infinite Astral Plane. The Magus World and the World of Gods were like the two ends of an hourglass. They were both extremely formidable, yet there were numerous smaller worlds in between them. Among these worlds were large-scale worlds such as the Purgatory World, Icy World, and the Shadow World. Although they couldn't be compared to the Big Two, these worlds were still plentiful in origin force. Dreamscape, however, was even more marvelous. It didn't have a fixed form, yet it spanned across many worlds, as though it was everywhere at once. At its peak, Dreamforce was comparable to the energy of the Magus World. However, this strange yet terrifying world was now at its lowest point because of how weak Dreamforce was right now. This characteristic of Dreamscape was evidently exploited by numerous beings. They used it as a bridge for communication and interaction. This was especially so for the Snake Dowager, who had mastered Dreamforce. Since it's an invitation, I'll go. Leylin smiled and suddenly disappeared from his laboratory. He was confident in Dreamforce himself, and although he couldn't defeat the Snake Dowager in his current state, he was strong enough to buy himself the time to escape Dreamscape. With such a premise, it was naturally impossible for the Snake Dowager having come to attack him. She likely wanted to make peace. After all, no matter how unwilling the Snake Dowager was, Leylin had already broken free of his bloodline shackles and had even advanced to become the primogenitor of a new bloodline. This was an undeniable fact. The Snake Dowager had the ability to live for countless years, and she had even successfully survived the final ancient war. It was impossible that she was still unable to accept this reality. A scarlet flame flickered as a huge door appeared on the plane, and Leylin's figure emerged from the door frame. Is this still Dreamscape? Leylin raised his eyes and gazed into the distance. What he saw was all withered trees and dried-up streams and lakes. The entire world seemed to be an arid wasteland, and there wasn't even a trace of life. Although he long knew that the entirety of Dreamscape had also entered a dreary phase in the wake of the value of Dreamforce dropping, such a situation surprised Leylin. By the looks of it, I'm afraid that perhaps the entire Dreamscape has fallen in the hands of death. Leylin frowned slightly. He recalled the time when he was still at rank 5 and all the aboriginals he had come across in Dreamscape. I wonder what happened to little Jillian and their community. I'm afraid that things probably didn't end well for them. The Dreamscape aboriginals that Leylin had met previously were from the most lowly community in Dreamscape. Even though he had imparted his teachings to them previously, it probably only gave them a little more power to defend themselves. In the face of the master that was natural disaster, this tiny bit of power was like an ant, the difference being that it was just slightly bigger. The deterioration of Dreamforce was something that even those lords that could cause calamities had to defend against. Judging by Jillian's community's capabilities, it was likely that they were unable to survive. However, seeing how Dreamscape can be so strange and beyond belief, it's not that Jillian's community didn't have any hope of surviving at all, just that such a possibility is so small that it's practically negligible enough to be disregarded. Leylin shook his head and didn't think further. The degradation of the world exemplifies the fundamental truth of the astral plane. Even if I am a being of laws, I cannot escape from my final destiny, which is to perish, forefather of Targaryen. What do you think? The surrounding land turned into nothingness, and the entire wasteland seemed to have transformed into a boundless sky in an instant. A ball of snakes appeared like a star, and the heads of numerous giant snakes hissed angrily, revealing the snake dowager's charming face. It's precisely why it's able to excite me and vow to pursue eternity and to transcend worldliness, and I will abide by this even till death. Oh, Snake Dowager, if you're of this level, you don't have to put up an act in front of me. Leylin laughed gently and took a step forward with his boot. Snap! Snap! Jet black cracks started to appear in the starry sky and made horrifyingly loud sounds. Shortly after, many of smaller cracks started to extend like a spider web. Numerous spatial storms rippled across the surface, and the entire sky shattered under Leylin's feet. The surrounding environment reverted into the original dreamscape. The Snake Dowager looked on as Leylin trampled the sky into smithereens. Her beautiful eyes shone with a profound radiance, and it was a good while before she spoke slowly. Leylin, your current strength is worthy enough for me to meet you head-on. Her voice had an inexplicable charm to it. Of course, the Snake Dowager was expressing her natural bloodline abilities, which had long lost its effect on Leylin. The premise of a relationship is to have equal strength. Leylin had already understood this principle earlier, thus his facial expression did not change. He then asked unhurriedly, I don't think you invited me here to discuss this issue, right? Yes. The Snake Dowager's voice was melodious. To have a being like you among my descendants is my luck, and also my misfortune. But since the bloodline origin has already been taken from me, it will be of no use to be entangled with you. So it seems that you have a method to resolve this. Leylin was evidently ridiculing her, but the Snake Dowager didn't seem to feel it. As long as you assist me in seizing the shadow world, I can write off all the previous incidents in one stroke, and even help you to become the other origin of the 10,000 snakes. Together, we can share the power of the shadow world. The Snake Dowager bit her lip, as though she was making a huge sacrifice. Such a lovely and pitiful posture would make any male creature go crazy. Leylin, however, was not enchanted by her graceful bearing. Instead, he was astonished at how fearless the Snake Dowager was. Seize the shadow world? Mighty Snake Dowager, you have such an enormous appetite. Leylin drew in a deep breath, and at the same time also recalled an intelligence report regarding the Snake Dowager. But that's right. You initially made use of shadow force to cultivate your own laws and form paths of laws, hence you would covet the shadow world more than anyone else. You tried to capture the entire shadow world in the ancient times, but unfortunately, you failed. The path taken by rank 8 beings was to exploit some kind of medium, continuously refine their own laws, and form a path that was exclusive to them only. If one was able to achieve this, they would reach the peak of rank 8. They would be able to spy on beings in the rank 9 realm, such as the Mother Core, for instance. The Snake Dowager's previous attempt failed. Thus she had no choice but to migrate out of the shadow world along with her descendants and arrived at the purgatory world. But the origin of the shadow world was crucial for the Snake Dowager to achieve the peak of rank 8, therefore she couldn't give it up. Consequently, it was highly normal for her to launch an offensive once more. What Leylin didn't see coming was that her actually approaching him for assistance. Aid you in seizing the shadow world? I'm afraid I'm impotent. Leylin was understood the level of the shadow world thoroughly. It was a powerful world, much like the purgatory world, and possessed numerous law beings. In other words, if he was on the same camp as the Snake Dowager, he would have to take on many other law beings one-on-one. Leylin even strongly suspected that there was an extreme being similar to the Mother Core within the shadow world. Otherwise, the Snake Dowager's plans wouldn't have been thwarted. In such a situation, wouldn't it be suicide to form an alliance with the Snake Dowager? In reality, there aren't as many law beings in the shadow world as you think. Besides, you inherited my bloodline. The same additive effect applies to your strength in the shadow world as well. The assistance that the shadow origin will provide you with will definitely go beyond what you imagined. The Snake Dowager evidently knew Leylin's considerations. For beings like them, who had reached this level, most of her crafty conspiracies had already lost their effect. The only effective way was to tempt him directly with benefits. Does the Snake Dowager actually have so much confidence in seizing control over the shadow world? Leylin couldn't help but ask this question directly upon seeing her self-confidence. I almost succeeded the previous time. All I lacked was an assistant of the same origin. The snake dowager shot Leylin a profound look, yet it made his scalp go slightly numb. An assistant of the same origin makes sense. We are, in fact, beings of the same bloodline origin. Even our powers can work in harmony and complement each other. If she really missed by only a hair previously, then coupled with my powers, perhaps. Leylin's pupils twinkled as he quickly analyzed the situation. Of course, no matter how the snake dowager made it sound like a deluge of heavenly flowers, he wouldn't fall for her trap. Just a vague and insubstantial agreement that she would write off all their previous grudges in one stroke, coupled with a promise that they would share the profits together, and she wanted him to sacrifice his life for someone else. What kind of joke was this? What was more dangerous was that he was still a semi-rank 7. If they were in the Magus World, even if the snake dowager came down personally, he was confident of making sure that she would land herself in serious trouble. But if they were to fight for the controlling rights of the shadow world, it was inevitable that he would have to make the trip using his actual self and descend within the shadow world. Since it was a foreign world, and also the snake dowager's home ground, Leylin wasn't foolish enough to deliver himself up straight into her mouth for free. In all likelihood, the snake dowager might gobble him up straight away, even if she couldn't capture the shadow world to properly make up for it. My apologies, I'm still incompetent when it comes to matters like these. After much consideration, Leylin immediately rejected her without hesitation. The moment the words left his lips, he could feel the surrounding space come to a standstill. The snake dowager's beautiful pupils nearly became as narrow as a straight line, as a horrifying sensation dissipated from the ball of snakes. Leylin, however, was not fearful. The gigantic Targaryen phantom appeared behind him and started hissing at the snake dowager in anger. Large amounts of bloodline energy seemed to begin to grow restless and was about to fly out from the snake dowager's body. Having already extricated himself from her control over his bloodline, not only was Leylin no longer under the snake dowager's control at all, but his body even had an odd restraining ability towards her. No matter how mystical this force was, it still didn't have any effect in the face of such a tremendous difference in terms of strength. But there was absolutely no problem for Leylin to break away from the dreamscape during this short amount of time. And the snake dowager could only grudgingly choose to reach a compromise upon seeing this. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 784 One-Eyed Dragon, my descendant, the Targaryen Emperor. You may put forward another request. The snake dowager's voice had a hint of helplessness. Her eyebrows, which were slightly knitted, were especially heartbreaking to see. The power of this charm she uses incessantly is really... Leylin smiled wryly to himself. Her seductive powers were produced naturally, just like the aura of Warlocks, and had extremely high potential. However, the snake dowager's position also made him fall into a state of contemplation. She seemed really sincere right now, but if his own safety couldn't be guaranteed, Leylin definitely wouldn't partake in this plan. If he could actually form an alliance with the snake dowager and form friend from foe, it would be of great help. After all, he had only truly offended very few beings of laws, and they were Beelzebub, the snake dowager, and the nefarious Filthbird. Amongst them, Beelzebub was already thoroughly done for, and he could only wait for Leylin to wrap up the loose ends. If the snake dowager turned from foe to friend, then the Trial's Eye would definitely do the same as an ally. The number of the people in his opposing camp would immediately be reduced by more than half, which would in turn significantly lower the pressure Leylin was facing. Maybe by then, he wouldn't have to continuing holding himself up in the Magus World and could instead travel with a peace of mind. Leylin pondered for a moment before speaking. Well, your conditions piqued my interest, but I do have a request. Please speak your mind. It seemed that the snake dowager really did view Leylin as someone of equal rank. Firstly, I must truly advance to rank 7 before I will agree to embark on this project. Furthermore, I also want... Leylin listed the requirements that he had already thought of. Wait for you to advance to rank 7. The snake dowager's gaze swept across Leylin. The laws of gluttony that you are in control of is considered an exceptionally outstanding ability even among other rank 7 beings. I'm afraid that it would require a lengthy amount of time to fill in its gaps completely. As for your other request, the snake dowager also started to mutter to herself. You will not have to worry about my advancement. I'll definitely be able to fully comprehend the laws of gluttony within at least 1,000 years. The other request is my bottom line. If you are unable to agree to it, then I can only express my regret. Leylin wasn't willing to give in by even an inch. Will do. It was a long time before the snake dowager spoke. In addition, we will have to agree to and sign a bloodline contract, with the dreamscape as our witness. After a short while, the gigantic ball of snakes gradually vanished from the starry sky, and the surrounding environment had been restored to its deathly still state. Leylin stood in the middle of the wilderness, seemingly having a penny for his thoughts. The snake dowager agreed to such a condition and even signed a contract. Seems like she really is sincere about it. Moreover, my strength at that time must have undergone an earth-shattering change. I wasn't even afraid that she would fall out with me. Leylin wasn't a battle maniac, of course. If he could reduce his enemies as much as possible on the premise of protecting his own interests, it was certainly a good thing. Besides, this contract also allowed Leylin to win over at least 1,000 years of peace for his development, which was essential. Is this the way the beings of law communicate? Compromises are necessary because it's highly challenging to exterminate one another. Also, the ones who have greater strength frequently have the upper hand, yet the interests of the weaker ones are also protected. After today's incident, Leylin had once again gained an even deeper understanding of the way law beings behaved. However, assisting the snake dowager in fighting for control over the shadow world was not an easy task. Fortunately, the contract did not stipulate that they had to begin right away, and instead gave Leylin a long period of time to prepare. After all, 1,000 years hadn't even passed since his birth. Yet, he had already attained what other magi could only dream of achieving all their life, which was to master the laws. If given another millennium, to what extent would he grow to by then? Even Leylin himself couldn't help but anticipate it. Since I'm in Dreamscape, I might as well visit Jillian and the others. After being carried away by a whim, Leylin suddenly had an idea. Highly ranked magi frequently had the mysterious ability to make prophecies. They could even sense future episodes that would be detrimental to them, and in addition, evade them. More often than not, the result would be that the more one didn't want something to happen, the more likely things would spiral down a worse track. Leylin's sudden thought about Jillian and the others was also classified as the same kind of prediction. This would also imply that, perhaps Jillian and the rest were not completely wiped out, but are still living in some corner of Dreamscape. And does this even mean that they would be of some help to me in future? Leylin stroked his chin as his lips curved into a smile. Soon after, he transformed into a long blood-red streak that disappeared into the horizon. Time and space were distorted in Dreamscape, thus it was very inconvenient to travel. The same applied even to beings of law like Leylin. However, there were also advantages of Dreamscape sinking into stillness. At the very least, the other evil spirits in the Dreamscape had also fallen into a slumber, and a majority of those bizarre scenes seemed to have disappeared, which allowed Leylin to avoid a lot of trouble. Those evil spirits were beings of law as well, and they could have been a huge inconvenience to Leylin otherwise. Once he was drawn into the strangest kind of space-time settings of Dreamscape, he might even die in his current state. If not for the degeneration of Dreamforce, Leylin might not dare to swagger along as he explored the place, not even if he was braver by 10,000-fold. The place where Jillian and the rest have gathered is not far away from my previous laboratory. Due to the previous failure of his space-time experiment and the spatial alignment, Leylin's laboratory had strangely become a place which was linked to Dreamscape. Leylin seized the opportunity, of course. Not only did he gather vast amounts of precious data and Dreamscape materials, he had also made some arrangements near his laboratory. Now, he was attempting to find the place that he had traveled to from his previous laboratory by tracking the signal that he had deployed beforehand. A red radiance twinkled in Leylin's eyes while he hovered in midair. He seemed to have transformed into an afterimage as he chased the faintly discernible traces of connection, constantly changing the direction he headed towards. As he made his way there were multiple times when Leylin could sense beings of the same rank as him. Here, the whole sky turned pale in an area that was being destroyed by endless snowfall. There was bound to be a demonic being that was fast asleep in the heart of the area. Leylin certainly did not dare venture to infringe on its territory, and could only decide to make a detour, which was a longer route. The limitations of the AI chip's scan, coupled with his abilities, allowed Leylin to only see a vast stretch of sparkling and translucent crystals in the middle of the snow. It seemed like an extremely powerful seal. Did the evil spirit choose to seal itself up, or was it arranged by the dreamscape? If it's the latter, then these evil spirits are in such a miserable plight. Leylin shook his head. After passing a few territories that belonged to the evil spirits, he could sense that he was drawing near to the signal that he had deployed at that time. Huh! Leylin's facial expression changed in an instant. The solidified soul force allowed him to sense a tremendous aura ahead of him. What astonished him even more was that the owner of this aura actually had the strength of a rank 7 Magus as well. Moreover, it didn't seem to have the slightest intention of sealing itself up or entering a deep slumber. Rumble. The earth split open, revealing an enormous yellow eyeball, and followed by a thorny back that resembled a hill. A pair of gigantic fleshy wings spread open across the land, and even blocked the entire sky from view. Ho-ho! An enormous one-eyed dragon suddenly burrowed its way out from the ground. Its body was like a diamond, sparkling with brilliant lights and vibrant colors. Its huge eyes were fixated on Leylin, and it emitted an immensely powerful draconic aura, making the surrounding air come to a standstill. "Welcome, young Magus." It spoke in the ancient Byronic language, which pleasantly surprised Leylin. "May I ask if you're from Dreamscape? Also, have you seen other Magi here before?" "Oh ho, I once witnessed the ancient glory of Magi with my own eyes and have experienced the destruction from the ancient battle. I exist in the past, the present, and will inevitably extend to the future." There was evidently an issue with this dragon's brain, or perhaps its line of thought was far too complicated, which gave Leylin the urge to roll his eyes. Fortunately, the one-eyed dragon finally regained its senses after a round of self-praise, an aboriginal of Dreamscape. "No, I'm certainly not. The almighty Gigakel dragon race only comes from the Ultron world. In fact, during the period of Dreamscape's deterioration, many beings were fond of coming here to travel and try to pick up scraps. Just 200 years ago, I met a master on his travels. He had found a damaged Destiny tarot card, but unfortunately he was immediately hunted down and killed by an evil spirit whose seal had been lifted. Although this one-eyed dragon was very narcissistic, Leylin managed to obtain some useful information. According to its statement, majority of the strange scenes in Dreamscape had vanished as numerous evil spirits had fallen into a deep slumber during the deterioration of Dreamforce. Thus, it had become a paradise for explorers. This place was not lacking in beings of law as well. Presently, the Dreamscape certainly no longer had anything good to offer. Even if it had, it would be on territories where the most evil spirits lived. In order to get their hands on them, one would have to run the risk of getting hunted down and killed by those evil spirits. If they were fatally attacked, no matter how much they dreaded consuming their power, these enraged spirits would still jump out of their sleep to kill. Ha ha ha, those fools. The stagnation of Dreamforce has immersed the most precious of treasures into the world's core. What other profitable items would still be left on the surface? Oops, this is terrible. I let it slip by accident. The humongous one-eyed dragon covered its mouth with its claw. Goodbye, Magus. The enormous one-eyed dragon once again made its way underground like a groundhog. Leylin almost burst out laughing at its nimble and practiced movements. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 785, Imagine. So the original place has now fallen to this barren state. After bidding the one-eyed dragon farewell, Leylin finally arrived at the area where he had last left his signal. However, this terrain had obviously changed compared to when his laboratory had originally connected to this place. The many forests had all disappeared, and the bumpy terrain gave rise to feelings of familiarity. The former location of the lab had long since been swallowed up by seawater, and the rank 6 spider he'd met before had also vanished without a trace. Where are Jillian and the rest? based on the map saved by the AI. Chip in his memories, Leylin found no difficulty in finding the place they had gathered in, though it was now completely empty. The pots and metal on the ground looked completely corroded. To this extent, Leylin picked up an iron sword. This was something he had gifted them, made from the best steel and forging techniques of the central continent. Now, however, it was turning to powder in his hands, corroding inch by inch before disappearing entirely. It's only been 3 centuries, but from the items, it seems like they've gone through thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Is this a change from Dreamforce when it was still very active? Leylin stroked his chin, arriving at where Jillian and her father had resided. Or rather, this was only the remains of what had been. The old house had long since withered away, and there were only slight traces left on the ground. The settling of time should show the truth before me. Leylin's eyes looked profound as he said words that were like an incantation. As beings of law, Magi had already surpassed things like incantations and spell formations. They touched on the most fundamental powers of magic and had the power of the magic take effect as words were spoken. Rustle. The soil separated and the rocks caved in, revealing a few broken bones and even some corroded household utensils. Seems like after I left, Jillian lived for a long time. As time was turned back, Leylin gained a deep understanding of what had happened in this area. BZZT. At this moment, the ground had caved into to the limit, and a black bundle of light with some tattered cloths within appeared. Atop the tattered cloth were a few badly damaged markings that could not be recognizable. This, isn't it the notebook I gave to Jillian? Leylin's eyes shone. From the AI chip's analysis of the image, these items that were like cloth were actually multiple pieces of paper stuck together. A strange situation, a result of being pushed down with tremendous force. Reveal, Leylin reached out and touched them. Soon enough, lines of tiny words were projected, emitting multicolored luster in the air. The AI chip quickly accepted this information and arranged this information based on the time they had been made. It is a good day. Father and the rest made use of the method Uncle left behind and trained many outstanding clansmen. We accepted other tribes, and our community is constantly expanding. It's just that Uncle has yet to return, and Jillian is very worried. At the beginning, there were only daily happenings recorded in the notebook. After gaining Leylin's support and help, Jillian's tribe expanded very quickly, following which, from between the lines, Leylin could sense a strong sense of fear. First is a famine, and then the plague. Has this area been cursed by the Master of Calamities? Do we have to give this place up? Father is very bewildered. All the explorers he has sent out have not come back with information on good places to move to, as if the world has suddenly been struck with famine. The begin of the wane. And this time, this is before the weakening of Dreamforce. Leylin's eyes flashed. After which, the writing on the notebook became a mess. It seemed like its owner had not spent much effort on recording this. There were merely few words here and there, all representing death and despair. In this period of time, many clansmen have experienced changes to their bodies. They first become mysteriously stronger, but at the same time, they seem to lose their rationality with the gaining of strength. In order to suppress them, there have been many casualties on our best. Gods, I hope I won't end up like them. This passage was full of terror, and Leylin read through a few times with interest. All crops have vanished. We need to abandon this place. No matter how serious the calamity in the north is, it's still better than our base now. I will leave this notebook behind in hopes of someone finding it. Hopefully it'll be Uncle. On the very large page, the words were all written messily, and it was obvious she had been in a hurry. Famine, plague, war, and then destruction. Leylin recalled the content in the notebook. It seemed that the camp here had long since moved, and there had been a strange transformation that happened to the batch of natives with Jillian. They became mysteriously stronger, and most lost their rationality. Is it an effect of Dreamforce doing this of its own accord? I never thought they'd be so unlucky. Dreamscape was full of mystery. What might be a little worm might turn into a devil the very next day. Before the wane of Dreamforce, such a change would be very severe, and those natives had evidently profited. If not, in such a cruel environment, they might not even live to be able to move away. I wonder how they turned out in the end. Leylin stroked his chin. If Jillian and the rest had grown in strength, that would be beneficial to him too. But the calamity in the north? Leylin forced a smile. He'd obviously already checked that direction, but that was only filled with the domains of devils. Even at his most powerful, he wouldn't dare intrude. The clues from the natives could only be given up on at this point. These aren't the main point anyway. It's good if it works out, but there aren't any losses even if I fail here. Leylin consoled himself. Since the seeds have been planted, next is to wait for Dreamscape to completely wane, and I'll then wait to see what hat I can harvest. Taking another look at this area, Leylin's figure became increasingly translucent until he disappeared. Pila, Pila. After he left, the remains of the notebook from before was completely eroded, turning into fragments that flew in the winds. Dark red luster shone once more, and once everything was over, Leylin was back in his laboratory in the Magus World. The silent dreamscape is not only a bridge of communication amongst various beings, but also a paradise for adventurers. The natives have all disappeared, though. What an interesting change. Leylin sank into deep thought and then pressed on a circular, twisted rune. Ignox, it's Leylin. How's it going with the thing I previously asked you about? Distorted rings of light emitted silver luster in the air. Minutes later, Leylin heard the unique voice that belonged to Ignox transmitted from it. Crackle, my apologies. The signal isn't all that good here. As for the method you mentioned about wanting to increase the ability control your true soul clone, I've already found it in the library. Shall we go through with the trade now? Of course, Leylin exclaimed, surprised. He then saw a shriveled palm grab a black, dried-up apple and extending from the distorted circle. This method of spatial transmission is slightly terrifying. Restraining himself from rolling his eyes, Leylin took the apple from the hand with a layer of fur on it. Beep! Discovered Soul Force Data Interface. Permit transmission. The moment he had the dried-up apple in his hands, Leylin immediately noticed something had changed. At this moment, the sound from the AI chip's prompt was heard. Yes, with Leylin's order, a string of information flashed into his eyes. This was the method to resolve the problems that came with controlling true soul clones. While he had yet to test it out, Leylin could generally ascertain the authenticity of the information. Good, that's exactly what I needed. The item I agreed to give you before will be sent to you soon. Leylin nodded in his satisfaction. It's great that it's useful to you. Honestly speaking, though, I don't recommend you go through with this. It's too dangerous. From the other side came Ignox's kind warning. After thanking him for his kind intentions, Leylin closed off the communications. If this were just a simple exploration of worlds, I wouldn't want to do this, but based on the information Ignox gave, Leylin looked grim. Though most of the preparations were done, it was not that easy to be resolute and go through with it. Yes, his preparations were all for the world of gods. The crystal wall of this world was far too obstinate, and it was an unsolvable issue for even other existences of laws. Leylin had the Manderhawk plate and Beelzebub's memories, so he could somewhat get through. But the consumption was so huge that even with his body of laws, it was difficult to endure. What Leylin could not accept was that the soul force from foreign beings were very conspicuous and would be discovered no matter where one went. Hence, it was impossible to force his way in. If he could not force his way in, then he had to do something from the inside. Leylin's plan was to place a portion of his true soul in the world of gods and become a half-independent clone that would grow in strength independently, without taking in any power from the main body. Once the clone grew to become a god, it would have enough power to coordinate with Leylin outside and open up the crystal wall of the world of gods. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 786 Arrangement. In order for Leylin's plan to succeed, a clone was of utmost importance. Because he could not use his soul seed, it was necessary that he separated a part of his true soul and give it enough authority to act independently. Leylin had already obtained the technique to split his true soul from Melinda, and the method to control it had just been given by Ignox. Next is to fuse these two techniques and find out ways to reincarnate in another world. With the Manderhawk plate's ability, my clone will then secretly enter the world of gods, since it will be an entirely independent body. My true soul clone will also be considered a native of the world of gods and won't be monitored too closely. so I can quietly grow in strength. Even if I fail, I'll only lose a clone. If I luck out, I won't even need to take over the world of gods. As long as I fuse with that clone once more and absorb all the origin force of the world of gods from it, I'll gain immense benefits. Obviously, if I do succeed, then the whole world of gods shall be mine. Leylin's eyes burnt with fervor. Since he had his goal set now, he could begin the rest of the preparations. While a deep sleep lasted hundreds of years for some existences of laws, Leylin had a pile of things to take care of. On top of that, he had plans for his family and descendants. It did not take him too much time or effort to deal with these common things, but the sense of satisfaction they gave him made it all worth it. The entrance of the laboratory that had been silent for a long time revealed a dark path. The brass lampstand emitted a hazy luster, and the undying flames above it continued to emit bright, blazing flames and heat. With a lifespan of over 100,000 years, it feels like 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Leylin looked grim as he walked out through the secret pathway and arriving at the outer world. On an afternoon in a castle, the warming rays of the winter sun shone down, creating a cozy feeling. There was even some snow on the peaks of a few hills surrounding the castle, while also having some life around. The place Leylin had exited from was the core area where security was at its strictest in the castle. In the castle, many high-ranked warlocks supervised and patrolled. The castle had an atmosphere of splendor and grandeur. Every underground patrolling warlock's eyes was filled with reverence towards the castle. What they were guarding was the most powerful monarch in the central continent. The pride of bloodline warlocks, the rank 6 warlock and the most powerful of the Ouroboros clan, Leylin Farlier, and this was his castle. Yes, this castle was the newly built core power of Leylin's power in the south coast, and the main camp of the whole Farlier family. The Targaryen castle is still the same as it was before. Leylin chuckled slightly, disappearing in midair and instantly arriving in the hall of the castle. Numerous ceremonial items began to shake and produce the most splendid music. The throne at the center began to release a black radiance, as if welcoming the arrival of an emperor. With a flash, Leylin sat on the throne, the upper part of the throne automatically curving to allow Leylin to sit very comfortably. Not bad, Leylin nodded, and then sensed an elated conscient in the hall. This belonged to the emotional undulations of the castle. With Leylin's ability, just the powerful radiation that he unwittingly gave off could, within a short period of time, completely modify the Targaryen castle. When he had first built it, Leylin had also intentionally vitalized the materials of the castle due to his radiation and modifications. The whole Targaryen castle had long since become a real ancient Magus castle that did not lose out to the famed ancient Magi castles in the central continent. It had even created a conscient of its own, serving under Leylin. The whole castle also had all sorts of mysterious abilities and powerful defenses. Without my approval, perhaps rank 5 or 6 Magi might find it difficult to just move around in here. Leylin was rather confident of this fact. Notify everyone that I'm here. Leylin patted the armrest of his seat. Clang, clang. At the heart of the Targaryen castle, atop a large black bell tower, a cumbersome brass carillon began to move even without wind, producing dull sounds that somehow seemed to penetrate through everything. The heavy carillon resounded in the whole castle, causing many warlocks to watch with their mouths wide open in shock. 9 times in a row? This signal. A newly advanced warlock looked stunned, as if he had seen something unthinkable. You're really lucky, kid, that you managed to witness the moment Lord Bloodline Monarch leaving his research. Beside him, his team leader had given him a ruthless shove to his chest, with some desolateness in his voice. It's a pity that the central meeting hall is not a place we can go to. Only the enforcers, housekeepers, and family of the Bloodline Monarch have the authority to enter. Enforcers. I'll reach that point someday. When that happens, the young warlock eyes seemed to be ablaze. Do your job well? The team leader patted his head and then laughed encouragingly. Clang, 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 clang. After the clanging of the bell, bundles of jade-green flames burnt within the discussion hall. Every once in a while, figures could be seen coming out from the flames, bowing to Leylin respectfully and then standing by their assigned seat, eyes full of fervor. Amongst them were obviously people who had yet to have the ability to shift locations easily. However, Since this was the Targaryen castle, this sort of teleportation was not an issue with Leylin personally allowing this, as well as help from the castle itself. Father, an even larger bundle of green flames burst into a blaze, revealing two Warlocks figures. The leading one was obviously Sire from before. He looked somewhat similar to Leylin, his long black hair and eyes full of a mysterious charm. The unique aura of Warlocks hovered about him, giving him a deadly attractiveness. Standing beside Sire was Freya, dressed like an upper-class woman. Now, however, her eyes concealed some sort of grudge and bitterness. "Freya, come!" Leylin waved them over and got Freya to sit beside him, accepting the greetings from everyone else. He was actually aware of her unhappiness towards him. It was a pity that what Freya truly wanted was something Leylin could not give her. For Leylin, he could spend a bit more time to arrange things for the people or matters he knew well, but he could not keep staying by their sides. His gaze was always on the distance, attracted by the glamour of eternity. Before he reached his goal, Leylin would not halt his footsteps. However, Freya evidently loved him. She did not mind if Leylin played around outside indulging in sensual pleasures, but she was very dissatisfied with Leylin doing an experiment for a whole century. While she hid this sentiment, Leylin still realized it. It was a pity that it was impossible for Leylin to yield to her in this matter. He could only make it up to her with other methods. Perhaps, after truly gaining eternal life and freedom, would he then have the time to accompany her without restrictions? Now, under the steps were a large number of high-ranked Warlocks aside from Sire. They were all Leylin's housekeepers and enforcers in the castle, and their eyes were filled with fervent zealousness. It was as if Leylin was a god in their eyes. After the burdensome etiquette was done with, Leylin asked a few questions, mostly regarding the latest news of the Ouroboros clan. After getting his answers, Leylin was now up to date with the development of the organization under him. The Ouroboros clan had long since gone through a complete transformation. With the limitless benefits from the underground trade, they not only had control of the South Control, but was also spreading towards their surrounding organizations. Even the branch in the central continent was working out well, its reputation there flourishing even more than it had been. The Farlier family made rapid progress. Sire and Daniel, the two second-generation descendants, had already grown, and there were even a surge of talents from the third and fourth-generation descendants. Of course, many of them were fervently being sought out by many bloodline nobility, and it was obvious they would find many troubles with this in the future. "Sire, you did very well with the underground trade." Leylin apathetically praised Sire as he watched the other Warlocks below. "The reason I came out was to notify everyone that I intend to go through with experiments at an even deeper level. The next time we meet might be hundreds or even over 1,000 years later. In the time I'm not here, I will hand everything regarding the Ouroboros clan and Farlier family over to my wife and beloved son, Freya and Sire." The other high-ranked Warlocks had long since gotten used to this sort of commands. After all, Leylin had done the same thing in the past and pushed the responsibility to others. This was just making things official. Meanwhile, Leylin's nonchalant attitude towards the hundreds of years that might pass gave rise to the envy of these Warlocks. Experiments that would last for over 1,000 years. For Warlocks like them, not getting past the hurdle of Morning Star meant they might not even live through one round of Leylin's experiments. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 787, Trussel Splitting. Father, you... After hearing Leylin's of intentions, Sire couldn't hold himself back even if the Warlock sitting below had no objections. At the same time, although her expression hadn't really changed, Freya was already tightly clasping her dress. Leylin noticed all of these minute movements. "Of course, before the experiment, I'll definitely make time to stay with you." Leylin glanced at Freya and consoled her. Meanwhile, his eyes scanned across those below him. "Everyone, please allow me some time to be with my family." Since Leylin had spoken, the high-ranked Warlocks naturally did not say more and bid farewell, leaving the space to the family of 3 with the highest authority. "I'm sorry, Freya, but there's a reason I have to do this." Leylin watched his wife apologetically. "I promise. This temporary parting is all preparation for us to be together for eternity. Please believe in me." Freya's eyes reddened, and Sire scratched his head. All right, let's not talk about stuff that will dampen our moods. Send the order for a banquet to be prepared. I'll spend good time with you for now. Leylin watched Sire tenderly and smiled. Several months had already passed by the time Leylin had returned to his laboratory once more. At the thought of how he'd been rushing everywhere for these months, even Leylin could only rub his nose and laugh wryly. There was not just Freya and Sire in his family. Whether it was Selene and his son in Twilight Zone, Belinda, her sister and Ignis in the underground Alabaster City, and the rest who had had intimate relations with him, all needed to be pacified. While the time he spent with each of them was short, the amount of time it added up to came to a terrifying amount. Of course, with Leylin's personality, he only spent more effort appeasing Freya and a few others. The rest of the women were consoled with just some transmissions. After all, Leylin clearly knew which women held more importance to him. Besides taking care of those affairs, there was also the development of the Ouroboros clan and the Farlier family. Leylin merely set a rather approximate aim when it came to this and got his subordinates to do the rest. With Sire and Daniel, the two rank 6s in charge, there was little he needed to worry about. Next is to vigorously do research on reincarnation techniques and do all I can to make a strategy for the world of gods. Leylin's eyes displayed his anticipation as he immersed himself in experiments and research. Time flowed like water, and the years passed by in a blur. Things of the world outside his word seemed to lose all importance to Leylin, who'd sunk into experiments and getting proof. In his mind, the trucial splitting technique he had gained from Melinda, the method to maintain control over a trucial clone that he had obtained from Ignox, and many other techniques were already being broken up and reorganized to form an even more complex and profound body. The mysteries of the trucial began to unveil itself before Leylin, allowing Leylin to touch on the truth of the world on a deeper level. Universe and trucial, macroscopic and microscopic, matter and conscient, at the very heart of it, everything mysteriously has its similarities. Is this the secret of the universe? Leylin looked intoxicated. In front of him, dazzling starlight fused into one body, yet its form seemed to be constantly changing. From the outside, it seemed to be an irregular spheroid formed of starlight. There were scenes of the explosion of the universe and shrinking of the black hole, which then gradually formed into a human figure. Beep. Completion of rank 7 spell, Alternative World Reincarnation. Referenced material, Soul-Splitting Technique, How to Control Your Soul in Oja, Exploring the Mysteries of the World, Trucial Concealment Basics for Devils the AI. Chip's prompt sounded, followed by an even more detailed introduction to the spell. Alternate World Reincarnation. Rank 7 spell. Ability to split the trucial of the main body and project the body to another world to be reincarnated. The main body will have absolute control over the trucial clone and synchronize completely with the world origin force's frequency, getting treatment as a native would. In the Magus World's history, there were few rank 7 spells and much less spell models to record them. This was because the existences of laws, after reaching rank 7, could make use magic at its source and bypass the process of using the spell model. Besides, spells at rank 7 and above usually needed the corresponding power of laws as the basis, and had no properties that allowed it to be used widespread. The spell formation that Leylin had specially developed was much different from the original soul-splitting technique. It can be said that this alternate world reincarnation is actually a new method of traversing to another world. If used on an ordinary person, it would still have the same effect. Leylin's lips quirked up into a smile. His rank 7 spell not only made use of the intelligence of Melinda and Ignox, but also included what he felt was important. Amongst this was the AI chip simulation analytical skills, as well as the transformation by the world origin will. In his reincarnation spell, the trucial had to go through a transformation by the world origin force. Hence, the clone that successfully descended into the world of gods would be no different from a native, and even gods would not notice. Only with these would his clone have enough space and time to develop. Of course, because the clone had abandoned all its original abilities and lacked any power from the main body, the clone would start off in the weakest state. However, with Leylin's trucial memories, the clone would definitely grow quickly and then begin to spy on the domains of the gods. It was only after reaching the realm of the gods and synchronizing with the world origin force that the clone would possibly coordinate with the main body, in order to break through the barrier of the crystal wall. The theoretical and practical experiments for these have been completed. What's next is to put everything into practice. Leylin looked very grim. Neither the splitting of his true soul and reincarnating it in the world of gods were simple tasks. Even with Leylin's semi-rank 7 body of laws, he had to treat this very seriously. So I've finally reached this point? Leylin's eyes were filled with emotion. All his memories flashed before his eyes, from starting off as an ordinary little noble that developed into a being filled with fear in the Magus World, to his memories of glory and splendor afterwards. Leylin's mind lingered with the mysteries and vastness of magic, the glory and mystery of the world of gods, as well as the limitless strength system and the supreme truth. Now, he was completely giving up the path the ancient Magi had walked, entering the world of gods in order to search for the origin or to meet his end. The slight wavering in his emotions was suppressed by him in the blink of an eye. Soon, his eyes went back to a state that was impervious to desires and passions. Leylin arrived in the astral laboratory. Here, an astral gate exactly the same as before had been rebuilt. The large stone gates and the strange, simple patterns seemed to be narrating some ancient and great history. Manderhawk plate. Leylin's right hand flickered with light, and a round stone plate appeared. There was even a large part missing at its edge, as if something had taken a bite out of it. Based on the data from the previous experiment, I've modified it further and made an imitation Manderhawk plate with the addition of some other materials. Leylin's eyes flashed as the AI. Chip's robotic voice sounded. Manhark plate imitation. Wait, 2451G effect. Weaken world force, makes it convenient for transmission of energy. This is an imitation, made from the Manhark plate Beelzebub possesses. Holds 46.5% of power of the original. Maker, Leylin Farlier. Compared to the previous inferior versions, which only had 20–30% the effects of the original, this imitation is evidently more powerful. It should help the plan work more smoothly. Leylin touched his chin, suddenly looking resolute. Let's begin. Rumble. A dazzling golden, blazing sun slowly appeared from behind him. This was a projection of Leylin's true soul, representing a peak rank 6 Warlock. This was the strength of the highest quality soul. The golden soul flames that appeared physical wreaked havoc in the laboratory. Besides the astral gate, everything was incinerated into nothing. First up, the splitting of the true soul. Leylin looked incomparably grave. Based on the technique to split the true soul into two, a powerful tearing force entered his point mass. At the heart of the point mass, which was where a Magus soul and strength gathered, the peak rank 6 true soul began to tremble abruptly. Pain, the intense pain of tearing one's soul apart. Leylin bore the sudden attack, which made him turn pale with cold sweat running down profusely. At his back, his blazing sun true soul quivered, and even the Targaryen appeared, producing hisses of misery and suffering. Ha, split! Leylin looked extremely malicious, as if a devil from hell. With his yell, a white streak of electricity fell, striking the figure behind him. Crash! The golden sun split in an instant, forming 2 true souls, one larger than the other. At the moment his true soul was split, Leylin's mind went completely blank, and his eyes were filled with confusion. Such weakness! Once he completely regained his senses, he forced a smile as he sensed the terrifying injuries to his true soul. Just breaking off a small part of my true soul is already so terrifying. Leylin gazed at the 2 irregular true souls. While they had both turned into flaming suns, the physically larger one was obviously tens of times bigger than the smaller true soul. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 788 Alternate World Reincarnation. Alternate World Reincarnation, injuries to the true soul, are the most terrifying. Even existences of laws will sink into a deep sleep in order to heal them. Leylin laughed wryly. This is a result of splitting a small part of my true soul. If it's anything like what Beelzebub did, it's very possible that my main body would just die. The phantom Targaryen behind Leylin's back withered and slowly disappeared. a bit of faint red light flew out from between his brows and disappeared into his hand, flashing like a firefly. This was the smaller trucial that Leylin had split. The experiment had to begin immediately, lest it dissipate from prolonged exposure to the external world. Astral gate, open, Leylin huffed in a low voice, and a procedure identical to before was executed. His soul force waded through the long astral river until it arrived at the tremendous crystal wall surrounding the world of gods. Manderhawk's plate. The stone plate in Leylin's hands came to the crystal wall, emitting a light that caused a portion to seem to be on the verge of melting. At the moment, a channel opened through the crystal wall. Leylin's eyes brightened and immense rank 7 spell undulations were emitted from his body. Rank 7 spell, alternate world reincarnation. Time seemed to stop in that instant. That bit of trucial in Leylin's hands was enveloped in the brilliance of the alternate world reincarnation spell as it disappeared into the world of gods. Everything happened quickly. Once it was done, the Manderhawk plate exploded into powder, and the crystal wall from before closed itself quickly with no trace of a flaw. It's all up to the trucial now. The huge astral gate gradually collapsed, and Leylin could only smile wryly. With his serious injuries, he could only slumber in his laboratory, recuperating with time as he controlled his clone in the world of gods. These injuries are enough for me to sleep for a few hundred years. If I don't get any benefits from the world of gods, it would be such a huge loss. With this thought, Leylin's body disappeared into the ground under the laboratory. With the slumber of his main body, all of his attention was focused on that clone. The brainwashing and refining from a world origin was a very terrifying process. Leylin's trucial could sense that ever since he entered the world of gods, terrifying energy whirlpools had formed next to him, tirelessly washing away all traces of the power he used to possess. Evidently, this was an effect of the rank 7 spell, alternate world reincarnation. It allowed Leylin to reach the core of the world of gods and be altered by the origin itself. Once this modification was over, he could perhaps wash off all traces of being from another world and truly become a native of the world of gods. This alteration happened extremely quickly. The luster of the Manderhawk plate had diminished by a huge degree after opening just the external layer of the crystal wall. And after opening up the world of gods, it had been directly destroyed with no traces of it left at all. Next was the power of the rank 7 spell, the reincarnation spell that allowed Leylin to arrive in this world. Its luster gradually dissipated. Just like stripping off a greatcoat, once the rays of light of the reincarnation spell dissipated, Leylin's trucial was fully bared in the immense darkness. Vastness, terror, boundlessness. This was Leylin's trucial's first thoughts. Compared to this enormous world, his little trucial was nothing and couldn't even be compared to an ant, and it could only tremble in the corner. The unpowerful source immediately invaded into Leylin's trucial. The trucial, which had already been shrunk and condensed to a large degree, surprisingly gradually became slower under the alteration of the world force. Even soul force has been forcefully removed. Leylin's trucial watched this process, able to only laugh. The trucial was constantly altered, to the point that Leylin's own conscience was gradually becoming fuzzy. Gradually, the changes from the world force went on to the deepest layer of his trucial, where his memories and his most important elements of self were. The tremendous soul force ruthlessly invaded it with no intentions of stopping. Could it be that I'm going to be defeated just like this, with such a laughable method? Leylin's trucial was on the verge of death, and only this little thought appeared tenaciously, as if making its last struggle. BZZT, BZZT. At this moment, a bright silver-white light shone from Leylin's trucial memories. Under the influence of the white rays of light, the world force hesitated for that slight moment, and then let go of Leylin's memories, altering other areas. Could this be the power of the alternate world reincarnation spell? So it still has a bit of energy left, stored in my memories, or it's something else. Leylin's trucial was perplexed, but having been diminished to the limit, quickly sank into a deep sleep. Time seemed to stop at this moment, but at the same time, a long time seemed to have passed. Where is this? Leylin, who regained his consciousness, sized up his surroundings, stunned. Perhaps sizing up wasn't the right term for it, because he no longer had a body, and naturally had no eyes or organs like that. What he was now doing was using his senses to explore the area like feelers. Darkness, it was darkness all around with no light at all. Leylin, who was now conscious, measured up his surroundings and felt helpless. Even my true soul has vanished. I'm just a body that's a mixture of memories and a fragmented soul now. Leylin's conscient was suddenly enlightened. At this moment, there seemed to be a black hole in the air that sucked his conscient in. Leylin's conscient found itself getting dizzy as it sunk into a deep sleep. How long have I slept for? When his conscient reawakened, the surroundings had changed once again. While it was darkness all around, orange-red light could be seen. He could even hear some low hums in his confusion. Thankfully, while his conscient was weak, Leylin could tell that his conscient was no longer without a source, but had something maintaining his life. In this state, what I need is to do what I can to reduce consumption of energy and allow the conscient to rest in order to amass more energy. Leylin's conscient sank into sleep once more. However, before going back into a slumber, Leylin gave himself a prompt. The terrifying calculation abilities of his main body now became the most precise stopwatch. Once it reached 17,280 in his mind, Leylin reawakened. 17,280 seconds, which is 200 days, have passed. Awake, the conscient was elated to find that it had gotten stronger. There was the obvious feeling of energy being transmitted, as if there was a warm rush unceasingly pouring towards his stomach. Stomach, An electrostatic force swept across him, and immediately after, Leylin felt his right leg twitch. His conscient abruptly became clear as he then went through a more detailed probe. Thanks to this slumber, the area that he could explore expanded, gradually forming the image of a baby hugging his head. The veins and even bones could be seen. I have a body now, so what happened was that I've always been in a pregnant woman's stomach as an embryo. Leylin abruptly understood. So it seems like the alternate world reincarnation spell formation succeeded. However, Leylin soon found himself at a loss. Do I have to start off as a baby? This is simply too shameful. However, with Leylin's thick skin, this embarrassment only had him turn red for a moment before he began to consider this situation as if nothing had happened. A baby is far too weak. With my current state, my parents should be regular human natives of the world of gods. It's a pity that in this situation, I have no way to protect myself. I can only leave everything up to fate. All the previous energy he possessed had been washed off and removed from him. Even the soul energy that Magi were the most proud of had completely disappeared. Besides a bit of awareness, he was no different from other unborn children and naturally had no way to protect himself. In addition, just thinking for this moment left Leylin feeling dizzy. This isn't good. A baby's brain has yet to fully mature. In this state, I should try my best to withhold my thoughts. It's better to sleep. Leylin understood everything. Conscience cannot exist without a body. This was even more so in the world of gods, where laws were even more stern. Leylin now had lost all his solidified soul energy. His conscient and spiritual force could only rely on this developing body of a fetus, and he naturally could not overdo it. If the woman were to have a miscarriage because of this, Leylin would be doomed. Leylin, who understood this well, could only sink into a deep slumber while hoping this pregnant woman would be safe. At this moment, in a port city in the world of gods, a noble young lady clutched at her swelling stomach, brows tightly furrowed. "What is it, darling?" A young man immediately came over to help her along, looking anxious. "It's the child. He kicked me." The woman looked gentle, brimming in the radiance of motherly love. "What a cheeky fellow." The young lad bent down, pressing his ear tightly to the swollen stomach, to which the lady protested coquettishly. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 789, Birth waiting was always boring and painful, especially when one's safety was entrusted to someone else. Thankfully, this torture was about to end. Through his own senses, as well as the information he'd obtained from the outside world, Leylin knew he would be born soon. He'd even felt the invasion of an extraordinary energy during the long pregnancy. It was a pure white positive energy, used to heal and increase vitality. Having experienced it several times, Leylin quickly understood what it was. The blessings of a priest. Great, This blessing was very beneficial for the development of fetuses, and Leylin naturally accepted it without restraint. What made him even more satisfied was that a family who could afford to call for the blessing of a priest several times would not be ordinary. He was starting in a better environment, so the chances of a successful birth were much higher. With a good background, he could even have a better life. After all, the chances that those with high social status got were always greater than what peasants came across. This established trend would never be overturned. Just as Leylin was pondering over this, he felt the placenta around him tearing, and a terrible odor filled his sense of smell. Meanwhile, in the master's bedroom at the very center of a vast manor, the piercing screams of a woman sounded with many panicked voices. "Oh, he's coming out." A nobleman was pacing around on a bright velvet carpet, clenching his fingers so tightly that they had turned pale with stress. "Don't worry, he's been blessed by the gods, so he will definitely be born safely." A priest in a white gown consoled him in a gentle voice. On his sleeves were several shining threads of gold, and he had a unique emblem on his chest. The emblem looked like a thick tome with some mysterious runes on it. The priest was evidently the bishop of the region, loyal to the god of knowledge. His presence wasn't necessary given his status, but this was a family of devout believers of Aguma. They were also his primary supporters in the region, so he'd ended up coming for the birth of their descendant. "Thank you so much, Bishop Treacherous. The fallen family will forever remember and abide by the teachings of the god of knowledge." The young man did all he could to suppress the anxiety in his expression. "Wah." At this moment, a resonant cry could be heard from the bedroom, causing him to freeze. Immediately after, numerous maids and a wet nurse came to congratulate him. "She's given birth. She's given birth. It's a healthy young master." "Really? Let me see him." The young man's expression was filled with fervor as he took the baby over from the nurse. There were signs of the umbilical cord being cut off on the stomach, but his limbs were thick and sturdy. His blue eyes were as deep as the ocean, and it was especially moving that he was a new life. Meanwhile, the baby was wailing and bawling away, and the young man was left at a loss. "What a strong child. God shall bless you." Treacherous had a kind smile on his face, and white light tenderly caressed the child's head. The divine force placated the baby, causing him to fall asleep. "Please allow me to donate 100 gold coins to the church to show my humble respect." The young man told Bishop Treacherous, and these words immediately caused him to freeze before the smile on his face widened. "God definitely knows of your goodwill. I will personally pray for the baby as well." This bishop had originally intended to take charge of the baptism and even become the godfather of the baby to further deepen his relationship with the fallen family. Now, though, 100 gold coins didn't seem half bad since it was a huge amount of money. Nobles are all sly and greedy. They definitely won't close off all the escape routes they have. Treacherous suddenly recalled the education he'd received and watched the young man meaningfully, but he did not get angry. After all, ever since he had dedicated the rest of his life to the mighty Aguma, rage and the like had grown rare. The mighty god of knowledge taught his followers and priests to always remain rational, and fury was the biggest enemy of rationality. Hence, Treacherous seemed rather elegant as he chatted with the young man before hinting that he was going to leave. Before that, the bishop seemed to remember something. "Oh yes, I've yet to ask the young master's name." "Leylin Farlier. This is the name his mother picked for him," the young man exclaimed excitedly. "Leylin, that's a good name." The bishop gracefully bade them farewell and left. The young man impatiently entered the labor room, comforting his exhausted wife. However, none of them noticed that the baby who was sleeping peacefully in the cradle opened its eyes for an instant. Its eyes were full of glee before it closed them once more. Such emotions were an extreme thing for a newborn. Leylin was exclaiming inwardly, "World of gods, here I come." Leylin was rather satisfied that his name remained the same in this world. It had been intentional. He'd hinted it to his mother from time to time as a fetus in her body. "So this is my family in this world. I seem to have a good background." Leylin had seen most of his surroundings in that glimpse. The valuable velvet carpet, the silver crystal chandelier, the soft red brocade duvet, the large curtains embroidered with green daffodils, and lastly the numerous respectful maids and the wet nurse made it clear that Leylin was at least a minor noble in this world. or perhaps one with an even higher status. After all, not every noble child's birth would warrant the visit and protection of the regional bishop. The birth was followed by a clamor. His father here was now receiving the friends and family who had come to congratulate them. His mother beside him was already deeply asleep, while Leylin appeared to be the same. Inside, however, he was getting excited. Leylin took in a deep breath. "Aye, Chip!" Beep. Authorization to unlock seal has been obtained. Beginning activation procedures. Familiar robotic sounds could be heard, and immediately after numerous blue virtual lines were projected before Leylin's eyes. As expected, the AI. Chip's here as well? Leylin's eyes were filled with ecstasy. The AI chip had already been fused with his soul, and the true soul that had been split naturally carried a portion of the AI chip's abilities. No, only a subroutine of the AI. Chip has been separated. Still, even just that possesses a large portion of its abilities. Leylin was very excited. With his extraordinary knowledge, he could definitely rise up quickly in the world of gods even if he started off with nothing. With the AI chip's powerful storage system and analytical abilities, Leylin could not begin to imagine the great life he would soon have. It's a pity. This is the world of gods, and the influence of gods permeates every single aspect. I can't be too outstanding. For now, it's necessary to act like all other babies. Otherwise, I'd get suspected or even treated as a foreign force or a being possessed by a devil. Leylin was grim. Gods treated the purity of noble bloodlines as an important thing. The bishop that had come today wasn't just a nanny. At the very least, Leylin found many traces of magic in the room, such as detection of evil and soul defense. If not for using the rank 7 alternate world reincarnation spell and been baptized by the world of God's origin, his soul no different from the other natives, he would long since have been discovered. When the time came, even his identity as a noble would not save him. Of course, there are also disadvantages of being a native. My strength has been completely removed. Everything is blank right now. I can't even begin to train yet, and I'll have to climb up through the strength system of this world. With the baptism by the world origin force, all traces of Leylin being a Magus had been wiped. Besides his memories and the AI chip, he was no different from a baby here. Most importantly, even though he had numerous high-grade meditation techniques, he could use none of them at all. Those were the paths of Magi, and even if Leylin were to gather spiritual force using those meditation techniques, the gods of this world would soon sense the foreign force. This body would suffer the same fate as his soul seed. But there must be a way to use spiritual force in the world of gods. There's no need to hurry. I just need to grow slowly, and I'm bound to find it someday, Leylin consoled himself. At this moment, the AI chip completed its first scan. Beep. Scanning of surrounding humans complete, establishing database regarding races in the world of gods. All right then, set up my statistics with the average humans of this world, Leylin instructed. Neither his original standard of measurement nor the standards of the heavenly astral race fit into this context. The former was too low, while the latter started at Morning Star, which was too powerful. He needed to set up a new standard of measurement. Beep. Mission established. Scanning host stats. Beginning generation of database. The AI chip loyally followed Leylin's commands. Soon enough, a 3D image of a body appeared in front of Leylin, with concrete information next to it. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 790, The Fallen Family. The Fallen Family. Leylin Fallen, Strength, 0.2, Agility, 0.1, Vitality, 0.3, Spiritual Force, 0.7, Condition, Healthy. The AI chip projected Leylin's current data in a small blue font next to the image in the database. It was a tragic sight. All right, except for spiritual force, which is closer to that of an adult because of the memories I've retained, the rest are standard stats for an infant. Leylin was rather embarrassed. He was currently more weak than when he'd first crossed over into the Magus World. However, the standards of the adults here are different from those of the Magus World. They can't be compared. Leylin understood the new criteria that the AI chip had adopted. The current statistical units represented the standard of the commoners of the world of gods. As the laws were more rigid in the world of gods, There were even changes in the physical constants of the world. It was thus perfectly normal for the average stats here to be greater than in the Magus World. At this moment, the AI chip's voice sounded once more. Beep. Unknown energy source has been discovered. Radiation is determined to have a beneficial effect on the host's body. Leylin identified the location of the problem discovered by the AI chip and saw a milky white brilliance within his lower abdomen, which was continuously spreading outwards. This is the divine force of the bishop from earlier. Leylin was very certain about this. What effect does this radiation have? The AI chip quickly gave an answer. Radiation appears to be in a state of weak radioactive decay, estimated to completely dissipate in 279 hours, and at the same time increase the host body's strength by 0.1, agility by 0.1, and vitality by 0.2. Is this the blessing of a god? Leylin laughed sarcastically, a privilege that only the strong get. Of course, Leylin recognized that this was indeed a privilege. With these blessings, his growth would definitely surpass his peers. He would also possess greater strength and a more well-built physique when he grew older. The disparity between classes is set from birth. The difference in the starting lines mean that the children born of the commoners are destined to be unable to match up to the children born of nobility, favored by the gods. Even if they put in 100 times more blood, sweat, and tears, and get a little lucky, perhaps all they can see are the backs of those noble children. Although Leylin was confident in eventually reaching the peak, even if he started off as a lowly commoner, he obviously wouldn't reject a higher social position. Where's the baby? I want to see my cousin. Clang, the door to the room was pushed open even as a tender and lovely voice sounded. The person speaking evidently wasn't very old, talking in a childish manner. The other maid seemed to recognize the source of the voice and allowed her to lean against the side of Leylin's cradle. Oh, he's awake, the little girl cried out in surprise. Is this a relative? Leylin opened his eyes unhappily and sized up this reckless person who interrupted his train of thought. The girl had azure pupils like him. Strands of her silky gold hair caressed her fair and delicate forehead, lending a delicate charm to it. Her beautiful small nose was raised up slightly, and below it was a little mouth which revealed her cute canines as she smiled. There were also 2 tiny dimples, one on each side of her cheeks. Isabel, you're disturbing him. The voices of the other adults could be heard at this moment, accompanied by footsteps. The little girl was pulled to the side, and the occasional discontented voice sounded out from her. Isabel, what an energetic little brat. He sensed great trouble from those inquisitive eyes. She clearly had great interest in him. He predicted that this elder cousin wouldn't let him have peace. What drove Leylin a little mad that he had absolutely no power whatsoever to resist her right now. Dear God, please send that Isabel back home right away. It's best if it's on the other end of the continent. He started to pray piously. Such a pity, the world didn't seem to hear his prayers. Soon after, his elder cousin Isabel decided to stay in his family's manor. Apparently, this young lady would be staying with the fallen family for a long period of time. Leylin's next few days were extremely tough. He could still tolerate her squishing his cheeks or smothering his face with cream, but the most serious of all was that this female cousin actually tried to imitate the adults by changing his diapers. Oh goodness! It was already shameful enough to be fiddled with like a baby after reincarnation, and now his elder cousin, who was still a young girl, wanted to change his diapers. Dear God, Leylin really had an urge to kill himself right there and then. If only the gods knew of their plight in the future, they would definitely show their strong support and approve of this decision. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as if only in this world. With Leylin's bottom line and character, these were just trivial matters. After simply blushing in embarrassment a few times, he no longer had as many mood swings. He even quickly discovered the ultimate trick to deal with Isabel. It was crying, loud, relentless crying. In any case, he was a young baby, and it couldn't be more normal to wail when he was bullied. Once he did, either his mother or some servant or maid would come to his rescue. They even firmly reprimanded the girl at times, which made him feel inexplicably carefree. After a few such incidents, Isabel didn't dare to do anything unusual that would make Leylin unhappy. She even seemed to be a little afraid of him, which pleased him greatly. It also had to be said that, in certain aspects, Leylin's strong character made one's hair stand on end. These awkward incidents of life were just trifling matters. Thanks to his identity as a baby, many adults didn't intentionally stay away from him when they discussed matters. Who could guess that a child just a few months old would have the ability to remember anything? Leylin thus managed to gather a lot of intel. With the AI chip's valiant ability of gathering information, and the things the subordinates and servants unintentionally revealed as they chatted, his understanding of the family quickly surpassed that of most others. He even learnt many secrets of theirs. After all, being able to gossip about their masters without worry while they were not around was practically instinctive to those servants. On top of that, Leylin was still an infant, and they wouldn't avoid him. Yet, they would never have imagined that their little master already had a will, and even remembered every single thing that they said clearly. Although the majority of the things these subordinates discussed were very vulgar and were accompanied by exaggerated imagination, Leylin soon managed to gain a profound understanding of his own family, and even used the AI chip to produce a family tree. First off would be his father, the Baron of the Kingdom. Jonah's fallen's father had great military accomplishments. Because of his inheritance, he'd obtained some feudal land, becoming a rising nobleman in the kingdom. He had a few younger siblings, and they formed the current line of descent for the fallen family. His mother, Sarah, was a gentle and benevolent upper-class woman. As a noble family in military service, they'd had to go through an extremely wretched process to obtain a fief. There was nothing that could be done about it. Leylin's respected paternal grandfather seemed to have been the head imperial bodyguard of the kingdom. He was on friendly terms with the previous prince, who was also the current king. In the wars that followed, there were a few times when his grandfather almost lost his life, and he ended up with a body full of injuries that couldn't be cured fully even by divine spells. Only then had he barely managed to seize the opportunity to develop the kingdom's territory and became a noble landowner. He was then conferred the title of Baron, and breathed his last not long after. And that was exactly where Leylin's manor was. Speaking of which, his father Jonah's was actually a highly accomplished leader. Upon arriving at his feudal property, not only did he actively open up new lands for agriculture, expand production processes, and breed numerous kinds of cash crops, but he also established a decent port on a remote island. Through providing potable water, food, and maintenance services for boats that passed, it had slowly developed. They had managed to resist a few pirate attacks, causing them to retreat. Now, the fallen leadership had already undergone earth-shattering changes as compared to before. Their land was acclaimed as the jewel off the coast of the kingdom, and it certainly led to veteran nobilities lusting after it. However, all of this was still within the range of Jonah's capabilities. At least there weren't any intense conflicts at present, which made Leylin heave a sigh of relief. Isabel was also living in the manor with the family of 3. Her parents seemed to have forgotten about her after throwing her here, and she herself seemed to be indulging in too much pleasure to care about her home. Apart from Isabel, the entire manor was filled with servants of the fallen family. The gray-haired butler Ryan had the highest status, and there were also a large bunch of kitchen ladies, maids, servants, apprentice knights, and the like present. The fallen family's feudal lands were really huge. There was an independent farm, mill, stable, workshop, vegetable oil extraction factory, and other facilities. There were even entire plots of fertile farmland that employed farmers, both male and female. The entire manor was able to supply flour, vinegar, wine, and similar items in large quantities, as well as iron farm tools in smaller amounts. Even if they closed their doors to the outside world, they would still be self-sufficient for a very long period of time. Leylin viewed it as the typical economic situation of a feudal villa. Due to the fallen family's short history, they still didn't have the financial ability and physical resources to build their own castle. In actual fact, constructing a castle required the consumption of vast quantities of stone and food, and even the assistance of priests and numerous extraordinary beings. Even ancient noble families often did not have the money to finance a castle. Of course, once construction was complete, it would be the pride and symbol of the family. The defensive abilities of castles belonging to noblemen in the world of gods were top-notch. The castles were protected by spell formations, and even military troops wouldn't be able to bring it down in a short span of time. When interacting within the circle of nobility, one would often feel as though he was shorter than others by a head without a castle of their own. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 791 Scholar Crackle. Crackle. The bright flames burning in the exquisite fireplace licked at the top-quality pine wood, and it exuded a fragrant scent. A warm flow of air circulated around the main hall, sharply contrasting the cold, dark world outside it. A long wooden table stood unassumingly in the center of the hall, a white tablecloth draped over it. On it were silver lamps and precious china, all laid out carefully by maids with beautiful figures. This china was exceptionally glossy. All of the tableware was luxury goods, imported from rare elves and even more exquisite and smooth than a newborn's skin. Decorated with extremely elaborate floral motifs, they were simply high-quality pieces of art, and brimmed with the perfectionist style of elves. The price of this tableware was certainly terrifying, and couldn't compare to the family properties of all the maids even if added together. If they broke a piece by accident, the Great Baron would definitely fly into a rage. Chicken covered in juices and smooth, tender calf loin were all roasted to perfection and arranged neatly on the dining table. There were long strips of white bread in a weaved rattan basket, and a honey-colored china pot containing milky white mushroom broth at the side gave off a rich fragrance. At the edge of the soup pot was a copper ladle for everyone's use. Every seat had in front of it silver knives and forks, but there were also china trays and a few small plates containing fine salt mixed with sesame and powdered black pepper. Leylin was adeptly using his tender, fair hands with the fork and knife. He dabbed a piece of tenderloin evenly in pepper before delivering it to his mouth. The chef's skills were not bad. The beef was very tender and chewy, which made Leylin nod his head slightly. "Haha, look at that. Our child is now a grown-up too." Jonas laughed joyously from the head of the table, a glass of grape wine in hand. Leylin's family of 3 and Isabel were the only ones seated at the huge dining table. The other servants and maids could only stand at the side and wait. The butler, who had quite a high position in the manor, held a white towel in his hand. He stood respectfully behind the Baron, and so did the other apprentices. This was evidently a family banquet. "Of course, my little Leylin is the best. Look at how much he's eating. With such an appetite, he'll definitely grow into a wonderful young lad who the girls will go crazy over." Lady Sarah laughed as well. It couldn't be denied that the current Leylin had inherited both of his parents' genes and had a pretty good body. His face already held marks of the handsomeness that he would inherit. Isabel nodded from the other side, continuing to focus her attention on the apple pie in front of her. "All right. Sarah, I wish to say something." Jonas put down his wineglass, his expression slightly serious. "I think Leylin's ready to enter a profession, enlightening himself with scholarly knowledge." "But he's still so young." Sarah seemed rather concerned. "No, he's already 5 years old. Other nobles' children all receive education at this age. Do you want our child to lose out to others on the starting line?" Jonas asked a question in reply, rendering Sarah speechless. Leylin was drinking and eating, but he was listening carefully. "Education at 5 years old. Seems like I'll be able to interact more deeply with this society. After all, Beelzebub's memories are all related to devils and hell and have little to do with the main material plane." Leylin was also awed by the education methods of these noble families. Their identities as noblemen were not innate. In order to maintain their illustrious glory and position in society, they would have to invest great effort. Every heir of a noble family would receive strict and harsh education from a young age. This was passed on down throughout the generations, and even though there would be the occasional good-for-nothing fellow once in a while, a majority of them were the most wise and learned people in the world. Implementing elitist education and monopolizing knowledge, Leylin thought secretly to himself. At the very least, he understood that the education fees here were simply frightening. As a result, among all the servants in the manor, only the butler and a handful of the knight apprentices were able to read, while the rest were illiterate. Evidently, The commoners that grew up in such an environment were absolutely unable to compete with the later generations of the noble families. If this was the case even in terms of intellect, the amount of power they were in control of would be worse. "How about you, Leylin?" Jonas looked at Leylin. "I think I'm up for it, father." Leylin's response was very composed. He'd had more than enough of pretending to be a child. "Haha, now that's a true descendant of the fallen family. Excellent behavior." The Baron laughed heartily and downed the red wine in his glass in one gulp. He then started discussing with Sarah about the problem of which scholar they should hire. Leylin, of course, was in no position to interfere, and could only drink his mushroom broth in silence. "You're in true oublié." Through the gaps between her actions, he could see his elder cousin Isabel, making a face at him as she mouthed the words. He just pretended to not see her teasing him, causing her to roll her eyes. After he had eaten his fill, Leylin returned to his own room. This was a benefit that he had tried his very best to fight for. Although the Baron and his wife had generally agreed to this request, they also had other terms. Next to his room would be an experienced maid, someone separated by only a silken curtain ready to take care of the young master at all times. Leylin, of course, absolutely did not give her a chance to do so. His early maturation made the Baron's wife very pleased, yet she also felt a little upset and regretful. A faint light flashed in Leylin's eyes as he heard light breathing sounds from next door. "AI chip. Show my current statistics." Leylin Farlier, strength, 0.4 agility, 0.3 vitality, 0.6 spirit, 1 condition healthy. The AI chip sent the information faithfully. Leylin's current stats were much better than other kids of his age, and even his spirit had been restored to the average standard of ordinary people. Even so, this made Leylin frown in dissatisfaction. "It's taking too long to restore everything. The laws of the world of gods are really the harshest among all the worlds." Through many minor experiments, Leylin was now able to confirm that although there were extraordinary powers in the world of gods, they rejected beings that were overly powerful. Even if they were deities, it was compulsory for them to leave the main material plane after advancing and establish their own kingdom in the outside world. The physical constants here had also undergone changes. The attractive forces between all kinds of particles seemed to be oddly strengthened, which made it even harder to attain extraordinary powers. In short, even deities had to expend great effort and strength if they wanted to have a great influence in the world of gods. The knowledge aspect is all right, but the education of professions? Leylin's pupils glistened with anticipation. In the world of gods, those who possessed extraordinary strength were unanimously named professionals. They seemed to be able to have occupations at such places as guilds, and they obtained all kinds of privileges and benefits for doing so. The number of professionals among Baron Jonah's subordinates seemed to be scarce. Of course, the fallen family's fortune was based entirely on their port. Leylin secretly speculated that perhaps the main powers of the family had always been defending that area. The Baron acted swiftly. Early in the morning the very next day, an elderly man who was dressed up completely had been invited into the manor. "Good morning, Mr. Leylin Farlier." This scholar had the air of someone who had intensively read all the traditional books, and his manner of speaking was also very fitting for his profession. It seemed that he and Baron Jonas had hit it off very well, and they had a pleasant conversation. Thus he was asked to be Leylin's tutor straight away. Leylin met his teacher in a small drawing room that had been opened up temporarily. It was a pity that his wealth of knowledge far exceeded that of his tutors by leaps and bounds. However, his understanding of the world of gods obviously surpassed Leylin's, thus Leylin kept a respectful expression. "Good day, teacher. May I ask how I should address you?" Such refined and courteous actions clearly surprised the scholar. He raised his eyes, and the interest in his pupils grew stronger. Having such an intelligent and gifted child as his student would be an extremely fortunate matter for him. "You can call me Anthony," the scholar said as he smiled. "What a polite young mister." "Good day, Teacher Anthony." Leylin saluted once more, but he was actually secretly doing a thorough check of his tutor's details and background information using the AI. Chip, scan complete. Name, Anthony. Strength, 0.9 agility, 1.2 vitality, 0.8 spirit, 1.7 evaluation, normal human, slightly spiritually gifted. This is a typical average scholar, Leylin sighed to himself. Initially, he had hoped to run into a magus or some other being that used magic. After all, the identity of a scholar was an excellent disguise for these professions. But Anthony, who was sitting opposite him, clearly wasn't such a person. Then, may I ask what you can educate me about? Leylin dove straight into the main topic. This attitude evidently startled Anthony. As the heir of a noble family, there is much knowledge that you will need to master, such as languages, writing, etiquette, and simple arithmetic. Linguistics is my forte, thus I will be developing a course for you on the common language used here. This would also be the most appropriate arrangement for a 5-year-old. As for the others that follow, my apologies, but that will depend on the Baron's opinion. All right then, let's begin, Leylin nodded. Although he had already obtained a vast amount of content regarding languages when he had first been projected into the world of gods a long time ago, that was obviously insufficient. After all, as part of a noble family, he had to master specialized pleasantries and even certain speech mannerisms. Or else he would be treated like an unsophisticated country bumpkin. Although Leylin loathed the idea of formality, he still had to take the initiative to adapt to the laws as he didn't have the capability to break them. This was the principle of survival. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 792, Fighting Spirit, the accurate usage of formalities and the mastery of titles and honorifics at different levels is a complicated subject. Anthony wiped the small blackboard behind him. Before we begin the course, I would like to introduce a respected deity to you. Anthony fished out a badge from his chest pocket. On it was a sacred logo in the shape of a book which had a dim luster. Can you recognize this? Anthony asked softly. I recognize it. This is the emblem of the almighty god of knowledge, Aguma. Leylin nodded earnestly. The smile on Anthony's face spread even wider. That's right. All of us scholars believe strongly in the almighty god of knowledge, Aguma, who is also the origin of all knowledge. He shot a profound glance at Leylin. It is also the religion that the fallen family believes in. Do you pray frequently? I've seen my parents do it, Leylin replied. After all, you couldn't expect much of a child. Very well. Now follow my actions. Anthony's expression grew sincere, pure, and holy. Almighty God of knowledge, you are the origin of all knowledge, the controller of truth. Leylin was secretly rolling his eyes vigorously, but he could only follow Anthony and pray. Your glory will be scattered upon the entire world, driving out barbarism and ignorance, and bringing about the golden age of civilization. A young voice continuously reverberated in the small drawing room. Jonas and Sarah, who were hiding outside the door, had smiles plastered on their faces. So apart from giving me language lessons, this teacher is also here to give me lessons on the divine. Leylin was secretly gloomy, but didn't express the slightest bit of impatience on his face. Instead, he was conscientious and focused, at which Anthony couldn't help but nod approvingly to himself. In actual fact, Leylin knew that there was totally no way for him to avoid this. After all, the influence that the deities had on this world was honestly too deep. If he wanted to continue living under his false identity, he had to transform into a believer. A person without faith in the world of gods would be considered a freak and would have absolutely no room for survival. Fortunately, the deities only had great influence on and branded the souls of their own devout followers and fanatics. They didn't pay much attention to the general believers who had only been slightly influenced by the glory of the gods. What was even more ingenious was that unless one assumed the position of a priest, it was practically impossible to tell the extent of faith that one had. Anyway, all he had to do was just pray at fixed times and occasionally make donations at the church. Leylin felt that he could totally act out such superficial deeds very well. Based on what Leylin knew, the god of knowledge, Aguma was a deity that many noble families and scholars believed in. It could be said that he was rather someone all cultured people believed in. Of these two specific types of people, one set cared only for their interest, while the other laid special emphasis on practical laws. They definitely weren't as religious as they claimed to be. Leylin wouldn't stand out if he mixed with them, Thus this deity could be said to be the best option. There's only one other option in the fallen family's territory, the god of sufferance Irma. Leylin shuddered. Irma was a deity brimming with devotion and sacrificial spirit. Most of her teachings advised her believers to exercise patience and compliance, making her a deity that many rulers liked to introduce into their territory. Naturally, the same applied with Baron Jonas. These two churches were the only ones currently in his fief, resulting in a scenario where the upper class prayed to the god of knowledge and the farmers and sailors prayed to Irma. Although the Baron also wished to introduce the Church of the Goddess of Wealth Walken into his territory, he hadn't been successful. The island's trading industry wasn't very prosperous yet, and was even boycotted by the combined resistance of both the current churches. The wealthy pastors who knew how to earn money more than they knew how to preach naturally wouldn't be attracted to this place. Excellent! Upon seeing a white cloud of holy light floating up from the religious emblem and draping itself over Leylin, every single wrinkle on Anthony's face was smoothened out with a smile. The Almighty God of Knowledge has received your prayers. In the future, you may follow your parents to the Knowledge Shrine and church to participate in scripture-related activities and donations. That would be my honor, Leylin replied methodically as he secretly rejoiced. Sure enough, my soul is now wholly native to the world of gods, and I haven't aroused even the slightest amount of suspicion from Anthony. As long as I maintain this level of faith in future and do not attract his attention, there definitely won't be any problem. Of course, Leylin also knew that he had no path as a priest. After all, priesthood demanded great faith. Not only were priests expected to understand the entirety of their deity's doctrines and follow them, even their souls belonged to the deities themselves. If his own soul was laid bare under the gaze of the deities, Leylin wasn't certain if he'd be able to conceal the truth. However, with my attitude, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to achieve even the lowest level of a priest. Leylin grew speechless at these own thoughts of his. All right, let's begin today's lesson. I'll just mention that the remuneration I get from your father is 3 golden coins every time the hourglass runs out. Anthony started to write on the blackboard. He wrote in cursive, which appeared highly complicated and beautiful. 3 gold coins? Leylin deeply exhaled. Even a young child like him knew that the purchasing power of gold coins in the world of gods was extremely high. Knowledge is priceless. Anthony nodded satisfactorily at Leylin's show of poor manners, then began the morning's lesson. This level of teaching was simply considered nothing in Leylin's eyes. He had even specially lowered his speed of learning by a great deal in order to conceal how exceptional he truly was. Even so, the abilities that he displayed had earned exceedingly high praise from Anthony. He strongly commended Leylin in front of the Baron and his wife, and even predicted that he would become a mighty scholar one day, which made Lady Sarah's eyes twinkle with delight. The Baron lifted Leylin up and tossed him around in the air many times. After enjoying a sumptuous lunch under the maid's care, Leylin followed the Baron to a small field behind the manor. This was the place where farmers usually lay their grains under the scorching sun. It was very spacious and empty, a wooden frame upright at the side holding hammers, daggers, pikes, knight spears, and other kinds of weapons. A warrior dressed in leather armor was already waiting in the center of the field. Leylin, this is the chief imperial bodyguard of our family. You may call him Uncle Jacob. The Baron introduced him to Leylin. Leylin could distinctly sense a menacing aura from him, one that could only be cultivated by traversing mountains of corpses and oceans of blood. He also felt his formidable strength. Jacob clearly possessed some sort of extraordinary ability and was a professional. Uncle Jacob, Leylin immediately shouted sweetly. Your Uncle Jacob has always been in charge of the patrol team at the harbor. I specially transferred him here to take responsibility and teach you martial arts. He is your instructor from today, understood? The Baron's voice grew stern. Teacher Jacob, Leylin secretly rolled his eyes as he greeted him seriously once more. Jacob, I'll hand Leylin over to you. Jonas hit Jacob's shoulder. Rest assured, sir. I will definitely teach the young master all that I know. Jacob straightened his chest. After the Baron left, only Leylin and Jacob were left on the small field. Before we start on the warrior training, I have a question for you, young master. Do you know what a professional is? Jacob had a very boorish face. Having had a long-term job that required him to oppress others, he was brimming with a deadly aura. Even if he tried hard to make himself look gentle when he smiled, his looks would intimidate many imps, so much that they would cry. I've heard about it before, Leylin scratched his head. A so-called professional is someone who possesses formidable strength. Even in other countries, they receive preferential treatment, especially so for professionals who are rank 5 and above. The muscles in Jacob's right hand bulged, as though trying to make him more persuasive. They were covered in a misty brilliance. Look carefully, this is an ability that only rank 5 warriors and above possess, fighting spirit. With a loud bellow, Jacob smashed his fist onto the ground. Rumble. Smoke and dust scattered throughout the air, as though a small-scale earthquake had occurred in the field. When the smoke and dust dispersed, a huge sunken pit could be seen next to Jacob. Wow, Leylin's jaw dropped open, and he appeared to be extremely shocked. He reacted in about the same way as other children would, but he was actually secretly estimating Jacob's capabilities. Such destructive power, it's almost the same as knights who have activated life energy. There's no doubt about it. The harsher restrictions on extraordinary powers in the world of God means that Jacob's true strength should be even greater than this. He should be close to a rank 1 Magus in strength. Leylin made secret calculations as the AI chip immediately revealed Jacob's stats. Jacob, warrior. Rank 5 or above, insufficient information. Estimated stats, strength, 3 agility, 2 vitality, 3 spirit, 1.5. Evaluation, dangerous? Leylin sighed in silence. At the same time, he had also roughly gauged Jacob's strength. This body is too weak, even the AI chip scanning abilities are limited. I'm only a warrior, thus I can only show you the strength of a warrior, young master. Jacob said regretfully, there are many different types of professionals who possess strange yet mysterious abilities. It was clear that Jacob was faithfully fulfilling his duty and using his formidable strength to lure the young master into walking on the path of strength. Then, what is your rank as a warrior, Uncle Jacob? Can you tell me? At this point, Leylin fully put his advantage as a young child to use and constantly tried to acquire information. Me. I'm just a mere rank 6 warrior. Jacob laughed, seemingly embarrassed. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 793 Ernest, a rank 6 warrior. How about my father? What rank is he? Is he rank 15? Leylin appeared very innocent and vulnerable. After all, in the hearts of children, parents were unequaled. Rank 15? Cough, cough. Jacob almost choked on his saliva. Esteemed young master, professionals above rank 5 are already valued by nobility. Those beyond rank 15 are treated with excessive respect even among the highest strata of society. There are very few of them on the continent. Is that so? Leylin stroked his chin. He'd heard about this ranking while he had still been a soul seed, and it seemed like after borrowing a medium to use, the strength of his soul seed was not half bad. Of course, no matter how powerful he was still a foreigner. Nothing could be hidden from the glory of the gods, and he would easily have been destroyed. Uncle Jacob, what happens after rank 15? Are there more powerful beings? Leylin was like a little guy filled with curiosity. After rank 15, Jacob's eyes were dim. Then there are only the legends. Legendary beings can make whole kingdoms retreat and are the most powerful forces of the continent. Legends? Leylin's eyes flashed. All right, let's start training today. First is long-distance running. At this moment, Jacob realized that Leylin's questions had pushed him off topic. He turned grim. Fine. Leylin began to run around cheekily like a little cheetah full of energy, his smooth motions causing Jacob's eyes to brighten. Deep in the night, in the Baron's study room, Jonas sat behind the work desk, arms crossed as he looked deep in thought. You're saying Leylin's body has good potential, and if he were to go through warrior training, he has high prospects. Jacob stood before Jonas, speaking sternly. Yes, my lord, the energy in young Master Leylin's body flows very smoothly. On top of that, with a great body from birth, I'm certain that the young master will gather fighting energy and break through to become a rank 5 warrior in 10 years if he perseveres with warrior training. All right, you may leave, Jonas waved his arms tiredly. Only after Jacob bowed and left could he laugh wryly. Outstanding literary talent and an outstanding physique. Leylin, you truly are a gem gifted to me by the gods. Jonas grabbed at his hair in frustration. Every parent hoped their child would be a genius, but when Leylin was outstanding in both of these respects, Jonas grew distressed as to how best to nurture the boy. It's obviously necessary to continue the cultural lessons, but what about the warrior training? Jonas knew Jacob's strength well, and if Leylin truly had talent, it would be a waste for him to be training under Jacob. On top of that, warriors had low status in the world of gods given how common they were. While they could grow extremely powerful at the higher, more profound realms, one would unavoidably be treated like cannon fodder in the beginning. Jonas was hesitant about it. What are you worrying about? At this moment, a gentle voice was heard from outside the study room, and Jonah's eyes brightened. Ernest. Welcome. Jonas stood up while beaming sunnily, watching a figure walk out from the shadows. The figure had a head of long, soft, silver hair. His eyes were filled with wisdom, and while he looked young, he had a great aura. He wore a yielding gown similar to those of scholars, and had a mysterious golden decorative motif on his chest. Powerful magical force twined around his body, giving him a very menacing aura. Evidently, Ernest was a powerful magician. This was a magician. The spellcasters of the world of gods grasped powerful abilities in magic, and were existences that could control the natural elements around them. More importantly, every spellcaster's was extremely well learned. Their breadth of knowledge was above that of many famed scholars. Of course, due to the great amount of resources and time that had to be poured into magic, magic was a profession of nobles. Regular commoners definitely couldn't pay the expenses required to study and conduct experiments. We meet again, Jonas. Ernest smiled gently, giving his friend an enthusiastic hug. I'm sorry I couldn't get here in time when your child was born. Experiments that probe the abyss are too complex and time-consuming. Ernest looked sorry. Treat this ring of light as my belated gift. He passed a glimmering silver ring to Jonas. Though the light spell in this can only be used thrice, it's not bad for a child's toy. Thank you very much on behalf of Leylin as well. Jonas took the ring carefully, moved by the present. With his knowledge, he knew that even a temporarily enchanted item like this could easily fetch 10 gold coins. Magical items were that expensive. Oftentimes, they could not even be sold due to their exorbitant prices. With the fallen family's background, they would at most befriend a few useless magic scholars, and it was impossible to make connections with powerful spellcasters like Ernest. Meeting him was a pure coincidence. After finding out his true identity, Jonas had spent much effort to build up a great friendship with him. After they sat down, Ernest continued his query. Jonas, what's worrying you? Well, watching the powerful spellcaster, Jonas had to conceal the glimmer in his eyes. He laughed wryly. You know Leylin is already 5, right? His talent is worrying me. I'm worried he'll lack the guidance he needs, which will cause him to walk the wrong path and not be able to show his outstanding talent. Jonas mentioned Leylin's display in detail. It had to be said that even while he was hiding a lot of information, Leylin's was definitely a talent amongst the natives here. As Jonas continued, Ernest's eyes brightened. Tomorrow. Let me see the child tomorrow. If he really has talent, I can consider taking him in as my student. Thank you so much. Jones stood up, elated. It's nothing. Ernest smiled slightly. He had already noticed Jonah's objective, but he didn't particularly mind. He had gotten a huge sponsorship from Jonas before, and taking a child in as a student wasn't much in return. Of course, the child needed to have talent in magic, even if it was at a low level. The next day, Leylin was informed that all of his classes were postponed, and that he was going to meet someone important. Leylin, my child. Jonas stood before Leylin, looking extremely serious. I will bring you to see a powerful magician later. Even in the entire continent, he is a very terrific person, so you must be respectful. Is that understood? Yes, father. Little Leylin nodded vigorously, looking forward to this. A magician, a spellcaster in this world. I can finally walk the path of the elements again. Leylin was more than aware about whether he had talent in casting spells. In addition, he didn't have plans on choosing a different profession having restarted his life. He was a magus, and it was much easier for him to reach the peak of the path of magic. Of course, he had not considered becoming a warlock once more. He had gone through a great number of trouble to break his bloodline shackles in the past and wanted nothing to do with it again. Hence, becoming a magician was currently Leylin's best choice. I hope you'll become a powerful magician. If that happens, our fallen family— Jonah's tone held hope and anticipation as he rubbed Leylin's head, bringing him to the drawing room. In there was a magician with long silver hair, gazing over him with eyes as intense as lightning. Goosebumps arose on Leylin's skin. Ah! A low hum could be heard from his lips. Come. Leylin, this is your Uncle Ernest. While perplexed by Ernest's expression, Jonas immediately hinted at Leylin to greet him. Good morning, Uncle Ernest. Leylin bowed respectfully, his bright eyes full of curiosity. Good child, come here. Ernest's eyes were filled with excitement. Even Jonas could tell that he was holding his emotions back. Hold this. Another silver ring appeared in his hands. Unlike the previous one, this looked like an exquisite work of art and had a glistening gem embedded at its crest. Jonas could tell at first glance that this was a magic item with a permanent spell inside. Compared to the one from before that could only be used thrice before it was rendered useless, it was at least 10 times the value. Thank you, Uncle. Leylin respectfully took the ring, while he held it with contempt in his mind. A magic artifact that can be used only when my spiritual force has reached a certain level. What a primitive method of sensing. The moment he held the ring, the energy pathway and structure within was laid bare before Leylin's eyes. I'll take this chance to show off my ability then. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 794. The Path of a Wizard. The Path of a Wizard. BZZT. A bundle of bright white light emanated from the ring on Leylin's hand. Piercing white light startled Baron Jonas, blinding him temporarily. Baron Jonas rubbed at his reddened, teared-up eyes, finally managing to recover from the blindness caused by the light spell. What he saw in front of him after that was a wizard who was at a loss for words. Dear gods, Jonas rubbed at his eyes, watching Ernest in front of him while unable to believe his eyes. Was this the wizard that he knew? Everyone knew that wizards were the symbol of wisdom and calm. There were few matters that could make them lose themselves, forget leaving them at a loss. Haha, very good, Leylin. You did well. Ernest, do you mean that Leylin passed? However, Jonas no longer thought of the other matters because he had already come up with another possibility at the sight of Ernest's expression. Passed? Ah, of course. His talent is so great that he might even have a place in the Magic Association. Even my mentor would be jealous of me taking in such an excellent student. Ernest spoke sternly once he calmed down. Jonas, my friend. It is my responsibility to inform you that your child Leylin has great talent in the path of magic. Even now, his spiritual force far surpasses those of his age, and with the correct guidance, I believe he might even break through to the realm of a grandmaster, or even. Ernest's body was beginning to twitch without his knowledge. All right. Well then, Ernest, are you willing to take my son as your student? Of course, why wouldn't I? Ernest already considered Leylin the student who would carry on his legacy. Had Jonas not allowed it, he might even have resorted to force to acquire him. Then that's great. I want to announce this great news to everyone. I'll hold a celebration. Jonas' face glowed red with pride. The fact that the young master of the fallen family had been taken in as the student of a powerful spellcaster definitely raised the family's status and influence in the kingdom. Jonas was already becoming impatient. Well then, are there any other procedures for Leylin to study under you? What about fees? We can talk about that later. For now, please give us some time alone. Ernest respectfully waved his hand, and an invisible force pushed Jonas out. The door closed itself automatically. Don't be surprised. That was merely the effect of Mage Hand. It's a parlor trick. Ernest turned, putting what he believed to be his kindest smile on his face as he consoled the startled little guy. Yes, mister. Leylin shrunk back on himself as if in fear, yet his eyes secretly held a shrewd expression. AI. Chip, has this been recorded? The wizard's spellcasting has been recorded. Storing data? The AI chip quickly answered. Great. However, the power of this spell is rather... Leylin could clearly tell that something was different about this person. Even in the Magus World, High-ranked magi needed to practice for a long time in order to cast spells with such instantaneous effects. No, he doesn't have the ability to cast spells instantly. It's like he had already prepared this spell beforehand and stored it. With a designated gesture and command, the spell model was activated. Leylin himself was an expert in spells, and he immediately saw through the process. Though I'm not too sure about the theory behind it, this seems to be the way spells are cast in the world of gods. Compared to the Magus World, there seem to be many differences. This is magic. The young voice quivered, yet it held a curiosity within. Yes, this is magic. With just a slight move of a finger, you can call on the power of nature. Ernest rubbed his hands, and flames appeared in the air, turning into a little bird, a man, and many other shapes. Finally, it abruptly dissipated, turning into a small flame. Seeing that he had successfully captured the little guy's attention and admiration, Ernest's lips curved in a proud smile. Yes, with just the slight movement of a finger, immense power could be called upon. There was no need to be like those warriors or other physical professionals, laboring, bleeding, and sweating like a fool. Such things were very crude and violent. Besides, even the lowest-ranked wizard would gain many benefits from copying scrolls or performing alchemy. Compared to the professions of those low lives, magic was obviously a more mysterious and noble path. Of course, such a thing would capture a child's heart. Ernest felt very good about himself, having arrogant thoughts. Of course, the terrifying expenses and harsh requirements for talent while one studied to become a wizard was something he ignored. Then, can I become a wizard? Finally, Ernest heard Leylin's apprehensive words, which made him feel like he was in the clouds. Of course, my child, you have the talent to be an outstanding wizard. I, Ernest of the Burning Shadows, am very willing to be your guide on the path of magic. Ernest did his best to seem solemn. But there's something I need to remind you of. While you have an astounding talent, you'll have to put in more effort than ordinary people. The path of wizards does not allow for laziness. Ernest's expression was stern as he began instruction. Soon enough, news of young Master Leylin of the fallen family coming under the tutelage of a powerful wizard spread its way around the port. In the world of gods, wizards usually represented power, mystery, and power that could not be withstood. Wizards represented torrential power and mystery in the world of gods, a strength that could not be withstood. The Fallens had produced a magic student, and he was even very talented. That meant that there was a huge likelihood of the appearance of a powerful wizard in this family. This potential immediately caused many to disregard the fact that this family was a new and upcoming noble family. Many traditional nobles began to accept the existence of the fallen family, and many made plans to extend an olive branch to them. Baron Jonas cleverly made use of this opportunity, helping the fallen family gain many advantages, bettering the lives and the environment of the family. Of course, this had nothing to do with Leylin. He was far too young and could not help out in matters of the family. The only thing he did was to accompany Ernest to attend a banquet, gaining the blessings of everyone in the land. Bishop Treacherous, who followed Ogma the god of knowledge, personally came forward to express his regret. Leylin's powerful spiritual force did not only give him talent as a wizard. If he could accept the teachings of the god of knowledge and abide by them in body and mind, he would have a smooth path to priesthood, and he could even advance faster than other priests. With such a great seedling snatched away by a wizard, Treacherous naturally felt very regretful. It was a pity that he would never know that it was impossible for Leylin to rely on the god of knowledge, nor would he ever become even a rank 1 priest. After they made their relationship as master and student official, Leylin's lessons as a wizard began. Under Jonas and his wife's enthusiastic attempts at making him stay, Ernest had decided to remain in the manor, completing his duty of instructing Leylin in magic. In actuality, he was a wizard without a fixed residence and did not possess anything like a magic tower. Based on the intel Leylin had received on the sly, mostly from his mentor letting it slip by accident, he was only rank 9 and far from rank 15, the rank of a Grandmaster wizard. He was even further from becoming a legend. If they wished to build a magic tower, unless they were favored children backed by the most powerful of organizations, even Grandmaster wizards had to save up for centuries. Leylin maliciously thought that Ernest had nowhere to go, which was why he had no choice but to freeload at the fallen family's place. Of course, even a rank 9 wizard was an outstanding person on the fallen territory, hence Jonas and his wife both agreed to it. Both sides were willing. Leylin's magic courses were scheduled for the morning. His culture teacher Anthony could only come in the afternoons, and Jacob was laid off his initial job of instructing Leylin in his path as a warrior. If not for Leylin coming up with the reason of needing to train his body, using half an hourglass time every day, he would probably be patrolling the ports. Spells are actually God's gift to wizards. The weave, created by the mighty goddess of the weave Mistra, is the source of all magic. In the very first lesson, Leylin almost choked as he heard Ernest stating this seriously. Spells? God's gift. The weave? Yes. Ernest looked extremely grim. It seemed like these were his true thoughts. All right. Leylin nodded seriously, but he was snickering inside. It's obviously his own strength, yet he has been shackled. How should I judge him? As Ernest spoke, Leylin acquired a better understanding of the wizards in the world of gods. The spellcasters here, or rather wizards, essentially used meditation to increase their spiritual force, communicating with the devil web that was everywhere to create spell models and then store them as magic. This conclusion left Leylin speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 795, 8 years, 8 years. In that case, Master, if a wizard can only store magic one day before using it the next, then isn't it necessary to determine which spells to use on the day before? And once the spell slots have been used up, Leylin raised his hand and asked, Yes, all wizards need to prepare all the magic they will use a day prior. It's important to know which spells to prepare, and as for the issue of spell slots being used up, Ernest looked very stern. Remember this well, Leylin. Once a wizard uses up all his spells and has no scrolls or magic artifacts on his body, he is no different from an ordinary person. Hence, you can never let yourself get into that situation. This is very important. I've seen many who used up all their spells and were unlucky enough to be gnawed down the core without a scrap of flesh left on their bones. I understand. Leylin sat back down speechlessly. Based on what he said, wizards actually use their spiritual force as a currency to buy the authority to use magic from the weave. While this method makes the requirements to become a wizard less stringent, this is basically a nightmare for those who are talented enough to build spell models by themselves. So in general, wizards are impotent and diminished versions of magi. Leylin felt disconcerted. So while it allows those without enough aptitude to use magic, this weave is inflexible and confines true talent in magic. Leylin's eyes flashed. Perhaps this is the goal of the gods, to prevent the rise of a wizard who is too powerful. Could this be an effect from the final battle with the Magi? In that case, I should look up the history of this weave goddess. If my guess is correct, she must be a new god that only gained popularity after the ancient final war. Despite knowing this, Leylin obviously would not stick out his neck and try to change things. His goal was to remain low profile as he grew up, and he absolutely would not do something like challenging the gods. Before having the confidence to break through the power of laws, he had no choice but to explore the path of wizards. Next, I'll teach you a meditation technique, and then you can start making contact with the weave. Ernest continued to teach from the lectern, unaware that this pupil that looked studious on the outside was exploring many new ideas. Meditation here isn't too different from Magi's meditation techniques, but the effects are slightly weaker. Of course, coupled with the laws of the world of gods, there are many areas I can learn from. As for the weave, Leylin's spirit began to extend outwards. Using the method that Ernest had taught him, his spirit seemed to touch upon a powerful existence. It was a network of invisible energy shaped like a spiderweb, and it enveloped the entire world of gods with its powerful energy. Even the surface density of the energy pathways left Leylin's scalp prickling. Are those nodes spell slots? I never thought that just the surface layer of the weave would be enough for me to feel stunned like this. Leylin watched the weave, his eyes full of admiration as he grew more convinced in his guesses. So powerful, it must have been created as a joint effort by the gods. Mistra should be one of the most powerful of peak rank 8s, which is why she was selected to manage it. Leylin knew very little about the gods. All he knew was that there were a few stages to the most powerful of them. Second to the world, well, that was the supreme god. Unlike in the Magus World, there were greater gods, the middle gods, and the lesser gods. Mystra was definitely among the most successful of the greater gods, having tremendous divine force. Even if Leylin's main body were to fight her, it was unlikely that he'd hold the upper hand. I've already given you the meditation method. Next up is to continue practicing the use of your spiritual force and making contact with the weave. Other students might need up to 3 months, but you'll be able to do it in a month. Ernest spoke frankly. All of a sudden, a strange undulation spread, causing his expression to change. Weave, you've made contact with the weave. Ernest charged forward, grabbing Leylin's slender arm. His eyes went red. Leylin, is it really your first time touching upon magic? Of course, master. I've rarely even left the manor since birth. Leylin's eyes gleamed as he answered innocently. Then tell me, are you the illegitimate child of the weave goddess? Ernest asked extremely seriously. Come fall, there were scenes of a great harvest everywhere. Grain and flour filled warehouses, and many farmers looked gleeful at the sight. This harvest was enough for them to pay their taxes, and would even leave enough food for them to live through the winter and plant seeds at the beginning of spring. At this thought, they could not help but begin to pray, singing praises in the favor of the gods, as well as the benevolence and generosity of the Lord. With the profits from having a port, and with many residents moving from the continent to the island, the fallen family's taxes were set very low, which could be considered a very benevolent act from them. Haystacks were piled up high in the training grounds of the manor, forming forts in varying shape. 2 figures were now clashing on the ground. Pay attention to your center of gravity, I'm coming. Along with the warning, a blonde teen in white training clothes brandished a metal sword like a viper, twisting his body in an arc in midair, spinning around to arrive next to his opponent and thrusted his sword forward at an unexpected angle. Leylin's opponent seemed middle-aged. His face had marks of age on it, his hands were full of calluses, and he now looked as if he was battling his greatest enemy. Ha! It's this way, he called in a low voice, holding the heavy sword in his hand horizontal. Clang! The 2 swords produced a dull sound as they collided with tremendous force. Crap! The man's expression changed and he slipped. Having lost his center of gravity, his entire body was thrown off balance. Boom! He felt a tremendous force slam into him, but the force turned gentle when it hit his chest, and he seemed to be sent flying away rather delicately, as if he was light as a feather. When the middle-aged man opened his eyes once more, the blonde teen's metal sword was already at his chest. You've lost, Jacob. Yes, young Master Leylin, I've lost. Jacob laughed helplessly. Your earlier parry was not agile enough, and you lacked instinct in your movements. In front of him was obviously Leylin. However, Leylin was now guiding Jacob in detail as if he was the teacher instead. Jacob listened obediently, watching him in admiration. After sending Jacob away, Leylin picked up a white towel and wiped off the sweat on his face before walking into the bathroom. The steady rise of the cloudy steam made the room look a little hazy. Coming before a precious mercury mirror, he judged his appearance. He had curling golden hair, blue eyes, and a handsome face which inherited his parents' excellent features. While the fine hair near his lips betrayed his true age, it did nothing to conceal the mature charm he possessed. It's been 10 years since I've started training to become a wizard, Leylin sighed. HR followed it up with an order, AI. Chip, show me my current stats, Leylin Farlier. Age, 13, race, human, rank 5 wizard. Strength, 1.5 agility, 1 vitality, 1.3 spirit, 5. Condition, healthy. Innate skills, sturdy, erudite. Spell slots, rank 2 slots, 1, rank 1 slots, 2, rank 0 slots, 3. After fumbling around for many years, Leylin had developed more functions for the AI chip, and even the stats were now more detailed. He turned his attention to the description of his innate skills. Innate skill. Sturdy. Host has persevered through warrior training and possesses a sturdy physique. Strength plus 0.5, vitality plus 0.3, erudite. Plentiful experiences and great knowledge has allowed the host's willpower and spirit to expand and become more resilient. Spirit plus 1, the stats that the AI chip shows includes the bonus from my innate skills. Leylin looked rather solemn. In other words, besides the strengthening of my spiritual force from birth, my body is practically comparable to a regular adult. After the passing of so many years, Leylin found that due to the limitations by the world's laws, it was extremely difficult for humans to raise their strength. There seemed to be some kind of bottleneck when raising any of his stats, and once they reached an average of 1, his progress had stalled. Only his spiritual force, which was related to him being a wizard, was still somewhat increasing, but it too seemed to have reached a bottleneck. When it comes to my body's stats, Jacob still surpasses me in many ways. The reason I could defeat him was technique. Is this some added bonus from being a warrior? Leylin stroked his chin, sinking into deep thought. While the increase of his strength would be shocking to his peers, this did not satisfy him. Perhaps I should find an opportunity and go on a trip outside. Leylin inwardly made a decision as he bathed in the warm water. He naturally had ideas about how to increase his strength, but he obviously could not implement them at home. Traveling abroad now seemed to be a rather good idea. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 796 Anthony AI chip. How's the progress on the analysis of the weave? Leylin inwardly asked, closing his eyes. Beep. Analysis prioritizes concealment of the host. Current progress. Rank 0 weave 87.69%, Rank 1 weave 37.61%, Rank 2 weave 2.33%, the AI chip quickly replied. This was one of the many reasons why Leylin was advancing so slowly as a wizard, and he was very interested in the existence of the weave. If he was able to completely analyze the weave without being discovered by Mistra, it would make it extremely convenient for him to cast spells. Even with such a huge project on his hands, Leylin was still able to reach rank 5 as a wizard. This display was already enough for Ernest to rave and exclaim that he was a genius, even a monster. Wizards in the world of gods were ranked according to their level of contact with the weave. Those below rank 3 could only make contact with its surface, memorizing and using rank 0 spells. They would acquire a deeper understanding of it upon reaching rank 3, gaining the ability to use rank 1 spells. Leylin was now a rank 5 wizard, able to make contact with the second layer to use rank 2 spells. He was doing rather well for himself. On top of that, being a wizard in itself gave him great status. If he was lucky, he could even be conferred a lordship as he was in a large noble family, and it was highly likely that he'd gain his own land with meritorious deeds, passing it down the generations. This was the dream of commoners. It was a pity, though. At this level, everything was like the dirt on the ground to Leylin, filling him with disdain as he trod on it. Ranks 1 to 5 are considered normal in the central continent, and those from rank 6 to 10 are considered elites. From 1 to 15 are experts, and those above are true powerhouses who enjoy great reputation in the continent. Even if they aren't considered legends, they are the apex of power, and those who appear most often. Legends could care less about worldly matters, placing their ambition and hopes on obtaining divinity, perhaps igniting their godfire and obtaining a place as a deity. This was Leylin's current understanding of the power hierarchy in the world of gods, obtained from the intel he had acquired as well as his own conjectures. Gods were set on a pedestal here, living in their divine eternal lands, while their churches and priests raised followers for them. The prime material plane prevented all powerful forces from entering, and even if a god were to make a material body and descend, they would only have the strength of a peak legend at most. Of course, they held another title. They were called saints. Even if their real bodies descended, they would still have the same name. Hence, there were many situations in the prime material plane where high-ranked legends besieged saints and caused their fall. Sometimes, they even managed to rob them of their divine force. Those gods would basically not let their real bodies descend and could only do that with their clones. Legends are the most powerful in the prime material plane. If I can become one quickly, I'll have enough power to protect myself. Besides, I need to do that to gain divine force. Leylin stroked his chin. As he had gotten enough nutrients growing up, he was already rather tall for a 13-year-old, as could be seen in the mirror. Besides his face being immature, he was practically a little adult. Is the reason for the bottleneck in my stats that I've yet to fully develop? Leylin pondered over his situation. Based on this progress, it'll probably take centuries of training to reach the rank of legend. That's too long, and I haven't even considered what comes after. Leylin conjectured that the legends of the world of gods were quite similar to Morning Star Magi. They possessed abilities that surpassed imagination, and while one used legendary magic, the other used arcane arts. In addition, they both met the bare requirements for entering the ancient war campaign, and after advancing, they would undergo a massive transformation. Compared to the rankings of Magi, the division of ranks in the world of gods are greater in number. In addition, those high-ranked legends have abilities comparable to rank 5 Radiant Moon Magi. Even in the prime material plane, there were many powerful beings amongst the natives of this world. While there were high-ranked legends, there were still many children of gods, divine beings, and even demigods. Based on Leylin's thoughts, their abilities would not lose out to rank 6 Breaking Dawn monarchs, or even a near rank 7 like him. The world of gods is filled with danger, Leylin sighed. Not only were there churches and followers all over the continent, the gods had eyes everywhere in their children and family. The moment abnormalities were discovered, and he attracted the attention of the gods, Leylin instantly felt his scalp prickle in fear. Perhaps, adventuring is not a good option. There are many ways to increase the lifespan of wizards. I can use time to train besides, my main body can afford to wait for me. Leylin changed his mind. Without external dangers, he didn't mind spending more time if that would ensure his safety. Young Master Leylin, your afternoon classes are starting. Don't make Master Anthony wait too long. A gentle voice was heard from outside, and Leylin was pulled back to reality. All right. Leylin found a towel and wiped at the droplets of water on his body, and then headed to a room outside. There were 2 maids with pretty faces and blushes on their cheeks. They went forward, using their tender little hands to straighten the creases on his clothes. In a feudal family, the family head and young master's personal maids were very important. They not only had to serve their masters in their daily lives, but also take care of their master's bodily needs. If nothing went wrong, this role was usually taken on by the daughter of the housekeeper. The fallen family obviously could not do away with this custom. Leylin's 2 personal maids were the daughters of the main housekeeper, Leon. It was obvious that they had already prepared themselves mentally and were even slightly excited, but Leylin had no plans to do anything. I'm only 13. Although young masters might have become experienced in that area at this age, they can't be compared to me. Leylin knew how to control himself. Clara, has Master Anthony arrived? Leylin watched these 2 sisters, and only when the flush spread down to their pale necks did he ask them teasingly. Yes, young master. Claire blushed as she answered, feeling slightly relieved yet also disappointed. I can't let my teacher wait for too long. Leylin smiled as he left, not forgetting to tease them for a while. But this'll only go on for these 2 years. Smelling that sophisticated aroma, Leylin mumbled to himself. Rays of sunlight shone in through the window, brightening up the hall. Mentor Anthony, Leylin respectfully bowed. While he'd already learnt all the knowledge that the scholar knew, Leylin did not act too rudely since manners were compulsory for nobles. Leylin, you did well? Anthony was already an old man, his kind voice low and his eyes shining. It was obvious that he truly liked this student. I've already taught you everything in terms of etiquette and speech in the continent. Today, we shall delve into its history. Anthony produced a thick yellow tome that looked like a dictionary and placed it on the desk. History was a rare subject even among nobles, only a few scholars focused on it. However, Leylin differed from the rest. He was extremely interested in this subject. History is confusing and tasteless. Many nobles hate it. Can you tell me why you chose this? Anthony caressed the cover of the volume, looking rather nostalgic. It's because knowing history makes one wise. It's like a mirror that allows us to know ourselves better. No matter how foolish or absurd a situation, it's already occurred in the past. We need to prevent such things from repeating. A novel idea, cough cough, that makes sense, cough cough. Anthony's face was flushed, but he suddenly began to cough, his body bending into a stooping position. If you can see that, you're definitely my student, of course. You have Ernest as your master and might not think much of this, but I hope you'll take this. Anthony's hands trembled as he produced a white silken bundle and unwrapped it layer by layer, revealing the emblem within. This is the proof of my glory as a scholar, presented to me in the king's capital by the god of knowledge. It is now yours, cough cough. Anthony's hands trembled as he placed the emblem in Leylin's hands. I believe you will not tarnish its glory. I swear on it. Sensing that this old man's life force was already fading, Leylin answered seriously. While he already had a wizard for a mentor, Leylin had not abandoned his studies of culture, and Anthony taught him very seriously. It could be said that in these 8 years, the old man had already spent a lot of effort on him. What a great teacher, Leylin judged inside, but had no plans of helping him. On one hand, he wanted to avoid revealing himself, and on the other, the concepts in the world of gods were different. In the eyes of believers, death was merely another beginning. With the guidance of a priest, their souls would rise with glory to the land of the gods, where they could live an eternal life. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 797, Calendar of the Gods, Calendar of the Gods, the followers of the gods would definitely be redeemed after death. That was the basis of the teachings of the gods. For this reason, the teachings of the gods spread throughout the world, causing the rise of numerous zealots who were willing to give up their lives for their beliefs. Any research relating to the soul was made taboo here, and was considered to profane the dead or the gods. How foolish they are to place their hopes on someone else, Leylin sighed, but did not try to change this mindset. He knew very well how difficult it would be to change an ideology that had turned into a culture over tens of thousands of years. For this reason, his master Anthony faced death in a very calm manner, and it did not interfere with his daily work. Perhaps someday in the future, your name shall be carved in the Church of Knowledge, and if my name were to appear in the introduction, I'd have no regrets in my life. Anthony stated his wish. The Church of Knowledge had a wall of glory, where the many names of those who helped pass on knowledge and wisdom were inscribed. It was considered the greatest honor amongst scholars in the continent. Anthony's hope was that when others saw Leylin's name there, they would find his own in the introduction, where he would be mentioned as a young Leylin's teacher. I will work hard, master. Leylin was speechless, but he could only answer in a vague manner. Good, let us start today's class. Flip to page. After hearing Leylin personally agreeing, Anthony's face glowed the red of fire that had just been fed oil. The tiny bit of life force he had emitted a vigorous energy. Leylin listened to him and turned to the page, and an ancient map appeared before him. Due to the many fingers that had touched it, the lines of the map were incredibly blurred. The black lines of charcoal drew the outline of a broken continent, with many little islands like stars surrounding it. The edges of the ocean were full of darkness, marked out with symbols of danger and the unknown. The history of our prime material plane is the history of great discovery. From the beginning, where there were written accounts of the redbud flowers up till today, the continent has evolved to the state that you see right now. Anthony spoke unhurriedly. The rise and fall of many nations resulted in many dangers to the continent. You'll find the changes to the borders of these nations on the next page. Now, I'll need you to mark out where we are on the map. This. Leylin watched mentor Anthony speechlessly while he kept rolling his eyes inside. Our fallen territory is in the territorial waters of the southeast part of the Dambrath Kingdom. It was a newly developing land that was found and occupied after the kingdom's third sailing expedition. Leylin pointed to a corner in the northeast on the map, where there were the vague words of Dambrath. Due to the scale, the entire Dambrath Kingdom was just a grain in the vast ocean. While this was what Leylin said verbally, his eyes were beginning to blaze with excitement and fire. The world of gods was vast beyond words, and there were even kingdoms established by the beast folk and elves. Similar to the Magus World, there were things like the underground, where many dark races resided. On the surface of the continent were hundreds of kingdoms and dukedom, and an inexhaustible number of villages. Humans, beast folk, elves, dwarves, pygmies, goblins, jackalfolk, death spirits, all sorts of races and gods of varying types showed the legends that had happened on the continent. There were hot-blooded adventures, secret conspiracies, many races, various cultures, and even wars and peace between gods. Every dimensional being, whether devils, demons, or anything else, were all watching this area with lustful eyes, hoping to gain a portion of it despite the watchful eyes of the gods. This is the beginning of the legends. Leylin's heart blazed. He was already itching to begin wandering around the continent. Of course, this desire was quickly suppressed by the cautiousness that lay in his genes. With his might as a rank 5 wizard, he might be considered an elite in adventuring groups in this dangerous continent, but there were far too many existences that could take his life. All right, let us take a look at the Lionheart Nation at the middle of the map. On the calendar year 37,628 of the Holy Calendar, 30 years ago, Lionheart King Charlie, Anthony began his lessons while Leylin listened attentively. However, Leylin's thoughts were wandering. The Holy Calendar, that's the calendar established by the gods. While on the surface, it began because of the birth of the gods, in reality, the first year is actually a year after the end of the ancient final war. This dark history was obviously not written in historic records. This was information Leylin had gathered through his resources, as well as Ernest and Anthony accidentally letting this slip, and a conclusion that he had eventually come to. The ancient final war practically left the world of gods in ruins, and the continent was even split into several parts. Civilization was destroyed in the prime material plane in an instant, and they sunk into their darkest time. Many gods fell, but there were also those who were fortunate enough to gain their divine powers and rose rapidly, igniting their godfires and becoming new gods. The goddess of the Weave Mistra is the best example. They must have established the holy calendar after the new gods created their churches. Leylin's eyes were shining, hence, amongst the gods, given the division of the ranks of the gods, which is that between the old and new gods. The old gods must have powers that generally surpass that of the new gods. Evidently, if legends in the prime material plane wanted to slaughter gods in order to obtain their divine powers, the new gods were their best choice, which also applied to Leylin. On top of that, in the world of gods, it's already been 37,000 years since the ancient final war. Leylin stroked his chin. Looks like time flows differently in the God of Worlds as compared to the Magus World. After the class was over and he had sent mentor Anthony away, Leylin returned to his room. Young master, you have received a letter from Miss Isabel." At this moment, Claire jogged over, holding a pink letter in her hands. She was breathing raggedly, her chest was bouncing, and even her little face had flushed pink and filled with beads of sweat. "Thanks for your trouble," Leylin touched her hand, causing the maid to flush pink bashfully and run off. "Hee hee." Having teased her successfully, Leylin chuckled in satisfaction as he sat back on the couch, tearing open the pink letter in his hands. "To my beloved cousin, Leylin Farlier, dearest Leylin, are you doing well? Do you still need to have your diaper changed? It's been about 5 years since I left the Fallen Island, but I still can't get used to the darkness and dampness of this city, especially the moss on the ground that practically extends all the way to my room." On the letter was a little girl's immature handwriting. She began with banter, but that then turned into longing and complaints. "Has it been 5 years?" Leylin sighed, recalling the time he'd been with Isabel. While she liked to bully him, she obviously felt protective of him. However, she had her own family as well, and when Leylin was 8, they had come to get her. While leaving, Isabel had bawled. Leylin still remembered the feeling of her grabbing his hand tightly. "Based on father's arrangements, I will enter the Grain Goddess Church and become an apprentice priest. I've heard that rules are very strict there, and I hope I'll still get the chance to communicate with you through letters, Isabel." Becoming a priest? Leylin nodded. In noble families, besides the first son needing to take over the feudal status, the rest of the children seldom received money and were even chased out of their homes. If the second son was intelligent, they would study management and become the housekeepers of some noble family. The rest might become knights or enter churches. The daughters would take on the great responsibility of getting married to other families. It was very common for there to be old husbands and young wives, or old wives with young husbands. For Isabel, being able to study as a priest meant that she would have power of her own, as well as support from the church. Even if she would need to marry someone in the future, this was not half bad. But at the thought of the shrewish cousin of his who would need to bemoan the state of the heavens and fate of the people, carrying the name of the gods by her lips all day long, Leylin had the urge to laugh. After reading the letter, Leylin went to the side in his home. There was a small-scaled smelting room. On the laboratory table with a metal surface were numerous valuable glass apparatus. Just purchasing these items had led to the earnings of the fallen family diminishing for a few months. Besides, Leylin was still starting out with the miniature versions. The real stuff was with his mentor, Ernest. With such terrifying rates of expenditure, it was understandable that many magicians came from noble families. Besides the lucky, only nobles would be able to bear the terrifying cost of the materials for casting spells and experiments. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 798. Whither a pungent herbal odor wafted through a dimly lit room, mixing with the strong smell of incense. The two scents mixed to leave one lightheaded. An old scholar lay on a bed with an exquisite brocade silk quilt draped over him on the last leg of his life. The atmosphere was heavy, and light sniffs sounded out on occasion before they were suppressed. Leylin was clad in black ceremonial attire as he stood amongst the guests, expressionless as he watched the old man on the bed. There was no sign of the inexperience on his face from before, and instead he seemed more mature, like a handsome young man. It was obviously Anthony on the bed. This scholar was a normal human after all, and his life force had been diminishing for a long time. Being able to hold on to till date was already something that greatly surprised Leylin. On top of his role as a student about to send his master off, Leylin had a more important matter to attend to. At this moment, Anthony's body twitched and his throat moved. There was a slight flush on his face, and it was obvious that death was near. "Priest, get the priest!" His wife shrieked, and the children around her burst into tears. The crowd split into two, revealing the sorrowful face on Bishop Treacherous. "The gods will watch over you from the divine realm." Thank you, Lord Bishop," Anthony's wife wept. As a bishop of the god of knowledge, Treacherous evidently had a high status on Fallen Island, and being able to have him attend meant Anthony was given face. While Leylin suspected this had to do with his powerful family, it was still a good thing, no? Treacherous waved his arms, showering him in holy light and stabilizing Anthony's condition. Afterwards, the scholar began his last prayer. It might instead be called a narration of his memories. "My life began at the island of Sicily. Leylin, my student, I hope to see the day you succeed. Even in the divine realm, I'll be rooting for you." "I understand, Master." Leylin quickly hastened forward, the AI. Chip's detective abilities being raised to the maximum. Treacherous was moved by Anthony's mention of Leylin, something he'd done even after reciting his will. It showed how well Anthony thought of his student. His own investment hadn't been wasted. I see the glamour of the gods." Anthony struggled for the last time, raising his palm. The light in his eyes dimmed, and his arms powerlessly fell to the side of the bed. "No, Anthony, my dearest Anthony," many cries began to sound in the room. Treacherous's face grew even more pious as he began Anthony's eulogy. He was a learned scholar and a good Samaritan, one who was willing to help others. As a follower of the god of knowledge, Anthony Blunton used his entire life to pass on the teachings of the gods. The gates to the divine realm shall open for him in death. It's here. A trace of emotion flickered in Leylin's eyes. Through his powerful senses, he saw huge, shining golden gates. The gates opened to a bright holy light, within which Anthony's soul rose from his body on its own. After taking another peek at the world of the living, he threw himself inside. The divine realm, situated in a plane above the prime material plane. Leylin sighed inside. Normal followers' souls must first enter the soil, and, after being evaluated by the god of death, advance into the divine realms of the various gods. However, Anthony's soul bypassed that procedure. Is this a privilege from the bishop? Leylin wondered. After the souls of followers reached the divine realms, they would in theory become petitioners, henceforth breaking away from mortality. As long as the god and their divine realm were not destroyed, they would basically exist together with the god. To a certain extent, this was a sort immortality, but they could not be bothered by external forces. It's rumored that high-ranked petitioners can undergo a transition in terms of their souls, becoming something like a holy spirit. Every such one is a precious asset of the god, but their numbers are, based on Leylin's thoughts, these holy spirits were souls that could not die nor be extinguished, very similar to materialized souls. This meant that, in theory, every holy spirit was comparable to the trousseau of a breaking dawn magus. While the formation of holy spirits relies entirely on external forces, there is the benefit of living a stress-free immortal life while depending on the gods. Over time, the defenses of the gods' divine realms must have grown extremely terrifying. With a limitless number of believers, holy spirits, and the power of being the authority in that realm, gods were basically invincible in their own divine realms. Even the more powerful deities couldn't easily dispose of the weaker ones if they were in their own realms, and they would have to pay a terrible price. As for those magi who had accidentally intruded into a divine realm, the result was obvious. Evidently, Master Anthony's soul has a ways to go to meet the requirements to become a holy spirit. The mighty god of knowledge, Ogma, would obviously not make an exception for him, but with the bishop paving the path for him, he'd probably be in a better situation than many petitioners. After the divine lights retracted and the guiding force disappeared, Leylin's tense body relaxed. Bishop Tapras approached him then as well, having completed the ceremony. "Leylin, Lord Bishop," Leylin bowed to him respectfully. After all, he was a follower of the god of knowledge even if in name. Anthony was a pious follower. "He will definitely be treated well in his kingdom. There's no need to worry." Tapras consoled him and seemed to have more to say. Leylin and Tapras left the room, heading to a garden. Those people around had voluntarily left this area to them. "If I don't remember wrong, you've already held your coming-of-age ceremony. You're now a true man." Bishop Tapras shifted the topic to Leylin. "Yes, it was conducted last month," Leylin answered modestly. Based on the customs of this world, boys would be considered adults once they hit 15 and could marry and have children. "I was by your side when you were born at that time. You were a little guy, still in your infancy." "You've gotten so big in the blink of an eye," Bishop Tapras laughed gently, as if reminiscing. As a rank 10 priest, the years did not leave marks on his face. In reality, he was much older than Anthony. "But I rarely see you attending celebrations at the church. Baron Jonas might be busy with work, but Lady Sarah is a very devout follower." Tapras' voice showed a hint of disapproval. "My apologies, Lord Bishop. I often conduct experiments with Master Ernest, and I must lose track of time," Leylin quickly apologized. A look of helplessness appeared on Bishop Tapras' face. Wizards in general had the least piety in them. Many of them were just general followers, and he'd long since expected this. In reality, while the entire fallen family might be followers of the god of knowledge, they had never completely lost themselves in the teachings of the god. In many areas on the continent, the worldly authority that nobles had were perpetually in conflict with God's authority. Even Baron Jonas had brought in a new god, Ilmater the Crying God, while the Church of Knowledge already existed. He planned to build a church of wealth, allowing other gods to spread faith in them amongst the followers. This was the instinct of a noble, but Tapras obviously couldn't accept it. His plan was to pull in the next generation head of the fallen family. It was a pity that Wizard Leylin was just like his father. While he never forgot to donate and make sacrifices to the church, he rarely took part in zealous religious ceremonies. On top of that, he was a wizard and had help from his mentor. Tapras' expression grew darker. "My apologies for my rude actions, Bishop Tapras. Please allow me to donate 10 gold coins to the church to repent for my sins. On top of that, please inform me the next time there are celebrations and gatherings." When it came to matters of faith, Leylin had long since planned to treat them with less importance. However, since Tapras had brought it up, he had no choice but to do this. Anyway, he already had plans to go to the church's celebrations every once in a while, pretending to be a follower. Good. There will be a holy baptism 7 days later. It is a day in remembrance of the god of knowledge's feat in reforming the demon, Angmar. The church will hold a grand celebration, so I hope to see you there. It would be my honor to. I'll definitely go. Since this was a personal invite from Tapras, Leylin agreed straightforwardly. "Good." Tapras nodded, and was then asked away by someone who had been waiting for him beside them. Besides Anthony's funeral, there were many matters he had to attend to. After the Lord Bishop left, Leylin remained in the garden, watching the white rose behind the wooden railing while deep in thought. "He wants me to go there personally. What is that supposed to be? A warning?" In reality, with his status as a noble, the power of the church was not as immense as one would expect it to be. If Tapras dared overstep his boundaries, he would definitely be jointly resisted by the entirety of the nobility in the Dambrath kingdom. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 799, Sudden change. The battle for authority between gods and royalty had always been a problem. As the next leader of a low-grade noble family, Leylin was considered royalty. Tapras could not do anything to him, at least not out in the open, else the royalty would declare war on him. Even the Pope of the God of Knowledge would only choose to sacrifice Tapras and pacify the royals. Besides, it's not like Ogma is the only god on the continent. There are still many new churches that are crying out, trying to gain more followers. Of course, this is only what might happen in the worst-case scenario. Things probably won't get that bad. Since he could now predict Tapras' future actions and the worst consequences, Leylin felt at ease as he returned to the manor. He first met with his master Ernest and mentioned Tapras' demand. He thought nothing of it and answered with a grunt, and then sent Leylin out. It seemed as if he was preparing to immerse himself in a very important experiment, and his mind was wandering while he was speaking to Leylin. Perhaps I'm motivating Master to work harder as well. A few days ago, he was saying he was about to reach the 5th level of the weave or something like that. Leylin's rapid progress must have been a huge motivation for Ernest, who had been stuck at rank 9 for a while now. In reality, he was actually far from truly reaching the 5th level of the weave. Leylin cleverly hid a portion of his own strength as well, else Ernest would probably want to commit suicide from the humiliation. Half reclining on the sofa in the room, Leylin waved his arms and got Claire to come over and massage his head while he communicated with the AI chip. Chip, what's the recent progress on the analysis of the weave? He commanded with his eyes shut. Beep, progress on analysis on the weave. Rank 0, weave 100%. Rank 1, weave 41.22%. Rank 2, weave 2.3%. After seeing these numbers, Leylin sighed noiselessly. 2 years have already passed, but there hasn't been progress in the 2 layers after rank 0. The analysis of rank 2 has completely halted. Though Leylin knew that this was due to his command to maintain stealth, he still grew dejected by it. But analysis of the rank 0 weave has finally reached 100%. What kind of surprises will it give me? Thinking this, Leylin instructed, "Give me the information on the rank 0 weave." In that instant, Leylin felt like his line of sight was drowned out by words of laws. All of them held the power of laws, and Leylin felt like he was losing himself within. Beep! Analysis of rank 0 weave complete. Obtained all rank 0 spell models. The AI chip intoned loyally while opening up a subdirectory. Within it were rank 0 spells of varying types, all arranged in an orderly fashion. Resistance, acid splash, caltrops, detect poison, detect magic, daze, dancing lights, flare, light, ray of frost, electric jolt, sonic snap, ghost sound, silent portal, disrupt undead. Touch of fatigue, mage hand, arcane mark, prestidigitation. A whole array of rank 0 spell models of varying types that included spells Ernest may or may not have taught him before were displayed on the AI chip. Based on what Master said, wizards can be separated into varying factions. There is abjuration, conjuration, enchantment, transmutation, divination, evocation, and necromancy, which comes up to a total of 8 schools. There are also spells which everyone can use. A wizard can choose to train in 2 to 3 spell schools before one's energy is completely exhausted. Master Ernest, for instance, is versed in evocation and transmutation spells, and he can't even use the spells of other schools at all, Leylin muttered. But now, I've grasped control of all the rank 0 spells of the 8 great schools, as well as those that can be used by all wizards. Beep. Host has obtained all rank 0 spell models, removing restriction on rank 0 spells. Host has obtained authority to cast all rank 0 spells without any restriction, exempted from effects of forgetting spells. Having conquered 1 layer of the weave, the benefits that Leylin obtained were terrifying. While he could not match up to the controller of the weave, Mistra, having these benefits made it simple and very convenient for him. This means that besides being proficient in all rank 0 spells, I won't need to prepare rank 0 spells the day before and can use them on the day itself. Leylin was rather excited. The flexibility this allowed was enough for many wizards' eyes to go green in envy. Furthermore, not needing materials when casting spells and not forgetting spells, Leylin's eyes brightened. Many rank 0 spells required magic materials to cast, something that wizards usually spent the most of their money on. Forgetting spells was also what had many wizards fuming with rage. After casting a spell, wizards would completely forget the original spell model and would have to relearn and memorize it. From Leylin's point of view, the controller of the weave had drawn all their spirit and soul strength and slowly exploit them. The gods who were at the top of the weave were practically vampires. However, with these effects, Leylin could now do away with the limitations of the rank 0 spells. Since I've only analyzed the first layer of the weave, this only works for rank 0 spells, but wizards have always been wise about what spells to cast. Even a rank 0 spell can turn the tables if used correctly. While he would only have these effects when it came to rank 0 spells, that was already enough for Leylin to be elated. After completely analyzing the rank 0 weave, Leylin could even steal other wizards' spell slots and get them to cast the spell in their memories for him. It was a pity that Leylin was not the goddess of the weave. While he could make things convenient for himself, it was best not to go too far. If he did so, the wizards who noticed something was off would definitely investigate and report it to the gods. It was much too easy to be discovered, which was why Leylin dared not do this. At the last part, once the AI chip completely analyzes the weave, I might be able to challenge the goddess of the weave herself. Leylin's eyes flashed. Meanwhile, white rays of light flickered at his fingertips. Ah, Claire, who was massaging Leylin, let out a shriek. What, have you never seen the power of spells before? Leylin watched her teasingly. Before the coming-of-age ceremony, his 2 personal maids had fully committed themselves to their duties and helped their young master become a true man. Of course, this was only in terms of his body. And no, Claire's eyes were filled with envy. The power of magic obviously left her intoxicated. Due to the harshness of the weave of this world, wizards cherished their spell slots like they did their eyes, planning their spells every day. Nobody would be like a spendthrift like Leylin, playing with magic even if it was only rank 0 magic. There's something more fun. Leylin watched Claire, a teasing look on his face. Mage hand. The sounds of girls' screams and coquettish laughter transmitted from the room, causing the maids who passed by to turn red. Sudden, hurried footsteps destroyed this beautiful scene. Young master, something's happened. Clara, the other sister, ran in. She'd even forgotten the courtesy of knocking. She was met with the sight of her sister all flushed, and her young master, who was in a state of undress. Though it wasn't as if she'd never seen this, Clara still turned red. My apologies. There's no need to bow. Tell me what happened. Leylin stood up leisurely. He knew that for Clara to become so frantic, it must be something very serious. In comparison, his entertainment obviously came second, and Claire focused on not herself, but arranging Leylin's clothes. Miss Isabel has already reached the manor. Madame Sarah has requested you to go over quickly. Clara calmed her ragged breathing and finally managed to present the information in its entirety. Cousin Isabel? Leylin was confused. Wasn't she apprenticing as a priestess for the goddess of agriculture? She can't leave for 3 years, so why's she suddenly here at the Fallen Lands? She's obviously not here on a vacation. Hurriedly pulling on a coat, Leylin went to the other side of the manor. For safety during their training and experiments, he and Ernest stayed far away from the couple. He headed to outside the drawing room and saw his housekeeper, Leon, standing outside resolutely while looking sorrowful and strong. This housekeeper was also Claire and Clara's father. What happened? Is this about Isabel's family? Leylin approached him and asked. Miss Isabel is inside. Please persuade her. I'll let Madam tell you what happened. Housekeeper Leon bowed low. What is this? I have a bad feeling. Leylin had an ominous feeling that there was trouble incoming, but he still walked into the drawing room while bracing himself. Mother and Cousin Isabel. After greeting his mother, Leylin glanced towards the other person in the room. However, she had changed so much that he could not believe his own eyes. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 800. Request and preparation, Isabel stood in the drawing room, and she still had the long golden hair and blue eyes that Leylin was familiar with. However, her pretty face was stern and icy, and her sharp gaze held an aura of danger. She wore tight-fitting, soft leather armor and had a black scabbard for a longsword at her waist, her slender legs forming a beautiful arc. Leylin sensed an iciness and despair in her temperament, as well as the flames of revenge hidden deep within. There was also evil. "Long time no see, Cousin Leylin. I'm so glad you're still doing well," Isabel drawled in a hoarse voice. Her icy gaze seemed to melt a little while watching Leylin, becoming more welcoming. "Aunt, I'll be off now." Isabel bade Sarah farewell, while the rims of Sarah's eyes turned red. What happened? After Isabel left, Leylin's expression turned dark. "Ah, my pitiful little sister," Madame Sarah began to weep, and Leylin could only stay by her side. Through the inarticulate descriptions from his mother, Leylin somewhat guessed the situation. Cousin Isabel's family had been struck by a disaster months ago. Her family had been massacred in cold blood, and there were traces of demons and devils left behind at the scene, which meant it might have something to do with an evil deity's ceremony. Practically no one survived other than Isabel, and that was because she'd been at the church of the goddess of agriculture. While Isabel's father was not a true noble, he did have a temporary status as a baron. While this status would only last for his life, these actions immediately resulted in anger from the church and royalty, and the town hall even announced that they would find the murderer. There was another issue. Her family had always been a liaison between the fallen family and the Dambrath kingdom on the continent. The consequences of this act was that the fallen family would lose all means of contact and news from the continent. Needless to say, there were also many troublesome matters which needed settling. Whatever it was, having a devil involved made things complicated. Leylin's father in this world had already set sail after he had gotten this information, planning to go to the continent and solve the problems. "You have to console your cousin Isabel properly. She only has us left, and I heard that she even had to deal with an attempted assassination just recently." "Oh, my poor child," Madame Sarah wept, while Leylin nodded seriously. Cousin Isabel just now obviously lacked the temperament that a priest should have. Evidently, the revenge she wanted to exact, or perhaps the series of shocks she had endured after the incident had caused her to walk the path of blood and vengeance. Who knew, she might even be involved in some ceremony or sacrifice to the gods. This timing, does it mean Bishop Tapras already knows about this? Leylin came to a sudden realization. With the communication between churches, it was very possible that he had received the news before Leylin had, which made his recent invitation very interesting. "A storm is coming." Leylin walked out of the drawing room. As he watched the overcast skies, his expression became as gloomy as the weather. "Something seems off," Leylin touched his chin. "Her family can almost be seen a branch of our fallen family in the Dambrath kingdom. This act against them seems to be aimed at us. Are the up-and-coming fallen lands now being coveted by the nobles? Or is this an effect from us eliminating a few pirate crews some time ago?" A multitude of possibilities arose in front of Leylin. When he regained his senses, he was already standing in front of Ernest's room. "Is it, Leylin? I still have important experiments to finish." Ernest's annoyed voice could be heard from within the room. "I'm sorry, Master, but I feel like we need to have a serious talk." Leylin's smile had no effect on him. "Fine, but only for half an hour." The door was pulled open, revealing Ernest's haggard face. His hair was messy, and there were dark circles under his eyes. One could see filthy clothes and all sorts of junk everywhere upon entering the room. There was practically no place that was clean save for the laboratory. Leylin flung a gray shirt that had been tossed onto the sofa away and sat down. Ernest seemed to think of something at this point and wiped his face, watching his prodigious student. "Leylin, you seem to have met with some trouble. Does it have to do with the Church of Knowledge you mentioned in the morning? It shouldn't trouble you this much. Is it something else?" Ernest was rather concerned when it came to this student of his, someone who had a bright future ahead of him. "Yes, it's a huge problem." Leylin laughed bitterly and began to narrate the situation. "So you want me to act and maintain the safety of the manor?" Ernest's brows fluttered, as if he had seen through Leylin's plans. It had to be said that this was perhaps the best choice. No, I actually want to ask Master." Leylin shook his head instead and requested something else, causing Ernest to watch his student in wide-eyed shock. A moment later, a gigantic flying bird soared from the manor, with was a figure seated atop it. My student really knows how to order his teacher about. This figure was evidently Ernest, though he was now hastening his journey and cursing along the way. The strength of Father's guards and a rank 9 magician should be enough to take care of the dangers and challenges. Leylin muttered as he stood by the window, watching the bird shrink into a tiny black dot as it flew away. If he was the one who had orchestrated the elimination of Isabel's family, causing Baron Fallen to lose his connection to the mainland, it would only be the first step. Next, he would create traps and hinder the Baron who was heading towards the continent. The Fallen family was a noble family that was new and still developing. Once Baron Jonas died, there would only be a widowed mother and an orphan son left behind. He didn't have any support either, and was the easiest to deal with. Hence, protecting the Baron and his men was the key in this situation. And the only high-ranked power the Fallen family could rely on right now was the rank 9 wizard Ernest. The meager benefits of our island and port are far from being sufficient for those great nobles. The power that the other party holds shouldn't be too powerful. Hopefully, with Master Ernest's strength coupled with that of the family, we should be able to successfully take care of this matter. Leylin's eyes flashed. Of course, while he focused mostly on Baron Jonas, it wasn't as if he prepared nothing for the Fallen family. Initially, he had planned to get Ernest to handle everything. In the worst-case scenario, Leylin and his mother themselves would be safe. Perhaps this was something Baron Jonas realized as well, which would be the reason he hadn't invited that old friend of his on the journey. However, Leylin had spoiled his plans. With Master Ernest, there's no need to worry about the Baron, but the defenses of the manor are diminished by a great degree, Leylin sighed. I'll have to make up for it myself. Leylin had always been training his abilities as a wizard on the sly, but he'd never had the chance to use them in real battles. Of course, with his experience prior to this reincarnation, this wasn't a huge issue. He rather anticipated practicing on a few dumb bandits and the like. All right, now to see what Master left for me. Leylin returned to his room and fiddled with a few artifacts on the table. Ernest was no fool, and he'd obviously made preparations for his student's safety by leaving behind a few protective artifacts. Let me see. Leylin's eyes were filled with curiosity as he tidied up the artifacts on the table. Ernest had only left 3 artifacts behind. There was a black ring and 2 unknown scrolls with some magic patterns on them, emitting a mysterious luster. Appraisal? Leylin tapped on them, and several streaks of white light burst out, returning with information about them. A magic ring with a protective shield that displaces attacks, as well as 2 rank 4 spell scrolls. One's a stone skin spell, while the other is an offensive blizzard spell. Given the types of the spells, Ernest had evidently made them himself. They were the best quality artifacts he could make given his rank, and on top of that, there was the additional costs from the high rate of failure. Leylin put on the ring and played around with the scrolls in his hands. In many cases, rank 4 magic scrolls could even turn the tides of battle from defeat to victory, and Leylin was very aware of what they were worth. Though many of the materials to make the scrolls had been supplied by the Fallen family, Leylin still felt his heart warm. These things give me some more security. I might need to modify the plan. Leylin muttered to himself as he returned to his room, sending the sisters away. AI chip, show me my current stats, Leylin commanded. Leylin Farlier. Age 15, race human, rank 6 wizard. Strength 1.6, agility 1, vitality 1.5. Spirit 6. Condition healthy. Innate talents sturdy erudite. Spell slots. Rank 2 spell slot 2. Rank 1 spell slot 3. Rank 0 spell slot. The AI chip loyally intoned. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 801, Spellbook. A wizard's advancement required large amounts of time and energy, and the difficulty of advancing increased the further one walked the path. 2 years had passed, and yet Leylin's ranking as a wizard had only risen by 1. However, his speed far surpassed his peers and was a huge motivation for Ernest. Although I'll get an additional spell slot after I advance to rank 6, I won't be able to reach a deeper level of the weave, what a pity. If not for that, I could have gotten a rank 3 spell slot and had a greater chance of victory. Leylin looked at his stats, his eyes full of regret. Wizards were ranked based on their achievements with the weave. Only rank 7 wizards could make contact with the 3rd level and gain the authority to cast rank 3 spells. Similar to rank 5 wizards who had just made contact with the 2nd level of the weave, rank 6 wizards could only use rank 2 spells as well. The difference was that they had greater spiritual force, which meant that they had more spell slots. If Leylin could advance once more and have his spiritual force access the 3rd level of the weave, it would be a great advancement for him. However, his time was scarce. When he noticed the question marks behind the rank 0 spell slots, Leylin finally beamed. With a complete analysis of the rank 0 weave, Leylin would never be limited by rank 0 spell slots and wouldn't even need materials when casting spells. He wouldn't forget spells either. It could be said that Leylin could use the weave anytime he wanted to cast rank 0 spells, and there was no need to prepare things like spell slots. He had substituted the inflexible spell slots with his own mana, making it the only limit on his casting of rank 0 spells. As long as he had enough mana, he could cast as many rank 0 spells as he wanted. Perhaps I should prepare a rank 1 or 2 spell and reserve enough spiritual force for casting rank 0 spells, Leylin muttered to himself. Being able to flexibly use rank 0 spells was the best trump card up his sleeve. If enemies tried to evaluate him based on the ranking system of wizards in the world of gods, they would be in for a nasty surprise. I'll memorize web for a rank 2 spell and animate rope and mage armor for rank 1. That would save me a lot of spiritual force. Leylin had an advantage in this aspect. Wizards prepared their spell slots a day in advance. After a night of restful meditation, most of his spiritual force would have been replenished until it was almost full. As a result, he could use more of his spiritual force. While he could only use rank 0 spells, it wasn't half bad. Leylin was flipping through an ancient spellbook. It was made of the leather from some animal skin. There were even traces of scales on it. Powerful magic emanated from the tome. This was something Ernest had passed on to Leylin, a spellbook containing multiple low-ranked spells. Ernest himself used it quite often. Wizards always forgot their spells. Once they stored one in a spell slot, all memories relating to it would become fuzzy, even vanish. It was necessary to relearn them again and again. Hence, a spellbook that recorded all the spells the new became extremely important. In many situations, spellbooks were wizards' most valuable items. This specific spellbook had been given to Leylin by Ernest and had been made of the skin of a landworm. It was worth hundreds of gold coins. The paper in the spellbook seemed rather new and did not match with the old cover. Ernest had clearly taken the advantage to remove the spells he had recorded in there. Wizards recorded the spells that they were proficient in inside the spellbook, and it was a very important task for them to accomplish. This was something that they could not commission others to complete for them. Web, animate rope, as well as mage armor, Leylin flipped through the spellbook and quickly found the relevant information. Leylin placed less emphasis on spellbooks than other wizard. The AI chip itself was a comprehensive collection of spellbooks, and the efficiency at which it transmitted spells to his memories far exceeded that of studying from paper. Most of the time Leylin spent on this book was just to deceive Ernest or use it to learn spells. He could then compare the spells to those from the Magus World, appreciating the difference in the power of laws within them. With his finger stroking a looping spell rune, Leylin immersed himself in the analysis of the spells. Compared to the spells of the Magus World, the magical circuits and nodes here are very simple. Wizards have to go through the weave first, and it's impossible to compare the complexity of these two types of spells. Simply put, Magus spell models require spiritual force to form an entire template for the spells, while the spell models here act more like keys. With Leylin's powerful learning abilities and memory, there was practically no difficulty in recording spell models here. Within minutes, the AI chip's prompt sounded. Beep, spells have been stored. Rank 2 spell slot, web. Rank 1 spell slot, mage armor, animate rope. Leylin somehow felt like part of his spiritual force had disappeared. There were now 3 more nodes on the weave, which represented the 3 spells he had remembered. Tomorrow, he could cast them using specific gestures or commands. Besides the convenience and speed, the plus point for wizards here is only that the requirements are less stringent when compared to Magi. Once his spiritual force was completely extracted, Leylin found that the memories of the 3 spell models had disappeared without a trace. Damn it, that greedy god, Leylin cursed inside in annoyance, but did not dare say it aloud. As a magus, seeing how the wizards were made use of so thoroughly rendered him furious and frustrated. In a bad mood, Leylin had no plans of studying the spellbook further. He instead sent a command out in his mind: AI chip, prepare for transmission of spell models. Web, mage armor, and animate rope. Beep. Mission established. Beginning transmission, the AI chip loyally carried out Leylin's instructions, and soon enough Leylin found information related to these 3 spell models in his mind. The AI chip raised his learning speed unfathomably. I'll probably have to endure this cycle of preparing ammunition and enduring exploitation for a long while. Leylin looked dejected, but he quickly sorted out his feelings. Preparations of the spell slot are complete. I can try a counterattack now. Before that, I still have to take care of the matter with the God of Knowledge. After Leylin checked the strength he possessed, he began to assess other issues. Bishop Tapris must have gotten information somewhere, but he might not be trying to eliminate our fallen family. After all, our family is made up of followers of the God of Knowledge, and if they swapped another family in here, they might not be more suitable than us. However, it's obvious that he's trying to nudge us. We'll need to yield for now and gain support from the church. All sorts of possibilities and sudden events flowed before Leylin's eyes, the future revealing itself before him. The dim yellow light from the oil lamp stretched his shadow further and further. Soon enough, it was the day of the celebration at the God of Knowledge's church. Leylin was clad in a fitting attire with an armless leather breastplate inside. There were 2 spell scrolls in there as well. It was not that the fallen family lacked better metallic armor, but metal often interfered with the flow of magic for wizards, causing their spell casting to fail. Unless they found precious metals like mithril or adamantine, wizards would not use metal tools. Morning, Cousin Isabel. Leylin found a surprising figure at the entrance to the manor. Morning, Cousin Leylin. Isabel was still wearing that tight-fitting armor. Coupled with her perfect body, she emitted a sense of attractiveness and danger. In reality, ever since their last meeting, Isabel had stayed hidden in her room. She had become very reclusive, and besides a few banquets, this was the first time Leylin was truly seeing her. Are you going to the Church of Knowledge at the port? Isabel rested against the doorframe, black sheath touching the ground. It's rather dangerous out there now. I want to go with you. That's my overbearing cousin. It was only at this moment that Leylin felt his childhood playmate had returned. But he stepped forward slightly, causing Isabel to subconsciously grab the hilt of her sword. I can handle these trivial matters myself. Seeing how she was prickly like a porcupine and was resisting the urge to draw her sword, Leylin wanted to laugh. While he would like to draw closer, it was not the time to give her more stress. Let's go, Leylin jumped onto the carriage. The one driving it was the rank 6 warrior Jacob, and along with his skilled shouts and the sounds of whipping, the carriage marked with the fallen family's crest slowly went on its way. You idiot! Behind him, Isabel was stamping her feet in annoyance, while a small blush appeared on her face. While my cousin has become very threatening towards strangers, she's still the same person who is warm on the inside like before. Good, in the carriage, Leylin laughed lightly. But there seems to be some huge issue with her, especially that evil power. If it isn't solved, I'm afraid. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 802, Celebration, lively streams of people filled the bustling pier. The air was filled with the smell of sea and rum. As the horse carriage entered the port, Leylin watched the busy scene outside through a little window within. Sailors, farmers, soldiers, adventurers, and all sorts of people entered his sights. They were quickly classified, marking those who had decent strength and harbored malicious intent. As he had been immersed in the study of magic, Leylin rarely came out from the manor, much less came to this area. It seems like the fallen family has managed this place extremely well. It even surpasses my expectations. It's understandable that someone might covet this place. Leylin glanced towards the group next to the crossroad. A wandering bard was now performing there, and he could not help but exclaim in his surprise. There are even bards wandering around. Bards in the world of gods weren't just street performers. They were usually spies that were primarily responsible for probing for intel, or they made a living out of selling information. Most importantly, they were usually very powerful. With how much the fallen peer was flourishing, quite a few bards had come forth to perform or on vacation. "Jacob, what's the name of that bard? How long has he been here for?" Leylin inquired. "That one. I heard that he's called Zuno and comes from the faraway northern lands. His poems are always very pleasant to listen to, and there are always interesting stories. The Baron was even thinking about inviting him to perform in the manor some time ago," Jacob answered quickly. The commoners here quickly gave way and presented their greetings to the authority that managed the island and port. Sitting in the middle of the horse carriage, Leylin was however unperturbed by everyone's reverence and instead furrowed his brows. "There are far too many people here, and yet the frequency at which the patrol appears is too low. Jacob, how much strength does our family have?" Jacob froze for a moment, surprised by Leylin's question. "Are you referring to the patrol, young master?" However, for someone like him who had once been the commander of this place, Jacob knew the situation with the patrol very well. "We have two groups here that come up to 100 people total. They're all great little guys with good strength." "Great little guys? Good strength? That means there aren't any with exemplary strength, and they are only able to suppress those sailors and thieves?" Leylin grew speechless. "Out of this 100, how many have professions? How much armor do we have? And long-range weapons such as crossbows?" In the world of gods, where exemplary powers were suppressed to the utmost, armor and weapons were a huge factor when it came to strength. Troops with great equipment and training would find no trouble dealing with those with professions below rank 5. If there were enough of them, even those at rank 10 and below did not dare go head-to-head with soldiers. Of course, after rank 10, numbers would not be enough to make up for the lack of quality. "Professions, armor, crossbow," Jacob's surprised voice sounded in front of him. "What? We don't have them," Leylin sighed. "Professions. The leaders of those two groups are retired military officials that the Baron recruited. They're low-ranked warriors who haven't even been certified to rank 5. As for armor, those who are vice leaders and above all have one set, and there are a total of 12. And crossbows, our patrol doesn't have equipment like that, though there seem to be a few stored in the manor." Jacob looked a little flustered as he spoke. "Too little, it's much too little. This is too weak," Leylin seemed to be complaining. "Young master, why do you say so?" A look of surprise appeared on Jacob's face. A baron has over 100 elite troops. Even in the kingdom, that power is equivalent to what a viscount can have in order to bear the costs of this group. The baron throws in a large amount of his earnings. "Baron, this," Leylin had a sudden realization. The Fallen Island was a newly developed territory with no population. It was difficult to even get farmers to plow the lands here, not even considering recruiting troops. If not for the Fallen Island being on an isolated piece of land, having to deal with numerous vicious pirates, Baron Jonas would long since have halved the number of troops here. In order to recruit enough people, there was no way but to hire them by offering large amounts of money, and he probably had to take care of their food and their families. While the barons in the Dambrath Kingdom could have many troops, they never had so many unless it was wartime due to the great costs. If not for the benefits from the trade, the fallen family would long since have gone bankrupt due to the army. "The rise of a noble family is truly difficult," Leylin sighed inside. The father of this body had gone through hundreds of battles, and with difficulty obtained this uninhabited island as his territory. With his hard work over half his life, Baron Jonas finally made this area a little popular, yet now his work was immediately coveted. If all of the 100 were to have equipment, Leylin calculated it. Creating armor was extremely expensive in the world of gods, and a complete set could even be a knight's treasure passed on through generations. The value was equal to even a small manor. If modified by magicians or blessed by priests, the armor's price would be even more terrifying and perhaps comparable to a city. "It's not practical to change the armor of the patrol, but I can think of something when it comes to their weapons. At the very least, they can't use rusted metal." Leylin sighed and clutched at his forehead. He was no longer in his original body, where he was exceedingly wealthy. In the world of gods, he spent only a few gold coins every month, and most of it was spent on spell materials. There are ways for low-ranked magicians to earn money, but that's mostly labor from copying spells or brewing low-ranked potions. There's not enough time, Sai. In the world of gods, the small nobles don't do that well. Only the churches are truly wealthy. The paladins of the Church of the Goddess of Singing Waters all had a full set of metal armor, and some even had been blessed with divine spells. Leylin could not help but think back to what he had seen before as a soul seed. The wealth of the churches of the gods were renowned in the continent, especially that of the Goddess of Wealth. It was said that their headquarters had been built with gold and silver, and even the ground was paved with gold bricks. Leylin, who was going insane over his poverty, had even decided to steal everything once he made his mark on this world. Then, can I use them? Suppressing the immoral thoughts he had, Leylin asked Jacob, who was outside. Of course, as the next in line of the fallen family, the young master's wish is our command. Jacob answered resolutely, Do you need me to send down the signal? No, there's no need to for now. I want to go to the Church of Knowledge, and it shouldn't be too dangerous. Tell them, Leylin spoke apathetically. He added some more words on the inside, You're useless against priests or holy warriors. On top of that, few would be willing to fight against the church and God they believe in. After Leylin was done with his instructions, the carriage once more sank into silence. He did not continue speaking and only judged the terrain and buildings outside curiously. As the carriage reached a spacious area, Jacob's voice was heard. Young master, we've reached the knowledge shrine. Leylin looked outside the window. The streets were clean and tidy, and the passers-by were very cultured. Whether it was farmers or soldiers walking past, all would control their footsteps such that they were softer, appearing prudent and reverent. Put next to the bustle and chaos at the port, the two were practically worlds apart. A lofty and majestic church emitted dazzling light through the carriage. The churches of the gods were always constructed splendidly, being beautiful and solemn. O God of knowledge, many voices could be heard saying their prayers. As this was a day of celebration, many followers of the God of knowledge had congregated here. The spacious floor was crowded with people. In order to worship the God of knowledge, Jonas had dedicated the best section of land on the port and did not accept even a copper coin. In the eyes of the priest, however, this was a given. Seems like the cultured people of the port are here, Leylin sighed as he rubbed his face, changing his expression to a sunny one. Young Master Leylin, welcome, welcome. My, look who's here. Many familiar faces crowded around. They included his uncles and aunts, and he had no choice but to smile and greet them one by one. With Anthony as his mentor, Leylin had no faults when it came to his manners. What he showed off was his most perfect image as the next in line of a noble family, and everyone sang his praises. The price, however, was that after the many greetings, Leylin found his facial muscles had begun to stiffen, and much time had passed. I know this is troublesome, but it's necessary. Nobles, Leylin sighed as he entered the large shrine and threw a small bag of gold coins into the donation box. The pot-bellied priests beamed in reply. Leylin looked around. The ornamentation of Ogma's church wasn't half bad. There were bookshelves and statues all around, and it was filled with a scholarly atmosphere. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 803, Marquis Louis, after finishing his prayers in the main hall of the church. A few maids finally led the way to Bishop Tapris. Tapris was very frank the moment he started speaking. My child, you seem to have run into some trouble? Yes, respected Bishop. I urgently need teaching and guidance from the God of knowledge. Leylin secretly grew a lot more relaxed just due to Tapris' attitude. He was indeed like what Leylin had suspected, and only intended to take this opportunity to knock his family's confidence. He didn't have any plans to actually replace the Fallens. If this was the case, foregoing a few benefits in exchange for his help was not a difficult issue for him to discuss. Judging by his behavior, Bishop Tapris must have also been nodding secretly to himself. As heir to the fallen family, Leylin's promises would have to be fulfilled even by Baron Jonas, and this was one made in a church with a deity as their witness. It seems like Baron Jonas has an outstanding successor. Tapras thought slowly to himself, then looked at Leylin. "Dear little Leylin, have you heard of Viscount Tim?" "Viscount Tim?" Leylin's voice was filled with doubt. Under Anthony's guidance, he certainly understood the upper-class nobles of the Dambreth kingdom, yet he hadn't seemed to have heard of any deeds performed by this Viscount. "Oh, look at me, getting ahead of myself. Viscount Tim was just crowned a few months ago, so it's perfectly normal for you not to have heard of him before. His father, on the other hand, is a distinguished person you must have heard of before. Marquis Louis." Tapras watched Leylin's expression expectantly. "Marquis Louis, the king's brother," Leylin exhaled lightly. Although he knew that things wouldn't be simple this time, he didn't think that the nobles involved would have a direct connection to royalty. The nobility was never a tight-knit community. The power struggle between the regional and central nobles had never ceased for even a moment. And although there was a possibility of them uniting as one in the face of divine authority, an instinctive battle for benefit would begin once the moment the pressure from the outside world was reduced. Within the kingdom, the regional nobles and the kingdom's central nobles were the two factions that put up the fiercest fights. That's right, Viscount Tim is already of age. Although he's the second son, Marquis Louis adores him very much and even wishes to obtain a piece of feudal property for him. Tapras held his tongue and left the rest to Leylin's imagination. "So that's how it is," Leylin nodded seriously. Although the king and his people ruled over the entire Dambreth kingdom, they couldn't possibly own all the territory. Moreover, after the division of property across the generations and the emergence of other noble families, the amount of territorial land that the king now governed directly was already quite small. To date, all the territories in the kingdom had been divided until there was practically nothing left. Even if one was a prince or princess, if they were not particularly favored by the king, they would not even receive any hereditary titles. The highest-ranked titles they could receive was that of an Count Palatine one, or a Marquis, and they would only possess a few manors. As a brother to the king of this generation, Marquis Louis was still able to fish up a decent amount of benefits. The Baltic archipelago was his fief, and the total area of the whole stretch of islands far exceeded that of the Fallens. He even owned several decent deepwater ports. To put it bluntly, even the Fallens had to rely on a tremendous volume of trade in the Baltic archipelago and play second fiddle in order to toil for money. However, Louis still had to consider his first son. It would be very foolish of him to divide his territory, and hence he had set his sights somewhere else. Perhaps he had now turned his gaze towards the Fallens' territory, stripping another noble family of their inherited territory for no reason would definitely send huge waves rippling through the circle of nobility. But if this family was extinguished with no successor, and Marquis Louis had Tim carry on their family name, then things would be a lot easier. His influence as a marquis would also minimize the consequences of this incident. "Many thanks for being straightforward, respected bishop. From now on, the Church of Knowledge will be fully accepted by the Fallen territory. Additionally, we will portion out another plot of territorial land in the eastern part of the island to offer as tribute to the church." Leylin rose and gave his thanks. Although this was only an intelligence report, he felt like the possibility of it being true was extremely high. Firstly, the territory under the Fallen family actually did thin out Marquis Louis' profits. Even though it was only by a little, it was enough to upset him. Secondly, the Fallens were a newly rising noble family, and they didn't have complicated relationships with other nobles that would have been difficult to deal with. There were only minimal consequences associated with making his move on them. Could it be that this is also a contest between the regional and central parties? Leylin had experienced much more trickery than this and had depth in his foresight. The Fallen family started out with military service and were the king's imperial bodyguards from the beginning. Thus, they could be regarded as part of the central party. But ever since they obtained their feudal property and arrived here, the family was actually already inclined towards the regional party. That was also how my father the Baron handled it. However, what was awkward was that the people of the Fallen Island had very little contact with the people from the mainland, as it was a lonely island situated far away. Hence, they haven't been accepted by the regional nobles yet, which is the reason why this family is now in an awkward situation in which we cannot rely on either side. After thinking thoroughly about this, Leylin was suddenly struck by a huge realization. No wonder. If I saw this situation, even I wouldn't be able to resist taking action. There are plenty of advantages, yet the risks are very minor. Perhaps Viscount Tim is also pitifully begging for this opportunity. In fact, Leylin's second guess was much closer to the truth than his first guess, but there were a few minor differences. Although his opponent was just a viscount and seemed relatively less capable, he was backed by the Marquis and was even the king's nephew. If one took their eyes off him for even a second, he would easily trigger chaos. However, it was fortunate that he was just a favored second son. Even Marquis Louis wouldn't spend much energy on him, much less alert the king. As long as he didn't kill his opponent, there probably wouldn't be much of a counterattack. After all, when it came to issues like schemes to seize the territory of smaller families, because most of the bigger nobles did it on the sly, these rumors were restricted only to their thoughts and could not be spoken of in polite company. Tapris personally sent Leylin out of the shrine. Just as Leylin was about to board his carriage, Tapris muttered softly in a deep voice next to his ear. "It seems that a surge of pirates have escaped to the vicinity recently. I hope you'll take care. May the god of knowledge bless you." "Got it!" There was a glint in Leylin's eyes, and he gave Tapris a profound look before boarding the carriage. The body of the carriage kept rising and falling as the wheels rolled on. Leylin sat in the carriage with his eyes shut, yet his thoughts kept moving. That cunning Bishop Tapris. Is he preparing to lay his bet on both parties? As a matter of fact, Leylin really did want to get assistance from the church this time. If he could personally exert pressure on the Marquis with the power of the Church of Knowledge, the Marquis would surely give up on making such moves. But this was evidently impossible. Even Bishop Tapris did not own some labor headquarters for him to exert his authority. If they dispatched warriors and priests from the shrine, they would be deemed to be in favor of the fallen family. Tapris had also clearly rejected doing so. Now it seemed that although Tapris had only given a bit of the intel, he had managed to immediately gain a heap of profits. Even if Baron Jonas was here, he wouldn't dare to go back on his word. If Viscount Tim succeeded, he wouldn't forget to rope in Tapris as well. If placing his bets on both parties would guarantee him profits, why wouldn't he? Of course, it wasn't that there was no other way to obtain assistance from the church, but that would require dedicating all his territory to them. However, both sides would suffer and be destroyed indiscriminately if he used this method. Additionally, they would be boycotted by all the nobles from the mainland and be seen as traitors by the nobles. After weighing the matter, Leylin reached the conclusion that things hadn't escalated to such a nasty stage, and he didn't have the courage to abandon his social class. There was no doubt that he would use that method. Pirates? The look in Leylin's pupils seemed distant. Since the other party was also a noble family that controlled overseas trade and had numerous harbors, they evidently had a formidable maritime force. Even the pirates nearby might be secretly under their control. It was highly possible for them to send out a group of men to cause a commotion in the fallen island and use this to create pressure, or even attack the manor directly and silence the Fallens. They did it once long ago anyway. Relying on the 100-man patrol to get rid of this wave of pirates is rather challenging. Leylin stroked his chin. He had never underestimated his opponent's strength. With a Marquis backing him, that Viscount could easily dispatch tens of professionals. Someone above rank 15 is absolutely impossible, but there might be one who is above rank 10 and a few elite professionals above rank 5. It won't be easy to defeat them. Leylin quickly evaluated his opponent's strength, just at the most basic level. Of course, the Fallens didn't only have the harbor patrol, but the real masters were definitely traveling with Baron Jonas. Only that the wizard Ernest had stayed behind to take care of things, but this source of help had also been dispatched by Leylin himself. The other party will obviously focus their main strength on the Baron. The force they have sent over here should only be a small portion of their main force. It's not like we can't fight them with everything we have. Leylin had a distant look in his eyes. In fact, he had also considered cowering and hiding in some corner of the mainland, avoiding the situation at hand. He would then slowly accumulate skills and become a great wizard, maybe even a strong legend. But putting aside the affection from the Baron and his wife, even if he could heartlessly abandon everything he had, he was unable to give up on the benefits that the fallen family brought him. A sea of resources was needed for a wizard to advance, be it expensive materials for him to perform sorcery or all kinds of magic books, and such. A great amount of gold coins was required to purchase them. Without an influential power to gather wealth for him, Leylin would simply be incapable of meeting his needs alone. 1. Non-hereditary title of high rank if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 804. Assassin, a great wizard could not rise without the support of an extremely influential power. It was a pipe dream to achieve such success alone. Were he to try to build up his power and wealth through underhanded means, he would obviously provoke many people. In comparison, the Fallens had only met with a small inconvenience. Even if Leylin broke away from the family, he would still run into the same problem when trying to make a name for himself. It was needless to say that his identity as a nobleman was rather decent. At least it allowed Leylin to travel unimpeded in any place where human civilization gathered. He couldn't bear to give that up. With the speed at which his strength was improving, the Fallens would one day be unable to meet his demands, thus he had to expand the interests of the family. If he ate more, others would have less to eat. Leylin had long predicted that the Baltic archipelago and the numerous natural ports owned by Louis family would become stumbling blocks in his family's rise in society. Even without this incident, the Fallens would one day become enemies with Marquis Louis. After growing aware of this, Leylin's gaze turned as cold as ice. If that's the case, I'll move those blocks away. Compared to the rich and imposing Marquis, the Fallen family is simply not prepared as of now. Even if we emerge victorious in this incident, we are destined to keep a low profile. It would be best, huh? Leylin's eyes suddenly widened. This energy undulation, AI chip. Beep. Task established. Initializing scan suspicious person discovered in the vicinity. Gathering of high energy detected. Person is determined to be in possession of powerful explosives. The carriage seemed to have turned translucent in the AI. Chips display, revealing the streets and people in the form of numerous lines. A few passers-by were sneakily drawing closer to it, and they were marked out by the AI chip. Are they assassins? Jacob was currently rushing the carriage along, but hearing Leylin's voice stunned him for a moment. Don't stop, don't show any signs of suspicion or panic. Let's change direction? Leylin's command was transmitted to Jacob, yet it seemed like no one else heard it. Jacob stopped for a moment. He had already viewed voice transmission as an ability unique to a wizard. Being experienced, he immediately knew what the young master had discovered. Crack! The crisp sound of the horsewhip sounded. The carriage, which had been going forth, suddenly made a sharp turn and entered another junction. They're still following us. Did they vow not to give up until they achieved their goal? Leylin could see the route that the assassins were taking through the AI chip, and he couldn't help but force a smile. Jacob, follow the route I'm about to give you. As the young leader of the fallen peer, Leylin couldn't allow its prosperous image to be damaged, come what may. If word got out about an heir to a noble family getting attacked in a ruckus at the port, it could be a huge blow to the port's prestige. Many of the less influential merchants would be afraid of getting into trouble, and would rather take a detour than come back again to replenish their supplies. Hence, although Leylin had already discovered the assassins, he couldn't take action in the middle of the city center. Jacob clearly knew this as well, and firmly followed the route that Leylin gave. Under Leylin's directions, the carriage swiftly drove out of the market as smoothly as a loach. They arrived at a small road in the countryside, and the assassins hurriedly surrounded them one by one. Are you ready? Jacob, break through their line of defense right away and send a signal to gather the patrolling team. Leylin appeared very confident. But young master, your safety? Jacob was rather hesitant. That's not an issue. Don't forget that I'm a wizard and someone stronger than you at that. Leylin said without a trace of politeness. Jacob's face flushed red, as though he had recalled the few experiences when he had suffered defeat under Leylin's hands. Your wish is my command, young master. At this moment, a few shadows that appeared to be highly bewildered pounced on them. They had evidently realized that they had been fooled by Leylin earlier on at the port. Their fury even led to them drawing out their murder weapons immediately. Are these the bombs of a goblin alchemist? Leylin shook his head in disapproval as he saw a few jet-black objects launched towards the carriage. If they were attacked by these prohibited items with such immense power in the port, even if Leylin himself wouldn't suffer the slightest damage, Jacob would definitely sustain injuries or even die, much less the civilians involved. But now they were in the wilderness. With a widened field of view and Leylin's prior warning, even Jacob would be able to avoid it. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosion even caused the entire carriage to disintegrate into pieces, and numerous splinters shot all over the place. But before this happened, 2 figures had jumped out of the carriage. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's still one more, Leylin said to himself as he noticed the 4 figures surrounding him. He had detected 5 people through the AI chip, but now it seemed that there was another fellow hiding in the darkness, who was evidently their leader. Quick, leave! Leylin turned around and yelled at Jacob, who had a few traces of blood on his body. He was clearly affected by the explosion just now. The power of the alchemical bombs are not bad, but unfortunately they are prohibited items. Even if there was a channel to smuggle them, the quantity from before should be their limit. Young master, take care, Jacob shouted loudly. His muscles were bulging, a sign that his fighting spirit had been aroused. With his hands clenched tight around a decapitator, he rushed swiftly in the direction of the port. One of you, follow him. Don't let him get away. The 4 figures seemed to still be immersed in how it was a pity that the alchemical bombs earlier weren't effective. Seeing how Jacob actually abandoned his master and escaped, their eyes were filled with disbelief. However, as compared to the leader of the Imperial bodyguards, Leylin was clearly more important. They made a decision after a few moments of a daze. A black snake-like figure chased after Jacob, while the other 3 assassins surrounded Leylin in a triangular formation. Heh, a noble young master with such thin skin and tender meat. One of the assassins licked the dagger in his hand, as green light shot out from his eyes like a wolf. Act quickly, this is still his territory after all. Someone will come soon. The explosion earlier on obviously couldn't be hidden. The 3 assassins kept drawing closer, their eyes fixated on Leylin's heart, throat, and other vital points. They evidently weren't planning to let him live for long. He's a wizard, be careful of his tricks. The moment the voice stopped, a few figures started to encircle Leylin as fast as the wind, and they didn't even give him the chance to speak. 3 daggers that resembled viper fangs surrounded Leylin. The sharp breeze even sliced at Leylin's skin. They're well trained. Leylin quickly made a gesture at the speed of lightning, and he suddenly spat out a single syllable. Boom. A deafening explosion sounded out, louder than the earlier bombs. It deafened the 3 assassins, and was followed by a ball of fiery white light bursting out from Leylin's finger. It caused them to involuntarily close their eyes. These were the rank 0 spells Flare and Sonic Snap. Given the situations, instantaneous spells like them were the most appropriate to use. Moreover, Leylin could also adjust and select the spell to his liking, basing it on the circumstances he would encounter. This was much better than those inflexible wizards. Although they suffered a double blow which caused them to go blind and become giddy, the daggers of the 3 assassins still sluggishly headed for Leylin. Yet at this instant, Leylin suddenly made his move. His hand stretched out as quick as lightning, and the dagger of the assassin in the middle came to a stop. An acupoint on his arm seemed to have been hit, and it fell limp and feeble like a dead snake. No. Before the assassin could even finish this thought, the dagger in his hand had changed ownership and was now in Leylin's possession. Thump, thump, 2 figures flew backwards. The assassin in the center, however, was not as fortunate. He knelt on the floor with his hands held behind his back, while the dagger that was previously in his hand was pressed against his neck. The sensation of the sharp blade made every single strand of hair on his neck stand on end. Did you think that I was just a wizard? Leylin laughed coldly. Wizards were all relatively solitary. Leylin had moved out long ago by himself, thus practically no one knew about his wizard rank apart from Ernest. Even his expertise in martial arts was concealed by Jacob under the Baron's orders. I wanted to ask who sent you guys, but it seems like you won't say. Leylin's deep voice sounded like the muttering of a demon to the assassin who was kneeling on the floor. Moments later, the dagger in Leylin's hand suddenly cut straight through the assassin's throat. Great quantities of fresh blood started gushing out of his throat as he gasped greedily for air. The radiance in his eyes slowly dimmed, and he collapsed onto the ground. Seeing how Leylin killed as if it meant nothing, and how he did not even seem to have an uncomfortable reaction to it, the other two surviving assassins stole a glance at each other, both intending to flee. They never knew that the target they were up against would be this difficult to handle. Not only did he possess rather good magic abilities, he was also proficient in combat. His exquisite control over the battlefield and his merciless killing style were not things that a young nobleman who was inexperienced in life would be capable of. Now, they practically suspected that some sort of devil resided in this young nobleman's body, or perhaps this was someone else impersonating him. But we still have hope. Determination flashed in both of the assassins' eyes, and they suddenly started to make their escape. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 805, Counterattack, Counterattack, Trying to Leave? Leylin sneered as the dagger flew out of his hand. With a violent scream, it dove straight into the assassin's back. This was the rank 0 spell, Launch Bolt. With Leylin's own powers, the dagger he threw was out-comparable to a crossbow bolt. Miserable gasps sounded out briefly before the assassin fell to the floor. Provoked by the death of his companion, the other one ran even faster. Leylin chased after him as well, not seeming to have noticed the dark figure that was constantly closer. These two assassins were bait, and the real Shurkle strike would come from the leader who was hiding in secret. Smack, smack, Leylin chased up to the fleeing assassin in a flash. The fellow had long been scared out of his wits and was already down on the floor after being beaten up a few times. Leylin unhinged his jaw and broke all of his limbs. At this moment, he showed joy on his face. This was the reaction that a powerful juvenile ought to have after obtaining the first victory in his life. The young man stood in front of the assassin who had collapsed. Although he had tried his best to conceal it, he still radiated the aura of someone high and mighty. Speak. Who sent you? I'll speak. The assassin's voice was gentle. He played the role of attracting Leylin's attention very well and coordinated with his leader's attack. His lips kept opening and closing, yet the sounds he made were exceptionally indistinct, which made Leylin irritable. Speak clearly. I can't hear you. Leylin was half squatting beside the assassin, and almost all the crucial points of his back were completely exposed. Now, the assassin who was lurking in the dark widened his eyes. An arrow with a blue tip pierced through the air and came close to Leylin's back in an instant. Ha! Leylin opened his eyes wide, and a trace of panic finally appeared on his face. Mage armor, a transparent protective force field appeared, and the number of rank 1 spells that Leylin had prepared fell by 1. Poof! The arrow collided with the invisible force field, producing a sharp whistle. Yet it eventually deviated from its original course and brushed past Leylin's face. The tremendous force from the contact made Leylin take a few steps back in succession, and he fell to the floor. Ow, ow! Numerous green eyes emerged from the darkness. A few strong and healthy figures pounced forth, their canine teeth covered with saliva as they tried to bite Leylin's neck. A rank 1 monster summoning spell? Leylin cried out in alarm, but the expression on his face was quickly replaced with unwavering determination. He swiftly recited a few phrases and pointed towards the wild wolves. A gigantic white web materialized out of thin air, trapping the 3 wild wolves in it. The white web seemed extremely sticky, rendering the wolves immobile. Who exactly is it? The young man got up, evidently flustered and exasperated, but his expression was even more so filled with a faint hint of dread. At this very moment, the air behind him distorted and a silhouette emerged. The emerald dagger was heading straight towards Leylin's heart, about to stab in. Shadow step. A rank 7 assassin? The young man made a startled cry, and a rope flew out from his embrace. Animate rope. Under the influence of the spell, the rope seemed to have a life of its own, and threw itself towards the silhouette, curling around it tightly like a python. Thump, the silhouette had his hands and legs tied and collapsed onto the ground, yet he had turned into a puppet. A substitute. The expression on Leylin's face was now that of horror. Soon after, he saw a blade of icy light appearing out of thin air, thrusting right into his throat. Clear-cut, quick, and a lethal attack in one strike, this was the style of a high-level assassin. Moreover, he had clearly found out about Leylin's wizard rank through certain means, and had been patiently waiting until he thought that Leylin had exhausted all his spells before taking action. This one move didn't leave Leylin any chance at all. Within such a short distance, there wouldn't be enough time even if he used any magical items. After all, those magic scrolls couldn't take effect instantly. From his opponent's graceful glance, Leylin saw a deathly stillness. It was as though he wasn't about to assassinate a human, but a pig or dog or some other animal. His profound gaze, however, held a trace of agitation. It was obvious that getting rid of this magic genius would bring him a particular sense of accomplishment. However, when the assassin saw the look in Leylin's eyes, his expression changed. At this moment, Leylin's face was not filled with any panic or fear of death whatsoever, but just a smile of a person who had gotten his way. "I finally caught you," were the words he could infer from Leylin's smile. What does that mean? Caught me? The assassin felt dizzy, but then saw the glaring radiance of a spell shine in front of him. A blue ray shot straight into the palm with which he was holding the dagger. A layer of ice immediately spread until his entire palm was completely covered, and it even extended along his arm towards his body. Shortly after, there was an excruciating pain from his thigh, along with the ear-piercing sound of bones breaking. "He broke my legs?" The assassin's heart sunk. He immediately lost his center of gravity and collapsed onto the floor. Leylin didn't let him go. A fist as hard as steel landed heavily on his face, making him spit out a few teeth covered in blood and a small ball which contained highly poisonous toxins. "That wasn't easy. If a rank 7 assassin wishes to escape, I might not be able to catch him," Leylin said, sighing after he finished with the formalities. Everything had gone almost flawlessly in the battle earlier. These few assassins could only act according to the script that Leylin had written and on the stage he had put in place. They had ultimately ended up being completely wiped out. Why do you still have a spell left? Aren't you a rank 5 wizard?" The chief assassin sputtered a few undecipherable words, along with a large amount of bloody foam. "It seems that a spy has appeared in my family. Also, who told you that I'm just a rank 5 wizard?" Leylin shot a glance at the assassin and appeared extremely disdainful. "Ha ha, so you already advanced to rank 6 a long time ago." The chief assassin seemed to be convinced. "As expected, you're worthy of being the legendary magic genius. But what a pity, in the face of our power, you will be unable to avoid your ultimate downfall. Stop spouting so much rubbish." With a stroke of Leylin's blade, the assassin fainted. This assassin leader had a very high status and a decent amount of strength. He definitely knew a lot, and this was why Leylin was bent on plotting to capture him alive. He even knew that I've already advanced to a rank 5 wizard. Although this information is from several years ago, I'm afraid that it's necessary to purge the family once through. Leylin looked over at the chief assassin, who had already fainted. The list of traitors would certainly have to be fished out from the assassin's own mouth, but no matter. He could be said to be an expert when it came to interrogation and psychological probing. Perhaps the assassin in his hands would feel better off dying right away. Young master. At this moment, there was a commotion at the port in the distance. Jacob had finally brought the patrol team over. "This is off." An anxious Jacob immediately exhaled deeply after scanning the place. The assassins at the scene had all collapsed on the ground, and there was even an additional person. Jacob understood the strength of these assassins very well. Each one of them had strength close to at least a rank 5 elite in their profession, and the one lurking in the dark was stronger. If he was in Leylin's shoes, Jacob would not have been able to avoid such attacks no matter how he tried, and it was very likely that he would have died there and then. However, his young master had rounded all of them up in one clean sweep and didn't even sustain any injuries. This knowledge immediately gained Leylin Jacob's respect, and this was even more true for the rest of the patrol team members. "What happened to the person who was chasing after you?" Leylin looked at Jacob. Seeing the new wounds on his body, Leylin had already made a guess. "We killed him, but his last counterattack in the face of death also took away the lives of 2 of our team members." Jacob appeared rather embarrassed, especially after seeing the two people that Leylin had taken captive. You can bring that guy with you and interrogate him in detail. Leave the other one to me. Leylin threw the more average assassin to the patrol team and left with the chief assassin. The other fellow was evidently cannon fodder and wouldn't know much. Compared to him, Leylin was more interested in the chief assassin. A rank 7 professional wouldn't be attracted to someone so easily. Moreover, he was 80% sure that the chief assassin still controlled the hidden spy in Leylin's manor, and he was even the source of intel for the pirates that had come ashore. Leylin absolutely would not hand him over to the useless patrol team before digging out everything in his brain. If not, he suspected that he would hear news about this chap committing suicide the next day. Jacob, take him with you. Don't let him leave my line of sight. Under Leylin's commands, Jacob lifted the unconscious chief assassin onto his shoulders and followed behind Leylin. The patrol team members looked at each other in dismay and could only bring the remaining survivor back with them. They clearly wanted to vent all of their fury on him. Of course, they were also in charge of things like cleaning the battlefield. They had to bury the corpses to prevent an epidemic. After they were all done, the area had barely regained its tranquil state. Only the ditches in ground and numerous bloodstains spoke of the danger during the earlier battle. Who would have thought that my younger cousin has gotten so strong? Seems like I was worried for nothing. A black figure flashed, revealing Isabel's sturdy black attire. As she gazed in the direction Leylin had left in, her eyes turned gentle for a moment. The softness was quickly replaced by a frigid gaze. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 806, Gathering the cold floor, and the endless pain all over his body forced Monk awake. He seemed to be in a cold and damp cellar. Ice-cold droplets of water dripped down his skin, and Monk could not help but sneeze, his eyes quickly beginning to grow clear. Right, the ambush failed. I'm a captive now, a captive. What a joke. He could feel a sharp pain in his thighs and arms. The lack of his teeth left a sense of emptiness in the cavity that was his mouth. By the dim light, Monk could see the noble who had achieved victory over him. The man looked exceptionally calm with not the slightest hint of joy in his expression, which only made him feel more fearful. You're awake? You're dead meat, dead meat. Monk shivered as he exclaimed in a strange voice. The sounds he produced were distorted by the air leaking out of his mouth. Oh, is that so? And you're going to do that? Leylin's expression was full of ridicule, or perhaps it's him? The clothing on Monk's arms slowly ripped apart, revealing a church emblem branded into his skin. This was a strange rune made up of a head and fresh blood. Leylin's impression of the god of murder, Cyric, was that of someone powerful who liked provoking deaths and conspiracies. He found joy in causing civil wars in regions, and was one of those gods who liked to stir up shit. Even so, a real god's church would pose tremendous trouble for Leylin as he was right now. Stop bullshitting. You're just a follower of the god of murder, and the mighty god would not shift his attention to a mere mortal, not to mention a piece of trash who is also a failure. There were always followers of gods dying on the continent, and unless they were saints or high-ranked priests, the gods would not place much focus on them. Regular followers and the like were obviously neglected. Unless Leylin used techniques to profane the soul of a believer, that god would not be angered into giving him divine punishment. This deep understanding caused Monk to freeze, with a lifeless expression on his face. Tell me, how many mad dogs are there like you under Tim, that useless son of Marquis Louis? Seeing that he had successfully shattered his defenses, Leylin tossed out a huge bomb. You knew, Monk exclaimed in surprise, which confirmed Leylin's suspicions. So the information that Tapras had was real. Marquis Louis has been the one behind all of this. Since you know, you should understand that you can't win, Monk cackled. Even if your talent as a wizard is startling, you're nothing in the eyes of the real royalty, even if you're a rank 6 wizard. It was obvious that his loss at Leylin's hands was still fresh in his mind. All that talk about him being rank 6. Leylin happily watched Monk guess wrong, and did not have any plans to correct him. After all, the fact that he was hiding his wizard rank and wasn't restricted as much by the weave was more believable than him being able to use rank 0 spells without limit, and he was less likely to be exposed because of it. All right, I don't have much time to chat with you. Now I need to know how many men there are under Tim, where they are when the pirates plan to come ashore, as well as the plans of the continent. Whatever it is, you must tell me all you know. Leylin's expression turned cold, his eyes flickering. Keek, I'll say nothing. Aren't you just going to torture me? Bring it on. Monk, however, began to sound like a scoundrel. Pirates and assassins naturally went through some training and possessed great endurance against torture. Seems like you're very confident in your endurance. Leylin glanced at Monk, his eyes holding within them a sense of pity. You'll soon know how much happiness there is in death. All that you've experienced before is nothing. Leylin cracked his knuckles loudly. There were few in the world of gods with as much experience as him in torturing the body and soul. His astonishing surgical skills and knowledge of potions allowed him to claim someone's life with ease, and on top of that, he also had the spells that could affect their minds. Leylin's eyes flickered with an evil glint. Soon enough, the other party would find how blissful it was to be able to choose death. Monk gave in very quickly. 3 hours later, he was weeping and sniffling as he revealed everything to Leylin, only begging for death. Leylin hadn't used even 1/100th of his abilities. Once he had gained all the information that Monk knew and confirmed the truth of his words, Leylin did not kill him or torture the poor child any longer. Instead, he threw him in jail. Such a high-ranked guinea pig with a profession was very difficult to obtain. After gaining the intel, Leylin first personally purged the manor. With his experience and the detection abilities of the AI, Chip, the hidden spies, grew completely obvious. Soon enough, numerous little rats were seized, including a kitchen lady, 2 stable lads, and a few servants. At crucial moments, Leylin never cared about not involving others when it came to crimes. He took control over their families, and such ruthless methods caused all those serving in the manor to tremble in fear. Even Claire and Clara grew afraid of him. Of course, with what had happened as a pretext, his absolute domination of them extended further. How many people can I gather? Leylin asked Jacob from behind the Baron's desk. His arms were crossed. Reporting to young master, Jacob was wearing leather armor and was cloaked in a powerful aura. His respectful attitude pleased Leylin greatly. We'll do our best at the port. We can transfer 50 men from the guard, and with the guards of the manor, there will be 80 men. 80 men? Leylin muttered to himself. It was true that there were very few people that he could use, and at the very most those that he could were farmers with a few days of training, comparable just to militia. The real elites were obviously by Baron Jonah's side. Things should be easier on their side with my warning. Leylin had obviously sent Baron Jacob the information he'd obtained, and it was sure to be useful for him. At the very least, they weren't going in completely blind and knew who the enemy was. Gather them and prepare to annihilate the pirates with me. The group, or pirates who could come ashore at any moment, was the most urgent threat to Leylin, and he wasn't going to watch them wreak havoc on his territory. Taking the initiative to make the first move thus became the most necessary choice. Understood, we shall become the sharpest blades in young master's hands, Jacob guaranteed. I look forward to it. They were Leylin's only hope. Though these militia could do little against those with professions, they would still be of some use to regular pirates. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to eliminate so many pirates. It was important to have help from subordinates. This should be enough power to deal with the regular pirates, but based on the information from Monk, there's a rank 10 leader amongst them, and we don't have enough high-ranked powers. Leylin stroked his chin, muttering to himself irresolutely. If we talk about high-ranked power, Cousin Isabel should be all right, but it's better that she protect Madame Sarah. At the thought of her, Leylin immediately asked, "What's that cousin of mine, Isabel, been up to?" After hearing this question, Jacob looked hesitant. "Tell me," Leylin's expression went cold. "Does young master still remember the spies that were captured?" Jacob gritted his teeth. "Didn't I tell you to take care of them?" Leylin's brows furrowed. Out of all of the captives, she picked 2 servants and took them away, and there hasn't been word on her location. Ever since she entered her room, it's like she has completely disappeared from the world. Based on what the patrolling guards said, miserable cries have been heard from her room. Jacob's expression was filled with unspeakable horror. After all, people of this world easily related these happenings to devils, demonic rituals, and the like. Isabel's actions were of a similar vein. All right, Leylin rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Anything else? The miss seems to have some interest in the family members of the spies, but I persuaded her, Jacob said. I almost forgot that's a problem. Things would get troublesome if the people from the church were to find out, Leylin sighed. I'll take care of Isabel's matter personally. Don't tell anyone about this. Demote the families of these criminals to slaves and don't lock them up in the manor for some more time. Get them to the pier and put them in hard labor or just sell them. It was important to set the norms at this point, whether they be positive or negative. Whatever it was, the people had to see the serious consequences of betrayal if he wanted to intimidate them effectively. All right. Jacob did not have any objections and carried out his orders, leaving Leylin alone. Leylin watched the tranquil night sky outside and suddenly sighed. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 807, Secret Laboratory. Leylin wandered through the door and over to Isabel's room. Isabel had grown very reclusive since their meeting and had even chased out the original maids. Knock. Knock. Leylin knocked the door politely. Who is it? Didn't I say I was not to be disturbed? Isabel's voice seemed rather angry. It's me, Leylin said calmly. The door pulled open to reveal Isabel's face. However, there was an unnatural flush on her cheeks, as if she had been going through some rigorous exercise or perhaps a ceremony. What's the matter? I'm preparing to get some rest. After seeing Leylin, Isabel appeared flustered for an instant. Are you not going to invite me in? Leylin smiled. It's not gentlemanly to enter a lady's chamber at this time of night, you know. Or perhaps you've become a degenerate, my dear cousin. Isabel's eyes glinted, and she rested languidly against the door, speaking coquettishly. Leylin secretly had the urge to laugh in reaction to her pretentious pose. When it came to experience, the amount he had under his belt far exceeded hers. Have I turned into a degenerate? Would you like to find out? Leylin closed in with a naughty smile on his face and ruthlessly sniffed her fair neck, inhaling the scent of a girl's body mixed with a particular smell. What are you doing? The girl dodged him as she turned red, and Leylin took the chance to enter the room. There wasn't much of a change in the arrangements here, but there seemed to be a vague, bloody scent permeating the air. Though she had cleaned up and made an attempt to conceal it, Leylin's brows still furrowed. Is there anything you would like to tell me about? Leylin sat on the sofa and tried to sound as genuine as he could. You're my cousin after all, and I don't want you to bear this burden all alone. It's nothing, that's all over. Isabel froze and then spoke as if she did not care. Leylin sighed in answer to her attempt to appear strong. Of course, he knew that there was no benefit to revealing the truth. Though there were traces of negative energy polluting the room, her own actions were as pure as those of a little white rabbit when compared to the experiments he conducted. Leylin changed his mind. He had originally believed that letting her stay behind would be a good decision, but by the looks of it, leaving her in the manor would only attract more attention and trouble. Fine. I'm here to ask for help. What is it about? Isabel's eyes flashed with a chilly glint. Well, Leylin scratched his head and then revealed the news about Marquis Louis and Viscount Tim, and also the imminent attack of the pirates. In that case, they were responsible for the annihilation of my family. Isabel's hand twitched, and a portion of a black ironwood chair was broken off. Wood shavings scattered from between her fingers. Such physical strength? Leylin's pupils shrank. She exceeds a rank 5 professional, and is close to rank 10. Those devils and demons are really quite generous, though the price is the soul of the sacrificer. Leylin had heard about the continuous offers of blood required to gain demonic energy. Followers of demons were rounded up and annihilated on the continent. If news of the fallen family protecting her went out, there would be troubles even more pressing than Marquis Louis. But I don't know for sure yet. That's only a possibility. Leylin stroked his chin and did not lie about this. Fine, I'll verify it for myself. Those pirates even dare trespass and offend our fallen family's territory. We must have them pay the price in blood and have their souls repent in hell. Isabel's pretty eyes narrowed, filling with a murderous thirst. Thank you so much, cousin. Leylin silently cursed to himself inside, but in the meanwhile the smile on his face was dazzling. Don't worry, we're cousins after all. I'll take care of you. Isabel promised, looking steadfast and resolute. After thanking her again, Leylin withdrew, though the smile on his face had dissipated. His eyes flickered, obviously deep in thought. The open sea is vast and filled with all sorts of trash and scum from the continent. Sailors from this era can't be considered good, and faithless people and followers are mixed in with them. There shouldn't have any trouble if she hides amongst them. As the follower of a demon, Isabel obviously could not stay in the family. It would cause him an endless amount of trouble. After all, the power of the churches were at its peak in the prime material plane. And once it was discovered that the fallen family housed a demon follower, the consequences would be extremely dire. Thus, the vast open seas would be the best place for her to hide. On top of that, the demon might have given her a lot of strength, but there's definitely a price to pay. That might even be her soul. Leylin looked grim. A few useless sailors disappearing from the open sea shouldn't count for much. That can temporarily satisfy the demon and gain her more time. In this time, Leylin would obviously become stronger. As long as he was powerful enough, whether it was Marquis Louis closing in on them or the demon contract that his cousin had, he was confident he could eliminate all of those problems. Problems that a rank 6 wizard could not solve. Plans constantly change, and right now, I urgently need strength. It might be all right to take a risk. Leylin secretly made up his mind. This attack would evidently expose part of his power. From the very beginning, Viscount Tim had already sent out an assassination squad with a rank 7 leader, which meant that the pirates had to be even stronger. Help from his cousin and the subordinates wouldn't be enough. He needed to increase his chances. After returning to his room, Leylin headed straight for his laboratory. By his command, even Claire and Clara could not enter, and there were also a few warning spell patterns set up that were hard at work. On the glossy laboratory table were many test tubes and glass tools neatly stacked together. There was also various alchemical equipment that was enough for poorer wizard students to go green with envy. It was a pity that, in Leylin's eyes, it was all a mere cover. Crack, crack. After Leylin pulled at a handle under the laboratory table, the sounds of gears grinding against each other rang out. Along with the gentle sound, the entire table moved to the left, revealing a pathway that led downwards. While wizards have great trust in magic, there are too many items and techniques in the world which can detect spell undulations. On the contrary, simple mechanisms like these can conceal even more secrets. Leylin carried an oil lamp as he went down the staircase. After going about 10 meters in, he arrived in front of a large rock. The large granite gave the feeling that it was indestructible as it stood tall inside, blocking the road completely as if this was a dead end. Arcane Mark, activate. A spell rune flashed in Leylin's hands, and amongst the light, the surface of the granite began to soften as it revealed a shining channel. Leylin did not hesitate at all as he walked in, hanging his oil lamp on the wall. What appeared behind the large rock was a small-scale laboratory. He had used mechanisms to prevent magic probes here and created a trap at the bottom. That was enough to show how highly Leylin valued this laboratory. As this was deep underground, the laboratory had an area of only several square meters. A large, ancient wooden table had already taken up most of the area, and there was little space left for one to stand. The ceiling was also very low, and the entire room felt very stifling. The smell of tar grew obvious on the floor and corners, indicating an even more terrifying self-combustion mechanism. If Leylin suspected anything, just a small spark would be enough to char this whole place and hide everything here. The reason for this was because Leylin's experiments were far too shocking. If ever discovered, they would be deemed heresy. It seems like it's almost complete. Leylin observed the giant solution in the Petri dish. Large amounts of boiling, fresh red liquid gave people an ominous feeling that this was blood. And then this. At the corner of the table was a wooden statue. It had a pair of demonic wings, multiple compound eyes, and 6 fingers that formed a demon, emitting an evil aura. This was a statue that Leylin had constructed of Beelzebub based on his memories. The possession of such a statue would have one burnt to death if they were caught by the churches, and even a king wouldn't be spared this treatment. Of course, these taboos meant nothing to Leylin. His courage was enough to stupefy many gods. Looks like Beelzebub has really sunk into a deep sleep. He doesn't react at all to prayers or sacrifices. Leylin's hands caressed the devil's statue with an unspeakable expression in his eyes. Come to think of it, he was the main culprit behind this. If he had not stolen so much of Beelzebub's laws and even destroyed most of his trousseau, the sovereign king of gluttony would not be so seriously injured that he had to sleep it off. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 808, Devil Blood Dagger, Devil Blood Dagger. Of course, according to this world, my main body deprived Beelzebub of most of his divinity and divine force. This greatly damaged his divine soul, and he hence fell into a deep sleep. Now he can't even answer the prayers of his worshippers. Devils were always extremely sensitive towards sacrifices and prayers from the prime material plane. Through his many probes, Leylin was absolutely sure that this great master devil had already fallen deep asleep, completely unresponsive to the outside world stimulation. This sent Beelzebub's followers in the prime material plane into chaos. Had Beelzebub not hidden his main body well, Leylin might even have received news of his death. Regardless of whether one is a god or a devil, once you lose the ability to respond to prayers and the power to grant wishes, you will not be far from death. Leylin sighed. There were cases where gods had died not to external factors, but to decreasing power of worship. This was truly pathetic. Gods rely on believers for their existence. Despite having great powers and abilities, they are restrained by the very same power of faith. Except for someone who's merged with the world origin force and become an existence that has comprehended an extraordinary divine force. He let out a deep breath. Such an existence would be equal to a rank 8 Magus who's found their own path. There are few such beings even in the world of gods. He gathered his thoughts and turned his attention back to the statue. Since Beelzebub is in a deep sleep, then I don't have to be so cautious of using his name anymore. Truth be told, with his possession of a majority of Beelzebub's memories, Leylin was like a real devil king. He could even steal Beelzebub's believers and usurp his position. However, doing so required great power, and Leylin was only a rank 6 Magus. Needless to say, he also had to acquire the power to grant his believers' wishes. To usurp a god's position, he first had to acquire divinity. The laws of gluttony and devouring are great, but they're already considered fiendish in the world of gods. If I use such power here, Leylin shook his head regretfully. If he wished to survive in the prime material plane, he could not rely entirely on divinity as his foundation. He hadn't carried these abilities over his reincarnation, but even if he had, they would have been useless, wiped out by the world origin. It's best to take it step by step. Thankfully, it takes a while for faith to erode. The worshippers of the sovereign king of gluttony will not vanish so quickly. Moreover, even if they do disappear, it's just one less convenient path and reduced income for me. It's not worth the risk, so it's better for me to stick to the original plan and be steady. Leylin's eyes brightened, and he suddenly tightened his grip. Crack, crack, touring the statue of the sovereign king of gluttony into ashes, dropping it to the floor bit by bit. I must admit, though, the devil got many useful things. Leylin stuck his hand into the petri dish and soon fished out a knife covered in blood. The pocket-sized knife had a beautiful curve to it, and it looked like a very fine work of art. A fierce demon's skull tipped its handle, numerous eyes on it giving off a savage glare. 2 devilish wings made up the handguard, and complicated patterns that looked like veins covered the entire handle. Its demonic looks were only enhanced by the faint crimson glow and the blood dripping from its tip. So the devil blood dagger's done? Leylin's eyes flashed with joy, and the AI chip followed up with data on the devil blood dagger. Devil blood dagger. Weight, 9182g, length, 9 in, ingredients. Cockatrice bones, fresh blood, weeping spirits. Effects, possesses the power of a devil, able to absorb a target's flesh and blood to increase one's own power. Description. An extremely vicious weapon that even gods fear, the devil blood dagger represents ominous death. Creator, Leylin Fallen. It's rather good. Leylin fiddled with the dagger, causing it to glow with a dark light. There were many items like this in Beelzebub's memory. He'd used their easy power to lure people from the prime material plane to his side. This devil blood dagger was a very good weapon from Beelzebub's memories. If a believer wanted to be bestowed this dagger, they would have to sacrifice a rank 15 or greater priest from a hostile god, or even slaughter a small city to even think of getting it. The devils are the best way to increase my power in a short amount of time currently. They treat both the young and the old honestly, but the price one has to pay in the end is usually even more frightening. Leylin heaved a sigh. His cousin Isabel had clearly been seduced by a demon after giving into despair. She had succumbed to it in the end and had now gotten herself in tons of trouble. Unlike her, Leylin didn't become a collector for demonic sacrifices. He'd done something much more vicious, nearing becoming a devil king. All the flesh and blood devoured by the devil blood dagger would go to feeding his own power. Even if I've crafted it, I still need to perform some experiments on this dagger, especially the problem with contamination. Leylin furrowed his brows. The main reason why he had taken so long to make the dagger was because he was working on changing its properties. He wanted to avoid some of the side effects of its use. After all, Beelzebub was no kind soul. His treasures were used to lure followers into depravity, and the devil blood dagger was no exception. It slowly corrupted one's mind and soul with use, turning them into a devil. Being one himself, Beelzebub had no problems with using the dagger, but Leylin was different. He needed to remain human, as he would come into contact with churches and high-ranked priests in the future. Turning half-devil would impose great restrictions on what he could do. Although the AI chip already solved the corruption problem, there's still the issue of its radiance. It screams depravity and evil. I'm not sure I could get away with it. Leylin walked straight into the manor while he was still thinking. Young master? A trained guard saluted. The man wore leather armor, and the longsword in his hand sparkled. Obviously, the manor's security system had greatly been upgraded after the attack on Leylin. It was obvious at a glance that this fellow was merely a trained farmer, just a little stronger than a regular human. Howard, right? Follow me, Leylin said. Roger that. Howard could not disobey the young master. He followed right after Leylin to the dungeon. Once the rest were cleared out, only Leylin and Howard were left there. Of course, there were also the two unfortunate assassins who were lying on the ground. Can I trust you, Howard? Leylin's voice was soft, but it had a special tone in it. Such a special tone gave Howard an ominous premonition, but loyalty occupied his mind, and soon he replied with a straight back, I would risk my life for you, young master. Great. Now look into my eyes. Leylin ordered Howard to raise his head. It felt as if there was a mysterious spiral in those pupils of his. Rank 1 spell, Charm Person. Under Leylin's spell, Howard's pupils soon lost their focus, turning him into a zombie. This rank 1 spell, Leylin mumbled. It can only charm the mind. It'll work perfectly on regular people, but it'll be weak against professionals. It would probably render Jacob a little dizzy for a few seconds. Take this, chop off one of his fingers. Leylin ordered, passing the dagger to Howard. Ugh. The strange situation gave Monk the feeling that something catastrophic was about to happen. However, his limbs had all been broken earlier, and his body was thoroughly tied up. He could only struggle in vain and had no other method to resist. Howard carried out Leylin's order with the devil blood dagger in hand, a soulless expression on his face. His other hand pinned Monk's down to the floor, and he chopped off a finger without hesitation. Schlick! The dull sound of blades slamming against flesh could be heard, together with Monk's sorrowful sounds. A bloody pinky was chopped off, and it twitched on the floor like a worm. Keek ugh! At the same time, the dagger emitted a radiant light, and the demonic skull at the hilt let out a sinister laugh. The numerous eyes shot out a demonic luster. Layer upon layer of veins began to squirm on the handle, swallowing the blood on its surface. Many tiny blood-colored strings penetrated into Howard's body, and the pinky on the floor gradually shrunk before their eyes. It soon turned into a dried-out piece of charcoal, looking like firewood. How do you feel now? Leylin asked. The dagger is very hot and the heat is spreading to me. AI chip, examine his stats. Leylin's eyes began to glow. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 809, Devour Breakthrough Beep. Mission established, beginning scan. The AI chip carried out Leylin's commands loyally. Soon enough, the latest results were transmitted. Compared to previous data, target's vitality has risen by 0.01, strength by 0.02, spiritual force by 0.005. No obvious adverse reaction. The flesh of high-ranked professionals does indeed provide a great boost for regular humans, Leylin nodded. He understood that these numbers were exaggerated, and if it were himself, the amplification to his stats wouldn't reach even 105. This was the difference created by the varying base stats. Ah, you devil, you're a devil worshipper. At this moment, Monk, who was still on the ground, shrieked. Though Sirik, the god of murder, had always possessed a bad reputation, he was still a good Samaritan when compared to demons and devils. Knowing that the wizard keeping him captive was a follower of a devil, Monk completely lost all hope. As a member of the Dark Realm, he naturally knew that the followers of devils liked to sacrifice flesh, blood, as well as the souls of the followers of gods in order to obtain rewards from the devils. Kill me quickly. Don't profane my soul, else the gods won't let you off. Monk yelled hysterically, but paired with his dry throat his voice was like a broken bellow, and it couldn't travel out of the jail. Shut up, Leylin's brows furrowed as he kicked outwards, causing Monk to faint. Now, here's the most important part. Detect alignment? A bundle of white light in Leylin's hands covered Howard. Soon enough, glee appeared on his face. The alignment is still neutral. It seems like as long as it doesn't profane the soul, all the terrible consequences will be taken up by Beelzebub. The ability to grow in strength by devouring flesh and blood is rather valuable. Of course, Leylin knew very well that the part with the greatest energy was the soul. The energy he would acquire from a person's flesh and blood alone wouldn't even be half the total that the body had. However, profaning the soul was labeled chaotic and evil. Leylin could only resign himself to part with that desire of his. Leylin nodded and retrieved the devil blood dagger, giving Howard an instruction. All right, you may go. After you leave this jail, you will forget everything you've just done. Understood. Howard staggered out, leaving Leylin alone in the jail, deep in thought. It takes a lot of energy to turn the power of flesh and blood into spiritual force. On top of that, I'll need to ensure that I wipe out the memories of the soul in its final moments. Numerous possibilities streaked through Leylin's mind, allowing him to make more plans regarding the devil blood dagger. He'd originally planned on traveling outside to use the devil blood dagger, hunting to quickly increase his strength. But due to the need to keep a low profile, he had no choice but to exercise patience. But now, the situation was now very different. Leylin had been bullied in his home territory, and he urgently needed great power. Otherwise, the fallen family could very well be wiped out just like Isabel's. Of course, there were slight differences in their circumstances. Isabel needed to pray for strength from devils and demons, while Leylin only needed to rely on himself. After a little modification, I will be done here. Mr. Monk, it's now your time to shine. Blood-red radiance flickered on the surface of the devil blood dagger, reflecting Leylin's expressionless face. He glanced at Monk on the floor the way he would at a dead man, or perhaps a swine before slaughter. The devouring power from the dagger was intoxicating, but with his own grasp of the law of devouring, Leylin could control it skillfully. An unceasing stream of heat gathered in the dagger in his right hand, extending to his entire body. A sense of comfort stimulated a great breakthrough in his spiritual force, sending it spurring towards a deeper level of the weave. At this moment, the AI chip's robotic voice sounded by Leylin's ear. Beep. Detected change in stats to host body. Vitality increased by 0.2, spiritual force increased by 0.05. Countless prompts refreshed, allowing Leylin to see his stats increase. His spiritual force, which had long since reached the peak of rank 6, finally broke through with this burst of strength. Crack! A slight sound could be felt directly from his soul, and Leylin felt his spiritual force making contact with an even more terrifying level of the weave. He understood what had happened, the third level of the weave. I've contacted the third level of the weave and officially become a rank 7 wizard. At this moment, the AI chip's voice was transmitted. Beep. Host spiritual force has contacted level 3 of the weave. Advanced to rank 7 wizard, spiritual force plus 0.5. Host has advanced to rank 7 as a wizard. New additions. Rank 3 spell slot 1, rank 2 spell slot 1, rank 1 spell slot 1. Detected drastic changes to host stats. Recalculating, the AI chip refreshed the screen with more information. In just a moment, Leylin's stats were renewed. Leylin Farlier. Age, 15, race, human, rank 7 wizard. Strength, 2.5, agility 2, vitality 3.7, spiritual force 7, status, healthy, innate talent. Sturdy, erudite. Spell slots possessed. Rank 3 spell slot 1, rank 2 spell slot 3, rank 1 spell slot 4, rank 0 spell slot. Forget the spiritual force, I'd long since reached its limit. But the increase to my other stats? It's practically the sum of my 15 years of growth. Leylin's eyes flickered. Could it be that now that I've reached 15 and become an adult, my body's stats have all reached the average standard, and more importantly, my growth is now complete? This way, I'll be able to advance and accept more strength? Leylin looked at the spell slots. As expected. I got a rank 3 spell slot after advancing to rank 7. It looks like this goddess of the weave is impartial to all wizards. The increase in spell slot numbers followed unfathomable rules. Some enchanted tools could increase the number of spell slots, and it was rumored that those the goddess favored could have more spell slots after advancing. However, there were 2 ironclad rules. 1, one could have no more than 9 slots for a rank. 2, only after reaching a certain level could wizards gain spell slots of certain ranks. In other words, Leylin was now a rank 7 wizard, and he could at most only have rank 3 spell slots. It was impossible for him to have rank 4 spell slots, and even if he were to find a bunch of enchanted rings that could increase the number of spell slots, there would still be a limit of 9. It was impossible to have more than that, even for rank 0. Furthermore, this iron rule was for all wizards. Even legendary wizards and those related to gods were treated the same way, with no change. Seeing the limitations that the gods put on wizards, Leylin's lips curved. Seems like the Magi left a very deep impression on the gods during the ancient war, to the point that they felt fear. They didn't hesitate to shackle the spell-casting professions. Is that to prevent a repeat occurrence of the Magi? If there comes a day that the shackles of the weave are destroyed, what sort of interesting things are going to happen? Leylin chuckled, beginning to feel a little anticipation. And then there's the power from devouring flesh and blood. Leylin stood up, staring at the skeleton on the floor. He put the devil blood dagger away, and his brows began to furrow. He felt that his body was swelling like an obese person who had eaten far too much, to the point that even his soul could not take it. It seems like this ability can't be used too often, especially before the body has digested all the energy. If that happens, the berserk life energy could become the most fatal toxin. Leylin shook his head, knowing that this devil blood dagger should not be used lightly. In addition, no one can know of this, or else I'll be confirmed to be a devil worshipper. It'll be game over for me then. At this thought, Leylin immediately began to clear up the skeletal remains on the ground. Things that made it evident that they had been used for evil rites and the like and could not be left lying around. They were best removed by burning. As for the souls the devil blood dagger absorbed, Leylin had modified its effects on them. They went through unimaginable suffering before their death that served to completely fragment their memories, leaving no traces at all. With the devil blood dagger, all my accumulations can allow me to pass through the many ranks of wizards quickly. Leylin's eyes flashed with a glint of light. This means it's necessary to find something to hide all this. This advancement was unnatural, and if just one person found something was off, Leylin knew that he would probably need to move away alone and hide himself in the name of training in seclusion. After gaining enough strength, he would immediately travel in order to hide his unusual growth. And the many battles with Viscount Tim's pirates would clearly be a great source for such a thing. Viscount Tim and even Marquis Louis would very soon find out that in a bid to obtain more profits, they had chosen a very terrifying enemy. The devil was thirsting for his enemy's blood to grow, and would soon take over the world of gods. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 810, Mobilization. With the fallen family's prestige and reputation in the island, it wasn't difficult to cobble up a patrol. However, on the field where grain was drying, Leylin frowned at the sight of his subordinates. Getting 50 from the port and another 30 from the manor, is this our limit? A sparse crowd stood at the field, awaiting Leylin's inspection. While they had done all they could to rub their leather armor and weapons till they were sparkling clean, and tried their best to stick their chests out, Leylin still felt they looked like nothing but a bunch of rowdy people. It's all right if you get them to patrol and maintain order, but once you bring them to a bloody battlefield. Leylin shook his head inwardly, though the expression on his face showed excitement. Residents of the Fallen Island. There are a group of horrible, evil pirates about to reach the coast. They will slaughter your parents, steal your copper and bread, and humiliate your wives and daughters. Those lowlives are capable of anything. Leylin did his best to sound agitated to stir up the masses. Was there a need to announce what the pirates would do to them? The troops began to get restless and immediately knew that Leylin spoke the truth. It might even be an understatement. Well then, tell me, are you willing to let this happen? Leylin's sharp voice resounded in the field. No, no. Though many of them were mercenaries who only worked when money was involved, most of them were farmers who had enlisted. Their families were here, and even the mercenaries had settled down here. At the very least, when it came to protecting one's family and wealth, these people were rather enthusiastic and hot-blooded. Hence, after being provoked, all of them were flush with anger as they roared with all the strength they had. Good. As the master of this territory, I call on you to pick up your weapons and prepare to fight bravely to protect your home. Leylin spoke so loudly that his voice could be heard from every corner of the field. In such a feverish atmosphere, there could be one or two who remained timid or rational, but they would soon be drowned out by the crowd, dragged along with the flow. Our fallen family will not treat any of you unfairly. Leylin clapped his hands, and 2 bodyguards went up on stage with numerous boxes. The large copper locks were opened, revealing brand new armor within. There was even some chainmail that was made of metal rings. Not only did this metal armor provide a greater defense than leather armor, it was more flexible to boot. It was practical, but there were high requirements on its forging, so these items had no market. Beside the armor were even greater quantities of shining weapons. Vorpal swords, curved blades, hammers, lances, there was anything one could need. On top of that, these weapons were in good shape, and they had a layer of oil on the surface. There were no signs of rust or corrosion, and they radiated a luster from their sharp edges. All those who take part in this operation can choose a weapon of their own. Vice captains and those ranked above can all choose a set of armor. Leylin scanned the crowd. Evidently, these excellent weapons were attractive to the point that people would risk their lives for them. Leylin found a few fellows whose eyes were shining. Of course. For this reason, he raised his voice intentionally. If you can contribute in this battle, there is no reason why we can't reward you with these weapons and armor. With this promise, there was a huge uproar in the crowd below. In this age, metallic weapons and armor had a very high value and could even be said to be treasures passed down generations of knights. Many of them didn't dare to believe Leylin's promise. There's no need to doubt me. I vow in the name of the fallen family. Leylin looked especially solemn, making this guarantee with his name as a noble. Though this meant nothing to him, with the values of the world of gods, the promise of a noble still held quite some value. Hence, many soldiers could not help but begin to cheer. Leylin cleared his throat and urged for the last time, in addition, if there are injuries or even deaths in battle, I will offer compensation. If you die in battle, your rewards will be given to your family. Fallen, fallen! The soldiers below began to cheer in their excitement. Injuries and death were the worst fates for veterans in a feudal age. Leylin was even willing to compensate them for it, which was something even churches didn't do. This should be able to somewhat boost their morale, right? Though, it's just this once. Leylin stared at the soldiers whose morale was at the peak while laughing bitterly inside. With his actions, he would suffer losses even if they won the battle. It was the entire reason why lords seldom did things like this. Those weapons and armor alone were the accumulations of the fallen family over the year, and a large part of the family's wealth. However, this was a special circumstance, and Leylin had no choice but to do this. After all, if the fallen family were to cease existing, these items would be useless. The soldiers outside began preparations for battle, while a small meeting was being held in the manor. We'll leave the manor to you, Uncle Leon, Leylin spoke to the housekeeper on his right. I've already sent down the order that you'll be in charge of everything in the manor. I will definitely protect everything for you. Leon's placed his right hand on his chest as he promised. Leylin nodded, feeling assured. His mother, Claire, and Clara had all been sent to the Church of Knowledge at the port in secret. With how shrewd Bishop Tapras was, it would probably be the best place for them on the island if he and his father met danger. Based on what Monk said, the assassins he had captured were the only ones that the enemy had sent. But Leylin considered the fact that Viscount Tim might be driven to desperation. After Leon left, only Isabel, Jacob, and a few leaders with professions remained. They were the strongest, and Leylin had nothing to hide from them. Based on the information I've received, there are over 100 people amongst the pirates, and the leader is a rank 10 professional. At this point, Leylin looked grim, and everyone except Isabel gasped. 100 men and a rank 10 professional? This kind of strength isn't second to the power of a famous pirate crew. Why would they come here? Jacob gasped. In reality, the truly strong would not do something as beneath themselves and dangerous as become pirates. With their strength and reputation, they could become public security officers in any large city and could even become nobles. It was illogical for someone like them to attack the fallen family. Leylin nodded as he sneered. Hee, this is a famous pirate group. Have you heard of the Black Tiger? Black Tiger pirates? The shock in Jacob's eyes grew even more profound. They operate in the seas of the Baltic archipelago, and they shouldn't have any grudges against our fallen family. Sometimes, there needn't be grudges to start a fight for benefits. What aren't those greedy pigs capable of? Isabel stood out, unsheathing the black longsword in her hands. Swish! A flash of black light passed, splintering the table in front of them and splitting it apart. Or, are you scared? There was a murderous glint in Isabel's eyes, as if she would kill if anyone dared say no. Ah, I forgot to tell all of you. My cousin is a rank 9 and will act with us. Leylin cleared his throat. This strength, it's clearly above rank 5. I just don't know if she's a warrior or knight-errant. Though Isabel looked like a little girl, these team leaders here did not dare belittle her. A rank 9 was enough to crush them. Jacob nodded, a hint of glee flashing in his eyes. Since she was a rank 9, with a young master who was a wizard taking care of a rank 10 was not entirely impossible. If Jacob could see that, the old foxes were obviously aware of that too. Hence, they immediately knelt on one knee to express their loyalty to Leylin. We are willing to be young master's blades and obey all your instructions. These people, Leylin shook his head instead, feeling a little fed up with the situation. However, he had no choice but to continue pretending. Good, we leave now. We have to strive to catch them off their guard. With a traitor like Monk, Leylin knew the strength of the Black Tiger pirates and what they could be hiding like the back of his hand. It's too foolish to wait for them to reach the coast. I don't want the battles to affect this territory. Leylin looked around, spreading out a yellowed map. It showed the detailed topology of the area surrounding Fallen Island and even contained information about the ocean currents and wind directions. Just this map alone had a value of over 10 gold coins, and it was something the Fallen family had gained over decades of hardship and exploration. It definitely was not to be sold outside. The Black Tiger pirates are now here. Leylin tapped at the map. This was an uninhabited island not far from the Fallen Island, and there wasn't any shipping route nearby. Even with their opponents on alert, it was still possible to hide for a period of time. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 811, Sneak Attack Whoosh. The night sea winds had a fishy, chilly smell that made Jacob shrink back. As a member of the Fallen family, he might have long since gotten used to these winds and waves, but the deck that was creaking up and down, as well as the billowing sails above, made him as if he was in a dream. This feeling reached its peak when he saw Leylin standing proudly at the head of the ship. They were in a typical double-mast sailboat. They weren't squeezed together even with over 80 people there. But it wasn't difficult at all to acquire such a thing with the Fallen family's status. No, what shocked Jacob was young Master Leylin's behavior. No, actually everyone is shocked. Jacob looked at the leaders beside him who were scared out of their wits, yet at the same time had a fire burning in their eyes and chuckled wryly. Just before they had left, Leylin had cast non-detection in front of everyone. By Ogma, this was a rank 3 spell, and the young master had not used any items or scrolls at all. That he could cast a rank 3 spell by himself meant Leylin was rank 7. Without any warning, their young master had become a rank 7 wizard. Gods, isn't advancing as a wizard supposed to be the most challenging? Young master's advancement to rank 5 just 2 years ago was already enough to have mouths fall agape. And now, Jacob sighed. His abundant experiences as an adventurer left him clear on what exactly a 15-year-old rank 7 wizard meant. If nothing were to happen, he could possibly become a great rank 15 wizard in a few centuries of training. There were few great wizards in the Dambrath kingdom, and a few of them hired by the royalty had great statuses. His Majesty the King had generously given them positions as earls and territory to rope them in. However, no great wizard cared for such things that drove others crazy with envy. At their level, the only thing in their sights was the realm of legends. And now, a great wizard was about to appear in the fallen family. Jacob suddenly felt giddy. Cousin Leylin, you've worked hard in deceiving me. Beside Leylin, Isabel didn't have as many thoughts. While she seemed to be complaining, it was obvious that she was delighted by Leylin's achievements. I never thought my cousin was a genius as a wizard. Isabel's eyes twinkled like there were countless stars in them. Hee, everyone has their secrets just as you do. Leylin got closer, causing her to look panicked. I anticipate the day where you will tell me. What kind of joke is this? Isabel turned her head and left, while Leylin sank deep into thought. There's no other choice but to do this, Leylin sighed. The reason he had shown his strength right before the battle was to strengthen his men's confidence and will to resist. Otherwise, the moment they knew that they could be against the personal guard of a Marquis of the Kingdom, even if morale did not immediately crumble, it would be greatly diminished. Now, with such a young wizard, some would think it was worth it to risk their lives. Even if those regular soldiers did not know what being a 15-year-old rank 7 wizard implied, others would gladly warn or tell them. Furthermore, our target this time is only a notorious group of pirates. Even if someone intentionally leaks this out, many would not believe it. Leylin sighed once more. He had already done all that he could to the best of his abilities, and all that was left was their luck. My lord, we're here. A sailor with triangular eyes and a gaze as sharp as a poisonous snake came before Leylin, reporting quietly. There was a thirst in his eyes for blood, as well as a fervor for destruction. If this was a gaze seen in the manor, Leylin would send down the order for this person to be hung, but now, this is the right attitude if you want to kill someone. Leylin was confident that with his methods, even if this person was a poisonous snake, he'd be able to tame him. Your name is Robin Hood. You're a great first mate and navigator. Are you in charge of this ship as well? Leylin observed the man. He could sense a bloody aura that came from frequent killings, which made it obvious that this person had a very exciting life in private. Yes, young Master Fallen. Evidently, Robin Hood was surprised that Leylin had been able to remember his name. Good. Leylin had his hands behind his back as he watched the faint image of the islet from the fog. He quickly commanded, "Send down the order. Everyone is to remain hidden. Try not to make any sounds." In order to take precautions against the detection and divination spells, Leylin had especially boosted himself with non-detection before leaving and had been exceptionally cautious and nimble along the way. It could be said that the chances of being discovered were very low. Besides, even if they were discovered, nothing much changed except for the scale of the losses that would be incurred. When the first wave sneakily swam up to the shore and began to mount a secret attack on the opponent's anchored ships, Leylin knew that the general conclusion had been decided. Watching the bloody battles, Leylin suddenly laughed. Seems like the pirates aren't as strong as I imagined them to be. Initially, he had thought that they had the support of the nobles and might have superb equipment and even maybe a magic weapon. But from the looks of it, these pirates wore shabby clothing, and there were even some people of other races and mixed blood in their midst. There weren't really powerful people in there, and it felt like they were just cannon fodder and not the real deal. Even if we managed to subdue these pirates, they would just be treated as replaceable. Leylin stroked his chin as he thought of something. In such a situation, where his side had been prepared and launched a secret attack with equipment of superior quality to theirs, there was no possibility of failure if their numbers were about equal. Of course, this is a world of exemplaries. The situation might change if a few powerful people show up. Leylin stared at a corner of the camp on the barren island. He could sense powerful energy undulations from there. Is that leader of the Black Tiger Pirates a rank 10 professional? Leylin sneered. Jacob, take over the command. Pay attention to their ships and don't let anyone get away. Understood, young master, Jacob answered loudly. He already wanted to prostrate himself when he looked at Leylin's skills as a commander. Leadership came naturally to the young master, and such a thing was something he had never been able to learn himself. This potential, does that mean there really is a darling child of the gods in this world? Jacob had no time to be bothered by the shock to his worldview, and did all he could to constrain the formation of the troops and surround the camp. Isabel, come with me. Let us see to that leader, Steve. Leylin rapidly moved towards the front lines of the battle, with Isabel following closely behind. As the infamous leader of the Black Tigers, Steve had the boorish and villainous face unique to pirates. He had long since lost an eye and an ear, the price he paid when his first mate mutinied against him. Of course, this fellow who dared betrayed him had soon gotten his limbs cut off and was tossed into the sea. The man could only repent with the sea god. After being recruited by Marquis Louis, it had been made clear that if he were to be successful in this operation, he would become a knight with land of his own, and he might even become a real lord. I'll become a lord in the future? Every time he thought of this, Steve could not help but gaze at his right hand. He had lost it, among many other things, in 10 years of bloody fights and struggles. Still, he felt like the sacrifice was worth it. As he was right now, he was a rank 10 fighter, and the Black Tigers that he led had made a name for themselves in these waters. The target this time is only the manor of a baron that has lost most of its elites. How powerful can they be? Steve thought indifferently. If not for him restraining them with all his might, all his underlings would have gone out to have fun long ago. Up to this point, everything was going well without a hitch. But all of a sudden, yells and shouts could be heard that immediately woke Steve up from his reverie. What's going on? Steve tossed the bottle of rum in his hand away, and his right hand opened up a huge tear in the tent. He arrived at the camp. It's an enemy invasion. There are too many of them, and they have excellent equipment. His second mate, a tiger-headed merman, came before him, expression unable to hide his panic. After noticing the situation, Steve's face twitched. This crafty captain immediately felt that this was not going well. Where did they come from? Why did the detection spells and alarm points not react? More importantly, who are they? Even now Steve didn't think these people were sent by his target. With Leylin's non-detection spell, the detection magic artifacts he had bought at exorbitant prices lost their effects. The alarm points had all been discovered and removed by Leylin. Steve grabbed the collar of the second mate and shouted, "Get the men and charge to the ship. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 812. Siege. The ambush was a huge blow to the Black Tiger's morale. Still, Steve retained some confidence in his men. Though they were nothing more than scumbags and trash, they possessed many skills. They would be able to stay alive despite the bad situation they currently found themselves in. For what it was worth, they were pirates after all. Land fights were never their forte. Their true expertise lay in bombing, boarding, and fighting with ships. If he could only retreat to the ship, it would be perfectly easy for him to mount both offense and defense. It could even be possible for him to turn the tables. When the moment comes, I must absolutely wring this daring bastard's head off. Steve thought to himself viciously. With their captain's signal, the crew began to draw closer to the ship. However, a wave of burning heat suddenly approached them, causing the color to drain from Steve's face. Shit! Dodge, quickly. Boom! The enemy's fireball landed less than 5 meters away from him, and the resulting sea of flames engulfed almost everything in its vicinity. Steve managed to escape, but the rest weren't half as lucky. Even his trusty second mate, the one with the head of a tiger shark, was burnt to a crisp. Fireball, they have a wizard! This sudden news was like a slap across Steve's face. Not only was his opponent sufficiently equipped, they even had a strategic resource like a wizard. Just then, he caught an eye of the said wizard. It was a young lad, his curly golden hair matching his deep blue eyes. He was barely an adult. A wizard of this age? Steve furrowed his brows as he realized that the young lad looked faintly familiar. Hold up, he was one of the target of this mission. That's the Fallen's young master. Steve was immediately reminded of him, and he had the urge to curse at his informant. Wasn't he supposed to be rank 5 at most? It doesn't seem like it. I want his head. Steve was rid of any other choices at this stage of the game, and he could only roar orders as his muscles constricted. Leylin spotted Steve at the same time. The extraordinary vibes he gave off showed that he was their leader, and he shouted as well, "He's the head of the pirates. 50 gold coins for anyone who can finish him off, and on top of that you don't have to pay tax anymore." 50 gold coins. And you get to not pay taxes? Charge? Many of the guards went into a frenzy. This price alone was enough for 10 lives. The guards charged up front without any second thoughts. Of course, Leylin didn't stand and watch idly. 2 powerful buffing spells descended upon his men, increasing their drive and strength. Bear's endurance, bull's strength. The wizards of this world are supported by the weave, allowing them to use magical attacks and buffs extremely quickly. Leylin knew better than to neglect the importance of the weave. The fact that it was able to continue to exist for so long meant it had to have some advantages. And during the battle, Leylin realized that his men usually fared better if he enhanced their abilities using his power. Moreover, the fireball from earlier was like a missile. Common people would not be able to escape its destructive powers. With the support of the weave, won't a wizard with enough spell slots be a walking cannon? Leylin smiled. If the power of this world was how he imagined it to be, the status of wizards would probably be even higher. At the same time, Steve showed what it meant to be a rank 10 warrior. Rapid charge. His entire body was enveloped in a hazy light. After triggering his distinctive warrior skill, it was as if he had turned into an armored steel tank as he charged towards the guards. Thump, thump, thump. With his great energy, he knocked down many of the guards. They were sent flying, as if they'd been hit by a high-speed train, and every now and then the sound of bones cracking rang out. But the damage went both ways. Steve was injured by many of their spears and swords, and many bloody wounds appeared on his body. This degree of injury posed no hindrance to him, but the blood continuously leaking from his wounds would cause a bit of trouble. This was especially true as the pirates were surrounded, about to be wiped out by the oncoming soldiers. "Surrender now, and in my name as a noble I'll treat you right as a captive," Leylin said. As long as he could capture Steve alive, maybe even have him become an eyewitness, he would have gained incredible advantages for the Fallen family. "Surrender? To a brat like you?" Steve mocked back. It was like he'd seen something ridiculous. "Or should I say, do you think I'm limited to just this ability?" A sinister smile slipped onto Steve's face as a sacred light engulfed him wholly. "Is this divine force?" Leylin stepped back. He had little experiences with this sort of power, but the impression it left was engraved deeply in his mind. "Bless, cure light wounds, night shield." In the blink of an eye, Steve cast 3 rank 1 spells on his body. Leylin's brows wrinkled as he watched Steve's wounds recover quickly under the brilliant light of divine force. Divine force is indeed troublesome. Instant spells like these can be restored through daily prayers, so even with the usage limitations, it's still unfair. Steve was back to his prime condition after the buffs, and his injuries had healed. "Kill!" He charged towards Leylin with great power, and a clandestine glow covered the sword in his hand. Eldritch Blast! The chi of a rank 10 fighter concentrated in his hand to become a shining blade which blasted out. Schlick! The soldiers in front of Leylin were hacked into 2 halves, and blood and gore splattered in all directions. "Well, this is troublesome," Leylin sighed, massaging his temples. Data collection completed, creating target entry. The A chip reported, quickly projecting Steve's details in front of him. Name, Steve, gender, male. Estimated stats, strength, 10+, agility, 7, vitality, 6, spirit, 4. Professions, rank 10 fighter, rank 3 cleric. Evaluation, undecipherable undulations in his right hand, target is extremely dangerous. Right hand? Leylin looked at the iron hook in Steve's right hand. The originally dull blade was now drenched in blood, with strips of flesh hanging off it. It looked exceptionally macabre. "I'll go up to block him. You wait for an opening to try and cast spells." Isabel drew her black sword out as she saw Steve nearing Leylin, becoming a human shield. Where did this wench come from? Piss off, Steve's eyes were bloodshot. The sword in his left hand slashed down mercilessly, violent like a gust of evil wind. It had none of the protective care one normally held for a lady. Clang. The machete was blocked by a black sword, and the collision created a profound noise. "My revenge starts with you." Isabel's expression was ice cold. "There's so many incompetent idiots I've killed, who knows which ones you're from?" Even with such a reply, Steve had already grown wary of Isabel. Considering that she could hold off a rank 10 fighter who was going all out, she was no easy opponent. Thump! The iron hook in Steve's left hand shot out like a venomous snake, but it too was blocked by Isabel's sword. Sparks flew everywhere. The impending battle between the two caused many pirates, and even her own soldiers, back away subconsciously. They didn't dare to get caught in the fight. "Looks like I still don't have enough manpower to kill a rank 10 fighter." Leylin thought in worry as he watched the gruesome exchange between the two. "According to the data, I'll need at least 200 fully armed elites to kill Steve, and even they will have to be willing to give up their lives and pay a painful cost. Of course, if we have more professionals, the injuries would be halved, but all in all, I don't have enough manpower right now." And although Isabel had enhanced her own strength through demonic sacrifices, she still isn't enough to be an opponent. Progress in one's profession wasn't as just incremental. And anyway, Leylin didn't believe that those demons wanted nothing from Isabel anyway. "Ah!" Suddenly, a groan sounded from the battlefield. It was Isabel's. One of her arms had been fractured, and she was forced to hold it in her sleeve. And yet, she remained as stoic as ever. Things like that which could have caused ordinary girls to weep and scream did not disturb Isabel at all. "I'm afraid this cannot go on. I'll have to unseal it." But Isabel threw a glance at the onlookers and hesitated. "Isabel, I think it's time to withdraw." Just as Isabel was about to give it her all and charge at Steve, Leylin's voice came through. Out of her confidence in Leylin, she abandoned her original plan and started backing away. "Thinking of leaving?" The expression on Steve's face was sinister as ever, but that changed when an arrow was shot. Shoo! The arrow was like a venomous snake. Its angle was tricky, leaving Steve with no choice but to retreat. Splat! The arrow shot into the ground behind him, its feathered end still quivering, making it look like a small snake trying to burrow into the ground. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 813, Post-Battle Review. Post-Battle Review, that was close. Steve could feel some cold sweat on his palm. Only he knew how dangerous that had been. Once he regained his senses, he glanced at Leylin. The youth now had a crossbow in his hands, and there was a merciless expression on his face. Isabel had pushed her way to stand beside him, and aside from her Jacob and a few other soldiers had rushed over in a hurry as well. With Isabel delaying them, Leylin had enough time to defeat the enemy and even seize the pirate ship. Now, Jacob brought the rest of the soldiers and the many crossbows in the fallen family's collection and surrounded the area. The fallen soldiers had gained the upper hand in all the other zones, and more soldiers gathered together. Under the light of the flames, Steve's face turned pale as a corpse. He knew very well that after the battle was over, the Black Tigers might just be erased from history. What's going on? Why did things turn out this way? Steve was completely dazed. However, his fox-like cunning that had been honed over the years told him that this was the time to escape. As long as there were some people left alive, he would be able to pull the Black Tigers back together and bring about their rise once more. When the time came, he would exact extreme vengeance on this young wizard. Shoot! But how could Leylin give him the chance to do so? With his command, the countless crossbows that Jacob directed on his own produced terrifying sounds. Numerous arrows blocked all the escape routes that Steve had. "Damn it!" Steve cursed, his figure twisting at a strange angle in midair. A dark shield appeared, crashing into a sharp arrow. The dark-colored shield shattered to pieces, but the power of the arrow was greatly reduced. It could only leave a shallow cut on Steve's body. Boom! Steve's body fell freely to the ground. He glared at Leylin venomously and then rushed out of the camp. Once he got outside, he would definitely be able to leave with ease. He was still a rank 10 fighter after all. At this moment, things suddenly changed. A huge white spiderweb opened up from the ground, shrouding him in darkness. But when did he? Steve's expression filled with fear as he recognized this web, Rank 2 spell, web. Once it twines around me, I'll be caught. He looked fierce as he raised the sword in his left hand. However, Leylin had long since set this trap. How could he give Steve the chance to escape? Ray of Enfeeblement. Sleep. Restrict. A few rank 1 spells flashed over Steve's head. With the drain from the huge battle just prior, Steve was unable to dodge them in time. Immediately after, he felt a sense of confusion as his body suddenly weakened. Clang. His machete fell to the ground, and immediately after Steve was caught up in the web. It was extremely sticky, and even a reckless bull would not be able to escape from it. Take aim, prepare to shoot. The opponent is a rank 10 warrior, so be careful. At this moment, the soldiers holding crossbows aimed at Steve calmly. Only morons would miss an immobile target like this. You're still thinking of running because you have a trump card up your sleeve, don't you? Leylin approached the spiderweb, watching Steve from above, eyes full of mockery. Don't think you can hide the lifesteal effect on your right hand. I'm a wizard. When Leylin said this, he could see that Steve's eyes were first filled with fear and despair, followed by a desperate struggle. Leylin snickered, quickly retreating and dodging the bloody rays shooting from his hand. Be careful. The hook on his right hand has the lifesteal effect. Don't let it touch you, or your life force will be absorbed. Leylin smirked at Steve, causing him to pale even further. The terror from being completely seen through caused the pirate to feel muddle-headed. You're a devil, a devil? Knock him unconscious, Leylin's eyebrows furrowed, and then get rid of his arms and legs. Without the assistance of a powerful cleric, such terrifying injuries would end up crippling him. As for how to deal with this person, Leylin did not have plans yet. As he had been at the forefront in hindering the fallen family, he should have made contact with Viscount Tim before, which made him a pretty good witness. But who would believe the words of a pirate? At the most, it would cause some slight trouble for the Viscount. His true value is in keeping him from Tim. Leylin watched the amputated Steve, who was now unconscious, his eyes profound. In his view, the pirate only had 2 functions. One was as bait, attracting more assassins and experts over from the other party so he could ambush them. However, things could easily go wrong that way. If an existence that Leylin could not deal with arrived, that was just shooting himself in the foot. On the other hand, he could use Steve to negotiate with Tim, forcing the Viscount to back off. After all, the fallen family wasn't the only one with land and the seas. Once his side showed their power and sent Steve back, saying that they had no plans to go to war, he could be able to achieve a period of harmony. Of course, Leylin never counted on the benevolence and hesitation of his enemies for his own safety. However, giving himself more time was a good method. After all, his strength was still increasing by the day, and on top of that, with the complete wipeout of the probing on the fallen family, perhaps they would pause for a bit anyway. Leylin stroked his chin. Be quick about it. Bring all the slaves. Kill those who resist. Understood, numerous soldiers yelled together. After seeing that their leader, Steve, had been taken captive, most of the pirates had lost their morale, and with the suppression by Isabel and the crossbowmen, they were utterly defeated. Even those futilely thinking of swimming across the sea were killed by the sailors on the ship, not letting any leave. Soon, a whole region of the sea was dyed red. In this situation, even the fiercest pirate would involuntarily have thoughts of surrender. Soon enough, the sounds of weaponry being tossed to the ground sounded. The soldiers hurried to tie these people up and sent them to the ship. Set fire to this place before we leave, Leylin commanded. Following that, he returned to the double-mast ship he had arrived in. At the moment, the seized pirate ship had been tied up behind theirs. It was the spoils of their battle. Seeing the sea of red, Leylin listened as Jacob reported, 9 soldiers are dead, 15 critically injured. The rest have some form of light injuries. This was even though this was a surprise attack and they had the advantage in equipment. Jacob could not help but feel embarrassed at the results. He'd gotten a better understanding of the ferociousness of pirates today. If the Black Tigers had managed to set foot on Fallen Island, the consequences would have been dire. What have we captured? Leylin looked calm, not minding such a tiny issue. We have killed 37 pirates and taken 52 prisoner. There are a few with unknown whereabouts. We have taken Steve, and the Black Tigers can be said to be completely wiped out. At this point, Jacob began to look excited. It's a pity that there aren't any spoils. There's only some rum and jerky. We haven't found any letters or anything. Leylin shook his head and laughed involuntarily. Pirates are poor anyway. What more do you want? These low-ranked pirates did not have much money on them anyway, and if they were lucky enough to get a large amount, that would quickly be wasted on the bad alcohol in the harbor, barbecued meat, and gambling dens. When, on the next day, they had not a single copper in their pockets, they would follow their captain to sea like wolves, roaring as they attacked other ships. Even if you add up the wealth of all the prisoners, that would still be nothing compared to Steve's own private hoard. Leylin chuckled. I really need to interrogate Steve well. Though it's unlikely that he has a letter from nobility, I need to know about his stash and things like that. If he could find evidence of a connection with Viscount Tim, Leylin would not have to be vexed. However, this was impossible. The other side would not be so foolish as to leave letters and the like behind. Hence, Leylin could only give this a try without placing too much hope in it. As for money, that was just a consolation prize. At the very least, these soldiers would need to be rewarded amply for the deaths, else nobody would be willing to work under him. Having taken care of everything, Leylin walked to the hold of the ship. As there were many more captives to return with, the concealed hold was very squeezy and somewhat chaotic. Leylin naturally would not imprison the group on the pirate ship behind them. That would only be creating trouble for himself. Even in this situation, Isabel had a room of her own. This was a privilege reserved for the nobility and the strong. Can I come in? Leylin asked after walking up to her door. Please. Opening the door, Leylin entered the room and cast a silencing spell. This immediately resulted in a serious look on Isabel's face. Leylin twitched his nose. There was a herbal smell in the air, and Isabel's clothing was slightly in disarray. Evidently, in her hurry, she had not had everything arranged properly. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 814 Thoughts. You won't be able to do things like that easily on your own, you know. Leylin chuckled as he sat beside Isabel, pulling at her arm. Don't, Isabel began to struggle. Sit properly. Leylin's thunderous expression made Isabel's momentum to flag. Even the strength she possessed seemed to weaken greatly. Leylin rolled Isabel's sleeves up. What he saw was not the pale and exquisite skin belonging to a young girl, but a strange arm filled with scales. On the upper arm, there was a curved injury that had been caused by Steve. Demonification, and it seems to be a rather high-level conversion ritual. Leylin raised his shoulders and then skillfully used magic energy to heal her wounds. He then bound them. It's ugly, isn't it? At some point, Isabel turned away, her voice choked with sobs. No, in fact it's still all right, Leylin answered seriously. He didn't look much better when he transformed as a warlock and became an existence which had practically abandoned its human form. One more thing, Leylin appeared to be focused on healing her, and he spoke softly. I want to set up a private fleet. I hope for your help. Become a pirate? Why? Isabel was dazed for a moment. A private fleet was only a dressed-up way to refer to a pirate crew. Leylin smirked at the question. They've come and bullied us. It's only fitting that we repay the favor. As for the people to be used, I was planning to use my status as the master of the territory here to hang the Black Tiger pirates. Let's just consider it recycling our trash. In addition, I found a pretty good first mate for you. Robin Hood performed well today, and more importantly, he is used to the ways of pirates. With our people as the backbone and the pirates at our foundation level, we can use the pirate ship we seized and Steve's wealth to quickly assemble a crew. I'll need you to control them tightly. Leylin swiftly bound her wounds in gauze, and Isabel wiped away the tears on her face, regaining her robust and healthy image. However, Leylin felt that the crying girl from before more suited the memory of his young cousin. Why do you think I will agree? Isabel looked at Leylin. Because it's a request from your dear cousin? Leylin chuckled, resulting in a flush on Isabel's face. I'll consider this matter. Go out first. Evidently, Isabel was feeling cramped in the narrow hull alone in a room with Leylin. I quietly await your favorable response. Leylin headed out, closing the door politely. In reality, he knew that she would agree. This was also good for her. A high-ranked demon? Goodness, Leylin stroked his chin, his eyes twinkling. Controlling a pirate crew may seem slightly immoral on the surface. After all, it was dishonorable for a noble to do something so sinful. However, Leylin knew that under the cover of glory, sophistication, and grandeur, the nobles of this world all concealed some sort of evil within them. Every gold coin they used was stained with the blood and tears of innocence. Even his father, Baron Jonas, had always wanted to obtain support from some pirates, or create a raiding fleet to attack others himself. He had been working hard on this, but he had been a noble for far too short a time. It was difficult enough to just get his own territory organized, so he had yet to fulfill his wishes. As for offending pirates, no noble was going to care about that. This outer sea was discovered recently, so there aren't a lot of great powers operating here. It's still a piece of blank paper. How could Marquis Louis alone get all the benefits on the sea? Leylin snickered. Whether it was purchasing high-grade spell materials or creating a wizard tower, everything required a huge amount of resources and gold coins. How could he surrender the profits he could get on the outer sea? On top of that, he wasn't one to take beatings without retaliating. He would definitely ruthlessly pay the Marquis back for his favor. He was just someone with control over the Baltic archipelago, a trade fleet, and a few pirate groups, so was he that amazing? If not for having apprehensions about the families on Fallen Island, Leylin alone could take him on in a war and give him a huge headache. After establishing a pirate group, Cousin will have a place to take shelter. After all, the gods don't focus much on a place like the outer sea where crooks mingle with honest folk. The occasional sacrifice can be hidden as much as possible. Whether Isabel could understand the reasons behind Leylin's painstaking efforts was another matter. Leylin was sure that as long as he was the one making the request, she would not reject him. The waves kept crashing into the body of the ship, shaking it slightly. A few seagull-like birds were soaring in the sky, producing cries from the distance. This isn't too far from Fallen Island. It's a short journey, so this shouldn't be a problem. Leylin held onto the railing, watching the dark sea below him. The sea was never a peaceful place. Tsunamis, storms, or even numerous deep-sea creatures could destroy a whole fleet in an instant. Hence, for sailors on the outer sea, it was like treading on thin ice every single day, with the possibility of entering the embrace of death at any moment. There seemed to be countless gods with dominion over the sea, like the storm goddess that Steve worships. Leylin began to look serious. Steve surprisingly had some abilities as a cleric. While he could only cast low-ranked divine spells, that was enough for Leylin to be on his guard. Fortunately, the storm goddess was known for being temperamental. She regularly caused tsunamis and storms, destroying numerous ships and fishing boats. Her faith stemmed from the terror she induced. As a result, Steve must have made the storm goddess feel delighted during a certain ceremony or while praying, which was why she had made an exception and bestowed some divine force to him. If not, no matter how Leylin looked at it, he could not link Steve to a clergy. Even so, that was still very troublesome. No matter how much of a bastard Steve was, he was a cleric, and Leylin could not get rid of him easily. If he was alone outside, he could eliminate him easily. As long as news did not get out, all was fine. However, there were too many people here and so many prisoners. There were also the escapees. There was no way to dispute the fact that Steve was in his hands. If he were to die, things would be difficult to handle. Leylin did not want to attract even attention of the Church of a real god, much less hostility. What a pity. He's a rank 10 warrior, and a cleric at that. A hint of red light appeared in Leylin's hands. The devil blood dagger flew between his fingers, rippling with a dangerous luster that quickly died down. While he could now transform the flesh devoured into spiritual energy and hasten his advancement as a wizard, it wasn't without any requirements. He needed to completely digest the energy he absorbed between successive devourings. In addition, this sudden increase in power would be a great test in his control as a wizard. If a rank 1 wizard rapidly became a legend, he would first be destroyed by the berserk, uncontrollable magic in his own body. Thankfully, Leylin had a huge advantage in this area. His main body was already half god, and his control of energy was exquisite. Magic was similar both here and in the Magus World, and his strength as a wizard was only equivalent to that of a rank 1 or 2 warlock. This set of worries was why Steve had been lucky enough to survive this far. Otherwise, Leylin would have long since reduced him to a pile of bones. Leylin had specific requirements when it came to flesh now. Only professionals or powerful demonic beasts met his requirements for life force. As for those pirates, they were nothing to Leylin, and even if he were to devour all of them, they could not be compared to Steve. This was even ignoring the impurities in their energy. The ranking of energy in this world is very strictly regulated. Leylin took a look at his stats. As he had not used the Devil Blood Dagger, they stats were the same as before. For an adult, 1, 10, and 20 are all thresholds. Leylin had a greater understanding of these numbers. It was difficult for a normal human to break past the value of 1 in any stat, becoming a professional. And these difficulties compounded in the future, the stronger one became. 10 points was a huge threshold to break through. Leylin's own greatest stat was his spirit at 7. Based on his calculations, it was only after he became a rank 10 wizard that he could break through this barrier. Wizards above rank 10 are considered experts in the world of gods, so is this the boundary line that divides us? Just one stat breaking past 10 makes one an expert. Leylin had a feeling that increasing his stat points in this world would be very hard, increasing in difficulty the further he got. Once his spirit reached 10, and especially after he became a great wizard, perhaps even the Devil Blood Dagger could only give him light support. A stringent world that suppresses power that is out of the ordinary. Even the gods have to abide by the rules of the world. Leylin's eyes burned with fervor, eager to give this a try. At this moment, he heard cheers elsewhere. "We're here! I see the lighthouse at the harbor." Leylin raised his eyes and looked into the distance. As expected, there was a yellow light seen from within the fog. It represented the warmth of the fallen harbor, and Leylin could not help but reveal a smile. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 815, Return and Secret Plans. Return and Secret Plans. The moment he got off the ship, Leylin saw someone unexpected. The housekeeper of the manor, Leon, had come before him. It was evident that he had been waiting for a long time, and there were even water droplets on his clothes formed from the mist. Young master, the master is back, and he said that you are to notify him once you're on shore. Father has returned. Good, I'll see him right away. Take care of the things here, as well as the spoils of war and the captives." Compared to sneaking around during the last attack, Leylin was now strutting about boldly. He was even hoping to intimidate those who were harboring unlawful thoughts with this victory. However, the only ship entering the harbor was Leylin's own warship. The Black Tiger itself had disappeared with his cousin Isabel, accompanied by a portion of the pirates. Only a few unlucky pirates were here besides the few spoils of war. Of course, there was also the ex-captain, Steve. "Understood, young master," Leon bowed low. Just the injuries from the soldiers behind Leylin alone made it clear that this battle had been very intense. "Jacob, get Steve, let us be off." Leylin got on the carriage by himself, followed by Jacob with their prisoner. Steve had a black sack over his head, as Leylin did not trust such a high-ranking captive to his subordinates. If he did, there was a chance of something going wrong. "Father!" The moment the carriage got to the manor, Leylin saw his current parents, Baron Jonas and Lady Sarah. They stood in wait at the door of the manor, eyes full of worry. Leylin immediately got off the carriage and was pulled into Mistress Sarah's arms. "Oh, my poor child." It was obvious that even though she somewhat had an idea of what Leylin had done, Mistress Sarah was still worried. "It's good that you're all right." Baron Jonas maintained his poise as a noble, though there was a hint of joy in his eyes. Leylin looked past his father, and then at his mentor Ernest. The wizard gave him an encouraging look of approval, and dragged his wizard robe closer around himself, hiding with the crowd. Wizards weren't that good at expressing themselves. At this moment, Leylin saw numerous elite troops behind Baron Jonas, all wearing armor. Their cold gazes made him feel a sense of danger. "Rank 5 warriors, and there are so many at that. Father, where did you get them from?" Leylin could see respect in the eyes of the fighters, especially from their leader, but there wasn't the reliance and concern that their own men had. These troops were evidently reinforcements from an external source. However, this was a trivial matter. "Child, don't get so reckless in the future. It's unbecoming of a noble to rashly lead troops alone," Jonas admonished Leylin. If his only successor were to die in this battle, he would not be able to handle it. "By the way, father, Please allow me to show off my spoils as well as the captives." Leylin clapped his hands, and Jacob himself brought Steve up. Though his limbs had already been cut off, and he was basically a cripple without the help of high-level divine spells, he still needed to be watched. "Oh!" Baron Jonah's eyebrows lifted, not reacting at all to the captives and junk blades that Leylin showed. In his opinion, Leylin had merely eliminated a small wave of pirates, maybe less than 20 in total. They were probably fishermen who had lost to their desire for wealth, which was why he didn't pay much attention to them. But then Leylin lifted the black sack over Steve's head, exposing the malicious face to the daylight. Due to the blood loss, his face had paled, which did nothing to reduce the fear caused from looking at his face. Even Mistress Sarah shrieked, taking a few steps back in her shock and disgust. "Leylin, you frightened your mother. You shouldn't dirty the eyes of a noblewoman with such a lowly captive." Baron Jonas had been born as a noble of a military family, and he did not feel uncomfortable when met with this situation. But even his brows furrowed slightly. Jonas could not understand why Leylin had brought a disgusting captive with sweat, blood, and grievous wounds in front of him. What he did not see was that the elite warriors behind him now had a different look in their eyes. Although Steve was crippled, the thick calluses on his body and the firm muscles mixed with the powerful aura of a high-ranked fighter that had yet to dissipate. They had an inkling about what this was. "This is Steve, leader of the Black Tigers," Leylin said simply, but that caused Baron Jonah's eyes to widen. Gods! Baron Jonas no longer cared about the filth on Steve's body as he approached him, pushing aside the messy hair at his forehead to size him up carefully. Indeed, it's him. This is the leader of the Black Tigers, rank 10 fighter Steve. Numerous large chambers of commerce have jointly set up a bounty of 500 gold coins for his capture. One of the bounty postings is even at our port. I couldn't get it wrong. A long while later, the Baron sighed and stared at his son with a complicated expression. This child seemed to always surprise him. His expedition might even have resulted in him being killed by assassins had Leylin not requested Ernest to come help out. Still, he asked with disbelief, "Since Steve is here, where's the Black Tigers?" "They've been wiped out," Leylin answered lightly. Jacob and the soldiers behind puffed up their chests in pride, staring hard at the elite warriors behind the Baron. "Good. Seems like we need to have a serious talk." Baron Jonas had a complicated expression on his face. After Leylin came back, laughter and merriness returned to the manor once more. Even the housekeeper Leon, who always looked gloomy, revealed a rare smile as he directed Clara and Claire to prepare the banquet. During this period of preparation, the Baron stayed in his study room, having chased the maids out to leave only Leylin and Ernest behind other than himself. The information Leylin provided was very helpful. "Even though I had to pay a huge price, I'll take care of the issues with the Church of Knowledge." Baron Jonah's voice was hoarse and low. Leylin astutely noticed his bloodshot eyes and thebits of white hair near his ears. It was obvious that being oppressed by a person of high status like Marquis Louis left the Baron stressed and vexed. Though they could now act a bit more freely, the trauma from the Marquis' actions had yet to dissipate. "It's only my duty. After all, I'm part of the fallen family." Leylin appeared to be very humble. This attitude had Baron Jonas nodding inside. "Since we know who our opponent is, things will be easier. Though I met with a few assassination attempts during the trip to the continent, I'm thankfully unharmed. I even got to see Earl Griffith." "Earl Griffith, the warlord of that place?" Leylin's eyes twinkled, immediately remembering him. It seemed that Baron Jonas had paid a price, yielding a share of profits to acquire some support from the regional nobility. "They've dispatched a group of horsemen with numerous rank 5 fighters. The leader is a rank 9, which will be enough to ensure the safety of our manor." Baron Jonas watched Leylin with a sorry look in his eyes. He believed that the assassination attempt on his son was because he had taken most of the elites. If not for that, he wouldn't have been forced to struggle against a terrible group of pirates. He had tried to leave behind Ernest and Jacob, who were both professionals to protect the port. However, relying on the protection of others was not a long-term solution. Leylin frowned slightly. Baron Jonas saw all this, and it caused him to nod even more. "This child already has enough wisdom to lead our family. Well then, how do you think Steve should be dealt with? After all, he is your prisoner." Baron Jonas chuckled, wanting to see how Leylin would act. Dispatch a messenger to make negotiations and then return him to Marquis Louis. In exchange, we can set up a peace treaty. How about that? Our family is quite weak after all. Leylin did not hold back as he spoke. Good. Baron Jonas was on the verge of applauding his child. He definitely had not been so rational at such an age. He would have complained about his vengeance after the humiliation. Seeing this ability to give up and maintain a low profile, Baron Jonas would hand the family over to Leylin even if he was useless in other areas. Who do you think is the most suitable? Bishop Treacherous of the Church of Knowledge. He's a friend to both sides, so he would make a suitable messenger. Leylin emphasized that he was a friend, and Baron Jonas obviously could tell what Leylin was implying. He muttered to himself, "He is a good choice." With his status as a bishop of the Church of Knowledge, Treacherous was the most suitable mediator. He could even increase the prestige of the god of knowledge this way, so he probably wouldn't reject them. After everything was settled, Leylin mumbled, "Father, I still have some things to tell Master Ernest. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 816, Trade Leylin's solemn tone immediately had Jonas on his guard. He glanced towards Ernest, and the man immediately flicked his fingers. He'd cast non-detection and sound isolation. With all the preparation done, Leylin spoke quietly, "I've already become a rank 7 wizard." "What? What?" Ernest's eyes grew as round as saucers. He'd been completely thrown off his lack of reaction. "Hasn't it been less than a year since you broke through to rank 6? Ernest's expression was comical, as if he wanted to both cry and burst out in laughter. "Oh goddess, do you speak the truth?" Ernest's face was on the verge of pressing into Leylin's nose. "In the name of the goddess of the weave, Mistra, I swear that all I say is true." Leylin looked serious as he swore on the name of the goddess that numerous wizards held faith in. The price of offending the goddess of the weave was that one could possibly be permanently restricted from using the weave, rendering them a piece of trash. Leylin's pledge was very serious, and Ernest believed him immediately. "Heavens, what are you, a bastard son of Mistra?" This rate of advancement immediately depressed Ernest. He was still a mid-rank 9 wizard, so by the looks of it, Leylin would probably catch up to him in a year or two. It was normal to be overtaken by one student, but to be surpassed by a punk who wasn't even 20 yet. Ernest grew very dispirited, almost on the verge of hiding away into a corner and drawing circles on the ground. Meanwhile, Baron Jonas turned awkward, not getting it at all. He truly knew little about wizards, so he immediately suppressed his awkwardness to ask, "Ernest, my friend, what does this mean? Why the reaction?" "Oh, my apologies, my friend." Ernest flushed, and then replaced that with more fervor. "Leylin is a 15-year-old rank 7 wizard. From what I know, this talent puts him among the top 100 talents of the past 300 years. At this point, he turned serious. Don't underestimate this ranking. Many of them became great wizards in the future, with some even becoming legends. Cough, cough, so? This instantly shocked Baron Jonas. He watched his son, eyes full of disbelief. "While I don't have any acknowledgement from the Wizard Guild, it's no problem to cast rank 3 spells." Leylin looked towards his mentor. "If news of this gets out during negotiations, do you think Marquis Louis will back off?" The great chances of Leylin becoming a great wizard was enough to inspire fear. After all, few high-ranked wizards in the Dambreath Kingdom obeyed the royal family. If they found out that the fallen family had a genius wizard, the possibility of the other side conceding was high. Of course, the other possibility was that they would be driven into a corner, sparing no expense to eliminate Leylin so as to avoid any repercussions. This way, they would not be harmed. Of course, they might be driven to a corner and spared no expense to kill Leylin in order to take care of whatever repercussions there might be. This way, they would not be at harm. Well, that's very possible, but there are also other options. After all, growth and talent don't represent power, Ernest warned. No, this news absolutely cannot get out. I will send down an order for everyone to keep their lips sealed. Baron Jonas immediately understood. Even if there was a mere 0.0001% possibility, he was unwilling to risk Leylin dying. After all, with Leylin's talent, it would only be a matter of time before he became a high-ranked wizard if nurtured well. He even had hoped to become a legend. Compared to that, the losses now meant nothing. Seeing his father and master so resolute, Leylin could only laugh wryly and toss this thought away. All right. However, father, please allow me to train my magic in secret outside the manor in the future. Training in secret. Ernest could not understand it. Wizards weren't the kind to practice hard like that. Was there a need to abandon a life of luxury in order to train one's will? But watching this student of his, a 15-year-old who had become a rank 7, Ernest wisely chose to shut his mouth. Leylin's achievements would represent everything. Who knew this method could allow him to make rapid progress? Ernest touched his chin, feeling that he should probably start training like this. Since your mentor isn't against it, I have no opinions. Remember that you're the future of our family, always prioritize your safety. Even if I were to lose the fallen island, I can't lose you. Do you understand? Baron Jonas warned. Yes, Leylin nodded, then followed up. There's something else, and it regards the management of the family. Oh, seems like you're giving me a lot of surprises today. Baron Jonas was actually extremely fatigued now, but he still rubbed at the area between his eyebrows, looking like he was listening closely. I think we should alter our system of giving rewards based on the services rendered at our family port. Leylin's first words were already astonishing. I noticed that this occurred because we're too weak to protect our own territory. It's likely that we'll have a lot of enemies coveting our land. We need to recruit even more soldiers and professionals to expand out power, which means we need more sources of revenue. That's easy to say, but most of the trade on these seas is taken up by Marquis Louis, Baltic Archipelago. What can we offer? Baron Jonas smiled wryly. No noble would reject opportunities to expand their strength and wealth. He'd also explored this before, but had not gotten any gains. Leylin must have mentioned this because he has a proposal. Let's consider it first. Ernest was aware that this student of his always made plans before acting and would never say anything without thinking it through beforehand. This aroused his interest. I've checked, and there are only 3 things that make great profits with a foundation in sea trade. Slaves, sea salt, and sugar. Leylin's eyes glinted. The slave trade has a bad reputation, and it's been controlled by Marquis Louis. We can't interfere with that, so I'd choose sea salt and sugar. Sea salt and sugar? Baron Jonas scratched his hair in confusion, but our island isn't anything like those in the south with spices and cane sugar. Those plants can't survive here. No, I plan to buy coarse sugar and then refine it into high-grade white sugar for sale. As for the sea salt, I'm planning to use fish floss. Fish floss? Yes. Mash the flesh of the fish and dry it in the sun, and then use techniques to preserve it for a long time. Because there's salt in meat, I'm sure it will be welcomed by the commoners and adventurers on the continent. Leylin was someone who traveled over from another world. He'd be foolish if he didn't use the knowledge he gained from his previous world to gain some benefits. Though there were differences in the physical laws of the 2 worlds, there were still some similarities. Concerned about the family's strength, Leylin was trying to expand their revenue to help himself in the future. He'd long since thought this through. While he only somewhat remembered the methods to refine sugar and create fish floss by drying them in the sun, that was all right. He was a noble. As long as he supplied them with a general idea, his underlings would make it a reality. Though Leylin remembered a lot more as well, he'd run tests through the years, and he realized that he could only build an industry around these 2 items. They complemented the laws of the world of gods. As for other techniques, it wasn't that they could not be used, but they would destabilize the situation now. Paper would definitely be valued highly by the Church of Knowledge, so he could easily gain the favor of Ogma. However, he would attract the ire of the other gods, and Leylin was afraid of that. Refined sugar and fish floss were 2 things that wouldn't have as great an effect. After Leylin explained his thoughts on this industry, Baron Jonas sank into deep thought. While he did not know about this, Leylin's words seemed to be plausible. At the very least, Ernest beside him had eyes that were twinkling as if he had seen sudden huge profits. In that case, you can try that. At the end, Baron Jonas agreed. After all, Leylin had proven with his battle achievements that he was not just a braggart. What was the harm of letting him try? At worst, it could be considered business training. As a successor of a noble family, one might not need to know how to manage businesses, but they couldn't afford to be cheated by businessmen. However, be cautious. Jonas warned after thinking it over once more. He was still worried. I understand. Many thanks, Father. Leylin stood and bowed. In reality, he just needed to have the approval of the Baron in name. As for the people and money, Steve would probably be more than willing to provide that. The banquet's almost prepared, let's go together. By the way, where's your cousin Isabel? Jonas asked suddenly at the end. Oh, I let her leave. Leylin's eyes flashed with his unhesitating answer. He still didn't want to divulge the fact that he was establishing a pirate crew. Is she gone? That's good too. Baron Jonas nodded and did not ask more, leaving with his hands behind his back. It was evident that he'd long since had his own conjectures on Isabel's change. However, the situation had been urgent then, and he'd felt bad about abandoning a diligent branch member of the fallen family. That was why he'd said nothing then, and now that she'd left, there would now be no awkwardness between them. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 817. Tim looks like Father already knew about it long ago. Leylin immediately arrived at his own conclusion after listening to the Baron's words. Had he not promptly made the decision to send Isabel away, the Baron would perhaps have dealt with her upon his return. After that, terrible rumors might have spread, and his cousin might even have died of illness. After all, the churches in this world did not even slightly tolerate the followers of devils and demons, and even their friends and family would be implicated. With a tacit mutual understanding, the father and son went to the banquet, as if they had completely forgotten about Isabel. The banquet was bustling with noise and excitement. Zuno, that wandering bard who had been seen at the port lately, had come to perform. His voice was as sweet as a skylark's, and the few short poems he recited earned cheers from the whole hall. However, when it was over, Leylin saw that Zuno was invited to his father's study room. It seemed like the Baron had not invited him purely for the performance. However, that meant nothing to Leylin. He was planning to move out after the banquet, giving the pirates their orders and settling matters regarding the trade. Of course, he had to ease the tension in his family's relationship with Viscount Tim, handing over the prisoner and signing an agreement. Thump, a crisp slap landed on a young man's face, making his fair skin swell into a bruise. Gods, how could I have gotten such a stupid child like you? A furious middle-aged man dressed in exquisite noble attire stood in front of the youth. Complex designs were sewn in with golden thread on the fringe of his clothing, fully in the elven style. Exotic rings laden with precious gems lined all 10 of his fingers in varying colors, and a few of them emitted powerful magical light. This was the person controlling the Baltic archipelago, the younger blood brother of the Dambrath king. It was Marquis Louis. The king obviously was not stingy when it came to titles, bestowing a dukedom upon him, but Louis evidently thirsted for power. Hereditary land was something even the children of the king might not be able to obtain. Marquis Louis was very satisfied with the kingdom's offshore development and the growing trade profits. The only thing that made him frown was that in this vast open sea, there was some land that belonged to small noble families, as well as a bunch of disobedient and barbaric pirates that were a thorn in his side. Hence, when his useless son begged for some territory, Marquis Louis had agreed. However, looking at Viscount Tim in front of him now, he couldn't help but feel resent for failing to meet his expectations. You're a disgrace. You do things without following any kind of rules. Not only do you try to assassinate someone on the continent, you can't even take care of the sea. You even lost the black tigers. At this point, Marquis Louis felt a little sorry. While the deaths of those filthy, despicable pirates didn't faze him regardless of numbers, a rank 10 fighter like Steve was still a capable underling. On top of that, his own group of bandit assassins had been lost. Also, Marquis Louis' chest kept heaving up and down as he flung a letter at Tim's face. Look, this came specially for us from Griffith. Not only did you gain no advantages at all, you even pushed the fallen family towards those hicks. Tim let the letter smack on his face, feeling the unceasing stinging pain that caused his eyes to be filled with fiery fury. Viscount Tim looked extremely similar to Marquis Louis, though he was much younger and had a pair of long and narrow eyes. He was now bowing respectfully. Father, please give me another chance. As long as you assign Borage to me, I can definitely. Scram! What answered him was only a hysterical yell from the Marquis. The door slammed shut, and Tim gently caressed his swollen face. The stinging pain doubled the fury in his heart. The surrounding maids and the like naturally did not dare provoke Tim, who was in this state. All of them fervently wanted to be ostriches so they could bury their heads in the carpet. However, another noble youth strolled in with a mocking expression. "Ha ha, my beloved little brother, you seem to have met with some trouble." "Big brother?" Tim clutched his face, feeling dazed and awkward when looking at the new arrival. This was the Marquis' first son, born of his primary wife. He would one day take over the Baltic archipelago. Given that his mother was a noble as well, his status was much higher than that of Tim, who could only rely on the whims of the Marquis. "Oh my, are you injured? Quick, get a priest." The young man shouted at the servant behind him, as if he was an elder brother caring for his younger brother. However, Tim could see the mockery deep inside his eyes. Damn it. Damn it. Only when he'd walked out of the mansion did Tim's expression darken. "I'll never let the people who have humiliated me off. I swear on it. And then there's the fallen island and that little noble called Leylin. I'll definitely force you all to hell and have you repent there." Tim's expression was sinister, like a savage beast that was letting out howls of pain. Leylin naturally knew nothing of this, but he could somewhat guess what was happening. However, his attention was now focused on other matters. The place that Leylin had chosen to hide away in was at the other end of the fallen island. Since they hadn't occupied this place for a long while, they didn't have as many farmers and slaves as they'd need to occupy the whole island. Leylin chose this area because there were few people, and also because he favored the low-lying shoal nearby. Such a level terrain was very rare on the fallen island, and enough for Leylin to do a great many things. Up till now, Leylin had only built a few wooden plank houses nearby, as if preparing to go into training. He was kept updated on his family through Jacob. The prisoner was handed over, but Tim refused to sign an agreement. Leylin stared at the coastline in the distance, his eyes flashing. "Yes, young master." Jacob stood behind Leylin, looking humble and respectful. After the few battles before, he was completely subservient to Leylin, and his loyalty could even be comparable to Baron Jonah's. Staring at the blue surface of the sea for a long while, Leylin suddenly laughed and spoke slowly. "Seems like he's unreconciled to this." "That's for sure. However, he hinted that there would be no attacks against our family for now. The Baron has also agreed. It's just temporary peace. His plans were disrupted, so he needs to reorganize everything. We need to amass some strength here." Leylin could already tell what this was. It was no peace, just a temporary armistice. Once they reorganized, they would definitely attack the family once again. Of course, Leylin did not mind this. What he needed right now was time. "How's the preparations on the slaves we need, the coarse sugar, and the fishing boats?" Leylin inquired. This was the preparation for the sugar and fish floss trade that he had brought up with the Baron earlier. "I've already found a merchant in the port, and he's willing to give us a channel for the slaves and sugar. As for the fishermen and fishing boats, an announcement has been pasted on the territory. Commoners who come willingly will get a discount from taxes," Jacob reported deferentially. "Good. Don't worry about the finances. Steve's little treasury should somewhat be enough for the initial investment. Father has already to let me use everything." Before handing the slave over, Leylin had naturally squeezed out all the value that Steve had left and obtained his precious wealth. He'd also learned of the locations that had treasure buried in them. Pirates usually used gold, which was a stable currency, and the habit of hiding it on barren islands. It all added up to around 1,000 gold coins, which was enough early money. There would be more money required near the end, but Leylin had already prepared Isabel and the pirates for that. Slave trade. "I'll need slaves that are proficient at carpentry and masonry. I don't mind if they're pricey." The Dambrath kingdom was expanding into the seas, and numerous barren archipelagos were found. There were many natives, tropical forests, minerals, primordial creatures on the islands. Of course, there were also many diseases and death. As the commoners of the continent rarely agreed to follow their master and find new land, slaves were essential if one wanted to completely develop an island. Marquis Louis of the Baltic archipelago was the one with the most profits from the trade. He had a tremendous supply chain that had deals with pirates and its own slave hunting outfit. untrained slaves were naturally the lowest class and could only be used in wrestling rings or as sacrifices to gods. Once they were tamed, natives would be worth twice as much, and if they could plow land or had skills with carpentry and masonry, the price would keep going up. However, they were still the lowest of the low. High-grade slaves were actually professionals or gorgeous women who had gone through special training. Every one of them could be sold in the continent for an astronomical price. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 818 Pirates, Slave Trade, hee, Leylin snickered. While Marquis Louis' business was focused on the slave trade, Leylin wouldn't believe that the Baltic archipelago wasn't involved in the sugar trade and the like. At the most, they would be side businesses is all. He knew very well that if he was successful in forming a supply chain with this, his profits would be massive. It would bring about a lot of envy and hatred, causing conflict with Marquis Louis. However, even if he didn't delve into these two very profitable businesses, the fallen island wasn't going to be ignored anyway. What was the point of trying to get along with them? As he was speaking to Jacob, a group of slaves were rushed along to the beach by his soldiers, accompanied by carriages of food and the like. Jacob, let's go and take a look as well. Leylin brought Jacob to the front of the group. Young master, the soldiers bowed, and the slaves lowered their heads, peeking at their future master with humble eyes. Are these the natives of the outer sea islands? Leylin knew that most of the slaves traded in the outer seas were natives. In fact, the higher-grade ones were picked out and sent back to the mainland. Transporting slaves from the mainland to the outer seas was expensive, and slave traders would be satisfied if they didn't make a loss with such a thing. The natives here were very short, coming up to Leylin's shoulder at the tallest. Most did not have any clothing, revealing their thin limbs and tan skin. It reminded Leylin of chimps. Young master, there are a total of 20 slaves, with 3 of them being carpenters and another 2 stonemasons. It comes up to a total of 321 gold coins. In reality, the price of these stonemasons and carpenters probably took up more than half of the total price. Leylin nodded. Even this slight amount had caused him to spend a portion of his recent profits. Relying on slaves in order to build up the business he was thinking of was a pipe dream. Leylin wouldn't put his hopes on it. Your mission is to build a camp for me here. Of course, fences are necessary as well. Leylin naturally did not understand the language of the natives, but that was no issue for wizards. Comprehend languages could solve that. While these low-ranked spells could not analyze the languages of demons, the heavens, and all sorts of highly ranked languages of law, it would be more than enough for these natives. After hearing Leylin's words, the group of slaves began to get restless. Quiet, Leylin flicked his finger, and a ray of lightning shot out. Pila. As if something huge had happened, many of the natives crouched down or even knelt after the violent streak of lightning passed. Rank 0 spell, Lightning Lure. As you can see, I am a wizard that possesses immense strength. These fully equipped soldiers will continue to monitor you, so don't even think about escaping or you'll all be hanged. On the other hand, if you're hardworking and complete your task in time, I'll give you a reward and even dismiss you from slavery. Leylin's hands glinted with sparks, making him look like a god in the eyes of the slaves. In reality, wizards had always been rare existences in the world of gods. There likely weren't many even serving under Marquis Louis. This abnormal strength was the best way to terrorize these natives, having them believe he was a spirit of the elements or worship him like a god. At this moment, there was a disturbance amongst the slaves. One of them, who looked rather old, crawled to Leylin's feet, kissing the ground. Powerful being who grasps the power of lightning, Nunukar is willing to listen to your teachings and obey your commands. Very good. Nunukar, you shall lead these slaves from now. They'd already been tamed by the trader's leather whips, so Leylin could understand this situation. Whatever it was, the first ones to surrender their loyalty to him would be rewarded. Nunukar was elated, and he kowtowed again and again. Esteemed master, Nunukar will definitely manage your assets well. Tell them that those who are diligent will have enough black bread and fish soup. After taking care of these matters, Leylin retreated to his own room. He just had to give the slaves a general idea. They would do the rest. The remaining bit would be left to Jacob to handle. The first thing the frenzied slaves built were a few simple and crude houses. These would be their temporary residences as they built to the plans that were created by Leylin, making good use of every inch of land here. Night fell. Having stuffed themselves with black bread, mushy fish meat, and seaweed soup, the slaves slumbered deeply. In their eyes, someone like Leylin, who possessed extraordinary strength yet was benevolent enough to let them eat well, was a good master that was hard to come by. A few soldiers patrolled next to the slaves' accommodations, swapping out from time to time. While it wasn't likely that the slaves would escape, Jacob had still arranged this. In the deep, quiet night, the soldiers huddled around a bonfire. They looked listless, their eyelids about to fall shut at any moment. None of them noticed that their young master had left. Fly! Leylin's body soared into the air, flying at a speed of 60 feet a second. He quickly left the vicinity of the camp. I can finally fly, but it's so slow. Having grasped rank 3 spells, Leylin now had the ability to fly again, but the speed was not enough to please him. In reality, wizards that could fly not only possessed the ability to quickly leave the battlefield in dire situations, but also to turn into death gods in the skies. Since most troops lacked the ability to fend off aerial strikes, wizards could hover in the air and cast spells from above like a nightmare. Under the bright white moonlight, the surface of the sea was clear and gleaming, having a cold aura. The deep sea was filled with dangers, and numerous sea monsters began foraging for food in the night. A black pirate ship was still, anchored on the surface of the sea. A swordswoman with a black longsword was standing on the deck, clad in skin-tight armor as if in wait for something. Whoosh, a dark shadow slowly appeared by the horizon and then turned into a human figure. Cousin Isabel, Robin Hood. Leylin landed on the deck and acknowledged the two. Kid, why are you only just getting here? Isabel whined, though there was no trace of discontent in her expression. Young master. Compared to her, Robin Hood was more respectful. After all, a wizard that could fly had immense destructive power when above the sea. Robin Hood knew this very well. Most of the times, such wizards could send their opponents on their way before the ships could even line up with each other for battle. Call all sailors to deck, Leylin commanded. Followed by a disturbance, numerous sailors gathered together. Amongst them were guards originally from the fallen family, although most of them were black tigers. Now, however, all that was left in their eyes was fear, and their numbers seemed to have lessened. Leylin scanned the area, and Isabel lowered her head with burning cheeks. Robin Hood stood out. Young master, in order to tame the pirates, we had no choice but to kill a few people to set a precedent. That's probably not all. Leylin glanced at Isabel, but did not pursue this further. All he needed was for these pirates to be obedient anyway. Leylin's eyes scanned the crowd. He then announced, I have gathered you now because I'm planning to establish a private raiding fleet. It seemed like these people had already had their suspicions. They accepted the truth calmly, and the eyes of Robin Hood and a few others even flushed red with desire. There were few truly good men who accompanied Baron Jonas to the barren island as he developed the territory. His companions had likely done all sorts of things in their free time, including playing at piracy. They might even have had the Baron's tacit approval, and Leylin made plans for the family of those who had been guards to move to his camp. This would allow him to care for them and control the spread of the news. While it was impossible to hide this for long from the Baron, things would have all been done by then, and he could do very little to interfere. As for the pirate slaves, loyalty, justice, and things like that didn't compare to money for them. As long as Leylin achieved victory after victory as he led them to gain wealth, they wouldn't mind even if their leader was a demon. Of course, his subordinates now were a standard mob, and Leylin urgently needed a victory to stimulate them. On top of that, I need to maintain my reputation, and I'll need to disguise this black tiger ship. At the very least, I'll need some remodeling. Leylin stamped the deck under his feet. Don't call me young master in the future. Call me captain or sire, is that understood? He commanded. While it sounded dreadful for a noble to partake in piracy himself, it was nothing new. However, he still needed to maintain a reputation. He couldn't do such things openly. If Leylin were to be killed during a raid, the Baron could not take revenge openly and at most do something in private. Yes, Captain, Robin Hood quickly reacted. Good, weigh the anchor, set the sail. Let us plunder everything. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 819 Merfolk Pirates. Merfolk Pirates, a pirate ship drifted quietly in the pitch black of the night. A crimson skeletal flag fluttered in the wind, holding an aura of death. Within the captain's room, the rocking hull did not affect Leylin the least. He was now on the upper levels with Isabel, Robin Hood, and a few others, discussing their current target. "We have over 50 sailors, but their quality is—" Robin Hood shook his head, evidently not thinking well of the sailors that had recently pledged their allegiance. This was the truth anyway. Without the threat of death, they would not have submitted so quickly. However, having them show their loyalty was practically a joke. If there was a chance, they would definitely betray Leylin and escape without hesitation, even plunge a knife into his and the others' hearts. "I know this very well, but loyalty can't be developed in just a day or two. Time will also help us phase out the people who intend to disobey." Leylin's voice was very calm yet held an exceptional callousness. Isabel and Robin Hood felt like they could see the near future of the many pirates, and their executions by Leylin for all sorts of reasons. "I'm planning to develop a base to produce fish floss on Fallen Island. We'll need a lot of money and slaves for it, and it's too much to handle if we depend on our territory alone. We need to get this done, by hook or by crook." Leylin stuck a dagger at a point on the map. The primitive method of the accumulation of wealth was a drawn-out process. If one wanted to speed it up, there would definitely be blood and sin involved. Leylin did not have the skills to slowly guide an industry. He would only go on raid after raid to quickly build up a production line. Marquis Louis hadn't given him much time, and he was running out. Leylin never believed in random outside protection, believing that it would only bring about tragedy to entrust his life to someone else. Hence, he would rather take some risks to increase his strength, and expanding his trade profits was just one part of it. After this was done, he'd launch a series of attacks to set his opponents back in the region. While Isabel and Robin Hood were unaware of Leylin's thoughts, the murderous aura that he emanated caused them to involuntarily shiver. "This is the Half-Merfolk Island." Robin Hood was the first to recognize the name of the island that Leylin had his eyes on, and he gasped, "There's a famed group called the Merfolk Pirates occupying the place." "A group that Marquis Louis controls," Leylin added coldly. How could he not have pried open Steve's lips for such information? The man had been the captain of the Black Tigers, after all. It was undeniable that a rank 10 fighter had a stronger will, but he was only able to hold on for half an hour longer than the assassin from before. He's but a cripple in body and mind now. Even if Marquis Louis heals him, he'll have a headache over this. Leylin snickered inside. If there were grades for torture and interrogation, he would definitely be a grandmaster. Having gone through his hands, Steve had completely broken down. Perhaps even if the highest-ranked priest cast Regenerate and other spells on him, it would be difficult for him to return to his previous state. Leylin suspected that Louis' side would just kill Steve right away. It wasn't worth inviting a high-ranked priest to cast divine spells. Even if many priests cast divine spells to heal others for a fee, it was very expensive to invite a high-ranked one. Even the sale of a rank 10 fighter couldn't cover such a cost. The outer seas right now are just being discovered and developed. There's no order here, only chaos. Leylin's palm caressed the map on the table, covering a large area. Numerous adventurers, nobles, and pirates rush to this place, but they can't even get to developing 10% of the islands. Just 10% alone signifies an astonishing amount of profit and wealth. Our final goal is to subdue or eliminate all the pirates in this region, making us the undisputed kings of this dark world. Let all those of other flags end up struck down to the bottom of the sea. Leylin's voice was low, but these calm words seemed to be filled with an allure that caused Robin Hood's breathing to grow rough. In some areas, Leylin was even better than a devil at persuasion and negotiation. The promise of a beautiful future seemed to have moved the first mate. "We have a huge advantage here, compared to those regions where the power struggle is complicated. There are no extremely powerful organizations to hinder us, only our greatest enemy in Marquis Louis." Leylin smirked. Marquis Louis had control over the Baltic archipelago and practically over 60% of the new trade in this region. Hence, he'd become the rule setter here, and his profits were unimaginable to most. Leylin's goal was to eliminate him and become the boss. The smart followed the rules, while the wise created them themselves. Leylin was going to completely destroy Louis and make his own laws. To attack Louis, it was necessary to first eliminate his subordinates and the pirates he commanded. "Do you still have anything against my decision?" Leylin glanced at Robin. As for his cousin, as long as this had anything to do with Louis' family, she was likely eager to join. "No, Captain. I obey your every command." Robin Hood immediately bowed, pledging himself with a serious expression. "Good. There are only 3 large pirate organizations in this region: the Black Skeletons, Tiger Sharks, and Barbarians. Once we annex the merfolk pirates, we'll be somewhat comparable to them." What Leylin did not make clear was that the 2 of these 3 pirate organizations were linked in countless ways with Marquis Louis, and the Marquis might even be the one in control from the shadows. If any of them had been sent to attack Leylin's family, his only choice would have been to escape with Mistress Sarah. However, Louis had evidently underestimated Leylin's side. That was why Leylin had managed to seize such an opportunity. Things would not be as easy the next time. Black tigers, merfolk, black skeletons, and tiger sharks. These look like all of the pirates that Louis' family has control over. Leylin's eyes glinted. If 2 of them are taken care of at one go, I'm sure he'll have a spectacular expression on his face. Robin Hood was a very good navigator, and after Leylin sent down the order, he immediately used the stars to determine the location of the ship. He altered the shipping route so that they headed towards the half-merfolk island. The Black Tiger gradually left the shallow seas in the tranquil night, heading for the more mysterious and treacherous deep waters. "It'll take a day or 2 of travel to get to half-merfolk island." Leylin's eyes twinkled. With the help from the AI chip, his calculative abilities still far surpassed his first mate and navigator even without a moving scale or any tools. Just when Leylin was about to blow out the lights, a disturbance was heard. There were even sounds of weapons clashing, causing Leylin to frown. "What happened?" Leylin furrowed his brows, putting on a coat and heading out. Isabel walked over from the room next to his. When they got outside, the yells and curses grew even clearer. "The sailors are rebelling?" Leylin indifferently walked with Isabel to the deck. Many of the prisoners stood together on deck, holding machetes and all sorts of weapons. They had forced Robin Hood and a few soldiers into a corner. Compared to the 30 to 40 people here, Robin Hood's few subordinates seemed lonely and weak. "How senseless!" Leylin flicked a finger, and a few pirates that were in the way turned into ice statues. The rest of the pirates moved away in fear, allowing Isabel and him to walk all the way to the deck. "My apologies, young master. After hearing that we're going towards the outer seas tonight, the sailors all began to rebel." Robin Hood's forehead was beaded with sweat as he explained to Leylin. Many dangerous sea monsters liked to forage in the night, and unless they were exceptionally powerful fleets, nobody dared to head towards the deep seas now. On top of that, these pirate captives weren't all that obedient from the start, and were full of rebellious spirit. They were also a majority, which meant that it wasn't unexpected for them to rise in revolt, especially with people deliberately stirring up the situation. "Seems like Isabel and Robin Hood listening isn't enough to control them." Leylin sighed from the bottom of his heart and then walked ahead. "Put down your weapons, or you'll regret it. When it comes to the outer seas, I can ensure that your safety is guaranteed." "Don't believe him. This son of a bitch and the woman from before just want us to die." Just when the pirates were hesitant, a voice sounded from amongst the crowd. "Come here." Leylin's eyes narrowed, and the mooring ropes placed at the ship's railing seemed to gain lives of their own. They began to wave around, charging into the pirates like a python as they wrapped around one with triangular eyes, pulling him out. "Vulgar maggot, did you think I can't do anything against you if you hide in the shadows?" With a flick of Leylin's finger, a boiling hot fireball rushed out. It rumbled as it hit the bound pirate, lighting him up like a torch with sparks flying everywhere. Miserable cries sounded out, causing many pirates to retreat with fear on their faces. "A wizard! It's a wizard!" the pirates exclaimed. Most of the pirates had melee professions. True tall, rich, and cool wizards were a rare sight even amongst huge pirate groups. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 820, smash wizards were often more intimidatingly powerful than high-ranking fighters, knights, and other such professionals. I'll count to 3, and if you don't put down your arms and kneel in surrender, you'll follow his example. With a tug of the rope, the charred remains were immediately scattered into the ocean. This intimidating strength immediately made many pirates think of retreating. It was a pity that this was the ocean, and they were surrounded by water as far as the eye could see. Even if they wanted to run, they had nowhere to go. 1. Leylin's face twitched as he announced without any hesitation. 2. 2 rays of ice flew out, turning the fleeing pirates into ice sculptures. 3. Leylin's eyes were filled with a heavy killing intent. These terrifying eyes finally led to the collapse of the pirates. They abandoned their weapons one by one and knelt on the floor while weeping bitterly. Robin Hood, tie them all up. Leylin rubbed his hands together. After all, he could not possibly kill all of these captive pirates. If he did, who would sail the ship? In this world, a captain could only fight to the death in the face of mass mutiny. However, powerful people like him could put down their entire crew with a hand tied behind their back. As you command, Captain. Although this was not the first time they had seen the young master's power, the soldiers' eyes were still filled with respect. Given that those pirates didn't dare to rebel, the soldiers on the deck could easily control them. Even if there were troubles on the ship, Isabel would resolve them before Leylin could even grow impatient. Isabel would have taken care of the situation this time, even if Leylin hadn't. It was just that the situation would have ended up with many pointless deaths. In the end, all of the captives who had taken part in the rebellion had been tied together and gathered on the deck. The soldiers and the rescued pirates who had not taken part in the rebellion erected several enormous wooden crucifixes there. Leylin peacefully stood in front of the pirates, but he did not say a single word. However, this made the pirates begin to tremble in fear. Leylin was determined to go through with this purge and did not have any intention of letting them off. Find me the leader of the rebellion. With Leylin's command, as well as the pirates identifying each other themselves, several wild and untamable ones were pushed out from the crowd. There's only 4 or 5? This is far too few. Leylin shook his head. Robin Hood, pick 1 out of every 5 to kill. Soon after, the remaining pirates huddled together in alarm. Robin Hood counted here and there, and every 5th pirate was immediately dragged out by the soldiers. This repeated until 5 poor devils had been chosen. This was a method from Leylin's previous life, called decimation. It was a way of investigation, used similarly to what he had employed to execute criminals. This is your sentence. Leylin waved his hand, and his subordinates quickly swarmed around the criminals, binding them on top of the crucifixes. Thud, thud, thud. The other pirates were alarmed by the sounds as several nails were hammered into the offenders, even if they avoided the vitals. Drops of blood ran down the nails. Bastard. I won't let you off. Even if I die, I'll drag you to hell with me. My lord, please spare us, please spare us. Blood-curdling screams rang out, intermixed with curses and pleas. Aren't you lively? I hope you can be like that tomorrow, too. Leylin smiled faintly. This method of crucifixion was very inhumane. The targets inched closer and closer to death as they gradually bled out. The sort of fear it induced could lead to a nervous breakdown in normal people. These physically strong people could perhaps stay alive until the 2nd day. However, that was of no use. It only meant more insane pain and torment. The violent sunlight of the sea would drain them of every drop of moisture in their body until they were mummified. And in the end, they could only choose between bleeding to death, dying from sunburn, or dying of thirst. Many of the captives who thought of this scene were so frightened that they couldn't help but wet themselves. They didn't even dare to meet Leylin's eyes. The smell of urine spread. As for the rest of you, I'll be gracious and show you mercy. You will only receive 10 lashes. Now all of you, clean the decks immediately. If I see even a single speck of dust tomorrow, you'll have to lick it clean. Do you all understand? Leylin shouted. When Grace was absent, the fear of death was an effective deterrent. Of course, the prerequisite was that one needed enough power. Still, who amongst Leylin's subordinates could surpass him in strength? Thwack, thwack, thwack. Leather whips specially soaked in seawater were used to punish these pirates. On one hand, the salt in the water would prevent the wounds festering, but on the other hand, the pain would be even more severe. These lucky pirates did not dare to grumble, and they began to clean up the deck even more quickly. Those who were currently crucified were deeply reminded of their betrayal. Fear me, respect me, hate me? Leylin stood at the ship's bow like a tall mountain, filled with a deep and immeasurable strength. The hate and resentment of an ordinary person seemed to result in some additional spiritual force and soul force emanating from them. Leylin shut his eyes, sensing the respect from the pirates on the ship. What a pity if this number was multiplied by 1,000 times and continued for over 10 years, it would be possible for me to comprehend divinity and become a divine being. The power of fear was a standard tool for demons and devils. It was very effective. A god only needed to absorb the energy of faith arising from mortal fear. His subordinates' shifting moods had allowed Leylin to touch on a path to divinity. Pity. This method is completely undesirable, not to mention what the churches would do once they discover me trying to spread fear to become a god. Perhaps their first course of action would be to come and destroy me. It was very foolish to peep into the realm of gods without even becoming a legend. Cousin, aren't you going to rest? Isabel arrived at Leylin's side at this moment. She was the only one who would dare to do so. At the same time, Leylin noticed that Isabel was looking at these condemned convicts with eyes filled with regret. Naturally, she wasn't regretting their deaths, but she felt it was a great pity to lose so many sacrificial offerings. My dear cousin, Leylin began as he watched Isabel, you shouldn't just act according to the other party's wishes when dealing with an abnormal life form. Sometimes you need to negotiate and even refuse. Perhaps this can help you. Leylin took out a black notebook and passed it over to her. Rules of Negotiation with Abnormal Entities Demon Edition. Isabel let out a low cry. This book contained knowledge about demons, and to the churches it was a standard demonic item. This is part of my teacher's collection. I copied it out using magic. Perhaps it can help you. Don't let anyone else see it. Leylin smiled faintly. In fact, this was from Beelzebub's memories. After all, he was the commander of the devil's army, and he had a deep understanding of those demons that were his enemies. At the same time, devils were also the greatest experts in deceit, threats, and modifying contracts. With Beelzebub's knowledge, the least it could do was to ensure that she wouldn't suffer too big a loss when making deals in hell or the abyss. Even if you sell your soul, make sure it fetches a good price. Don't be swayed by a few words and offer it up without thinking it through. That would simply be too foolish. Thank you. Isabel hugged the black notebook close, as if it was her entire world. Also, it seems like we won't get any rest tonight. Leylin waved his hand and said to Isabel, be careful. What should I be careful of, AH? Isabel was rather doubtful, but she immediately felt a huge jolt. As she was still firmly holding onto the notebook with both hands, she almost fell to the deck. At this moment, a pair of powerful hands held her up steadily. If you feel that the storm is too much, go back to your room and leave this place to me. Leylin's words were filled with self-confidence, and it seemed to give her a great sense of security. Isabel agreed in a rather foolish manner and really walked back to her cabin. Yet after a short moment, she changed into her leather armor and grabbed her longsword, rushing back out. I've put away the thing you gave me. Isabel's face was flushed as she flusteredly explained. At this moment, Robin Hood's voice rang out, sounding completely exasperated. Tiger shark. It's a mutant tiger shark. The expressions of the people on the ship immediately changed greatly. The mutant tiger shark was a type of deep-sea monster. It possessed an enormous body larger than ordinary whales, and it had a savage nature. It particularly enjoyed hunting at night. This tiger shark's body could easily flip over the black tiger. Such a thing was exactly why these pirates were so afraid of sailing at night. What are you panicking for? Calm down now. Leylin's voice spread immediately, charged with a pacifying force. In just a moment, all of the alarmed pirates calmed down. The ship's hull was tilted to an alarming degree, and it was tipping further. It was like a powerful monster was shaking the bottom of the ocean. At this moment, everyone on the ship could only pin their hopes on Leylin, the wizard. Isabel stood the closest to Leylin, and she discovered that he had a strangely excited expression on his face. Finally, I've been waiting for this. This opponent is mine, don't interfere. Without even waiting for her to respond, Leylin immediately jumped off the deck of the ship. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 821, Level 1 Magic Weave. Level 1 Magic Weave. The bitterly cold seawater seemed to chill one to the bone as the mountainous black figure suddenly appeared in front of Leylin. As the AI chip finished scanning, the tiger shark's stats appeared in front of him. Mutant tiger shark estimated stats: strength, 7 plus agility, 2-4 vitality, 13 plus spirit, 3. Abilities, 1. Shark skin. A tiger shark skin has a slight resistance to physical and magical attacks. 2. Lesser regeneration, slight ability to restore a certain amount of life force. Not bad, not bad. With this physique and abundant energy, it's worthy of being called a deep-sea creature. Leylin's eyes seemed to glow a crimson red. Aquatic swiftness. A glowing enchantment draped itself over Leylin's body, and he obtained greater speed in the water. It made him as nimble in the water as he was on land. An enormous sound wave spread out, causing massive vibrations. The force field around Leylin's mage armor creaked, as if unable to bear the attack. The tiger shark seemed to care very little for the insignificantly tiny Leylin, and it occasionally used its giant dorsal fin to smash against the black tiger. It looked like it wanted to flip the ship over. In this situation, Leylin immediately arrived at the back of the tiger shark and climbed up the coarse surface of the shark's skin. According to the perspective drawing on the map, it should be here. Numerous shadowy daggers suddenly appeared from Leylin's hand as he shouted, "Cloud of daggers. Ice knife, shlook." The ice daggers plunged into the mutant tiger shark's back, making it suddenly swing its entire body around. Copious amounts of fresh blood poured out from its wounds. Its sharkskin seemed like paper under Leylin's attack. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the mutant tiger shark's body seemed to become a burden to it. As it was so enormous, it could only violently shake its body and hope that this would throw Leylin far away. It was to the point where the tiger shark once slammed the part of its body where Leylin was against the ship. It seemed to want to crush Leylin to death. However, long before that enormous collision could occur, a glowing dagger that was the color of blood appeared in Leylin's hand, the devil blood dagger. "Its artery is here?" Leylin's eyes seemed to glow, and he stabbed down. The mutant tiger shark bellowed with rage, and its movements momentarily stilled. Afterwards, it began to sway and twitch even more violently than before, which made Leylin feel like he was riding a roller coaster. Leylin used adhesion, and was finally able to stick firmly to the tiger shark's body like a lizard. He felt a strong heat flowing from his palm, the dagger in it like a greedy devil that was relentlessly absorbing the tiger shark's life force. Accompanying the absorption of life force by the devil blood dagger, the mutant tiger shark's back began to atrophy first, exposing dried up and eroded flesh. Following this, the corrosion began to spread. The tiger shark's death throes were extremely violent. It gave up on the black tiger and began to travel at a great speed into the sea, swimming deeper without stopping. However, Leylin remained unmoved by the situation. The tiger shark had such a powerful body that the boost he gained from it was very considerable. He listened to the AI chip's constant prompts and saw his own slowly increasing stats, clearly feeling the surging life force of the creature constantly being drained. The devil blood dagger converted its life force into another form of energy and transferred it into his body. Finally, the mutant tiger shark had one last spurt of movement before it stilled. Its malevolent eyes lost their luster, and it slowly fell towards the seabed like a sunken ship, dead. It did not end just like that. The tiger shark's originally glistening skin had completely dried up, now looking like ancient tree bark even as it had shrunk to half its former size. If it was dissected, then it would be possible to see that the tiger shark's internal organs had also lost all their life force and had become a pile of waste. Beep. Host has killed the mutant tiger shark and received a boost from the devil blood dagger. Strength has increased by 0.1, vitality increased by 0.3, spiritual force increased by 0.009. At this moment, the AI chip sent over its final summary, and Leylin noticed his updated stats. Leylin Fallen, race, human, rank 7 wizard. Strength, 2.6 agility, 2 vitality, 4 spirit, 7. Status, healthy. Feats, sturdy erudite. Spell slots, rank 3, 1, rank 2, 3, rank 1, 4, rank 0. This tiger shark seems to be much stronger than the assassin from before. However, it only raised my stats a little, and the most it did was to raise my vitality by 0.3. My spiritual force doesn't seem to have changed. Leylin's expression was a little gloomy. As his stats increased, and every stat broke through 10, the Devil Blood dagger would grow less useful. He would eventually grow completely immune to its effects. However, the open sea is full of resources. Many drops of water make up an ocean one, so it should be enough to let me advance to become a rank 9 or even rank 10 wizard. Leylin's expression clouded over. This was one of his plans. The Devil Blood dagger's flesh-devouring ability meant that outside of high-level professionals, the only place that had enough flesh to feed it was the open sea. The bodies of deep-sea creatures were terrifyingly massive, and organisms full of life force could be found everywhere. Naturally, these monsters all had their own intelligence and faith, so slaughtering them as one pleased would damage one's reputation and could even attract an intervention from the gods of other races. It could even draw the attention of druids, who were all lunatics and naturally hostile towards those who destroyed nature. Now, however, the blood on the black tiger had attracted the spontaneous attack of many monsters, so it wasn't possible to give them preferential treatment. One could imagine that in the near future, more than one sea monster would be attracted by Leylin, and all of them would become an unending stream of life force, pushing forward his advancement. Leylin's body split open the surface of the sea with a loud splash, and he landed on the deck. "Cousin Leylin, are you all right?" Isabel looked at him, worry in her eyes. "I'm all right, continue sailing." Leylin waved his hand, and all the sailors who heard his command suddenly became sluggish. He was all right, but it was clear that the terrifyingly powerful monster from earlier was still howling unstoppably on the seabed. They could guess at the powerful battle that occurred after Leylin jumped into the sea while standing on the deck. It appeared like their captain could kill even a mutant tiger shark. Very quickly, even the most frightening pirates looked at Leylin with eyes filled with respect. They only admired the strong, and now that Leylin had revealed his savage nature, he had also exposed his own powerful abilities. This keratin stick method was enough to subdue these old pirates. The subconscious actions of theirs made Leylin smile at the scene that would occur many, many more times in the future. After the Battle of Half Merfolk Island, he would possibly possess an army of pirates that only listened to him. Under the sunny and cloudless sky, Robin Hood's eyes were filled with unconcealed respect as he reported from behind Leylin. "Captain, we will arrive at Half Merfolk Island in half an hourglass time." "I know, pass on the order. Prepare for battle." Leylin looked out towards the distance and seemed to be rather distracted. Yet Robin Hood did not notice that and immediately began to carry out his order. In reality, Leylin was experiencing an enormous change at this very moment. Ever since he had fought that mutant tiger shark, he had also attacked various other sea monsters. Under Leylin's Devil Blood dagger, they all became gifts of experience which helped his stats steadily rise. The most important thing was that after the boost from this power, the AI chip's rate of analyzing the weave had increased greatly. Many rank 0 and 1 symbols glowed in front of Leylin, as if forming the mystery of the universe in their array. Only when he heard a sharp and clear ring did Leylin snap out of his trance-like state. The AI chip displayed its newest progress in front of him. "Beep, rank 1 weave has been fully analyzed. Progress is 100%, weave analysis progress. Rank 0 weave, 100%. Rank 1 weave, 100%. Rank 2 weave, 13.61%. Rank 3 weave, 0.45%. The higher the rank of the weave, the harder it was to analyze it. This was especially true of the rank 3 weave, the analysis of which hadn't even reached 1% yet. However, Leylin was already very satisfied. "Beep, rank 1 weave has been fully analyzed. The host now has all rank 1 magic models, and spells will not be deleted. Host is exempt from forgetting magic." The AI chip's prompts came incessantly. Leylin now felt that a layer of the weave had been uncovered, and many rank 1 spell models, from the most basic alarm to the endure element spells, and even frightening spells like the necromancer's ray of enfeeblement, were displayed before him. After the breakthrough of the rank 1 weave, not only was he exempt from all the limitations of rank 1 spell models, he could directly use spiritual force to perform magic. It even gave him a lot of authority within the weave. It could be said that the benefits brought about by the advancement were of greater help to him than advancing to a higher rank as a wizard, especially when he was on the verge of attacking Half-Merfolk Island. Leylin couldn't help but glance over his stats. Leylin Fallen Race, Human, Rank 7 Wizard Strength, 3.5 Agility, 3 Vitality, 4.5 Spirit, 7.9 Status Healthy. Innate Skills. Sturdy Erudite, Spell Slots, Rank 3 1, Rank 2 3, Rank 1, Rank 0. Day after day of sailing, as well as constantly attracting sea monsters, had made enormous contributions to his strength. 1. Little things add up if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 822, Dawn of War, my spiritual force has reached another bottleneck. I might be able to break through after this battle. A month had yet to pass since Leylin broke through to rank 7 as a wizard. This frightening pace of advancement was something even your average genius wouldn't be able to match. His speed was absolutely monstrous. Naturally, Leylin could only advance so quickly because of the Devil Blood Dagger's work, and even more so because of his strong foundation. It was because of his foundation that he could control the explosive increase in his life force and stats. In his situation, Isabel would long since have gone insane or become a devil. "There's a fleet ahead," the pirate in the loft called out suddenly. "I see the flag of the merfolk pirates, it's their battleship." Leylin did not feel particularly alarmed by this news. This sort of sneak attack couldn't be successful over and over again. The merfolk pirates would have long made preparations around their lair, and it wouldn't have been difficult for them to spot him. Call the sailors out, prepare for battle. The most important thing about naval warfare was long-distance ranged attacks and boarding. Under Robin Hood's roar, tens of pirates and sailors stood out, their hands suffused in the blue light of weapons slicked with poison. The Black Tigers who went up against the merfolk pirates had a look of great apprehension in their eyes. Only the weapons in their hands and Leylin's presence could calm them down slightly. These pirates need to undergo a longer period of training. Isabel and Robin Hood came to Leylin with worried expressions. "Don't worry, the battleground is the best teacher. Death will help weed out the trash. After all, if they still lose to the enemy even with the weapons I provided, then I won't care even if they die." Leylin's expression was completely cool. This type of weapon, Robin Hood raised up the longsword in his hand. The edge of the blade was suffused with a blue glow, which was clearly a powerful toxin. He had personally tested this poison and discovered it had a powerful paralytic effect. Even a shark could not endure it for more than a few breaths. This sort of poisonous weapon could fetch a price of more than 10 gold coins in the black market. Robin Hood unconsciously licked his lips. He had a quiver of poison arrows on his back, which when combined with his archery skills, gave him the confidence to challenge a rank 5 fighter. "I didn't expect the boss to have mastered alchemy as well." Robin Hood glanced at Leylin with eyes full of respect. Such an achievement made him feel even more fearful. If he ever offended his boss, he probably wouldn't even realize how he died. In reality, those poisonous reagents were a result of Leylin's boredom. He was already a grandmaster in the field, and after familiarizing himself with the flora and fauna of the world of gods over a few years, his experience naturally translated into results. The raw material of these poisonous reagents was the juice of the most commonly seen pikefish on the Fallen Island. No matter who looked at it, they wouldn't associate that fish with deadly poison. Even cousin Isabel envied Leylin's poison, and although she did not apply it to her own longsword, she still asked him for a small bottle. "Isabel, Fallen Guards," Leylin commanded. "Boss," this group of people were small in number, but they had the highest loyalty towards Leylin. Once they heard his command, they immediately assembled by his side. "Pick up your weapons." Once Leylin issued his command, the guards brought out their longswords. The icy blue glow they emitted filled many pirates with fear. "Although I've already boosted their damage once, it's better to have more insurance." Leylin pointed his finger, and a shining spell entered Isabel's black longsword. This was Enchant Item, a rank 1 spell which could boost weapon damage as well as defense. Although Isabel had not soaked her own sword in poison, seeing her sword immersed in a layer of magical light caused a joyous expression to appear on her face. After a weapon had been enchanted, even temporarily, its power far surpassed that of poisoned weapons. Of course, enchantments were more expensive as well. However, Leylin's act did not stop there. Enchant item was cast again and again and again as Leylin added a layer of enchantment to the weapons of all his own guards. "Cousin, will you have enough spells after this? Don't tell me you've used up all your spell slots to enchant weapons." Isabel stood at the side as she watched the guards, and even the pirates, receive the same magical light to their swords. Her eyes were full of envy, and she almost even drooled. Enchanted equipment would increase an individual's battle strength by leaps and bounds. Imagine if you struck someone, and your opponent's weapons snapped in half, and even their armor would not be able to stop your sword. How would that make you feel? With this support, those guards now had a lower chance of dying. This was Leylin's goal, as these talented people were his true capital and the core of his strength. Family was still family, and they would receive differential treatment right from the beginning. Leylin surveyed his surroundings and was very satisfied with the result. "Did you see that? Demonstrate your loyalty to me in the future, and you shall have whatever you want," Leylin shouted. Paired with his earlier use of magic, his voice was full of persuasive power. At this moment, a small fleet appeared in the waters. It was a group made up of a battleship as large as the Black Tiger and 2 smaller boats, advancing in a threatening manner as they surrounded Leylin's ship. One could even see numerous pirates on the decks, as well as a pirate flag of a merfolk skeleton on their flagpole. "Welcome them on board. Prepare for a battle on the sea," Robin Hood shouted. Many sailors could not help but firmly grasp their weapons, the only thing they could rely on to make themselves feel safe. The merfolk pirates are close to the Black Tigers in strength. However, they have nearly 200 sailors, including merfolk, shark people, and even other marine tribes. Leylin's keen eyes allowed him to see farther than others, distinguishing the characteristics of the opposing marine tribes. His eyes glowed with interest. "I wonder, what is the difference between the marine tribes here and the ones from the Magus World?" Leylin knew that this question would soon be answered, because after this battle, he would have an enormous number of test subjects to experiment on. Bang! As soon as both sides were within a mile of each other, the opposing battleship let out a massive explosive sound. An enormously long harpoon was shot out towards them. Shua, the terrifyingly fast harpoon, had immense kinetic energy, and only Leylin was able to see its orbit through the air. Fresh blood flew into the air, and a great number of pained cries immediately rang out. The harpoon penetrated several of the less able pirates who didn't duck in time. It pierced through the pirates, stringing them together like an iced candy haw on a stickone. It even pierced through the floor of the deck and embedded itself there. Fresh blood flowed from the harpoon, and the more tenacious pirates still managed to issue cries of pain as they attempted to struggle. This made the other pirates retreat, their eyes filled with fear. "These bastards! Luckily, I never thought of depending on them." The dismal performance of the pirates made Leylin shake his head. He then winked at Isabel and used a flight spell to soar into the sky. Once Leylin got closer, he could hear the commotion on the opposing ship. "Wizard, the enemy has a wizard. Prepare your bows and arrows." Powerful spellcasters had a strong reputation that spread throughout the continents of the world of gods. Why a respected wizard would join the pirates and suddenly attack was something the merfolk pirates could not understand. However, the fear had already taken root, leaving them bewildered and open to attack. The fluttering arrows soared into the sky, but lost their energy midair like kites with their strings cut. They swayed here and there as they fell. At Leylin's height, if they wanted to really threaten him, they had to have a professional who used bows, such as a ranger or an archer. However, it was obvious that the opposing group would have a limited number of these talents. The few times they tried to attack him, Leylin easily dodged them. Once a wizard could fearlessly shoot his spells from the air, calamity would begin. Fireball. Gust, a massive fireball, flashed in Leylin's hand and immediately exploded on one of the smaller ship's sails. Magic fueled its flames, and the gust spell caused it to spread. The entire ship went up in fire. Splash, splash. The sailors who had been set on fire jumped off the ship one by one and were struggling in the middle of the ocean. By the time the other small pirate ship faced the same fate, some of the men on the main battleship had gone mad. "Damn it! Where is this damn wizard from?" The merfolk pirates' leader was a strong man. Only the two faint traces of scales on both sides of his cheeks hinted that this person had once won the blessing of a devil and possessed the power of a demon. Currently, the pirate captain looked at how half of his force had been destroyed and almost went mad. He would never have thought that he would clash against such a mighty wizard. Seeing that the wizard was able to fly and skillfully cast spells in midair, he had to be at least rank 7. He could even be a powerful rank 8 or 9 wizard. With this sort of strength, he could become a noble on the continent. So why was this wizard coming here especially to bother him? 1. Red hawthorn fruit covered in liquid sugary syrup, with a stick piercing through the middle of 6-7 fruits. Street snack if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 823, Bloodsucker Bloodsucker. I don't really want the other 2 ships, but this main battleship is rather good. Leylin purposefully lifted the effects of the flight spell and landed on the merfolk pirate's deck. What? This foolish wizard dared come here by himself? The captain of the merfolk pirates was overjoyed. Get up there, kill him. 2 odd-looking pirates with the heads of a crab and a squid swarmed around Leylin and surrounded him completely. Their eyes were filled with ferocity. Puff, puff. The air seemed to twist, and 2 sharp daggers which looked just like a pair of poisonous snakes appeared and bared their sharp teeth at Leylin. This sneak of shadows is comparable to Mankay's. Leylin had a ferocious smile on his face. What a shame that you squids alone aren't enough. In a flash of blood-red light, the devil blood dagger appeared in Leylin's hand. As he held the dagger, he seemed to transform into the image of a night elf, his every act and every move seeming to be filled with a unique beauty. Shadow Dance. With the AI chip support, Leylin used a skill that could normally only be used by high-ranking rogues and assassins. The blood-red light turned into a whirlwind, immediately dragging the 2 assassins into itself. The dagger's lifesteal greatly surpassed that of a vampire. Once stabbed by it, the 2 assassins were instantly turned into corpses, falling to the floor. Bang, bang, metal weapons clashed against each other loudly, and the mermen closest to Leylin fell to the ground. As traces of their blood-red energy was absorbed by Leylin's dagger, they completely lost all of their life force, to the point where their corpses would scatter into dust at the lightest touch. He's a devil, a demon from the abyss. This horrifying scene scared all of the ferocious pirates so much that they wet themselves. All intelligent creatures feared the unknown. Although they could usually kill without even batting an eye, they had apparently never seen this sort of tragic manner of death before. As expected, personally harvesting lives myself is the most enjoyable experience. Leylin's lips quirked up into a rather evil smile. Bull's strength. Cat's grace. 2 rays of magic light flickered, and after receiving the boost of strength and agility, Leylin seemed to become death incarnate, reaping the lives of all the pirates around him. While he was killing, countless rank 0 and rank 1 spells shot out from Leylin's hands without stopping. The devil blood dagger was not some ordinary metal weapon. Of course, it did not have any effect on a wizard's spellcasting, but without the weave impeding him, Leylin's movement was even quicker and smoother. As expected, on of a ship full of pirates, all of them have close-ranged professions, and there's not a single conjurer. Leylin was like a tiger amongst a flock of sheep. His eyes swept across the entire ship, as if he was hunting for prey. If anyone of the conjurer profession came out to fight, even if they only had the web or grease spells, they would become rather troublesome. However, it was a pity. The merfolk pirates were secretly controlled by Marquis Louis, and he wouldn't put a sorcerer or other high-ranked professional with a bunch of pirates. Perhaps only the 3 largest pirate groups would have a sorcerer in their midst. Did you see that? Our boss has already destroyed 2 of their ships, and there's only 1 left. Get up there and kill them all. Robin Hood lay on top of a railing, and after seeing Leylin's success in battle, he roared loudly from the back. At this moment, the pirate prisoners also let out a wolf-like howl. Kill them! Kill them! The pirates who previously completely lacked morale now exploded forth with 200% of their fighting spirit and hot-bloodedness, loudly roaring at the merfolk pirates as they clashed in battle. The battle between the ships would erupt at any moment when they came side to side. We can't continue like this. Fuck, where are these pirates from? They're so strong and they even have a wizard supporting them, and they're still coming here to cause me trouble." The merfolk pirate captain looked as the sight of his underlings being killed one by one, and the Black Tiger pirate ship advancing quickly ahead. His expression grew even uglier. Yet at this moment, the wizard was clearly advancing with thoughts of destroying the captain, and whatever ideas or hopes he had were all for naught. This captain understood very well that even if he chose to surrender, perhaps the normal pirates would end up all right, but he and his confidants would absolutely be forced to walk the plank. At this thought, his eyes gleamed ruthlessly. He tore off the cloak on his body, revealing stainless steel armor beneath. "Make way, archers prepare." As he was forced to an impasse, the captain prepared to personally enter the fray. After all, as the captain of the crew, he was very strong. Battle skill, charge. The pirate captain was completely wrapped up in a dense layer of chi. He charged forwards like a battle tank. He should be a rank 10 warrior, and his armor and ring. Leylin quickly retreated, his gleaming eyes making the pirate captain shiver. At this moment, the AI chip had already collected the captain's stats and displayed them to Leylin. Name unknown, sex, male estimated stats strength, 11 plus agility, 5 vitality, 8 spirit, 3 predicted fighter rank 11. Evaluation dangerous. Armor and ring are radiating magic, deduced to be magic items. After his charge skill, the pirate captain swung from his waist, and the broadsword in his hand began to rotate like a windmill. Ha! Battle skill, whirling slash. Bang, bang, crack. The sword flew like the wind everywhere he went, slashing most of the deck open. Wooden splinters flew everywhere. This battle skill was something the captain was very proud of, and something he had learnt very recently. He had to work hard under a professional fighter's guidance for 3 years before he had managed to gain their recognition and tutorship. However, this was all worth it. After learning this skill, he had used its terrifying revolving strength to kill several warriors of a higher rank than him, and finally gain the treasured position of the captain of the merfolk pirates. Needless to say, his opponent was only a wizard, and even if he had the abilities of a rogue, he could not beat a warrior of similar rank to him. The pirate captain's mouth split open into a wide grin. If the wizard was caught by whirling slash, then he could almost see his body being torn apart. "You have a rather good battle skill there. It's a pity that you're too slow." Puff. The sound of a heavy hammer hitting leather rang out, and a layer of protection suddenly burst from the captain's armor, offsetting the dagger's attack trajectory. Even so, the tip of the blood-red dagger left a very deep mark on his chest. Seeing that his armor had almost been cut through, the pirate captain's face was filled with triumph at his luck. What a pity! If I hadn't used a rank 3 spell slot to memorize flight, then one dispel magic could have broken through his defense just now and killed him. Leylin's figure hadn't stopped at all, and he charged once again through the group of pirates. Several severed heads were sent flying into the air, and fountains of blood gushed out. Before it had the chance to touch the ground, the blood was absorbed by the dagger in Leylin's hand. All the small cuts to his body healed immediately, as if they had never been inflicted in the first place. "This ability, you're a vampire." The pirate captain seemed to recall a rather unpleasant memory, which made him cry out in alarm. This ability to absorb life force, and his quick regenerative ability, was very similar to that of the rumored vampires. Bang! A huge impact spread across the deck like a grade 8 earthquake. Just when Leylin had single-handedly contained all the pirates, the Black Tiger smashed against the side of the ship. Many small boats hooked onto it, and pirates climbed the cables aboard. A great number of them waved their glowing blue weapons as they came on deck. These weapons, which had been soaked in Leylin's poison, did a great deal of damage to the merfolk pirates. Even the tiniest cut would paralyze them and drop them to the ground, to then be killed by their enemies. The magic weapons that Leylin had enchanted, used by the guards, were even more formidable. Isabel took the lead like a Valkyrie, and many merfolk pirates were killed so quickly that they died in confusion. "What? Thinking of escaping?" Leylin's face was wreathed in smiles as he looked at the ugly expression on the pirate captain's face. Battle skill, blast slash. It was clear that this pirate captain knew that unless he could thoroughly shake Leylin off his trail, he didn't have a single hope of escaping. After his expression changed, he charged forwards immediately. his broadsword shining like a blade of light. Just as the captain was charging towards Leylin, the ring on his right hand suddenly emitted a beautiful burst of magical light. Swift explosion? The sudden blessing from the spell increased the captain's attack speed fivefold. If his enemy did not notice this, they were sure to regret it. However, Leylin had long anticipated this. He only smiled at the pirate captain and gave him a signal, grease, clang. The deck immediately became impossibly slippery, and the expression of the charging captain changed. He completely lost his balance. I already know about all your trump cards. Under these circumstances, you only have one fate, and that is to peacefully walk the path of death. Leylin seemed as graceful as a dancer as he began to step out, his elegant figure flying over to the merfolk pirate. A severed head flew high up into the air, and soon after blood rushed out from his neck. The devil blood dagger let out an icy cold laughter after it had feasted on the fresh blood, and its wings seemed to become even more true to life, as if the demon sealed within it had recovered. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 824, Mermaid Island. Chapter 824, Mermaid Island. Leylin put the devil blood dagger away. He sensed that he had absorbed an enormous amount of life force, and it had all been transformed into spiritual force. Having already reached the peak, this additional energy pushed him to a breakthrough. Beep! Host has gone through a battle. Devil blood dagger has completed the energy conversion. Spirit plus 0.1, host's spiritual force has reached 8, rank has increased. Host is now a rank 8 wizard. Host has advanced to rank 8. Number of rank 3 spell slots increased by 1, number of rank 2 spell slots increased by 1. A few prompts jumped out all at once, and Leylin's mouth curved up into a wide smile in response. Converting almost all of this merfolk pirate captain's flesh had given him an increase of only 0.1 in his spirit stat. However, it helped him break through the threshold of a rank 8 wizard, something that many low-ranking wizards on the continent couldn't even beg for. However, it's better not to let others know about this strange way of breaking through. Otherwise, I will definitely become a public target. Leylin stood aside and watched the guards clear up the remnants of battle on the pirate ship. In reality, after the merfolk pirate's captain had died, the battle could be said to have been decided. Many merfolk pirates suffered a collapse in morale, and they either tried to escape from the ship or threw away their weapons and surrendered. Leylin did not take action again after that, but he coldly watched Isabel and the others clear up the last of the pirates. This time, we don't want prisoners. Archers, get ready, kill all those pirates who jumped into the sea. On hearing this cold command, the pirate crew's fighting spirit grew even more fierce. Yet Leylin showed not the slightest concern. He looked at his status window, which had changed. The AI chip displayed the newly collected data. Leylin Fallen, race, human rank 8 wizard strength, 3.5 vitality, 4.5 spirit, 8 status, healthy feats, sturdy erudite spell slots, rank 3, 2, rank 2, 4, rank 1, rank 0. A rank 8 wizard did not have the ability to access a deeper level of the weave. The only benefits Leylin received were 2 more spell nodes. What was more important was that the advancement had increased his contact and authority within the deeper levels of the weave. This was bound to be of great help to the AI. Chip's analysis. As Leylin continued to advance in rank, the speed of the AI chip's analysis would only increase. With the Magus World standards, a rank 5 professional is on the level of an acolyte. A rank 10 professional is on the level of a rank 2 magus, and someone at rank 15 compares to rank 15. A rank 20 legend would enter the realm of morning stars. After living in the world of gods for so many years, Leylin had developed a very deep understanding of how ranks were calculated here. A rank 25 peak-ranked legend is equivalent to a radiant moon magus. If it's like this, then the divine would be equivalent to a rank 6 breaking dawn magus. A demigod here would be equivalent to a semi-rank 7 magus, which is the same rank as my original body. The weak minor gods are the same as rank 7 magi who have comprehended laws, and the major gods are similar to magi who have fused laws, and are rank 8 beings like the Mother Core who have found their own path. At this point, The entire power rankings of the world of gods began to unfold before Leylin. Although it was possible that some ranks did not entirely correspond, but on the whole Leylin believed in his own deductions, and the AI chip simulation had never been wrong. There were also no holes in its logic. Although this native body is making rapid progress, in reality my current strength is only equal to a rank 1 Magus of the Magus World. This comparison rendered Leylin completely speechless. It seemed that he still had a long way to go on his path to becoming strong in the world of God's boss. We've cleared out this ship completely. Victory is ours. Just at this moment, Robin Hood appeared before Leylin and reported with a face filled with excitement. He didn't seem to care about the traces of blood still left on his face. It's already finished. Have the casualties been counted yet? Leylin had a neutral expression on his face. He had personally completely destroyed the most powerful opponents and even half of the normal crew. If his sailors couldn't achieve victory under these circumstances, then he would need to completely reevaluate his strategy. With the weapons you gave us, many comrades only received slight injuries. 3 have died, and 5 were seriously injured. We've already eased their suffering and sent them on their way. Robin Hood spoke with a trace of helplessness in his voice. Severe injuries on the sea were like a death sentence in this era, unless one was lucky enough to have a cleric or other precious healing skills or items on them. Keep track of them. Calculate and distribute rewards accordingly when we're done. Leylin suddenly hit himself on the head. Oh, right. After we capture half Merfolk Island, set out again and bring the family members of the pirates who surrendered to us to the fallen island. Give the families of the dead ones a pension. This was really to cut off the pirates' escape route and grasp their family members in his palm. With this, the chance of them betraying him was now very small. As you command, boss. Robin Hood clearly understood Leylin's intentions and nodded vigorously, not daring to object at all. We really do need a cleric to raise morale and heal wounds. It seems like we can't do with them. If you have no objections to rank, then I know a few. Isabel came to Leylin's side at this moment with a strange look in her eyes. Leylin scratched his nose, as he clearly knew why her expression was different. It was easy for her to relate to what he had done before, and it was also the reason why he had ordered for there to be no captives, decisively slaughtering all the merfolk pirates in a hurry. His subordinates, on the other hand, were still on the other ship and couldn't see his actions across the wide sea. Even though he had left those mummified corpses, a wizard had skills which could achieve the same effect, such as absorb, vampire's touch, and life drain, so nothing could be proven. Although this could fool Robin Hood and the others, but it definitely could not fool Isabel, who was also a follower of a devil. Her expression showed that she'd discovered something. However, they were both on the same boat. Leylin believed that Isabel wouldn't betray him because the church would never accept her either. Take a group out to sail this battleship. We'll go together to half Merfolk Island. Under Leylin's command, they rushed to clean up the marks left by battle. The 2 enormous ships then sailed towards half Merfolk Island together. At this moment, the pirates' eyes were filled with fanaticism and emotion. After all, they knew very well that after half Merfolk Island had lost their entire pirate group, the defenseless girls would not be able to refuse their tyrannical advances. Also, the merfolk pirates had been in business for many years, and the wealth they had accumulated had made their eyes green with envy. Before they reached land, Leylin gathered his troops together. I'll say this once again. Leylin's gaze swept across the group of pirates. Through continuous shows of power, they did not dare to betray Leylin's slightest command, and their loyalty to him had even increased considerably. We currently need their wealth and their slaves to work for us. We even need them to join us and become fresh blood. If they dare to resist us, then immediately kill them without discussion, but I need captives. Understood? In Leylin's view, the family members that survived the pirates would be very rebellious, but they would make good slaves. Even if that wasn't possible, then they could still be sold for a tidy profit. So what was the point of killing them all? Humans were a very valuable resource on the sea. Even island natives had special teams of slave catchers enter the jungles and brave the difficulties of disease and monsters. They would then bitterly struggle against different tribes to get their hands on some more slaves. Don't worry, boss, we know what to do. Robin Hood began to laugh, and the sound of it was as ugly as a night owl's hoot. Leylin nodded, knowing how his underlings, who were like complete animals, would behave after they took over half Merfolk Island. Perhaps they wouldn't murder the prisoners, but the islanders would suffer a lot of abuse. Leylin decided to turn a blind eye to these sort of things. In any case, an appropriate amount of deterrence was necessary, and perhaps this would be beneficial to keeping his rule over them stable. After all, pirate women didn't have any chastity to speak of, and it was in their instinct to follow the strong, eagle eye. After the spell took effect, half of the island appeared before Leylin's eyes. It looks like there are the beginnings of a small hamlet. Not bad. In his field of vision was a tiny port, and next to the port there was a developing wheat field. The pirate captain that had died at his hand had some talent in running the place. Surprisingly, he knew to gather people to reclaim the wasteland, and he'd really produced results. It was a shame that all of this had been so conveniently given to Leylin. Seeing the merfolk battleship return, and even bringing another ship back, the port burst into an uproar. There were even people who thought that it was the merfolk pirates returning victoriously, and began to gather at the port to welcome them back. It was not until the ship drew closer that they realized that the deck had traces of a fierce battle. The flag which represented the mermaid pirates had changed hands. Only then did they cry out in alarm and scatter everywhere, just like wild ducks whose nest had been disturbed. "Brothers, get to work!" Robin Hood's booming voice rang out, ushering in a burst of excited cries. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 825, Plunder. The afterglow of the sun slowly dispersed on the surface of the sea, making it look like a rippling golden scale. By sunset, the battle was already winding up. It couldn't really be called a battle. The elites of the merfolk pirates as well as the adult merfolk had all died in the earlier naval battle, and the only ones left were old, young, or female. Even without many pirates under his command, Leylin's raid had been successful. Once the sun had set completely, Leylin stood on the balcony of the two-floored house that had belonged to the pirate captain. He was watching the tiny spots of flames flickering in the port. Large-scaled arson would have completely destroyed the place, so Leylin had forbidden it before they completely looted it. Robin Hood's face was flushed with excitement. He stood in the room with Isabel, who did not participate in the plunder, reporting the results of the battle to Leylin. Leylin could tell that the spoils were quite decent just by looking at his face. A smile arose on his face as Robin Hood finished his report. "Boss, we've struck gold." Robin Hood had already grown to resemble a pirate more and more, or perhaps he had just stopped repressing his true nature. Just the loot from the warehouse could fill half the ship. There's massive quantities of sugar, silk, and even pottery and woodwork. "We also found this inside the villa," Isabel added as she kicked open a black trunk next to Leylin's feet. The wooden lid was covered in floral patterns, and a golden radiance poured out of the chest when it was opened. Robin Hood's eyes filled with greed, but he quickly suppressed it. That fellow hid his treasures very well. It took a lot of effort to find this. Isabel's eyes were also sparkling like little stars, as if she had also completely fallen in love with piracy. This was just like what Leylin had read in one of the ancient tomes in this world. Gold, what a beautiful and adorable little thing. It can turn a coward into a warrior and evil to good. It can make rivers flow upstream, and such a tiny thing can send a damned soul to heaven. Even the churches needed wealth, and their requirement was massive at that. They needed it to influence their believers and expand the scope of their power. This was especially true of Walkings, which hoarded more money than dragons. They stuck their hands in every source they could find to earn more money. Inside the wooden trunk were stacks of gold, alongside a few precious gems which almost blinded Robin Hood. Isabel was more resistant to the allure, perhaps because she was a noblewoman. She still remained rational in the face of the riches. There are a total of 782 kronas, and each one weighs 18 grams. That's at least 1,500 pieces of Dambrath gold. Adding on the precious gems, this entire trunk is worth over 2,000 gold. Leylin picked up a single gold krona, which was heavier than the gold coins he was used to. The decorative designs on them, as well as the portrait, were completely different to those of the Dambrath Kingdom's coinage. There's no need to exchange the kronas, they can still be used on the continent. In the world of gods, any organization that was a duchy or greater in authority could issue its own coins, and this created many different metal currencies. But the Church of the Goddess of Wealth was always dedicated to normalizing their own gold coin, the krona. They wanted it to replace all other coins, becoming an official standard. Still, due to the secret resistance of many gods, they had never been successful. The gods believed such a thing would bring walking many followers, so it would only be odd if they supported it. Even though this was the situation, it was the Goddess of Wealth issuing these coins. All the churches serving her would vouch for them, so it was still the strongest currency circulating in the entire world of gods. It looks like these pirates all hid their wealth in their homes. Leylin thought of the captives he had. If he had directly murdered Steve in his home and dug out his buried treasures, he would have certainly gained as many benefits as he had now. It was a pity that he didn't have the time back then that he did now. Putting the treasure aside, what about the people and the slaves? With this funding, Leylin had the confidence to build a profitable industry centered at Fallen Island. The most important thing now was to be able to obtain enough human resources. Our force was too small to blockade the port immediately. Many of the islanders managed to escape. Robin Hood's expression grew ugly when he mentioned this point. We've managed to capture 90 people by now, most of them elderly, women, or children. There was also some retired pirate trash. Robin Hood spat out, and it was obvious that he had suffered while capturing these violent old pirates. Becoming either physically handicapped or growing senile with age, these pirates had been forced to retire. However, their ferocious and bloody nature hadn't left them one bit. I hung them to the death. Robin Hood did not dare to conceal anything in front of Leylin. Even if they are captives, there are many ways to distinguish them. How many of the captured ones are merfolk? How many human? How many of them were originally slaves? Leylin clearly did not plan to pursue those problems, and he instead directly asked about his biggest concerns. The merfolk resisted most violently, and many of them fled. We've only managed to capture 19 so far. The other 71 are humans and natives. All of them seem to have been slaves. Although he didn't have the definite details on the numbers, what Robin Hood did have was enough to satisfy Leylin. Very good. There are different classes and ranks even amongst slaves. The merfolk were originally the highest class here, and now that we've killed their families and stripped them of their wealth, will have gained their enmity. They won't put their faith in us, so just kill them all. As for those other humans and the native slaves, take all of them away and slowly screen them. From his own life as a human, Leylin had deeply understood the feeling the rest had. If they're not human, they won't think and act like us. On the other hand, Robin Hood didn't think of those merfolk pirates as the same as him either. He immediately agreed to leave and slaughter them. Wait, why don't you hand all those captive merfolk to me? Isabel stepped out at this moment, her eyes filled with a bloodthirsty gleam. That's acceptable, Leylin nodded immediately. Demons all loved chaos and massacres, and her acts of piracy had most likely given Isabel many benefits. Night fell, and the whole port wept after it was ravaged by the invaders. Smoke was still rising from it on the next day. The goods have all been transported to the Scarlet Tiger, boss, Robin Hood respectfully reported. Very good, sound the bugle. Leylin stood on the deck of the newly christened Scarlet Tiger and issued the command with a peaceful expression on his face. This Scarlet Tiger was the same as Black Tiger from before. Leylin had just decided to massively refit the ship, and he'd additionally decided to change its name. He could imagine the name of this ship spreading across the entire Dambrath Sea in the future, accompanied by his cousin's reputation in battle. The deep bugle horn sounded, and after a night of wreaking havoc, a whole bunch of sailors with dark and heavy bags under their eyes scattered out of the islanders' homes in twos and threes, gathering on the deck. Listen, Leylin opened the treasure chest filled with gold kronas in front of the pirates, and the golden glow made their eyes light up with greed. Yet, looking at whom the foot currently stepping on the gold coins belonged to, they immediately withdrew their greedy gazes. Over the voyage and their battles, Leylin had already used countless lives to demonstrate his savagery that exceeded theirs. Sweeping over all the pirates with his gaze, Leylin was satisfied with the bowed heads that didn't dare look him in the eye. Only then did he continue. Everyone here will get 3 gold coins, and those who have killed an enemy get yet another. Professional kills will be counted separately. Many pirates immediately cheered at this news. Leylin was very satisfied with this atmosphere. Just using military force to intimidate these pirates was not enough. It was necessary to demonstrate that, with him, they could snatch more things and gain more benefits. Only then would they follow him even to hell. From now, these pirates would probably take some more initiative in battles. After he had distributed everything, Leylin immediately issued a new command: set this whole place on fire. Afterwards, we sail? Dense black smoke quickly rose from the port as it was engulfed in raging flames. The fire quickly spread. The two pirate battleships laden with riches and slaves slowly left the port, and some of the pirates still had looks of regret on their faces. The terrain and condition of the place was very good, and there was a neat foundation as well. Such a shame, it was an excellent base. Leylin looked on as the fire lit up the dock sky, but his expression did not change. He had always planned to burn down half Merfolk Island. It wasn't just the island, even the Black Tiger's stronghold as well. These places did not belong to him, and the pirates had been subordinate to Marquis Louis. Even if he occupied this place, Leylin would perhaps soon attract the attention of the black skeletons and tiger sharks. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 826 Pirates Cove. The only thing Leylin could do now was hide somewhere secret, where his enemies could never find him. Only a fool would jump about shouting when he was weak. "Isabel, Robin Hood," he suddenly called out. "You were looking for me, boss?" Robin Hood respectfully arrived in front of Leylin. After the battle, this first mate seemed to have changed dramatically. Leylin stretched his hand out on the map of the ocean. "May the two of you take the merfolk ship and bring the slaves to the pirates' families. Be it Fallen Island or Marquis Louis fiefdom, the Baltic archipelago, they were all new discoveries in the waters surrounding the Dambreth kingdom, and that was also the only characteristic they shared. New, uninhabited islands seemed to emerge endlessly one after the other, full of both wealth and dangers. It was simply too easy to find a temporary base for his crew. Of course, the condition was that Leylin could deal with the dangerous beasts in those territories, and they could brave the harsh weather and environment. Taking into consideration that Robin Hood had the other sailors' loyalty, Leylin intentionally sent his cousin Isabel over as well. With her there, even if he couldn't control the entire ship, he could presumably intimidate the disloyal ones without much problem. As a matter of fact, Leylin had plans to nurture this cousin of his. After all, he couldn't remain here commanding the pirates forever, so Isabel would serve as his stand-in. Although Robin Hood was more suited to this role, he was too feral. Leylin could not give this fellow too much space to make decisions so early on in his venture. It wasn't because he was scared that Robin would betray him, but it was just that Robin didn't have the instincts of a superior. On the other hand, Isabel did not possess much authoritative power, but what she did have was enough to cow these pirates into submission. Watching the merfolk ship leave, Leylin waved his hand. "Set off, we're going to Pirates' Cove." Pirates' Cove was a port that provided services for pirates. It could be called the gathering part for the shady figures of the seas. The port sold intelligence, goods, and even top-grade elven slaves. Of course, one needed to have the courage to take the risk and buy something. As a port where pirates disposed of stolen goods, the things they sold were definitely unclean in origin. Even Marquis Louis, who controlled the Baltic archipelago, did not allow too many stolen treasures pass through his territory, regretfully giving up on the profits that came to Pirates' Cove. As for the port's location, many of the old pirates under Leylin knew of it. The route wouldn't be a problem at all, but there were several dangerous areas they had to pass through. "Are you sure the route won't have any problems, Cyclops?" Leylin opened up the map of the ocean as he called over a one-eyed pirate. The sailor had a courage bred from years of killing, and although he had only one eye, its gleam caused others to tremble with fear. It was only at this moment that a flower-like smile bloomed on Cyclops' stubbled face. He revealed his few yellowing teeth. "Don't worry, boss. I've sailed to Pirates' Cove with Steve a few times, and at that time I was even the navigator's assistant. I can get there with my eyes closed." "Very well, you're now the ship's navigator. If you do well, you'll be the Scarlet Tiger's first mate once we reach the port." This was the promise Leylin made to this pirate in whom he had just placed his trust. Yes, boss, a first mate would receive a greater share of the booty than the other pirates and would also have authority over the others. Cyclops' remaining eye gleamed with excitement. Very well, you can leave now. Send Giant over. Leylin waved his hand and watched Cyclops back as he left. His eyes showed that he had fallen into deep thought. Although he was giving these defeated pirates positions one by one, he hadn't completely let his guard down against them. For example, he couldn't trust that Cyclops wasn't deliberately leading the fleet into dangerous waters. He had already obtained the coordinates of Pirates' Cove through other means, from merchants and pirates. He told me the correct location and also suggested the most efficient route. It looks like he's truly pledged his allegiance to me. Cyclops didn't know that he had just narrowly avoided death's door. On the contrary, he was in good spirits from Leylin's promise, and he quickly executed the tasks that Leylin had asked him to do. "Boss, lookin' fer me?" A deep, coarse voice sounded as a heavy-set man walked in. He was more than 8 feet tall, and he had to lower his head to enter the captain's cabin. His flesh trembled with every step he took, like he was some sort of half-giant. "Yes. Giant, I want you to lead the Scarlet Tiger's battle squad. Choose 10 men for now, wait until we reach Pirates' Cove, and recruit more." Leylin told him the plan with crossed arms. The leader of the battle squadron was often the right-hand man of the captain. The battle squad was also at the forefront of every fight, so the position of its leaders had rather stringent requirements on strength. Leylin had personally tested the might of this pirate that was called Giant. Not only did he have boundless strength, but he also had unparalleled talent in cultivation as a fighter. He could already release his chi and use martial techniques. Other than Leylin himself, only Isabe could match him in close quarters combat. Furthermore, this giant had a straightforward personality. After numerous losses while dueling Leylin, he became more obedient and was easy for Leylin to control. "Just pick anyone, huh?" Giant asked, clearly thinking of putting his own men into his team. However, this was normal. Otherwise, even if he was strong as an individual, he would still be crushed by the other pirates. "Yes, the sailors on the Scarlet Tiger, be it my sailors or the captured pirates, are all for your choosing." With regards to this point, Leylin turned a blind eye. "I'll go and wake them up and choose them one-on-one." Giant looked extremely excited. "As you wish." Leylin didn't have anything to say about Giant's method of recruitment and just waved him away. As the leader of the battle squadron, if there weren't a few trusted aides on the battlefield to take a knife for him, then perhaps he wouldn't even be able to survive a single battle. It was necessary to allow him to choose his aides. Furthermore, Leylin also believed that Giant wouldn't dare to betray him. He was confident that the cost of rebellion was so incredibly high that it would eliminate all thoughts of betrayal. The endless voyage, the battles and the struggle, challenged them over and over again. Leylin was confident that this journey to Pirates' Cove would whip his crew into shape. On the whole, even a well-known pirate crew on the outer seas needs about 100 pirates. Leylin traced his finger on the map carelessly. Take the Black Tigers, or even the merfolk pirates which we just destroyed. Normal pirate crews all have more than 100 people, and their captains are even rank 10 professionals with exceedingly good equipment. Truly large-scale pirate crews need at least 300 pirates and above, and also need a number of ships. If I want a main battleship, it will have to be magically refitted or receive a cleric's blessing. Such a crew was configured like the small coastal fleet of a minor coastal duchy. If he had such strength, Leylin would be able to find a rather good position amongst the continent's navy, or even that of other countries. Who, then, would fight him without good reason? As a result, there were only 3 truly large-scaled pirate crews in the Dambreath Seas: the Black Skeletons, Tiger Sharks, and Barbarians. 2 of those pirate crews were even under the control of Marquis Louis. In addition, the other fleets owned by the Marquis could not be underestimated. One of them was a professional slavers' fleet. This fleet had always been at the forefront of clashes with the natives, and Marquis Louis had used a lot of gold coins to arm it. It was even more powerful than the kingdom's elite navy. Leylin's elimination of the Black Tigers and merfolk pirates would at best be him taking out the Marquis trash. He couldn't be considered to have encountered the Marquis main force. Only once he was able to destroy the Black Skeletons tiger sharks, and the slaver's fleet in one fell swoop, would he be able to deal a fatal strike to the Baltic archipelago's trade. However, this was almost impossible. Leylin could only continue to act from the shadows and first clip the Marquis, Wings. It was very unrealistic for Leylin to fight against a Marquis of the Kingdom now. However, Leylin was not an ordinary person. He would use any means necessary to accomplish his goals without fear of the consequences. He was the sort of person that could be described as a reasonable lunatic, or perhaps he was the most insanely reasonable man. I'll need many men to accomplish this goal, or allies. Leylin naturally would not be stupid enough to act against the Marquis alone. Furthermore, fighting Marquis Louis was one thing, but Viscount Tim was another. Although Leylin had targeted Marquis Louis all along, the one who would bear the brunt of it was still the Viscount who coveted the fallen lands. Leylin wasn't sailing to Pirates' Cove for no reason. Besides recruiting the men he needed, he was preparing to look for more supporters. Marquis Louis would have offended quite a few people with his dominant character, even if he had done so unintentionally, and Leylin wanted to round those people up and take advantage of their power. Leylin pressed his fingers heavily on the mark of the Pirates' Cove on the map, his eyes regaining their previous calm. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 827, Barbarians. This was Pirates' Cove. It was rumored to be the holy land of pirates on the outer seas, where one could dispose of any problematic goods in exchange for attractive gold or anything else your heart desired. They had the best women and the best rum, but only if one had enough gold. If anyone dared to cause trouble in the port, the enforcers would make them rue the day they were born. As the most diverse place in the sea, where honest men and crooks mixed with each other, it was awash with information. Quite often, a plump and juicy target passed by, and one could see the magnificent sight of thousands of sails spreading open. Many pirates spontaneously formed privateering operations, and disguised among the myriads of ships were a few powerful battleships armored with magic. There were also a few unsinkable ships blessed by the Emperor of the Sea. Naturally, there were also much smaller boats that could only accommodate a dozen people, and even a few small canoes owned by the pirates. The pirates' tide had occurred once, over 50 years ago, and they'd damaged a duchy's navy in the process of plundering a massive amount of wealth. The story became an excellent way of enticing ignorant fishermen's children into become pirates. However, once Marquis Louis, Baltic archipelago rose in power, Pirates' Cove had grown weaker day by day. Once two of the great pirate crews were roped in by the Marquis, the place grew to no longer be as prosperous as before. It slowly turned into an ordinary den of pirates, where they fenced their stolen goods. Even though it had become like this, the background of the port was still extremely important. Not only had it established a town with an air of importance, they had won over many churches, as even pirates needed the healing of the gods or the comfort of a priest. Furthermore, the evil gods would not deny pirate believers. Some perhaps even schemed to become the gods of piracy. One morning, a fleet with a bizarre flag entered the docks. The crew could be considered large for its kind, and they seemed to have experienced many intense battles. The hull still had marks of battle, slashed by swords. This looks like the main battleship of a crew. Why don't I recognize the flag? The clerk who was responsible for registering ships on the dock rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He could confirm that he'd never seen that bright scarlet flag in his career, with its sinister, lifelike skull and dagger. It was at this moment that a group of pirates came down from the pirate ship, and the clerk welcomed them with a professional smile. "Welcome to Pirates' Cove, here we have." Before the clerk could finish speaking, the young man just waved him away with the toss of a golden coin. The gold coin that the young pirate had used wasn't a Dambrath coin, but it was the even more valuable gold krona. "Is this youth the captain of these pirates? What a dangerous man." The pirates standing behind the young man had an aura of death about them, especially the giant who was over 2 meters tall. He could have been mistaken for a small mountain. However, these fearsome fellows all acted like fluffy little white rabbits behind the young man, which made the clerk's heart jump into his mouth. He came to realize that the man he faced was possibly a very extraordinary person. "I know all the rules of this place. Isn't it 5 coins to anchor our fleet here for a day?" The clerk was a former pirate himself and subconsciously assessed others in strength. The internal injuries which forced him to retire still persisted, forcing him to take up clerical work. In truth, Leylin felt like the clerk was a very interesting person. Very few in the world of gods received an education, and a pirate who could write was as rare as the mythical phoenix. Still, he didn't have the heart to discuss anything with him after the long journey. The violent storms and sneak attacks from the other races had fatigued him a little. Recommend the best inn, and tell me where I can recruit some sailors. You see the ship behind me now. It needs to be reworked heavily. Leylin immediately tossed out these requests, and before the clerk could show his dissatisfaction, he immediately added, "If your recommendations are good, then this will be yours." Another gold krona glowed brightly in his palm. "Aye, your lordship, there is no one more familiar with Pirate's Cove than me." The clerk unwittingly swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing in his throat. He simultaneously shot a glance at the signature that Leylin had left, the beautiful cursive making his heart jump, before he noted the information written. "Scarlet Tiger Pirate Crew? I've never heard of it before. Has it just sprung up out of nowhere?" Small pirate crews were born frequently in these waters, and death was frequent as well. Nobody would raise an eyebrow at a new pirate crew that relied on fishing to make a living in peacetime, only turning to amateur piracy when their options ran out. These weaker pirate crews were like ants and could perish at any time, but more pirates would emerge the next year. The treasures of the outer sea, the frequent wars on the continent and its politics, as well as the persecution from the church, all these caused many adventurers, unbelievers, and even those faithful to demons and devils stream into these seas. The sea was a place where good gods had little influence, and the few strong evil gods did not mind them. It only rendered the place even more complicated. The Dambrath area was only a tiny part of the outer seas, and it was still in the early years of development. As a result, no especially strong organizations had formed, and Marquis Louis, with the kingdom's support, had become the strongest person here. "If you would like me to recommend an inn, then the ones opened by the barbarians are the best choice." The clerk immediately answered without hesitation. "Barbarians?" Leylin's mouth curved into a smile as he thought of the crew. They were part of the Big Three. The barbarians were different from the other two crews. The organization was made up purely of a single race. Made of barbarian warriors and priests, they were the only ones who had not been reined in by Marquis Louis. The barbarian crew shared a deeply hostile relationship with the black skeletons and the tiger sharks, and seemed to launch a large-scale battle with them every few years. They were the current head of Pirates' Cove, and the other free crews had formed the Dark World organization to protect them. There was nothing wrong in saying that this place was the base camp of organizations who opposed Marquis Louis. The inn opened by the secret master of Pirates' Cove was naturally the safest place in the whole area. As for sailors, just shout out in any random tavern, and 10 pirates will run up to you. How you choose them is up to you, and of course you need to settle the tabs of those you hire at the bars. As expected, the clerk was extremely familiar with the Pirates' Cove, and he even fervently recommended a certain shipyard to Leylin. That shipyard may not have a high degree of credibility, but they were certainly good enough to do some routine maintenance on a pirate ship. Leylin silently remembered the address of the shipyard, but he did not choose to go there directly. Instead, he brought his men to the barbarian inn recommended by the clerk. On the way, Leylin wordlessly assessed those around him. Most of the people who were able to live in Pirates' Cove were retired pirates or others of that ilk. Although some were too weak to even stand up to the wind, and some were even disabled, they all had one or two skills that kept them going. Of course, many more were prostitutes in revealing clothing, directly soliciting customers. Although Leylin didn't think much of them, there were a bunch of animals following behind him who were clearly unable to hold back. If it wasn't for Leylin's command, a majority of them would have broken formation. They even have a thieves' guild. Leylin looked at the crossed dagger symbol on a street corner thoughtfully. He did not feel worried as he had plenty of time left and still needed to arrange a place for a large group of men. The Barbarians' Inn was in a prime portion of Pirates' Cove, and there were even 2 armed barbarian warriors standing guard at the door. It made everyone feel exceptionally safe. Leylin did not trust in the law and security of Pirates' Cove and did not want to cause any trouble. Even if it cost a bit more money, staying there was an excellent decision. They're actually using 2 rank 5 professionals to guard the place. Is this pirate crew very strong? It's not surprising that they can contend against the 2 large pirate crews propped up by Marquis Louis. Leylin assessed the 2 barbarian guards with interest. The barbarians were scattered throughout the world of gods, much taller than ordinary humans with light green skin and muscles that were as solid as granite. Whether male or female, they were all muscle maniacs. Rumor had it that they were mentally challenged and were even more stupid than orcs. As a result, only a few uncivilized gods preferred to favor them, and they occupied a weak position in the civilized world. In many places, mercenary associations were periodically tasked with clearing up barbarian bandits and tribes. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 828 in AI chip, scan their stats, Leylin commanded inwardly. Beep. Establishing mission, initiating scan. Invisible ripples swept across the area, and the stats of the barbarian guards were soon displayed. Name, unknown. Race, barbarian warrior, rank 5, strength, 5 agility, 2 vitality, 4 spirit, 1 feats, 1 strong. Barbarians possess increased strength and vitality. 2 berserk. When they hit emotional extremes, some barbarians have the ability to enter a berserk state of violence, increase strength by 1 and reducing agility and spirit by 0.5. The AI chip scanned the other barbarian as well, and he had similar stats. These 2 barbarian warriors both have berserk abilities. Leylin secretly compared them to his own men. If they really fight, then even Cyclops can't beat them. Perhaps Giant could get in 1 strike if he risked his life. But after that? After all, it's rumored that barbarians are very well suited to be warriors, but the intelligent ones amongst them can also learn spells and are capable of using magic. This sort of magic ability, which was linked to the bloodline, was different from that of wizards, somewhat similar instead to the powers of warlocks. However, their magic was rather restricted, and only a select few were able to use it. Not even the elite troops of the continent dared to provoke barbarian clans with members who had the ability to use magic. It is generally understood that with the scale of the barbarian pirate crew, the number of women and children that they have to feed must be even greater. On this basis, it's normal for them to have a few magical professionals. No wonder they were able to resist Marquis Louis for so long. All of these thoughts whirled through Leylin's mind in the blink of an eye. To anyone watching from the outside, it looked like he'd merely glanced at the warriors before sweeping past them into the inn. A dense odor of rum mixed with tobacco smoke welcomed him inside, causing him to wrinkle his brows. Many other travelers were seated in the inn's reception, and the tables there were heaped with a mountain of roasted meat and fruit. Barrels of rum were opened directly, despite a number of drunkards next to them glugging them all down. Many scantily dressed maids flitted like butterflies through the main hall, occasionally felt up by various customers. They cursed at it, but still laughed all the while. One really could not ask for more from an inn which specially catered to pirate customers. Fortunately, Leylin's earlier frown was just a natural reaction from many years of living like a noble. His years of enduring hardship still allowed him to endure the vile environment he was now in. It was clear that his group had attracted the attention of the other customers when they suddenly burst in, especially since Leylin was such a pretty little thing. There were even some reckless fools who wolf whistled at him. "Giant," Leylin said in a low voice, shaking his head. "Do you want to die?" Giant emerged from the shadows. His enormous muscles and the faint traces of scars on them gave him an incredibly oppressive aura. The pirates jumped in surprise, and Giant disdainfully spat a mouthful of saliva at them and drew a line across his throat meaningfully. "Well, if you're not happy, then let's take it outside." Giant clearly knew the rules, and Leylin nodded at his words inwardly. The pirates looked at Giant's enormous body as well as the intensely dangerous feeling he gave off, and immediately sat down obediently like a bunch of small chicks, not daring to utter another word. It was absolutely necessary for a pirate to have an instinct for danger. One look at Giant was enough to know that he was not to be trifled with. Forget Leylin, who was his master. The pirates were beginning to secretly regret their earlier blunder, but there were naturally a few whose eyes gleamed with sinister intentions. One could not dominate Pirates' Cove with strength alone, and every day there were several reckless and arrogant novices whose bodies were chucked into the sea. Leylin was very happy to see the pirates developing plans to provoke him. When the time came, he resolved to teach them the true meaning of fear. The hall remained silent for only a moment before returning to its normal uproarious state. No one wanted to break the rules laid down by the barbarians and offend the crew. "What can I do for you, guest?" As Leylin came to the counter, he found that the boss was a tall and beautiful woman who wore a scarlet low-cut dress and a fur shawl. Her long red tail naughtily swept across her waist. She shot Leylin a sugar-sweet smile, and the mole at the edge of her mouth grew animated. The boss of the inn was a fox girl, and a stunningly top-grade one at that. Leylin could almost hear his men salivating from behind his back. "I have 23 men here. Are there enough rooms for them all to stay?" Leylin asked immediately. His eyes swept over the fox girl, but his gaze did not linger for too long. There was a flash of surprise in the fox girl's eyes at his attitude, as it was very rare that a young man like him could resist her allure. "Haha, of course there are enough. I just need to know what kind of rooms you need." The fox girl changed her strategy, slowly shifting her sinuous waist and revealing her beautiful curves. "We have ordinary rooms here that can fit 5 people. They cost 2 silver bars per night. The medium-ranking rooms are for 3 people and costs 5 silver bars. What do you need, little brother?" Her eyes sparkled brightly as she looked at Leylin appraisingly. "Of course, a young nobleman like you would want our best rooms. Not only will it be for you alone, but you will also have an enthusiastic maid serving you. It's not too expensive, and it'll only cost you 2 Dambreath gold coins per night." Leylin clearly felt the power of an enchantment coming from her eyes, but it was completely useless. His spiritual force had already reached 8, and this was nothing. "I need a single room. Giant, Cyclops, and Hulk will have a medium-rank room. The rest will all stay in ordinary rooms." Leylin confidently gave himself the best room and placed his 2 officers as well as a soldier from his family into the medium-ranked room. The rest were given ordinary treatment. This was only right. It wasn't like gold fell from the sky. The bunch of common pirates were already grateful to have the chance to stay in such a luxurious inn. If Leylin wasn't afraid that he would find all his men's corpses in a dreadful ditch on the second day, he would have planned for them all to stay in the Scarlet Tiger itself. "You can all leave after you receive your room number and key. I have one requirement. You must all return at night." Leylin's announcement immediately attracted a burst of cheers from the pirates behind him. After the period of killing and the battles with the wind and waves, these pirates had long been physically and mentally exhausted. They wished to let off some steam. "If you have any requests, remember to call for me." The fox girl boss twisted her slender and supple waist as she brought Leylin to his room, leaving behind a string of coy smiles as she left him at the door. Cyclops had his ear pressed against the door and nodded after a moment. "Boss, she's gone." Leylin was rather speechless at his method, but this was Cyclops' territory. There were too many methods and means to obtain information, and he didn't particularly care to dispel the enthusiasm of his men. He simply nodded and said, "Do you know why I called all of you over?" "Boss, if you have an order, then just tell us." Giant scratched his head. His coarse face made him look a little foolish, but Leylin had once seen him sturdily squeeze the heads of 2 enemies until they directly exploded. He wasn't fooled by his appearance whatsoever. "The men have gone out to indulge in drink and pleasure. Watch them closely and don't let them stir up any trouble. This time tomorrow, I want all the information on Pirates' Cove here, understood?" "Aye, boss. I'll watch those scallywags." Cyclops licked his lips, smiling sinisterly. "Very well, go out and have fun." Leylin threw 3 small money pouches to them, and the experienced Cyclops immediately knew it was the merry clinking of gold coins. "Blimey, there's a bonny gift, boss, thank you." After opening the money pouch and seeing the golden light that spilled out, Cyclops seemed to forget himself. Even the silent Hulk had a different look in his eyes. Even though he put overwhelming pressure on them, he still had to fall to using money to bribe them in the end. Leylin did not have any other ideas. He needed special means to build a pirate crew that was capable in battle. Leylin only rose to his feet after the 3 had left, and began to appraise the room with his hands held behind his back. The deluxe room was worth its price of 2 gold coins a day. Not only was it very spacious, with rather opulent decor, it even had its own washroom with a gleaming white porcelain bath crafted by elves, a precious luxury even on the mainland. "May I ask if the guest is here?" Just when Leylin was preparing the bath, the tender voice of a girl came from outside the door, making Leylin furrow his brows. "What's the matter?" I've come to pour hot water for you." The girl outside the door seemed to be rather uneasy and disturbed, which made Leylin feel rather curious. There seemed to be many maids who engaged in part-time work at the inn, but this maid's performance was particularly interesting. "Come in, the door is unlocked." As the door opened, a half-elf girl in a maid outfit walked in, with wheat-colored skin and a tall and slender body. She wore a pair of black silk tights and looked extremely suggestive. "A half-elf? No, this is..." Leylin's eyes suddenly narrowed. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 829. Cry for help elves were a populous intelligent race that all lived a secluded life on an enormous island. There were however remnants of some branch families on the mainland. They lived well under the protection of the elven god and were blessed with good talent and long lives. Many of them made prominent contributions to the arts. Naturally, elven slaves were highly sought after. Despite the protests and warnings of their race, their price had only increased, with wave after wave of adventurers hunting for them. Half-elves were more common than purebloods. They still inherited the elfin beauty and elegance, and most of them stood out in terms of appearance, which had led to several disasters. It was not particularly surprising to see a half-elf maid in Pirate's Cove, but Leylin's expression had changed in spite of that. "What's your name?" "My name is Karen, respected young master." The half-elf forced a smile. It appeared that she was not very well trained and could not properly display her bodily assets to her customers. "It looks like you haven't been doing this for very long. How much are you for one night?" Leylin asked directly. This sort of sudden humiliation made Karen want to clench her teeth, but she held herself back and revealed a dazzling smile. "1 Dambrath gold coin." The price was a little high, but Leylin still nodded. "It's a reasonable price, especially for a half-drow like you." The moment he called her half-drow, Karen rose up angrily. She was like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on. "How do you know that?" she blurted out. She immediately covered her mouth, but clearly realized that she'd already all but confirmed it. "Your eye color. The coloring agent you used to stain it can't fool me. Your ears are also pointier than normal mixed bloods by 12.4%, and they are slightly concave." Leylin lightly pointed out the gaps in her disguise. His sharp observations made Karen subconsciously take a few steps back. The corner of Leylin's mouth tilted up in a smile as he saw Karen's stats. Name: Karen, rank 5 assassin, race, half-drow. Stats: strength, 1-3, agility, 2-5, vitality, 0.52, spirit, 3 feats, 1, night vision, dark elves have the ability to see even at night. 2, shadow perception, dark elves are sensitive to shadow particles and are innately gifted assassins and pirates. Status: poisoned by unknown toxin, causing strength, vitality, and agility to fall. Karen's physical stats somewhat surprised Leylin. She even had the abilities of a rank 5 assassin, but some unknown poison had taken control of her, locking half of her strength away. It was very clear that the person who controlled Karen from the shadows only thought that she was an ordinary half-elf, otherwise they would never have let her come here. Would that not be like sending someone out to assassinate himself? Leylin smiled faintly. This rank 5 assassin could not touch even a hair on his head. Haven't dark elves always lived underground? How could you appear here and even take up this line of work? Dark elves were a type of elf which were rumored to live in the darkness. They had awoken the dark nature in their blood, becoming extremely brutal. They longed for violence, blood, and chaos, and had separated from the regular elves to move underground. Some rumors said that their gifts in bed could make both men and immortals die of pleasure, that it was comparable to charm and pleasure magic. I'm a half-blood. I moved out from the underground with my clan, but we were all scattered in an attack. When I woke up, I was on a trading ship which was later attacked by the barbarians. Leylin's eyes seemed to be filled with magic charm, and Karen could only helplessly tell her story. No wonder, half-drow really don't differ too much from half-elves, and only a specialized scholar would be able to tell the difference. She's a rank 5 assassin, and she did not have enough power to fight back against the entire barbarian pirate fleet, not to mention that she was affected by the toxin's restrictions. Of course, an assassin's camouflage and disguise abilities could let her fool others, so that they thought that she was an ordinary half-elf. Something dawned in Leylin's eyes as he said, "And after that you were controlled by the pirates, and now work for them as a maid." "Yes," Karen nodded, and her eyes seemed to fill with momentary hope. She immediately knelt on the ground, looking up at Leylin. "Sir, I beg you, please save me from this hellhole." "Save you?" Leylin had an evil smile on his face as he sat back down. "Why would I save you? Give me a reason." Even Leylin had to admit that Karen was a rare beauty, especially with her eyes which were like the ocean waves. Her unique charm gave him a subconscious, favorable impression of her. Karen bit her lip. "I'm a rank 5 assassin. If you can save me, I'd be willing to serve you for 100 years. I swear it in the name of the Dark Maiden." The Dark Maiden was a god who tended towards the good alignment, and could not be reconciled with the gods that other dark elves believed in. If Karen believed in this god, then perhaps this was the reason why she had been driven away from the underground. "Why would you do that? Can't you save up money to buy back your freedom?" Although she seemed rather out of practice, this was clearly not the first time she had done this sort of thing. This sort of life wasn't completely unsuitable for a half-drow, and Leylin couldn't think of why she would want to pay such a huge price for freedom. "Is their price very high?" Leylin could only guess. "No," Karen's lips curved into a rather heartbreaking smile. "They won't ever let me go. As a slave, I don't have the authority to buy my freedom. After I can't be a maid anymore, those barbarians will sacrifice me to their gods." Leylin realized that the barbarians had saved her for some bloody and violent sacrificial rituals. Seeing Karen in that state, perhaps she had recently seen this happen several times, and so she began to plan her escape, begging Leylin for his help. Even though she was pleading for help, she would meet an even worse fate if she asked the wrong person. Leylin seemed to have an air of nobility about him, and Karen was sure that he was not a pirate. As a result, after realizing that her cover had been broken, Karen immediately asked him for help. She almost did not mind promising to become his slave instead. "He's a young man after all, if I could charm him." Her eyes were filled with anticipation. As a half-drow, she was born with the knowledge of how to handle males and did not require further education on that matter. Although Leylin did not look too easily charmed, she was quite willing to at least try. When she thought of this, Karen's heart seemed to be fired up, leaving 2 faint traces of a blush on her face. She appeared even more charming and lovely. "A rank 5 assassin?" Leylin looked as if he was thinking over the matter with some difficulty, making Karen reluctant to mention her thoughts. Do you know anything about sailing?" After a long moment, Leylin stopped pondering and asked this question. "Sailing?" Karen was shocked dumb. She originally thought that Leylin would come out with an outrageous request, but she had long made her mind up to use all her techniques to mesmerize him. She never thought that he would ask such a completely irrelevant question. "Yes, I am a pirate captain, and I'm in need of sailors to be my underlings." Leylin waved his hand and seemed to admit it very reluctantly. There was a trace of humor in his eyes, as if he was playing a joke on her, and Karen immediately knew that he had seen through all her plots. Honestly, I don't, but I will work hard to learn." "I beg you, sir." Karen wanted to come up to Leylin and hug him, but Leylin nimbly dodged her. "Then it looks like you aren't much use to me," Leylin said, making Karen's heart completely sink. "However, since you're a dark elf and you lived in the Underdark before, then you're slightly worth something," Leylin continued, his voice drifting into Karen's ears and raising a thread of hope once again. "Tell me, Karen, are you willing to become my dagger in the shadows, to help me dispatch my rivals and drink the blood of my enemies?" An invisible hand tilted Karen's chin upwards, making her eyes widen considerably. "Mage hand. You're a wizard." This nobleman had come to a port where pirates fenced their goods, and although she did not know why, all Karen could see was opportunity. "I'm willing. In the name of the Dark Maiden, I swear this, I will become your sharpest dagger." Karen respectfully knelt down on her knees, making a strange gesture with her hand. Very well, Leylin nodded. He really had recruited her on the basis of her being a half-drow assassin. After all, he currently lacked a spy network and assassin group. Since Karen had recently lived in the Underdark, she would have good experience and knowledge in torture and interrogation as well as assassination. As a rank 5 professional assassin, she was just barely good enough to be of use. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.